Chapter 1351 were the same. And the last one. Jiang Fei finally decided on his last treasure. Maroa's mobile one-man shuttle. Type: a high-speed shuttle produced by Maroa's. Note: built using the most advanced phase engine and warp core. The Maroa's mobile one-man shuttle can travel through space efficiently and is very comfortable to ride in. However, the price is not something acceptable to ordinary people. It sells for about 42 million etherites. Jiang Fei had himself in mind when he chose this item. When he encountered danger, he could hide in the 10th dimension. But the ship he was riding in would not be as lucky. This was what happened when he faced the Galactic Spectre earlier. There was no way Jiang Fei could repeatedly bring the patrol ship into the 10th dimension. The energy within the core of will would certainly not be able to support consumption of such intensity if his spacecraft was destroyed. Although Jiang Fei could survive in space for a short time, the problem was that he could not space warp. Once he lost his spacecraft, he would become a wild ghost floating in space. In space, it was extremely difficult to encounter a passing spacecraft. So, if Jiang Fei lost his, he would be trapped alive in the void sooner or later. However, things would be different with this mobile shuttle. It was stored in a fist-sized equipment through spatial manipulation and could be released at any time. Plus, this shuttle was currently the most high-end technological product in the universe, so it was extremely expensive. Even if Jiang Fei ended up not using it, it could still be sold for a profit. This shuttle was similar to luxury sports cars on Earth, but it was just more portable and convenient to carry around. Like fancy sports cars, the build of this shuttle was extremely luxurious. Its engine was even more powerful than an average battleship, so it was naturally extremely expensive. 42 million etherites was enough to create a small fleet of patrol ships. Why do you need that? Thean did not sound too happy. He thought that Jiang Fei chose the shuttle, which was akin to a supercar, because he wanted to use it as a toy. To help me escape, said Jiang Fei, stating his true intentions. Alright then, as long as you like it. Thean did not stop him after hearing that he had a valid reason. As a powerful being with a galactic spectre, he often ignored the troubles of ordinary people like Jiang Fei. After taking their respective items, Thean and Jiang Fei casually walked out of Ano's treasure vault. As usual, Thean left a note at the door. Hey Ano, I didn't steal enough the last time I dropped by, which explains why I'm here today. By the way, I brought an apprentice with me, so the protection fee is doubled. Jiang Fei curled his lip after reading the note. King H.L., my master really has no morals. Even after stealing from Ano, he still has to taunt him like that. However, he suddenly understood something. If Thean's true strength was revealed, the whole universe would probably line up to try and suck up to him. Let's get out of here. Ano won't feel comfortable if we keep staying here. After he left the note, Thean grabbed Jiang Fei's shoulder. The next second, they appeared on the Galactic Spectre's back. No way. Although it was his first time seeing Thean's space teleport, Jiang Fei was still shocked. Come on, kid. Let's go to my place. Since you're now my apprentice, I have to teach you a thing or two. As he spoke, Thean tapped the silver hoverboard with his feet, and the Galactic Spectre immediately turned into a comet and charged away. A few days later, the Galactic Spectre entered a sector. It was very desolate, with no sign of intelligent life anywhere. We're here, Marshmallow. Go do whatever you want, but don't go too far, said Thean. Then, he grabbed Jiang Fei's shoulder and teleported to the surface of a planet. Cough cough. Unprepared for the pressure from the sudden change in gravity, Jiang Fei immediately coughed up blood. Fortunately, his body had been strengthened by the black hole core. Otherwise, the gravity's force would have been enough to kill him. Swoosh. Jiang Fei immediately activated his domain, making his combat power soar to 2.1 million. The strength provided by the black hole core did not help him resist the strong gravity. However, even after activating his domain, Jiang Fei still could not withstand the strong gravity on this planet. His bones were under so much pressure that cracks could be heard. According to the goggles, the gravity here was 120 times the gravity on Redstone, equivalent to 600 times of Earth's gravity. Ah, sorry, I forgot. Thean quickly waved, and an energy barrier formed around Jiang Fei, which isolated him from the gravity on this planet. Phew. Jiang Fei let out a sigh of relief. A few seconds ago, he really felt like he was about to die. 600 times the gravity of Earth. What was that like? A person weighing 50 kilograms would have to bear the weight of 30 tons here. If an ordinary person came here, they would be smashed into meat patties on the spot. Do you feel better now? Let's sit down and talk. Thean waved again, and used his energy to squeeze out a set of tables and chairs from the solid, compact ground. Thank you, Master. With the energy barrier, Jiang Fei was no longer tortured by the gravitational force. Since you're now my apprentice, tell me something. You have a core of will with you. Right, said Thien, causing Jiang Fei to break out in cold sweat. Aye. Jiang Fei was at a loss. If Thien knew that he had the black hole core, he would not be this nervous. He had fused his core of will before. This enhanced version of the core of will gave him the power to enter the 10th dimension. It was Jiang Fei's biggest asset. Now that Thien was asking him about it, he did not know how to answer. Deep down in his heart, he did not want to tell others about the core of will and the 10th dimension. However, if he tried to lie to someone as powerful as Thien, there was no guarantee that he would believe him. Don't be afraid. I have no bad intentions. I just want to see if you're fit to learn my skills. Because I have this too. As Thien spoke, a bright shining jewel appeared on his forehead. The jewel wasn't just the core of will, but also the fused version of it. How did you? Jiang Fei was dumbstruck. He did not expect Thien to also have this type of energy core. It even seemed like Thien's core of will was stronger than his. Now do you know why I've been treating you so well? Because we have something in common, said Thien, smiling as he put away his core of will. Chapter 1352, Rules of Core Fusion. I assume the core inside of you is now at the first stage? Asked Thien. Jiang Fei replied honestly. Aye. Rather than giving off a bad impression by trying to hide the truth, it was best to just lay all his cards on the table. MHM, Thien hummed. Master, why do you ask? What stage is your current core of will at? Asked Jiang Fei. My core of will has undergone 3 stages, stated Thien, smiling like he was showing off. Oh, where did you manage to get 4 cores? Jiang Fei had always assumed that he was a special case, since he was able to gather 2 of the same core. To think that Thien had managed to fuse 4 cores together. Thien laughed. That thinking of yours. You shouldn't keep thinking like that. Whatever do you mean? You're still too naive. If going through 3 stages was as easy as finding 4 core of wills, do you really think I would have just taken you in as my apprentice? I would have killed you the moment I felt the resonance in your mind and took the core for myself, said Thien laughing sinisterly. Jiang Fei could not say anything then. He was afraid, terrified even, by the mere suggestion of Thien killing him. Even if he were to escape into the 10th dimension, who's to say that Thien could not follow him there? He did after all possess a higher tier core of will. Calm down. If I really wanted to kill you, you'd never see it coming. Besides, why would I take you and only to kill you now? Thien laughed, slapping Jiang Fei on the back. Though it hurt, Jiang Fei felt relieved. That slap on the back was akin to a friendly gesture, the kind that didn't contain a single shred of malice. Fusing cores is not as easy as you think. Think of squaring the numbers. The first stage requires 2 original cores. The second stage would then need 4 cores. And the third stage would require 8 cores. If I want to go up another tier, I need to gather 8 core of wills, explained Thien. That many. Jiang Fei had genuinely thought that merely adding 1 extra core would suffice, but as Thien explained, it was not that easy. If the process were to be written out as an equation, it would be 2 to the power of n equals x, with n representing the stage of fusion and x as the number of cores required. By the way, what power did you gain after the first stage? Asked Thien. Power, Master? The first stage of fusion is the most vital of all as it determines the kind of ability you gain. The later stages of fusion only increase the power of said ability, explained Thien. Jiang Fei could not help but think that fusing cores was not as simple as he thought. To think that the ability gained during the first fusion process would be sealed. The fusing process changes the basic properties of a core. Once fused, a core would not be able to fuse with another fused core. That is why Thien was willing to take Jiang Fei in as an apprentice. The fused core within him was useless to Thien. If Jiang Fei had an original core in him instead, he would not have been so lucky. My ability is a sort of personal pocket dimension that only I can freely access. I can also bring objects and life forms that are not too large in there, said Jiang Fei, not fully explaining his ability. I see. So that is how you managed to evade Marshmallow's attacks. Thien barked happily, as it confirmed what he saw during the incident. It takes time for me to drag things like Corvette-class ships into the dimension. So, there's that, explained Jiang Fei. That's your limit now. After the later stages of fusion, you will find that these weaknesses of yours will be left behind, replied Thien. What is your ability, sir? Asked Jiang Fei. To put it simply, I am able to use powerful psychic domination to subjugate any life forms with lower intelligence, explained Theon as he once again smiled proudly. It was this ability that had allowed him to tame the Ultralisk. The Galactic Spectre. Jiang Fei gasped, unable to hide his excitement. Amazing! Intelligent beings were weak, but with their sheer numbers and proper cooperation, they were able to work together to destroy even galaxies. Even so, they would steer clear of such an Ultralisk, fearing their unknown powers. I was lucky. I encountered Marshmallow and subjugated it when it was only a babe. If it had matured a little more, I would need to at least be at the 4th stage of fusion to subjugate it, said Theon. To be fair, with his current combat level of 20 million, Jiang Fei was already powerful enough to be the strongest fighter in the universe. However, compared to other life forms, including ones with lower intelligence, he was still just average. Theon chimed in when he sensed that Jiang Fei was sad about his own ability. Don't beat yourself up over it. Your ability has its own merits. For our line of work, a pocket dimension that's accessible at any time and place is a lifesaver. Jiang Fei agreed. True. Although my ability isn't as amazing as yours, it does its job in saving my life. He knew his own ability better than anyone. If he could further increase the core's tier, he would be able to throw powerful fighters, life forms, and even large objects into the 10th dimension. There, where space and time were nothing but an abstract concept, Jiang Fei ruled over all there is. In a way, if you could work it out, you could even absorb every powerful attack with your pocket dimension, suggested Theon. It doesn't work like that, but he'll try. By the way, what are you going to teach me? Since you also have the core of will, you should have bountiful psychic energy. I will teach you how to better weaponize it. I look forward to your teachings, Master, said Jiang Fei as he bowed, clueless on how to properly use his mental powers as an attack. Jiang Fei had always used it as a defense. At most, he would unleash a concentrated wave of psychic energy to take down foes with weaker mental strength. To put it bluntly, it was an extremely inefficient use of his powers. Having mastered the power of his core, Theon had a variety of psychic attacks, making him perhaps the strongest in the entire known universe. For the next few days and more, Jiang Fei remained on the unnamed planet, receiving lessons from Theon on the art of psychic attacks. And since Theon had officially taken Jiang Fei in as his apprentice, he was thorough with his training. In return, Jiang Fei had always met Theon's expectations at every turn. Even though he was not the kind that could fully master it in just one lesson, Jiang Fei still quickly made progress. He picked up more than tens of different attacks and defensive techniques in just 1 month, not to mention a plethora of ways to use his psychic powers. After about a month or so, Theon came to Jiang Fei, who was practicing his own hyper-concentration technique. Come along, he simply said. Jiang Fei opened his eyes in a flash and jumped to his feet. You called? Master, Jiang Fei replied with respect. Jiang Fei's respect for the man had only increased after he had been under Theon's tutelage for a whole month. The relationship between the two had only drawn closer, bordering between friends and mentor. Chapter 1353, Returning to the Battle. Let me have a good look at you, said Theon as he examined Jiang Fei. Overall, he had gotten stronger, albeit it wasn't a huge change, but stronger indeed. You have been with me for only a brief moment, and you have already learned everything I wanted to teach you. Now, it is time for you to face a new challenge, or you won't be able to further cultivate your skills, said Theon. How about a spar? Asked Jiang Fei jokingly, not meaning his words. Theon shook his head and proceeded to reveal his true intentions. I was thinking about sending you into a real fight. A spar wouldn't do much for you. I want to take this opportunity to send you into the war between the Valsarian army and the Trade Federation. Jiang Fei accepted the suggestion. I see. I have no qualms about that. He had gained new skills and equipment, and to be honest, he was itching for a fight. As for your training, I am compelled to warn you again, Theon added. As you command, my master. Jiang Fei knelt down, preparing to listen to what he decreed. Remember the creed? Remember the code. You are not to engage in killing intelligent life forms, said Theon with a stern face. I will never forget. Good. Your master will remain in the shadows, observing you always. You need not worry about your life, only about others. Do not kill anyone else unless forced to, or our mentor-mentee relationship ends here. Jiang Fei acknowledged the code of honor, saying, This meant he will always remember. Good. I will send you back now, said Theon. In the next second, with a wave of his hands, Theon and Jiang Fei were instantly teleported into the void of space. Theon arched an eyebrow as he concentrated on letting out a saturated wave of psychic energy. A few minutes later, a powerful, unsuppressed surge of raw power was felt, and the galactic specter known as Marshmallow zoomed over. It did not bother to hide its presence, since it did not possess any intelligence to understand the consequences of its actions. Nevertheless, when it appeared, Jiang Fei felt pressured. Theon patted Jiang Fei's shoulder, creating a small bubble to help him endure the galactic specter's overwhelming presence. "You ought to hang on for a bit," said Theon as he conjured a silver surfing board. After latching himself and Jiang Fei on the board to the specter, Theon snapped his fingers, and off they went at near light speed. Their destination? The Domix system. Due to the vast distance between the two locations, Theon had to use wormholes to reduce the travel time. Even so, it took them almost a week to arrive at the Domix system. As they traveled, Jiang Fei had taken it upon himself to ask questions about psychic manipulation techniques. He was about to throw himself right into the middle of war, and since his master was going to watch him, he ought to clear any questions he had in his head. "You are allowed to identify yourself as my apprentice, but remember not to reveal anything about my true powers," said Theon. "I will. That being said, you can only make use of my name amongst the top brass of the Valsaurian army. Not every race out there in the universe knows who I am," Theon added. To be fair, Theon had only been messing with Valsarian high commanders and admirals. Name-dropping would only work with them, and a handful of other foreign collections. "I understand. I do not care for name-dropping. I care about being stabbed in the back," stated Jiang Fei. That being said, Jiang Fei had an armor of overwhelming defense, a variety of psychic powers, and the 10th dimension to protect himself. In upfront battles, he had nothing to be scared of. He was only scared of being manipulated, tricked, or any other underhanded means of sabotage by Ano. But to be honest, since Ano had personally seen him walking into his treasure vault with Theon, he wouldn't dare do anything to plot against Jiang Fei. "We're here. This is as far as I can go," said Theon as the specter arrived at the heliosphere of the Domix system. Any further and those with a keen sense would be able to feel the galactic specter's presence. "Thank you, Master. I will not disappoint you," said Jiang Fei before Theon vanished with a trail of light. Jiang Fei took out the compacted shuttlecraft he obtained from Ano's treasure vault and expanded it to a full-sized shuttlecraft. After boarding it and registering himself as the owner, Jiang Fei had 0541 take control of the ship. Even though every piece of equipment and each instrument in the shuttle was top of the line, its artificial intelligence support system was extremely primitive when compared to 0541. 0541 blared after he had gained full access to the ship's controls. "Captain! This ship is amazing!" "How so?" "Everything. The radar system, the engine, the computer. It's just, wow!" gushed 0541. "That good, huh?" Jiang Fei was surprised by 0541's reaction. 0541 explained that everything the shuttle had was far superior to even a hypercruiser. With 0541's aid and the shuttle's superior tech, Jiang Fei was now en route to where Alexis' fleet was located. "Time to return to the battle," said Jiang Fei. It had been more than a month since he disappeared. He could not help but wonder what Alexis would think of him. Captain, engaging warp core in hyperspace jump sequence," said 0541. In that instant, the warp core and the hyperkaiser-grade engine immediately ignited. Both usually required some preparation time in order to move a hypercruiser, but now only needed a second to move the small one-man shuttlecraft. Spacetime warped from behind and in front of the ship, and a wormhole formed immediately. "Hyperspace jump sequence initiate." Thump! With a faint jerk, the entire shuttle leaped into hyperspace and traveled at FTL speeds. As expected of a luxurious craft, the entire shuttle barely shook throughout the journey. If Jiang Fei were to pour himself a cup of coffee, not a single drop would have spilled. On any other ship, the entire cup would have vibrated itself off the table. Overall, the technology and effort that went into this ship deserved praise. Although they were at the system itself, it took Jiang Fei close to 3 hours traveling at FTL speeds to reach where Alexis was. Jiang Fei stopped and came out of hyperspace when he was about 200 light seconds away from Alexis' fleet. "Captain, we are being targeted and locked on," said 0541 as soon as the shuttle exited hyperspace. It seems Jiang Fei had been detected approaching them while he was in hyperspace, and the fleet had readied themselves to attack the second he dropped out. "Send a transmission to Alexis and tell him it's me," Jiang Fei immediately ordered. Even though the shuttle was great and all, it was only a shuttle with no means of weaponry and only a weak shield. To take him down, A simple patrol ship would suffice. 30 seconds after sending out the transmission, 0541 responded. Captain, we are being hailed. Even so, the weapons of Alexis' fleet were still aimed at Jiang Fei's ship. Open it, said Jiang Fei, knowing that it would be Alexis himself. Alexis' voice rang out from the speaker. Fei? Is that you? His excited reaction was understandable as Jiang Fei had been missing for more than a month. Alexis had feared for Jiang Fei's life and thought that he had been eaten by the Galactic Spectre, which would have been a complete waste of his investment. It's me! I'm back, replied Jiang Fei happily. 2 seconds later, all weapons of the fleet deactivated. Chapter 1354, Obvious Plot. After confirming Jiang Fei's identity, Alexis' fleet quickly deployed a welcoming party to safely guide his shuttle to dock with Redstone. Alexis jumped at Jiang Fei and questioned him as soon as he returned to the bridge. Fei, where have you been? The shuttle that he drove back was clearly something that he could never afford. Something must have happened during his absence. I was chasing after the Galactic Spectre and failed tremendously since the patrol ship was too slow. On my way back, I stumbled across my master, said Jiang Fei, purposely introducing his master. Alexis gasped. Your master? Jiang Fei had only just come from Earth and trained to be part of the Valsarian army. The only master of his that Alexis knew of was Autogact. And surely he would not be in this system. Yeah. He spotted me using the patrol ship and was mad about my appearance. So, he gave me the shuttle so as to not embarrass myself, said Jiang Fei. When did you get yourself a master? How am I only hearing about this now? That thing is something that even I can't buy. How could your master just give it away like that? Asked Alexis, doubting Jiang Fei's words. Hee. My master is, well, not the most honest person since the things he owns are never bought. Jiang Fei scoffed. The mere thought of Thean buying something was laughable. Never bought. Who is he? Asked Alexis suspiciously. He had a bad feeling about Jiang Fei's master and immediately thought of someone. His name is Thean. I'm sure you have heard of him, said Jiang Fei, grinning from ear to ear. Heh. I knew it, said Alexis, laughing bitterly. Thean was the first person that came to mind when Jiang Fei mentioned that his master never bought anything that he owned. Alexis already had his suspicions about Thean and Jiang Fei since Sarila told him about their little adventure in his own treasure vault. Even though he didn't want to have anything to do with that plunderer, Alexis remained adamant about building a relationship with Jiang Fei. Perhaps Jiang Fei would be kind enough to help Alexis persuade Thean to stop robbing his vault. Commander, what of the war? What is the situation now? Asked Jiang Fei. From what he saw while he was docking on Redstone, he concluded that it had been a while since their last sortie. To make things worse, most of the patrol ships were gone. Only half of the Corvette-class ships were left. And a few destroyers were missing, presumably destroyed. Alexis sighed heavily as he sat down. Ano, the bastard sent my fleet to be damned twice. Just look at it. I've lost more than half of my ships and soldiers. Arg. Alexis sulked as he complained. He had tried everything he could to get as far as possible from the fight, but alas, he had eventually run out of tricks. Ano vaguely remembered the incident with the blockade and refused to let go of his anger towards Alexis. As such, he used his authority as a chief fleet commander to assign Alexis to carry out suicide missions. Nevertheless, being the war veteran that he was, Alexis had managed to survive both death missions and return alive, albeit battered and bruised. Commander, we have received a transmission, said the captain of the hypercruiser. Speak of the devil. Alexis roared disgruntledly as he laid back on his chair. Patch it through, he said after a long silence. No matter how discontented he was with Ano, military rules prohibited him from rejecting a call from a superior officer. Alexis, I am assigning your fleet to XXX. Work with the Allied fleet to attack the retreating Federation fleet, said Ano with a poker face. Alexis saluted and acknowledged the order even though he was cursing in his mind. Chief Commander. As soon as the transmission ended, Jiang Fei came to Alexis and asked, What about the mission? He's a bastard alright, but at least he's not sending us on another suicide mission. But F***ck him either way. This mission is going to cost me more than half of my men, Alexis barked. Their mission was to stop the retreating ships of the Federation fleet. Ano's own fleet was tasked to kill those who were retreating from the front. An easy task since they were completely exposed. Ano would be easily racking up kills, while those who were supposed to stop them from retreating would be in for a fight. When one was running for their life, what would they do if someone were to stand in their way? Desperate, They would fight for an escape route or die trying. To make things worse, the retreating fleet consisted of ships that were superior to Alexis' hypercruiser. How would Alexis stop a fleet of hypercruisers with just one of his own as well as several battered destroyers and corvettes? It was like sending in hamsters to stop a stampede of wildebeest. The predicted outcome was the decimation of Alexis' fleet, while the Federation fleet tore apart what remained to escape. By then, whether or not Alexis survived the mission, Ano would push the blame onto Alexis for failing to stop the escape of the Federation's fleet. Either way, Alexis would not come out of this looking good.
What do you plan to do?
Asked Jiang Fei.
I'm not going to grace that question with an answer,
said Alexis, tired of repeating the inevitable outcome for disobeying a direct order. Right now, all he could hope for was a resupply order from the main command, or he would be utterly destroyed by Ano's foolish orders. In a few minutes, what remained of Alexis' fleet aligned themselves into formation, with Redstone leading the charge. The fleet was heading towards certain doom.
Finally, it's time for a space battle,
said Jiang Fei to himself. He was excited since it would be his first real space battle. Although he took part in fighting the pirates alongside Domingoa, it was not as epic as he remembered since he had been interrupted by the Ultralisk. After 6 hours of cruising at sublight speeds, Alexis' fleet arrived at their assigned position and was supposed to wait for the retreating Federation fleet.
Send out the Wayfinders,
ordered Alexis. He wanted to make sure that the surrounding area was clear of enemies, so he could ambush them later. Countless Wayfinders were dispatched to remain on alert for any incoming signals. 2 hours later, a Wayfinder pinged a signal back, indicating an enemy fleet.
Damn it! That bastard Ano is clearly plotting against me,
roared Alexis when he read the report and noticed the leading fleet. Through radar and powerful optical capture, Jiang Fei was able to see the fleet. Based on the captain's explanation, the leading fleet consisted of 12 Brown Bear-class hypercruisers, the standard orthodox cruisers of the Trade Federation. In general, hypercruisers were powerful in both offense and defense, but the Brown Bears possessed thicker armor, as well as a wider array of weaponry. They were generally stronger than Alexis' hypercruiser, and Alexis was supposed to fight against 12 of them. To make things worse, behind the 12 Brown Bears, there were over 50 Bombardier-class corvettes. Those things were as weak as paper, but Bombardier-class ships were armed with 2 Javelin missile launchers. Although Javelins had a short range, their damage was strong enough to easily penetrate a hypercruiser's outer hull and destroy it in just 2 bombardments. Chapter 1355, Forceful Boarding.
There's no way we can survive that.
Alexis sighed heavily as he rested his forehead on the console screen. Cold sweat dripped down his cheeks onto the screen panels. Right now, the thought of actually escaping, to abandon his post, was as vile as seawater to a drifting sailor. Though the temptation was there, the punishment and repercussions of actually deserting was the same as being sent off to deal with the 12 Brown Bear hypercruisers.
Father, if we engage them head-on, we will surely be crushed. There is another way. A more surgical manner in dealing with the enemy,
said Sarila, brimming with hope. Alexis agreed.
From where I sit, there's no other way but that.
That? Asked Jiang Fei, turning to Sarila.
We are going to board their ship and attack them from the inside,
she explained. Alexis wiped the sweat off his forehead. Determined, he returned to his commander's seat, which was one seat behind the ship's captain, and opened the ship-wide broadcast system.
Attention all crew members. As you can see, we are being dropped off here to deal with the enemy. An enemy whose fleet far exceeds our numbers and strength. I'm sure everyone here has doubts on our survival, and to that I say, trust me,
we are going to deal with them my way. Right now, I want the ship to park at the furthest limit of our teleportation system. We are going to board their ship and wrestle it from them. That is all. Good luck and Godspeed.
As Alexis was giving his speech, Sarila pulled Jiang Fei aside to explain their forceful boarding strategy. This strategy is commonly used if enemies possess a larger number of ships and or more powerful ones. It required sufficient energy to generate enough force to breach through the enemy ship's shield. Once the shield was compromised, soldiers could then be teleported aboard the enemy ship. That was one way to forcefully inject one's soldiers into the ships of your enemies and surgically take them out from within. Unlike any earthly-based warfare, soldiers could never sneak into an enemy's ship without being noticed. This was because of the phase shift shield, which not only stops physical objects, but also prohibits foreign teleportation. Forceful teleportation through a phase shift barrier could result in catastrophic failure. One possible outcome was the complete disintegration of the subject being teleported. The first hurdle to be overcome was making sure that the enemy's shield was either compromised or at least slightly damaged. Upon successful boarding, The hitchhikers would then find another challenge waiting for them. Soldiers who successfully teleported in would have to face the ship's own internal defense system. Turrets and automatons were only to be expected, as they were in enemy territory. Assault would be fierce, making survival difficult. This bit was the real challenge, as a single mishap would result in the utter destruction of the boarding squad. They would either take over the ship, or lose every single one of their members. They would have to fight their way to the bridge, disable the phase shift barrier, and then entirely take over the ship to escape by teleporting back to their mothership. In cases where the enemy ship's captain was desperate, he or she would trigger the ship's self-destruct mechanism, destroying both themselves and the enemy within. Forceful boarding should always be the last resort, since there was barely any chance of success. Although it was a rare occurrence, all ships were still designed to prevent such an attack, rendering it even harder to execute. Backed into a corner by his own superior officer, Alexis had no other option. The enemy fleet was too strong for him to attack via conventional means. The only way for him to survive this mission without being branded as a war criminal was to board the enemy ship and take them out from within. Jiang Fei's pulse raced as he realized he was about to partake in such a high-risk mission. "Sir, we are entering the enemy's teleportation range. We will be within firing range in 30 seconds, said the captain of the ship. "Begin teleportation," ordered Alexis. Whether it worked or not, Redstone was done for. And this strategy was now the only hope of survival for Alexis' fleet. Alexis turned Jiang Fei and asked, "Fei, are you coming with me?" Since the ship would be destroyed whether or not Alexis did anything, he would need to join the attack. "I humbly decline. I do not want to be dead weight to you," said Jiang Fei. Contrary to his words, Jiang Fei would in no way be dead weight. In fact, he was the best hope Alexis had for the success of the mission. However, fighting alongside him would expose many of Jiang Fei's secrets. "In that case, good luck and farewell. Sorry, La. Take good care of this young Terran." Leaving only those final words behind, Alexis immediately left the bridge. "Begin boarding mission. It has been an honor to serve with you lot," said Alexis, bowing to all the members in the bridge before he left. Everyone else, including the captain, remained on the ship. Besides the ground infantry, it has been established that anyone with a combat level of 80,000 or lower would never be assigned to be part of the combat force. The captain and other members of the ship's crew remained behind, as someone needed to stay to control the teleportation system. They would go down with the ship. Right now, there were over 10 million personnel on the ship, and only 45,000 of them were combatants. The rest, no matter how many there were, would soon sail lifeless amongst the stars. The combatants were usually proud of their job, and always looked down on their non-combatant comrades. Today, after having gone through thick and thin together, and shedding blood alongside each other, they were highly motivated. They promised one another to have their revenge against the Trade Federation. Instead of sending them off one by one, all combatants were teleported at the same time. As their bodies turned into particles of light, the ship's crew sent them off towards all 12 brown bears, distributing them evenly. Alas, countless amounts of red blood splattered everywhere on the hulls of the enemy ships, as a large portion of combatants failed to penetrate through the phase shift shields. Their bodies materialized on the shield and smashed against the hull, resulting in a festival of gore. 7 out of 10 teleportations were a success, and by the time the last of the fighters were teleported away, Redstone was then within the enemy's firing range. It did not take long for them to aim their cannons and open fire at Alexis' personal hypercruiser, destroying half of the ship in just one round of barrage, while the remaining ship crew retaliated with everything they had. All they could do in return was damage a smaller battlecruiser of the Federation's fleet. The difference in their strength and numbers was too great, like a bicycle trying to crash into an 18-wheeler. The result was clear and concise. When Jiang Fei teleported, he appeared in one of the ship's interior corridors. Thankfully, there was no one in sight other than his own allies, who had been teleported with him. He quickly plastered himself to the nearest window to watch the battle. A broken frame was all that remained of Redstone, a small chunk of the once mighty ship that used to be at least 10 times larger. Everything else was debris floating in space. Talk about escalation of war. Jiang Fei sighed. The death and cruelty in space wars was more than 1,000-fold of wars on Earth. "Fei, don't think too much now. Remember to protect yourself," said Sarila as she noticed Jiang Fei looking out of the window when she teleported in. Jiang Fei nodded and gathered his composure. He quickly took charge of all the Valsarian soldiers with him, and formed an attack formation with him at the front, moving along the corridors, and silently killing basically anyone that was in their way. They quickly found a computer console. One of the soldiers,
who happened to be good with computers, hacked into the ship's system and gained access to its schematics.
We are in the dead center of the ship. This pathway leads to the armory. I suggest we head over there to arm ourselves. Based on the system, there are explosive devices that we can use to get around the ship. Good. Well, do that,
said Jiang Fei as he gestured for the squad to move forward with the plan. Silently, Jiang Fei remained behind and whispered,
0541. Can you hack into the ship and take over it entirely? Technically, yes. But I need time. How long? As much as you can give me,
replied 0541.
That I will.
Jiang Fei ended the conversation with a final confirmation. Instead of leading the squad, he would follow the flow of battle and decide on the fly. Taking over the ship's system was only a secondary plan. Chapter 1356, Melee Combat. The squad came to a blast door, and they quickly cleared the corridors of enemies before lining up along the side. One of them took out a scanning device, which looked an awful lot like an X-ray scanner. He held it up and started to look around.
I'm picking up 2 turrets on the top left corner. 2 meters from the door. Copy that. Breaching in 3, 2, 1.
Boom. Pew pew.
Turrets neutralized. Clear to proceed. Copy. Proceeding.
Looking at how the squad performed, Jiang Fei could not help but respect these veteran soldiers. It was obvious that this was not the first time they were within an enemy vessel. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, they had been through too many battles to count, and traded the lives of their comrades for experience. For them, going through their enemy's ship was something they were familiar with.
Commander, I have detected a large number of automatons dead ahead. Do we proceed?
Said the soldiers with all the gadgets and tools. Sarila currently held the highest authority amongst the soldiers, above even Jiang Fei.
Proceed with extreme caution,
she said. The current plan was to break into the enemy's armory and wreak havoc across the ship. Taking advantage of the confusion, the squad would then breach the bridge to take over the ship.
Roger that.
Knowing what they were going up against, all the soldiers did a quick check on their weapons before proceeding, charging the energy on their armor and bracing themselves for what lay ahead. Despite having a lower combat level and intelligence, automatons were harder to deal with. After all, they were machines, and thus did not possess any means of foresight or fear. Fighting them was akin to fighting a death squad. It might sound easy, since they didn't fear getting shot in the face, but it was harder than it sounds. The squad was proceeding slowly on constant high alert when they encountered the mass of automatons. As soon as they were made, the automatons went into attack mode and started firing. A temporary barricade was created to shield everyone. Guns were blazing, but neither the automatons nor the squad were able to press on. The corridor was narrow and small, making it difficult for the elite soldiers to properly fire at the automatons, even though they were at combat levels of over 100,000.
Did anyone bring a pulse cannon?
Roared one of the soldiers.
I'm charging it now. 20 more seconds,
replied the same soldier that had all the gadgets and tools. He was operating a tube-like rifle which was making an electrical whirring sound.
Move! Move!
He said, aiming and firing the pulse cannon in the general direction of the automatons. Instead of the usual deafening sound of a cannon firing, the pulse cannon let out a wave of faint blue light that expanded far and wide, covering the whole corridor and all the automatons. As soon as it was fired, the automatons stopped, as if they were deactivated. As suspected, Jiang Fei realized that the pulse cannon they were talking about was just an electromagnetic pulse generator. It was an EMP that would fry all electronic-based devices, including automatons, to those of flesh and blood. The pulse would only cause a mild tingling sensation on the surface.
Clear. Left. Clear. Clear. On the front. Proceed.
After checking on all possible points of interest, the squad confirmed that it was safe to proceed.
Sir, Valsarian soldiers detected on Sector F. Corridor 5. Damn it. They've boarded. Have they not figured out a new strategy yet? What do you expect? They are bandits. It's their bread and butter. Lock down the entire sector and send in our own soldiers to flush them out.
Similar conversations had taken place on all the other ships that had been boarded by Alexa's soldiers. Compared to the rest, this ship that Jiang Fei was in the worst position. As the enemy squad, they was making the best progression. They were clearly heading towards the ship's armory, and the entire fight would quickly escalate if they managed to breach it.
Send in all soldiers to guard the armory. Stop them at all costs. Captain! Contact the other ships and ask for reinforcements. Have them send in more soldiers to deal with the intruders,
said the ship's captain. A few seconds later,
Captain, We've got a reply. The other ships are being intruded as well. The command ship is asking us to hold our own until they can send in reinforcements. Damn it! They're quick when there's a business deal going on, but slow like tortoises when there's trouble, spat the captain of the ship. He then put together a small firing squad and headed down to the armory to deal with the intruders himself. Almost all the ships in the Trade Federation's fleet were unprepared for dealing with a boarding party, as they prioritized technological advancements over having stronger soldiers. Ships and cruisers alike were armed with superior weapons that could destroy a star system from a few light hours away. But none of the ship personnel on board were as powerful as the Valsarian soldiers. At most, they had a plethora of automatons to deal with intruders. But it was clear as day that they weren't good enough to deal with a Valsarian invasion. Commander, we are close to the armory now. However, I have to inform you of some bad news. There are a large number of life forms heading to our position, said the soldier that was constantly monitoring his handheld radar. Sarila immediately halted her steps and barked. All hands prepare for battle. Commander, replied everyone as they stopped advancing forward. Their aura changed from that of a lurking cat to that of a hunting wolf. When dealing with the defense turret, the squad was moving in an orderly fashion. However, when dealing with enemies of flesh and blood, although they had several lifetimes worth of experience, luck still played an important role. Jiang Fei himself dared not breathe too loud when everyone else was as silent as the night. Everyone was pointing their guns in the direction they detected the life forms coming from. After an uncomfortable amount of time passed in silence, the door finally slid open, and the roars of the enemy soldiers were heard, giving away their position. Enemies located. Dealing with extreme prejudice. Pew pew? Both sides started to fire at each other, and neither side was receiving any damage as they were both prepared. After several rounds of wastage, the Valsarian force sent out a single soldier. He was equipped with minimum armor and armed with only a small lightsaber. He went behind the squad and activated a cloaking device. With speed, he wall-walked over and above the line of fire and landed behind the enemy's squad. 2 seconds later, he killed 3 soldiers with a single slash of his lightsaber and quickly returned to the squad. With that, the exchange of fire stopped and both sides drew out their melee weapons instead. A few remained behind to provide supporting fire, while most of them charged towards the enemy and engaged them in a melee fight. Thud. Thud. As the battle progressed, a Valsarian soldier was shot and killed. As for the enemy, a heavy gunner was held up by the neck and killed with a neck snap by a stronger Valsarian soldier. Death was happening all around whether one liked it or not. And if you didn't kill, you would be killed instead. Noticing that Jiang Fei was remaining passive, an enemy soldier charged directly at him. Die! Roared the soldier. His lightsaber was aimed at Jiang Fei's heart. But when he tried to plunge the blade of hot plasma into his chest, plasma splattered everywhere. Instead of piercing through Jiang Fei, the blow had dealt absolutely zero damage. Jiang Fei was wearing a powerful battlesuit that could withstand an attack of 7 million combat level. The soldier that tried to stab him was only over 200,000 combat level, while the lightsaber he was using was just a standard issue weapon. Jiang Fei raised his fist, but just as he was about to utter the words, "Back at you," he froze. Theon's warning to never kill an intelligent life form flashed in his mind. "Back with you," said Jiang Fei, changing his words. Instead of delivering a sure kill punch, he held back his strength and punched him in the stomach instead, temporarily knocking him out. Once unconscious, Jiang Fei picked him up and tossed him over to his own allies. Although he was still alive, the soldier would not be able to return to the fight for the time being. "How am I going to do this?" said Jiang Fei to himself. Conflicted, even without Omnisurge, Jiang Fei was already at 3 million combat level. He could easily take out all the enemies alone. The problem was that he was prohibited from killing. Holding back his powers, and making sure to only incapacitate the enemy was much harder than just killing them. Chapter 1357, One Hit. While Jiang Fei was still lost in his thoughts, Sarila's frantic cries brought him back to reality. "Help!" she called out. Not far from where Jiang Fei stood, Sarila was surrounded by a large number of Federation soldiers. A quick scan told Jiang Fei that the combat level of the soldiers ranged between 70,000 to 80,000, while Sarila herself was at about 90,000. Though stronger, she was still considered a juvenile Cathian. Even with her higher combat level, Sarila was unable to properly bring out her full potential. Her status as his adopted daughter was the only thing that allowed her to stand next to Commander Alexis. "Hang on!" roared Jiang Fei as he leapt into action. He was not at all infatuated with the beautiful Kagurul, but nevertheless,
She was still his ally and a comrade in arms. And since she had always been nice to him, what better way was there to repay her kindness than by saving her life? Not daring to punch the soldier for fear of accidentally puncturing his body, Jiang Fei instead simply slapped him away. Yet, the soldier was still sent flying off his feet and across the corridor, slamming into a wall, although he was not dead. Something that Jiang Fei was incredibly thankful for. The soldier might have broken a rib or two.
Is that a superior officer?
Asked the captain of the ship as he observed the fight from a great distance. The captain did a thorough scan and realized that Jiang Fei was a fighter at over 3,300,000 combat level. After being trained by Thean, Jiang Fei himself had broken the 3 million combat level threshold. With support from the Black Hole Core, his combat level might cause others to assume that he was either a fleet commander or a chief commander.
See call for help. Tell them that we are being intruded by a high-ranking Malsaurian officer,
ordered the captain. The captain himself was extremely weak, to the point that he could not even be considered a combatant. The only way he could deal with Jiang Fei was to request reinforcements. A few soldiers left the scene and quickly contacted the fleet's main ship. If captured, a high-ranking offer, like they assumed Jiang Fei was, would make for a good slave or hostage. They could sell him off and gain enough funds for a small fleet. That was what Jiang Fei was worth. Or so they thought. While Jiang Fei was dealing with the trouble Sarila had found herself in, he failed to notice that he was being observed by the enemy. When the last of the Federation soldiers around her had been incapacitated, Sarila asked,
"Just how strong are you?"
She was greatly intrigued by Jiang Fei, since his combat level increased again and again every time she saw him.
"How strong?"
"Well,
just so."
Jiang Fei scoffed. Sarila was a friend, but not one close enough for him to reveal his secrets.
"Fine then. Keep your secrets."
Sighing, Sarila rejoined the rest of the squad. Her curiosity towards Jiang Fei had only grown after she had personally witnessed how he had shown great restraint while fighting off the enemies around her. For a moment there, Sarila was glad that she had been sent off to be with a man like Jiang Fei. The grudge she had for Alexis was momentarily forgotten. Like a fleeting dream, that sweet, positive thought was quickly drowned out by the sound of explosions and the cries of soldiers.
"Why are you still standing there?"
roared Sarila when she noticed that Jiang Fei was standing still, while she had already taken down her third enemy, thanks to his previous feat of slapping a soldier across the corridor. None of the enemy soldiers dared to directly fight him. As such, his existence on the battlefield had become like that of a boulder, something to be ignored and not cared for.
"These sorts of enemies doesn't really suit me,"
said Jiang Fei nonchalantly. To be honest, Jiang Fei could still defeat all the soldiers without killing them if he wanted. However, that feat would be akin to threading a needle, and he might even accidentally kill one or two of them. Since he was prohibited from killing, he dared not to join in the fight, or he would risk being dismissed by Thean. Just then, two flashes of light beamed in, and two larger figures waltzed towards the battleground.
"Where is that high-ranking officer?"
asked the shorter one.
"That young Terran,"
said the captain, pointing towards Jiang Fei.
"Let's get a move on, shall we?"
he said, as he walked across the battlefield and gestured rudely to Jiang Fei.
"How about we head somewhere else? This place isn't suited for the likes of us."
Upon hearing the word Terran, Jiang Fei immediately turned his head, knowing that the term could only be referring to him. When the two hulking figures came closer, Jiang Fei's scope picked up their readings and displayed their combat levels. One measured at 3,500,000, while the other was at 4 million.
"I accept your challenge,"
said Jiang Fei without hesitation. Since Thean was watching his back, he had no need to fear falling into the enemy's trap. The same white light flashed again, and the two figures were teleported outside the ship, floating about in space. If Jiang Fei and the two of them fought with everything they had, the ship itself might not survive.
"I'll be right back,"
said Jiang Fei as he left without waiting for a reply. He was strong enough to teleport on his own, as long as the ship's phase shift shield was off.
"I applaud your bravery, young Terran,"
said the one that spoke earlier. Since sound could not travel in space, they were communicating mentally via their psychic abilities.
"Are we going to talk and appreciate each other's guts? Or are we going to fight?"
replied Jiang Fei, having held himself back a great deal. Jiang Fei was frustrated, a little agitated, and eager to let himself go.
"Well said,"
replied the shorter one, who was the one with a combat level of 3,500,000. In a flash, he threw his fist out and charged a ball of golden energy. Judging by how the energy crackled around him, it was obvious that it would be a powerful hit.
before the enemy could discharge the energy bullet. Jiang Fei used the first skill he learned from Thean. With a little concentration, Jiang Fei condensed psychic energy down to the shape of a needle. It was extremely saturated, and with a flick, he threw it out and controlled its trajectory to hit the shorter one's head. Instead of a physical object, the needle was simply an ethereal construct. When the psychic needle entered the head of the enemy, it expanded quickly, pouring out a fatal amount of psychic energy into his mind and sending him into a disarray. UGH! The man groaned painfully. Because of his loss of concentration, the condensed ball of energy around his fist failed and rebounded violently. Boom! The bright explosion was deafening, but Jiang Fei could not hear a single thing in space. He could only see its dire effect. The energy explosion had completely disintegrated the man's entire right arm, all the way to his shoulder. F*King H.L. hissed Jiang Fei. He thought that the needle would only cause mild confusion, not a complete mental breakdown. If he had condensed any more psychic power into the needle, the man might have actually died in just a single hit. And that was the simplest of all the psychic abilities he had learned from Thean. Chapter 1358, Subjugated. The man whose entire arm was blown away frantically retreated. Jiang Fei remained stationary, as he did not need to inflict any further damage. Jasmo! Are you alright? Cried his partner, hurrying over to his comrade's side to defend him in case Jiang Fei made any sudden moves. The one named Jasmo gasped for breath as he reassured his friend. Huh? I'm fine. He took a good look at his mangled arm. Although it was severe and had to be treated as soon as possible, he was not in any immediate danger. How is he? Strong, said Jasmo, taking a long breath before continuing. I was too careless. Abu, you need to keep your eyes peeled. He has strong psychic abilities. Understood. He'll take care of this, said Abu. Abu was stronger than Jason, and in fact knew a thing or two about the psychic force. Instead of running away, he moved forward to face Jiang Fei. You're done? Said Jiang Fei, provoking him. Don't get cocky there, boy. Abu roared as he lunged at Jiang Fei, who smirked and quickly found his footing. With a quick concentration, he shot out another psychic needle towards Abu. Abu scoffed. Do you think you can still use the same tactic against me? He took out a small jewel from his pocket and crushed it with his bare hands, causing a pale blue barrier to glow around him. When the needle made contact, it instantly dissolved and became part of the barrier. Captain, the jewel he just crushed is a Psybreaker. It can help to block psychic attacks, explained 0541 after going through the new scope Jiang Fei obtained from Thean. How long does it last? Asked Jiang Fei. Most of the skills he had learned from Thean were psychic manipulations. He would not be able to try out his new skills if his opponent was able to block all psychic attacks. Sorry, Captain. I didn't get a good look at the jewel he used. I can't even give you an estimate. Doesn't matter. He's coming now. Jiang Fei groaned as he crossed his arms across his chest to block the incoming attack. Die. Puny Terran. Wham. The powerful burst of energy behind the punch managed to send Jiang Fei flying like a comet through the void of space. Fortunately, even though Omnisurge was inactive, the battlesuit he was wearing helped to negate all damage. Abu chuckled. You're tough. I'll give you that. With this, he had gauged Jiang Fei's capability. He had powerful psychic attacks, but was only as good as a fighter with 3 million combat level could be. Thanks to the power of the Psybreaker, Abu need not fear any means of psychic attacks. With that thought in mind, Abu was sure that victory was at hand. He blasted off, chasing after Jiang Fei with an attack to end the fight. TSK! Does he seriously think he can defeat me? Snarled Jiang Fei. Even at almost 20 years of age, Jiang Fei was still a hot-headed man, being punched and looked down upon with the sparks that ignited his rage. Jiang Fei stood still, and with a simple thought, Omnisurge was unleashed. Energy crackled around him, as his combat level rose beyond 5 million. Abu concentrated his powers into his flying fists, putting everything he had into an attack to kill Jiang Fei. He had failed to predict that Jiang Fei was already stronger than him. Crackling with raw power, Jiang Fei raised his right palm to receive the incoming fist. You're it over your head, boy! Roared Abu, unaware of Jiang Fei's increase in power. He continued to charge forward, assuming that his attack would be enough to completely disintegrate Jiang Fei. Thump! A destructive shockwave was unleashed with Jiang Fei and Abu at the center of it. At that moment, time seemed to stop for them. But in reality, they were just too excited that they were thinking too quickly. Feeling every single crack in his bones that were spreading to his forearms, Abu panicked. He regretted not having properly examined his opponent before jumping into action. No matter. It was too late now. The repercussions were coming for him, and there was nothing he could do about it. The energy rebound sent both Jiang Fei and Abu flying away from each other. Abu's right arm was mangled. If Jiang Fei had closed his fist and put in a little force on his own, Abu would have lost his right arm entirely. Or perhaps more than just his arm. Just then, before the eruption of energy could turn into a supernova, Jiang Fei sent out a wave of energy to shield and push Abu away from the center of the explosion. The wave of energy served as an extension of Jiang Fei's hands, gently pushing Abu away to prevent him from actually dying in the explosion. It was not a show of mercy, but an act born of the promise Jiang Fei made with Thean. It was not as easy as it seemed to keep it, since Jiang Fei now had to think of a way to both fight and prevent the death of his opponent. When everything was over and the winner was decided, Abu and Jasmo returned to each other. At that moment, before Jiang Fei could return to the Brown Bear hypercruiser, Abu and Jasmo flew towards him.
"Why did you save me?"
asked Abu, trying not to wince from the pain.
"We are without enmity. I do not know what you think of me, but I do like to keep things that way. Why must I kill you?"
explained Jiang Fei, scoffing nonchalantly. Abu could not answer. According to everything he had ever been told, and all that he had learned throughout years of training and battles, the Valsaurians were cruel and ruthless. This act of mercy shown by Jiang Fei, a high-ranking officer of the Valsaurian army, contradicted everything he knew. Abu thought to himself,
could he be fishing for favors and wanting the Federation to help him defect from the Valsaurian army?
After careful calculation and consideration, that was the most reasonable explanation for Jiang Fei's behavior.
"Now that we're really done, go back to whence you came. Forget about this ship. There's no way you can defend it now,"
said Jiang Fei, making a shoo-shoo gesture with his hands before he turned away. Both Abu and Jasmo could not understand what was going on, but they agreed with one thing. Jiang Fei said they could no longer defend the ship. With their injuries and current strength, they would die if they remained adamant on helping the ship. After bowing to Jiang Fei, the two clicked on a transponder and teleported away to safety. Jiang Fei greeted Sarila as he teleported back into the ship.
"I'm back."
Before she could answer, Jiang Fei zoomed across the corridor and intercepted a gunman before he could pull the trigger.
0541. What's the progress of your infiltration of the ship?
Asked Jiang Fei mentally. The war is still ongoing, but Jiang Fei had no interest in joining small fights like this.
15 minutes until successful infiltration and takeover,
replied 0541. Although 0541 had faced some issues in decrypting the Federation ship's system, time was the only true obstacle for him.
Keep it up,
answered Jiang Fei, tossing the gunman away after first knocking him unconscious. Only when the coast was clear and there were no enemies in sight was Sarila able to come to Jiang Fei's side. She could not help staring at her savior with eyes filled with longing and gratitude. Before Jiang Fei could turn around to greet her again, she backed off to Lays with the other squad members. To be honest, Sarila was happy. For once in her entire miserable life, she was truly grateful and happy. To think that fate had given her to Jiang Fei, only for her to find herself a powerful person whom she could depend upon. While the battles in the ship were slowing down, Jiang Fei decided to join the fray and help only a little to defeat a few tougher foes. To be fair, his presence alone was all it took for the soldiers of the Federation to plunge into the depths of despair. No matter how hard they tried, there was no defeating him. Alas, after several futile attempts, the captain of the ship gathered all crew members to surrender to Jiang Fei.
Heh. So much for a fight. Oh well. Subjugation successful.
Chapter 1359, Counting the Loss.
I surrender this ship known as Meteor to the Valsaurian army,
said the captain. A Federation soldier came forth to join his captain.
We surrender as well.
Judging from his uniform and badge, the man was the squad commander of the combatant force inside the ship. While there were others that managed to fend off the Valsaurian soldiers and get away, these guys weren't as lucky since Jiang Fei was there to stir things up.
Hand over the ship's control codes. Then he'll accept your surrender,
demanded Sarila.
Very well. The codes are with me. We'll need to be in the ship in order to input them,
said the captain as he agreed to the terms of surrender.
0541?
Prompted Jiang Fei when they were heading to the bridge. 0541 answered.
I have control. Captain, would it affect the system during the handover procedure?
Asked Jiang Fei.
No. It is but formality. A system name change. That is all. I will always have real control,
explained 0541. Right now,
All controls of the Brown Bear-type hypercruiser, Meteor, had been completely seized by 0541. There was no need for any sort of code input. If he wanted, 0541 could even change the entire operating system of the ship to that of an Earth-based ship.
Alright. Whatever you do, stay hidden and do not reveal yourself until I say so,
said Jiang Fei.
Captain.
The entire handover procedure went smoothly, and all threats to the safety of the crew were removed.
Lock down the ship. Phase shift shield up,
ordered Sarila. This was done in an attempt to prevent any Federation forces from teleporting in to provide backup. If Sarila's squad was able to infiltrate the ship, the Federation forces could do so as well. Sarlia ordered the squad.
Send all Federation crew members to the brig.
Even though they had officially surrendered, they were still at war, and Sarila could not allow her enemies to go wandering around the ship as they'd please. Boom! A faint shockwave was felt reverberating throughout the ship. Sarila gasped.
What was that?
The previous captain of the ship rushed to the console monitor and did a quick scan.
Imperium. A self-destruct explosion,
he said. Protocol dictates that in the case of enemies taking over the ship, standard procedure was to be followed. A self-destruct sequence must be initiated to take down the enemy as well as the ship. But obviously, the previous captain of Meteor had chosen life instead of death.
Shields up! We are getting out of here,
ordered Sarila. There was no time for her to worry about the rest of the Valsaurian army, even though many had successfully infiltrated their respective targets. So far, only her squad had managed to take control of the ship they boarded. The odds were against them, as not only did the Federation have stronger ships, they also had larger infantry forces.
Commander,
replied the previous captain, quickly guiding the others to follow suit. If he were to act against Sarila's will, he and the rest of the bridge crew would all be tossed into the brig. Not to mention, Sarila had preemptively changed the access codes of the ship as soon as the controls were handed over to her. Right now, Meteor wasn't part of the Federation anymore. It was affiliated with the Valsaurian army. It might be a Federation in design, but the signal it was giving off was clearly the opposite. If he wanted to continue living, he needed to help Sarila escape. Amidst the chaos of battle, Meteor turned around and left the formation. Before anyone could notice its odd trajectory, the ship jumped into hyperspace with a loud thump. Not long after, another ship that had been successfully taken over by Valsaurian soldiers left as well. All in all, only 2 ships had managed to successfully take over an enemy ship and escape safely. The rest were not as lucky. Many died in the ship's self-destruct, while others were killed in battle inside the ship itself. Alexa's fleet, or what remained of it, was strong. Even so, they had to face the reality that they were outgunned and greatly outnumbered. Of all 45,000 soldiers, only 2 ships ferrying a few thousands of them survived. The others were either dead before they could commence the seizing mission, or while engaged in battle.
Where to?
Asked Jiang Fei. Sarila and the soldiers on board Meteor were the only allies he had left of Alexa's fleet. He was not even sure whether Alexis himself was still alive. If the Federation was able to send 2 fighters with over 3 million combat level, there would surely be others just like them everywhere in the fleet. Alexis might be 5,000 strong, but to fight against all of them would be near impossible.
Captain, input coordinates to space sector DX-07. We have an allied port over there,
announced Sarila after giving it much thought. The port Sarila mentioned was affiliated to Ano, but she had no choice. Without an official order, they were not allowed to return to Redstone.
So be it,
said Jiang Fei. He was fine with anywhere since all he wanted was to face stronger foes to test himself. In reality, Jiang Fei would be able to fight against a fighter at 5 million or even 6 million combat level as equals. He could only grow stronger by fighting foes stronger than himself. Otherwise, he would never be able to get out of his comfort zone. Alexa's fleet had lost all of its space vessels and almost 80% of his own combat forces. That being said, the Brown Bear-type hypercruiser was a good steal. If only Alexa's status was known. And if he was alive, the loss of all his ships was redeemed by stealing a Federation hypercruiser. Sadly, the 7th Fleet, 13th Division was now without a fleet commander. Communication was lost, and if Alexis was confirmed to be dead, the entire 13th Division would be disbanded, and all members would be reassigned to join other divisions.
Fei, I think you should reveal your strength. I will announce you as the new fleet commander of the 13th Division,
exclaimed Sarila adamantly. Since she had made up her mind to be with Jiang Fei, she wanted him to gain every possible benefit.
Calm down. Let's not be hasty about this matter. Commander Alexis is still missing. He could be sailing amongst the stars in an enemy ship that he took, said Jiang Fei, quickly dismissing Sarilah's suggestion. The man had always been nice to him, and it would smear his name if Jiang Fei were to seize control of his division in his absence. If you think that is the appropriate move, then I shall respect it, said Sarilah. Even though Jiang Fei's behavior was the complete opposite of a Valsaurian soldier, she was thankful for it. It was better to be under the wing of a man that knew to be grateful and loyal. Sarilah had been given away as a gift once, and she would fight back if she were to be given away again. But knowing that Jiang Fei was loyal to Alexis said a lot about his personality, and this made Sarilah proud and happy. Chapter 1360, House Arrest. Before arriving at the DX-07 sector, Meteor slowed down and came to a stop. As per Sarilah's instructions, the captain began broadcasting identification codes to identify themselves as a member of the Valsaurian army. If she hadn't done so, the entire ship, Federation origin or not, would have been shot down before even approaching any habitable planets. Approaching hypercruiser. This is the police force of the Carldish fort. Shut down all power generators and shields. We will begin inspection. A fleet of patrol ships approached Meteor and surrounded it from all directions. Do as they ask, said Sarilah. If they wanted to take refuge in the fort, they had to obey every instruction given. Refusal to cooperate would only result in utter destruction. The captain quickly followed Sarilah's orders and deactivated every defense system, including the power generator. One police patrol ship docked, and a group of 50 men boarded Meteor. Who is the commander here? Asked the Valsaurian policeman as they entered the bridge. I am, declared Sarilah, stepping down from the commander's seat to present herself. Identity? Sarilah, 7th Fleet, 13th Division, Vice Fleet Commander, she answered. 13th Division. You say? Replied the man, arching an eyebrow as he scanned Sarilah. Yes, the 13th Fleet, led by Fleet Commander Alexis, was tasked to intercept the retreating Trade Federation fleet. Our mothership was destroyed, but we managed to breach and take over this Federation hypercruiser, said Sarilah. MHM. The man hummed and turned away. Sarilah now represented the fleet's command, and was not allowed to retreat from the battlefield without higher orders. However, there was an exception to that rule. In case of the destruction of one's boarding ship and the successful takeover of an enemy ship, they would then be allowed to remove themselves from the battlefield to deliver said ship to base. I want verification on all personnel here. The policeman, who apparently was the chief, ordered the others to start working. A line was quickly formed, and going through more than 1,000 personnel was fairly fast and easy. Good. Identity verification confirmed. All of you are to return to base. Leave the ship behind. I will send shuttlecrafts to ferry you there, said the chief. With that, Sarilah, Jiang Fei, and the remnants of the 13th Division were to report at the Carldish fort. As for the previous crew of Meteor, they were to remain in the ship. Without the access codes, they could not do anything but mingle about. Sarilah was not happy about the police taking over the ship. But with the current situation, she had no power. They were visitors of another territory, and it would be wise for them to follow orders, or risk being terminated. What is to become of us? Asked Jiang Fei, as all the soldiers were ferried away from Meteor. No matter how you looked at it, the ship that they had taken over with their blood and sweat was no longer theirs. I do not know. Just follow what they say, said Sarilah. Their fate was bleak, and all they could do was to hope that the High Commander of Carldish would be fair to them. The entry procedure was smooth and fast. In no time, every soldier of the 13th Division was relocated to a large pod attached to the main central station via a long tunnel. The entire station looked like balls, or pods, attached modularly to the main central station in the center. You are all free to use this area, albeit with some restrictions. For now, rest, recuperate, eat, and clean yourselves. If you have any questions, you may ask me. My name is Trachis, said one of the Valsaurian police officers who was in charge of the pod. Sarilah thanked the man herself and sent all soldiers to be off duty until summoned. The first thing that everybody did differed greatly from each other. Some headed to the shower room first, some to the canteen, and some dropped to the ground and slept right away. It was only natural as they had just survived Lish battle. For them, as long as there is a floor to sleep on and food to eat, that place would be heaven. When everyone left to do their own thing, Jiang Fei and Sarilah headed to the canteen for a meal. What do you know about Ano? How do you think he will treat us? Asked Jiang Fei. I do not know much about Ano, All I know is that the hypercruiser no longer belongs to us, said Sarila in a dejected tone. She was tired, battered, and mentally drained. Although she had been forced to join the 13th Division against her will, the relationship between her and Alexis was not as bad as one would think. Alexis had treated her like his own daughter. Now, with no means of communication with him and the decimation of the 13th Division, Sarila could not help feeling sad. The ship is just a material possession. I do not care for it. What's important is how we're going to survive after this, said Jiang Fei. After becoming Theon's student, his perception of material possessions had changed slightly. Meteor was obviously a more powerful ship than Redstone. Yet Jiang Fei had a super shuttlecraft that could outrun it. Perhaps that was why he was not at all saddened by the loss of the hypercruiser. By the way, I might not know much about Ano, but I can tell that he holds a grudge against the 13th Division. Right now, we are at his mercy, and all I can say is, prepare for the worst, said Sarila. Prepare for the worst. Huh? So be it. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, replied Jiang Fei. Concurrently, he had decided how he was going to retaliate. If Ano was fair to the division, he would leave him be. But if he did anything else, Jiang Fei would persuade Theon to pay a visit to Ano's treasure vault more often than he deserved. For the next 72 hours, the entire division was left unattended, as if their existence had been forgotten. That being said, all manner of facilities and provisions were provided to them. The 3 days they spent in the pod were the best times of any soldier service as part of the Valsaurian army. The entire pod was as huge as the hypercruiser itself, and there were all sorts of facilities installed. Basically, everything they could ever need or want was ready for their use. It was, oddly enough, fair treatment. Nevertheless, being confined to the pod assigned to them was akin to placing them under house arrest, since they were all from a different fleet and division. Jiang Fei and Sarila understood why they were being treated like this. More importantly, they were not affiliated to Ano in any way. Their only connection to him was through the army they served. But being cooped up in a pod for so long didn't feel great either. Could you please inform Trachis that I wish to speak with him? Said Sarila to one of the patrolling officers outside the pod's confinement gates. Trachis himself had told them to call for him if they had any questions. Even though it was a long shot, Sarila wanted to try her luck. A few hours later, Trachis reported in and entered the pod to speak with Sarila. Jiang Fei tagged along. How has it been going? Do you have any complaints? Are there any faulty facilities? Asked Trachis. His tone was inviting and friendly. Jiang Fei spoke first, expressing what he and Sarila had previously discussed. Nothing of that sort. I wanted to know about our status. It is not right for us to be kept here. If it in no way infringes on Carldish, perhaps we could be sent back to Redstone. Trachis said nothing to reply to Jiang Fei. Instead, he shifted his attention to Sarila. Sarila, how are your days here? I've heard that cats such as yourself love a delicacy called Devil of the Lake. I have already ordered some from 15 different planets, and it should be arriving by tomorrow. Alas, Jiang Fei's worst fears had come true. Trachis was only being courteous and friendly because of the beautiful Sarila. Of all the people to be in charge of him, it just had to be one who couldn't keep it in his pants. Chapter 1361, Left to Rot. Jiang Fei scoffed when Trachis deliberately ignored his question. Although obvious, Jiang Fei had no qualms in letting him flirt with Sarila. Sarila deadpanned. Not all of us like the devils. We want to know about our future arrangements, she added when Jiang Fei remained quiet. Sarila was not conventionally smart, but at the very least, she had street smarts. She knew that a rolling stone gathers no moss. Since she had already decided to stay with Jiang Fei, she refused to tend to or even listen to sweet words from another man. Despite not saying it out loud, she was basically putting up a sign that says, "In this Terran's woman! Stay away!" She was well aware of the possible consequences of her actions. If she were to show even a shred of interest to another male, Jiang Fei's trust in her would be lost forever. MHM, I do not know anything about your arrangements. Lord Ano is currently busy with matters about opposing parties, Trachis explained vaguely. Opposing parties? Jiang Fei thought about it. Something didn't seem right. Judging from how Trachis was talking, opposing parties wasn't referring to enemy forces, but to allies who were standing against Ano. In that case, there must be some sort of internal conflict within the Valsaurian army. If that was true, the most obvious cause for disagreement would be the war against the Trade Federation. I see. Thank you for the update. If there's any news about our status, please do let us know, said Sarila.
promptly ending the conversation by gulping down a cup of alien liquid.
Alright. Although I am a man of few words, I will try to help arrange for your safety,
said Trachis before leaving. A few days passed. And yet, there was still no word about what was to become of the 13th Division. Trachis was rather busy. Not with official business, but with trying his very best to court Sarila. He would return to their quarters 3 to 4 times a day to look for her, bringing presents with every visit. Each time, Sarila would drag Jiang Fei along to accompany her. Being the unintentional third wheel earned him many glares from Trachis, who tried to send him warning signals with eyes that burned with animosity. However, that was the extent of his enmity towards Jiang Fei. The most he could do was to completely ignore his existence. As stupid and thick-headed Jiang Fei was, he still realized that he was an unwelcome presence during Trachis' visits. Truth be told, he wanted nothing more than to stay in his room to rest and recuperate. But Sarila would have none of that. Every time Trachis paid a visit, Sarila would, without fail, drag Jiang Fei along with her to the food court. She refused to spend any time alone with Trachis. A week later, when Trachis came with news, Jiang Fei was present, having again been unwillingly dragged there by Sarila.
I have good news. Sal.
Trachis greeted Sarila and deliberately shortened her name to only one syllable to express friendliness.
Sarila,
she insisted. Even though he might be bringing good news, she would not allow someone like him to cross the line.
Ha ha.
Trachis laughed it off, adding,
I have news about your division's arrangements. It should be announced in 2 days. Sal, it appears that you are speaking to a person named Sal. I will take my leave now,
Sarila declared and promptly turned around. Trachis quickly apologized, surrendering to her demands.
All right. Sarila, I'm sorry. A consensus was reached. The 13th Division of the 7th Fleet will be officially disbanded. All members will then be assigned to Talgis's advanced outpost while...
Before Trachis could finish his sentence, Sarila broke down and started to breathe raggedly. Jiang Fei held her up.
What's wrong? This is bad? How could they do this to us?
Yelled Sarila. According to rumors, Talgis's advanced outpost was a place where wrongdoers were sent to rot and die. It was known that soldiers assigned there were given missions that would never end well for them.
If you would let me finish. Ahem. Only the soldiers will be assigned there. You will be part of the 3rd Fleet, 6th Division Police Force, as a vice commander of a squad of your choice,
said Trachis, smiling from ear to ear. Jiang Fei snorted.
Let me guess. You're her commander?
If Trachis was playing poker, Jiang Fei would have immediately folded when he was unable to hide his smile at getting a royal straight flush. Jiang Fei might not be a master in courting females, but he could at least recognize how low a person would go just to please the female they desired.
That is correct,
Trachis answered proudly, actually acknowledging Jiang Fei's existence for once.
I see,
Sarila scoffed. Such a blatant abuse of power. A display that others might fall for. Only disgusted Sarila. In the past, she may have actually taken up the offer and discarded whomever she was with to join a more powerful force. They say that greed is good, and if Sarila were to follow that quote literally, she would have fallen down the path to despair long ago. Judging by his show of power, Trachis was a person of high standards. Though young, he had still managed to get himself into a position of power. No matter how he did it, there was no doubt that he had the capabilities required for his position. However, even if he already had a combat level of over 3 million, Sarila saw how much Jiang Fei could grow further. The Terran had already displayed a power level of over 4 million. Though he was without any post or stature, his strength was genuine. Not to mention, his selfless and loyal personality was a beacon to covet. Compared to Trachis' unknown background, Sarila knew Jiang Fei well enough. He was the disciple of Theon the Plunderer. Though that was not something that one would brag about, it was still something to be proud of. Aside from metaphysical manner, Jiang Fei's appearance was almost identical to hers. Terrans and Cathians were basically the same. Cathians simply had an extra pair of cat ears on top of their heads, and a furry tail behind them. Valsaurians, on the other hand, looked nothing like Cathians. Their pink-colored skin and hardened carapace of a head was not to the liking of every female. All in all, even if there was a good reason to, she would not desert Jiang Fei for another man.
Come along, Sarila. Join me and no one will dare to cross you anymore,
pleaded Trachis. Like any other gloating man, he saw Jiang Fei as a weak Terran with a combat level of only over 200,000. With no real powers to show, Sarila turned to Jiang Fei and paused for a second before declaring her fealty.
No need. I am the commander of the 13th Division, and I will follow where my division goes. Sorry, Law. Don't be hasty about this. Once you have joined Talgies, there's no saying you can ever get out.
Trachis explained frantically. From his reaction, Jiang Fei knew that Trachis was definitely deeply in love with Sarila.
There's no need to say anything else. I will be with him, wherever he goes. I have spoken, and I shall speak no more,
declared Sarila. If looks could kill, Jiang Fei would have just keeled over and died from the force of Trachis' furious glare. No matter how hard he tried, there was no convincing Sarila to join his squad. How was it possible for someone like him to lose to a weak, timid little Terran like Jiang Fei? Locking eyes with Trachis, Jiang Fei felt the glare penetrating his skull and immediately averted his gaze, feeling uncomfortable with the situation. Somehow, the entire situation felt extremely familiar. From how Sarila was declaring her love for Jiang Fei, to how the competitor, Trachis, was feeling dejected and enraged. Chapter 1362, The Solution.
Sal, it's the Talgies Advanced Outpost. Do you have a death wish?
Said Trachis anxiously.
Call me Sarila.
The cat girl's voice was firm.
Okay.
His pride greatly damaged, Trachis turned away and left without even glancing back. Jiang Fei finally had the chance to ask.
Sarila, what's that advanced outpost thing?
The cat girl grimaced as she answered.
It's the army's slave camp. More than 70% of the members are war prisoners. The rest are officers who committed crimes or were marginalized. They're always sent on deadly missions. On average, they have a 100% turnover rate every 3 years. Every 3 years?
Jiang Fei was taken aback. Obviously, those soldiers who disappeared had not retired, but were dead. Hardly anyone in this slave camp could survive for more than 3 years. The death rate was terrifying.
It must be because nobody knows whether Alexis is dead or alive. The higher-ups are currently caught up in a power struggle. Alexis' superior probably thinks that we're worthless now, so he gave up on us.
Sarila's guess was almost right. Since they were now a bunch of useless people, Alexis' superior would certainly not waste any resources to help them. Without his support, Ano could naturally do anything he wanted with them. When this was coupled with Trachis fanning the flames of hostility, Sarila and the others were naturally assigned to Talgies.
Then what do we do? Just let them throw us around like this?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Ano was a big bully. He was the one who had ordered Alexis to go on that suicide mission in the first place. Alexis' status was still unknown, and almost all of his men had been wiped out. After Jiang Fei, Sarila, and the others seized a hypercruiser and successfully returned, they were not awarded for their achievement. Instead, they had all been assigned to the slave camp. Who could accept such treatment?
What can we do? Ano has great power within the Valsaurian army, and Alexis' superior has already given up on us. Who can help us now?
Said Sarila with tears in her eyes. Right now, no one was more frustrated than her.
He'll take care of this,
said Jiang Fei. He could not bear to see Sarila being so sad. Moreover, he did not want his brothers-in-arms, who had been with him through thick and thin, to be sent to the deadly slave camp. Since he was Theon's apprentice, Jiang Fei was sure that as long as he talked to him, Ano would stop what he was doing. After all, Sarila and the others were insignificant to him, unworthy of his attention. Ano was only doing this to them out of anger. He didn't actually care about what happened to them at all. In a choice between getting his revenge or the treasures in his vault, Ano would undoubtedly choose his treasures. He would suffer a lot if Theon were to continue to patronize his vault whenever he liked. Sarila shook her head.
Ah, Fei, I know you're kind, but no one will be able to save us this time. If you can get in touch with your master, ask him to take you away.
Although she knew that Jiang Fei was Theon's apprentice, she did not know how scary said master was. She knew that Alexis was pretty scared of Theon, but she had no idea that the Master Thief's existence was like a taboo in the entire Valsaurian army.
I'll try my best. Don't worry too much about it.
As Jiang Fei could not reveal his master's true strength to outsiders, there was no way he could convince Sarila that he could do it. At this time, he could only try his best to comfort Sarila, then find a way to meet Ano. Although most of the high-ranking members of the Valsaurian army were afraid of Theon, it would be best if Jiang Fei met Ano personally. Otherwise, the little officers under Ano's command would definitely not believe that he was Theon's apprentice. Jiang Fei was sure that Ano would remember him. After all, he had seen him with his own eyes when Jiang Fei visited Ano's vault with his master. Moreover, Theon had mentioned Jiang Fei in the message he left. To protect his treasures, Ano would definitely give in to Jiang Fei.
But there's one last thing we can try, exclaimed Sarilaw suddenly, as she wiped away the tears that had welled up in the corner of her eyes. They sparkled with a light of hope. Oh! Jiang Fei was surprised. He did not know what Sarilaw had in mind. Remember what I told you before? She asked. What? About how I want you to inherit everything Alexis owns. Jiang Fei froze. Oh? You have more than 4 million combat power. Right? Asked Sarilaw. Yeah, admitted Jiang Fei. At his full potential, he could probably defeat an enemy with 5 million combat power. That's great. I'll report this to the higher-ups in the name of the 13th Division. I'll tell them that your strength has reached the standard requirement of a division commander, and that you can completely replace Alexis. At least, with a new commander. The 13th Division will not be revoked, even though we have suffered heavy losses, said Sarilaw, sharing her thoughts. If her plan worked, not only would they be able to avoid joining the Talgis advanced outpost, Jiang Fei would also be able to inherit Alexis' fleet and Redstone. Jiang Fei frowned. Will that work? It sounded easy. But her plan was also obstructed by the same problem that had kept them here thus far. They were currently under house arrest, and could not send out any reports. Even if they managed to send one out, Ano would probably intercept it. There was no way that a report requesting for Jiang Fei to take charge of the 13th Division in lieu of Alexis would ever reach the higher-ups. It will, said Sarilaw firmly. To her, this plan was their only feasible opportunity, as she did not take Jiang Fei's assurance seriously. 2 days passed by in a flash. Although Sarilaw had completed the report, there was no way to submit it. They were now under house arrest at the Carldish Fort, and had lost almost all contact with the outside world. Spotting Trachis and a few other people in the distance, Jiang Fei spoke up. He's back! After Sarilaw had rejected him to his face. Trachis had not come over to harass her over the past 2 days. Seeing how he brought some people with him today, he definitely had something in mind. Trachis did not even look at Sarilaw when he arrived, and instead just issued an order. Remaining members of the 7th Fleet's 13th Division, assemble immediately. Chapter 1363, Abduction. I will now announce your appointments, said Trachis to the assembled members of the 13th Division. As the status of Alexis a leader 7th Fleet's 13th Division is still unknown, and the division has suffered serious losses, the army has decided to get rid of the 13th Division. Even after hearing this, the members of the 13th Division still remained calm. After all, they knew better than anyone just how much loss they had suffered, so they already expected this to happen. After much discussion, the higher-ups have decided that all remaining members of the 13th Division will join the Talgis advanced outpost. At his announcement, everyone went crazy. What? That's not fair. F***CK that army order. We're willing to risk our lives for you. Yet you treat us this way? More than 2,000 soldiers started protesting at once. But Trachis did not move an inch and simply continued to announce the order. Former members of the 13th Division, please carry out the order immediately upon receiving it. You should arrive at the base of the Talgis advanced outpost in no later than 10 days. You will be penalized for any delays. His words only served to further infuriate the soldiers. The Carldish Fort was separated from the Talgis advanced outpost by more than 10 galaxies. Even if they traveled at maximum speed, 10 days was cutting it close. They would have to set off immediately and make no stops. If they were to encounter anything along the way, they would not be able to make it in time. D***MN. This is driving me crazy. Let's just fight them instead. Even if a motherless child got bullied, they wouldn't go this far. The soldiers were causing a ruckus. In contrast, Sarilaw and Jiang Fei were already mentally prepared for this. Bunch of less, said Sarilaw, feeling extremely wronged. She could not hold back the tears that welled up in her eyes. Though she knew that the Valsaurian army was a relentless organization of thieves, she was still devastated at being treated this way. Shut up! Do you want to start a rebellion? Roared Trachis. The soldiers immediately fell quiet. After all, most of them only had combat leaves of 2 to 300,000. Only 1 or 2 officers among them were at 1 or 2 million. In comparison, Trachis had a combat level of more than 3 million. So, his voice alone was enough to deter them. Moreover, the soldiers had to remember where they were. The Carldish Fort. Ano's territory. If they stirred up trouble with Trachis here, would it end well? Even though they had an advantage in numbers. If they rose up in rebellion, they would be suppressed within a few hours. Humph! Trachis sneered after the soldiers fell quiet. Then, he approached Sarilaw. Sal, my offer still stands. If you've come around, tell me now, he said in a gentlemanly tone. No. I said what I said. Wherever he goes, I go, replied Sarilaw as she grabbed onto Jiang Fei's arm. Humph. Have fun dying. Then, absolutely furious, Trachis turned around and left with his soldiers. One of the officers asked, Commander Sarilaw, what do we do? Sarilaw sighed. I'm sorry, everyone. Right now, we can only head to Talgis. But he'll find a way out of this. The soldiers nodded. Okay. The ship that would transport them to Talgis was ready and waiting. There was no time for them to think about countermeasures. What should I do? Wondered Jiang Fei, somewhat hesitant, although he had a great deal of confidence that he could solve this crisis if he met with Ano. Actually finding a way to see him was easier said than done. Jiang Fei thought to himself, what if I stir up some trouble? Sending a request to meet Ano now would be unrealistic. Not to mention that these soldiers probably wouldn't even do it for him. And even if they were willing to pass along his request, it was now far too late for that. All right. Deciding to go for it, Jiang Fei hurried a few steps forward. Captain Trachis, please wait, he shouted. Trachis looked sideways at Jiang Fei. He had not given up on Sarilaw yet, so he wanted to see what Jiang Fei was going to say. Was he going to persuade Sarilaw to leave with him out of love? As a pampered child, Trachis had read his fair share of romance novels. Did you call me? Asked Trachis. Yes. While Trachis was still fantasizing about embracing his little beauty, he didn't realize that Jiang Fei had already caught up to him. Thinking that the Terran only had a combat level of slightly more than 200,000, Trachis didn't bother keeping his guard up. So Jiang Fei was able to approach him easily. Jiang Fei laughed. Captain Trachis, would you mind doing me a favor? What? Trachis looked at Jiang Fei with total contempt. He assumed that Jiang Fei was going to give him Sarilaw in exchange for being removed from the Talgis advanced outpost. So while Trachis despised Jiang Fei for being a coward, he was still very happy. Hee hee. It's a simple favor. I need a hostage now. And you're a good fit, said Jiang Fei. What did you say? Not having expected Jiang Fei to say such a thing, Trachis didn't realize that something was wrong until it was too late. Swoosh. Upon activating Omnisurge, Jiang Fei's combat level soared to more than 2 million. The effects of the black hole core followed, instantly increasing his combat level to over 5 million. This made Trachis feel overwhelmed. Boom. In order to ensure that his plan would go off without a hitch, Jiang Fei first attacked Trachis' mind with his mental strength, causing his vision to blur and his nose to bleed. Smack. After he easily restrained Trachis, Jiang Fei tucked him under his arm and left before Trachis' soldiers could respond. Ah, Fei! What are you doing? Trachis' soldiers were not the only ones shocked. Sarilaw was also frightened by Jiang Fei's sudden act. His behavior was tantamount to blatant rebellion. Jiang Fei shrugged, looking relaxed. I want to see Ano. With Theon behind him, he didn't think that anyone could hurt him. But your impulsiveness might put them in danger, said Sarilaw, glancing at the soldiers around her. Commander Sarilaw, we've thought it through. We'll eventually die anyway if we go to the Talgis advanced outpost. We might as well fight against Ano. The soldiers were angry. They had been wronged. Now that Jiang Fei had taken the lead, a fire of rebellion ignited in their hearts. Chapter 1364, Ano's surprise attack. Let's do it. Kill that idiot. Yeah. Kill those B** stards. If they're not gonna let us live, we'll fight them to the death. Yeah. Let's slaughter this kid first. Then we'll seize Carldish Fort. The former members of the 13th Division were incredibly fired up, some of them even claiming that they wanted to seize the fort. Though Jiang Fei was brave, he did not dare proceed with that suggestion. Instead, he had a very simple plan in mind. All he wanted was to force Ano to make an appearance. That's why he had taken Trachis hostage. Once Ano was here, Jiang Fei would use his position as Theon's apprentice to negotiate with him. He wasn't even asking for much, just to save the lives of Sarilaw and the others. With the threat of a master thief like Theon looming over his vault, Ano would probably agree to Jiang Fei's request in order to protect his treasures. Jiang Fei was sure that things would go according to plan, as long as he could keep things under control. If he actually killed Trachis like the angry soldiers wanted, things would probably get out of hand. Trachis was not in a high-ranking position, but he still had status, and there was a good chance that he was closely related to Ano. If they killed him, Ano would probably be furious. Once he saw something as more important than his treasures, Jiang Fei would lose his leverage and no longer be able to convince him. It was a well-known fact that Ano would always go the extra mile for his family members.
just for a prodigal son. He was already willing to start a war with the Trade Federation. So, why wouldn't he be willing to sacrifice some treasures for Trachis? Although Theon's true strength was terrifying, Jiang Fei knew that he would never kill anyone over this. At most, Theon would save him and leave. If that happened, Sarilaw and the others would survive. But just because he didn't want to kill Trachis, didn't mean that Jiang Fei couldn't scare him a little. Jiang Fei laughed, grabbing Trachis by the neck.
Hey kid, you heard that, right? Humph. You dare kill me?
Although Trachis was a pampered child, he was not cowardly at all.
How brave! Don't you dare hurt our captain! Kid, do you even know what you're doing? You're rebelling. Have you all lost your mind? Do you all want to die?
The soldiers who had accompanied Trachis were terrified by the mere possibility of Jiang Fei killing Trachis. They immediately surrounded him and tried to save their captain. Although Trachis was just a little police captain, he held a special status as Ano's only grandson. Ano had many sons, but most of them had died in the war. With the recent death of another one of his sons, Trachis' father was now Ano's only remaining son. That's why he was especially fond of Trachis and his father. If it wasn't for this familial connection, Trachis wouldn't have dared to make such a bold guarantee in front of Sarilaw. He knew that he would be able to greatly influence Ano's decisions, as Ano doted on him a lot. So, when Trachis' soldiers heard that Jiang Fei was going to kill him, they were all scared to death. Judging by Ano's character, if anything were to happen to Trachis, they would all be buried along with him.
Are you guys threatening me?
Sneered Jiang Fei as he tightened his grip a little, suffocating Trachis and making his face turn purple.
You? Don't mess around.
Trachis' men were so frightened that they took a few steps back. One of them turned around and ran to inform Ano of the current situation.
Hey kid, ask your men to keep quiet, or you'll be the one that suffers,
said Jiang Fei. He loosening his grip slightly so that he wouldn't get too carried away and kill Trachis by accident.
Humph.
Trachis turned away, completely ignoring Jiang Fei.
Ho ho, you got an attitude.
Although Trachis played a little dirty when he previously tried to pursue Sarilaw, Jiang Fei had to admit that he had a lot of guts. Things were now at a deadlock. Jiang Fei had gotten hold of Trachis, but was not torturing him. And Trachis' men were glaring at Jiang Fei, but did not dare to do anything. Behind Jiang Fei stood more than 2,000 passionate soldiers. Only a few among them looked afraid. Most were boiling with anger and desperate to fight against Ano. After all, they had not done anything wrong. Now that they were being assigned to a slave camp where they would eventually die, they naturally wanted to drag Ano and his people down with them. Killing Ano's only grandson would only add to their satisfaction. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Fei suddenly had a bad feeling. Soon after, a horrific wave of psychic power pierced through the darkness of his mind. It seemed like it was sent to kill him. Having learned from Theon, Jiang Fei was not the same as he used to be. While he had not yet fully mastered the use of mental strength, he was no longer that kid who could only rely on his instincts. He used a mental shield to block the attack, then immediately sent his own psychic wave in return. A snort came from somewhere in the crowd.
MMORPG!
Obviously, the enemy had not expected Jiang Fei to be so mentally strong, and had been caught off guard.
Ano, did you just try to sneak attack a junior like me? Aren't you ashamed?
Shouted Jiang Fei. With the core of Will's buffs, Jiang Fei's mental strength was terrifying. Since the enemy had merely snorted upon receiving Jiang Fei's attack, it was obvious that his strength was far superior. Only people who had a combat level of at least 10 million could possess such powerful mental strength. So Jiang Fei immediately assumed that it was Ano.
Who are you?
Asked Ano as he emerged from behind the crowd. He could only see Jiang Fei's back. How could a kid under Alexis' command possibly catch him by surprise like that? Alexis was a division commander with a combat level of only more than 4 million. There was no way he would have such a powerful subordinate.
We just met a few days ago. Did you forget me already? Looks like my master, and I will have to visit you more often.
Jiang Fei immediately let go of Trachis and turned around. Now that Ano was here, Trachis was useless to him. And Jiang Fei wasn't even planning on fighting Ano anyway. The second Ano recognized Jiang Fei, his insides started to twist into knots.
Why are you here?
He asked. Seeing him here was more upsetting than having to eat 100 dead flies. All the high-ranking members of the Valsaurian army would definitely agree that they hated Theon the most. The amazing thief would frequently visit their treasure vaults. Even though he only took a few items each time, there was no way to stop him from coming again. Moreover, he would always take the most valuable items, which was extremely frustrating.
It was scarier to be specifically targeted by a thief than to be simply robbed by one. This was especially so when said thief was a master one that no one could stop. It was easy to imagine how bitter the victims would feel. Chapter 1365. Jiang Fei's Guarantee. Jiang Fei smiled. Hee hee. Hello, sir. We meet again. I had no time to say hello to you the last time. My apologies for being rude. F***ck that? I'd rather not see the both of you ever again. Ano rubbed his temples. Thean had clearly stated that Jiang Fei was his apprentice in the message he left in the vault. Ano couldn't care less that Thean had taken in an apprentice. He just hated how he would be stealing double the original amount from now on. Sarilaw was in total shock. Ah, Fei. You know him? I've only met him once, replied Jiang Fei, still smiling. Once? Sarilaw's brows furrowed. What was going on? If they had only met once before. Why was Ano looking at Jiang Fei like that? Although Ano did not look afraid, the frown on his face clearly showed that he was feeling anxious. As Ano was a high-ranking influential figure, he had long ago mastered how to maintain a poker face. He did not easily lose his composure. However, whenever Thean the Plunderer was brought up, none of the high-ranking members of the Valsaurian army could keep their cool. Okay, cut the nonsense. What are you doing here? Asked Ano. He reined in his emotions and tried not to look at Jiang Fei. Looking at Jiang Fei reminded him of Thean, and whenever he thought of Thean, his heart would scrunch in sheer pain. Grandpa, he was holding me hostage. That's blatant rebellion. You must punish him severely. As soon as Jiang Fei released him, Trachis ran straight to Ano and started to make a fuss. He clearly hated Jiang Fei to the core. Originally, Trachis regarded Jiang Fei as a love rival, which was already enough to make Trachis hate him. However, Trachis had a good upbringing. Although he was very pampered, he would never try to bring his rival down through despicable means. But being held hostage in front of so many people, including his subordinates, made Trachis feel extremely embarrassed, and it pissed him off. At first, he had only slightly hated Jiang Fei, but now, he could not wait to torture and skin the Terran alive. Ano dismissed Trachis with a wave. Okay, move aside and wait. For once, he did not immediately grant the wish of his precious grandson like he usually did. Instead, he turned around and addressed Jiang Fei. Why aren't you with Thean? You're not supposed to be here. Just hang around for a bit while I get someone to send you back. Honestly speaking, Ano did not want Jiang Fei to get involved in this. For the sake of his treasures, he did not want to have anything to do with Thean at all. And he especially did not want to offend the master thief. If Thean started to target him, his days would be dark. Jiang Fei shook his head. That won't do. I'm with him. If all Jiang Fei wanted was to save himself, it would be too easy. He had such a powerful master who could get him out of much worse situations than this. Even if he made a hole in the sky, Thean could easily help him. Know your place. I'm already doing Thean a huge favor by not punishing you. Don't push your luck, said Ano. After all, he did not know how powerful Thean truly was. Although the high-ranking members of the Valsaurian army tried their best to avoid getting involved with Thean, they were not that afraid of him. If Thean had been the one negotiating with Ano today, he might have budged. However, since Jiang Fei was just an insignificant apprentice, Ano was already doing Thean a huge favor by not punishing him. Jiang Fei had no right to negotiate with Ano. Jiang Fei's thinking was too simplistic. He assumed that Ano would definitely choose his treasures over the lives of Sarilaw and the others. However, he forgot that high-ranking members cared a lot about their pride and dignity. Ano would definitely have given in to Jiang Fei if they were alone. But here, in front of such a large crowd, Ano would never obey the words of a weak Terran. Once word got out, his reputation would go down the drain. No, I'm one with him. Wherever they go, I go, said Jiang Fei, still not realizing his mistake. Ano would likely have agreed to spare their lives if Jiang Fei had asked kindly. Instead, his tone was demanding. If Ano wanted to protect his pride and dignity, he would never agree while being spoken to like that. Humph. If you're that willing to be with them, go ahead then. Since Jiang Fei was being so disrespectful, Ano immediately shut him down. Then, he turned to one of his subordinates and instructed. Notify the transport ship to set off 2 hours from now. All former 13th Division members who do not board the ship will be sentenced to death for desertion on the spot. Yes, sir, said the officer, and left to execute the order. You? Jiang Fei was dumbstruck. He never expected that Ano would react like this. Knowing that he risked offending Thean,
He had still assigned Jiang Fei to the Talgis advanced outpost. Humph! Ano snorted and walked away, while Trachis proudly sneered at Jiang Fei and the others.
Ah, Fei! What should we do?
Asked a confused Sarila. Just moments ago, Ano was somewhat giving in to Jiang Fei, so hope had ignited in her heart. However, in the blink of an eye, things went downhill. It was hard to adapt to such a rapid change.
Sal, you can still take my offer. I can ask my grandfather to spare you. Once you arrive at the Talgis advanced outpost, it'll be too late,
said Trachis, still trying to get Sarila to change her mind.
I've told you one too many times. He'll go wherever he goes.
Sarila glared at Trachis coldly, her voice firm.
Fine. 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 Remember what you chose today. Don't regret it in the future,
said Trachis. He stomped his foot and left. An officer from the 13th Division asked,
Sir, what should we do? Are we going to fight?
They now regarded Jiang Fei as their leader. As long as Jiang Fei gave them approval, they would definitely fight to the very end here at the Karldish fort. Even though they clearly knew the consequences of rebellion certain death, Jiang Fei waved helplessly.
No, it would be foolish of us to fight here.
He had Theon to protect him. But what about everyone else? If they really started a fight here, everyone would end up dying, including Sarila.
Are we really going to the Talgis advanced outpost to die? Then?
Asked a soldier, clearly unhappy. In his opinion, they might as well put up a good fight, since they were going to die anyway. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Fei spoke seriously.
Don't worry, everyone. Even if we get to the Talgis advanced outpost, it'll ensure that all of you make it out alive. I promise.
Little did he know, his act of kindness today had gained him an indestructible core team who vowed to always be loyal to him. Chapter 1366, arrived at Talgis.
Sir, you decide. We'll follow you. That's right. You were the one who saved our lives anyway. If it wasn't for you, we would have died on the meteorite. Now, we'll follow you wherever you go.
The former 13th Division soldiers were stirred up. They hated Ano even more now. Although they were grateful to Jiang Fei, it would be a bit too much to say that they were willing to die for him. They would have a higher chance of survival if they were to follow Jiang Fei and rely on his strength. After all, the death rate of the Talgis advanced outpost was too high. It was impossible to survive there without the support of someone strong. Jiang Fei smiled at the soldiers.
Okay, let's talk about these things later. We need to hurry up and board the ship now. That old B***-starred Ano will definitely not let us off the hook if we're late.
Even though he still had some problems to solve, he was no longer the ignorant boy he once was. He could pretty much tell what the soldiers in front of him were thinking, so he did not take their flattery too seriously.
Yes, sir.
The soldiers nodded, then grabbed their luggage and hurried towards the designated terminal. The boarding went smoothly. Although Ano was fed up with Jiang Fei, he did not dare go overboard. Even if he caused Jiang Fei more trouble and made him board the ship late, there was no way he could sentence him to death on the spot. The thing was, Theon never fought with anyone. Even if he wanted to get revenge, all he would do was steal from you a few more times. But what if his apprentice was killed? Would he stop at just stealing from you? What if he came for your life? Even though Ano was confident that he could protect himself. What about his son? What about his grandson? Since he had been in a high position for such a long time, Ano naturally knew to never create bad blood with anyone else since he might eventually meet them again. So, even though he had assigned Jiang Fei and the others to the slave camp, he did not intend to end Jiang Fei's life. Ano obviously had a plan in mind. Once they arrived at the Talgis advanced outpost, he would find a way to quietly get Jiang Fei and the girl that his grandson liked out of there. That was not difficult to do at all. This way, Ano could protect his reputation in front of these outsiders, and would also not offend Theon. The unmanned transport ship set off after everyone had boarded. All transport ships headed towards Talgis were usually unmanned and intended for single use only, as they were not meant to return. The destination of these transport ships was fixed. If someone tampered with the program, the ship would disintegrate on the spot. This was to prevent those assigned to the slave camp from hijacking it and escaping. The base of the Talgis advanced outpost was very far from the Domic system. The distance could almost cover the Valsaurian army's entire territory. It was an extremely desolate place. Even though there were dozens of sectors, they were all deserted. All the supplies were transported there by unmanned transport ships. If the supplies were ever cut off, the soldiers at the Talgis advanced outpost would starve to death, as there were no spaceships they could leave the place with.
This was why the high-ranking members of the Valsaurian army could easily control this unit. Moreover, the soldiers there did not only fight intelligent creatures, but also various nebulae, and even destroyers, like Ultralisks. Precisely because of this, these soldiers did not even have the slightest chance to escape. The Ultralisks only regarded them as prey. Due to their lack of intelligence, these space monsters neither knew how to hold their enemies captive, nor understood the meaning of surrendering. Even after being sent to and trapped in such a desolate place, the soldiers' lives were still in the hands of the high-ranking Valsaurian army members. If they wanted to live, they had to be obedient. They also had to put up a good fight if they did not want to be killed by Ultralisks. But it was obvious how hard of a task that was. This was why nobody ever fought back or tried to flee, even though it was well known that the death rate was sky-high. About 2 months later, Jiang Fei arrived at the base of the Talgis Advanced Outpost, the Osvia system. The transport ship docked at a simple terminal. In addition to transporting Jiang Fei and the others as supplementary troops, the ship was also carrying some supplies. Jiang Fei looked out of the porthole and immediately noticed that a crowd had gathered near the terminal.
D***M. Are all these people here to welcome us?
Boom! As soon as the transport ship landed, a large group of people rushed in before anyone could even get out. They ignored everyone on the ship and rushed straight to the supplies. Their first target was weapons and armor, and their second target was food. They eventually took all the other items as well, leaving not even a speck of dust. Jiang Fei was a little puzzled.
What's going on? I don't know.
Similarly, Sarila had never been here before, so she did not understand what was happening.
Let's get out of the ship.
Jiang Fei and the others started to leave the transport ship one after another. Unlike Redstone, the gravity of this planet was only slightly stronger than that of the Earth, and the environment was considerably comfortable. Boom! As soon as everyone disembarked, the transport ship completely disintegrated into a pile of scrap metal. Having completed its mission, transport ships were designed to be disposable, in order to prevent the troops at the Talgis Advanced Outpost from escaping the battlefield. While Jiang Fei observed the place, a Decronian with a crocodile head approached him.
Hey kid, nice goggles. Hand them over. Aw? Me?
Jiang Fei was surprised. Through the goggles, he could clearly see that the Decronian in front of him only had a combat level of little more than 1,000,000.
Duh. Who else am I talking to?
Grumbled the Decronian.
Interesting,
said Jiang Fei, smiling slightly. He had not expected to encounter a robber as soon as he arrived.
What's so **King interesting? If you're smart enough, you'd hand those goggles over right now.
As the Talgis Advanced Outpost was a slave camp, supplies were pretty scarce. Even a basic combat level measuring tool was extremely rare, let alone Jiang Fei's high-end one. Another guy approached Jiang Fei. Obviously, quite a lot of people were trying to fish in troubled waters.
Hey kid, your combat suit looks pretty cool. Can I have it? I see. Interesting.
Jiang Fei understood the situation now. This place was different from the Valsaurian army's other regular army bases. It was more like a concentration camp for criminals. Moreover, things were way more chaotic, as nobody was there to manage them basically. It was survival of the fittest. However, this was good for Jiang Fei, since the purpose of his trip this time was to gain more experience. Such a lawless place was perfect for him. Here, he would be able to fully enjoy actual combat, as well as hone his skills and gain experience. Before Jiang Fei could respond, Sarila jumped in front of him protectively.
What do you guys want? Oh wow, there's actually a little girl here, and she's pretty cute.
This was bad. If Sarila had kept quiet, her height would have ensured that a cat girl like her would not stand out from the crowd. But the moment she took the initiative to speak, the Talgis troops started to notice her. Chapter 1367, Etiquette and Mannerism on Talgis. What is an advanced outpost? In military terms, it is an outpost where the strongest and bravest are posted, to defend it well, as enemies would most likely strike there first. It was a place closest to the enemy, allowing the advanced troops to strike hard and fast. Talgis, on the other hand, was different than any other advanced outpost. A complete turnover rate of just 3 years literally meant that no one can survive there for more than 3 years. Everyone there lived on a day-to-day basis. They ate, they fought, they hunted, just to survive the day and hope that the next would not come. Psychologically speaking, no one wanted to waste their time. They lived like every day was their last, holding nothing back. As a posting that the Valsaurian army top brass sent their criminal and war prisoners to, there were very few female life forms there. Even if there were any, they would most likely be the property of the strongest fighter there.
There was no way for a man to vent his pin-up feelings. There was only one exception: the new recruits. If there were any females present during the entry of new recruits, the soldiers would leap into action before others could even glance in their general direction. As such, Sarila, being the sole beautiful cat girl amongst pin-up boys, was immediately pounced upon.
"Get your filthy hands off me!"
she cried. Other than during battles, it had been a long time since a man dared to treat her without respect. She had been living as Alexa's adopted daughter since she was just a kitten. No one dared to even lay a finger on her. A humanoid figure came forward, pushing away everybody else with the tentacles that were his hands and feet. Slime and mucus splattered everywhere as he made his entrance.
"She's mine,"
he said.
F***CK off. You dare to stand against me?
Another figure came out of the surrounding crowd, and when he presented himself, everyone went silent. He was a Decronian, a man with a crocodile's head, and was 3 million combat levels strong. He was the strongest amongst all the perverts around.
TSK.
Go ahead.
Have at it.
The man with tentacles for limbs retreated in a cowardly albeit disgruntled manner.
Such a cute little kitty. Come here. I'll make sure you'll be meowing all night long,
said the Decronian suggestively as saliva dripped off his long jaw. Sarila hissed.
Touch me, and that hand will never touch anything else. Come now. Don't be such a buzzkill. You'll only need to spend one night with me. Don't touch me,
bellowed Sarila at the top of her lungs as she unleashed an energy ball. She flung it hard, but the Decronian effortlessly slapped it away. The power of that energy ball was a direct reflection of Sarila's own power. She was so much weaker than the Decronian. There was nothing she could do to fight him off.
I like that in a woman. Perhaps with your spirit, you'll last 2 nights riding me,
said the Decronian, laughing maniacally. He quickly charged towards Sarila, and lo and behold, he had even removed his pants in the blink of an eye. He intended to have his way with her right then and there. Jiang Fei scoffed as he appeared right in between Sarila and the Decronian.
Seems like you're forgetting something.
Just like that, the Decronian was grabbed and flung away like a ragged doll.
She's not alone,
said Jiang Fei simply, as he stood right next to the Decronian, who was now lying helplessly on the ground. Jiang Fei had been holding back his anger, while the bunch of lecherous freaks were publicly declaring how they wanted to F***CK Sarila. No matter, Jiang Fei thought to himself. Since back on Earth there were many dumb guys, who catcalled girls, who were just walking by. But Head had it when the Decronian removed his pants and swung it around. If it weren't for the promise he made with Ian, Jiang Fei would have sent his head and torso to opposite ends of the universe. Sarila was his friend and comrade in arms. And even if she had been just a random stranger, he would not idly stand by and watch a random lecher rape her. The Decronian tried to get up, but before he could, he spat out a mouthful of brown fluid, which Jiang Fei assumed was his blood.
Ka-hack!
It took all of his control to hold back his punches. He had only released a limited amount of power to make sure that the Decronian could still breathe.
Those who took my stuff without my permission, return them to me.
Or, said Jiang Fei, purposely trailing off and cracking his knuckles hard. He was not going to play it cool here. The locals had already shown their true colors. So he would too. With a simple nod, Jiang Fei released his own limiter and displayed his true potential to everyone present.
F***King HL, he has over 5 million combat level. Who is he? How is he so strong? No idea. He must have wronged someone at the highest position to be placed here. Whatever it is, he won't survive long. I couldn't care less about that. Let's listen to him now. I'd rather live for another day than to die beaten up by a greenhorn.
Arms crossed, Jiang Fei stood still, glaring at everyone after he had delivered his warning speech. All of his personal belongings were returned, with not a single thing missing. Despite the lawlessness the locals had displayed, there was one law that everyone would follow. The highest authority belongs to the strongest. It was a dog-eat-dog's world out there. And to survive, it was best not to wrong those with the power to destroy you. Jiang Fei stopped releasing his overbearing energy and returned to his own squad.
Help me rearrange this stuff. Thanks. Yes, sir,
said the soldiers and quickly came to aid their newly elected leader. They had been utterly dejected upon setting foot on this planet, but were now saved by Jiang Fei's display of power. Knowing that he was a kind and understanding leader, the remnants of the 13th Division decided to follow him into even the depths of H.L.
You? Come,
said Jiang Fei, calling out to one of the locals. The man obediently came to Jiang Fei like a dog, saying,
Yes. You called?
Judging by how the man reacted to his summons, Jiang Fei could roughly guess how the social system here worked. Anyone could kill and get away with it as long as they were stronger. That was the norm. As such, most of the soldiers that were posted here died not by the hands of Ultralisks, but by the hands of the stronger soldiers here.
Tell me, what are the rules here? Who governs the troops? Who is the most powerful person here?
Asked Jiang Fei.
Oh my good lord. There are no rules here. There are many who claim the throne and many have also fallen still believing in that claim,
explained the man.
So be it. What about camps? Where is the main outpost?
Jiang Fei had so many soldiers with him, and without proper accommodation, living would be hard.
Camps? Outposts? There are no such things. There are 6 habitable planets in this system. And this one is called Dairas. The entire system is in a lockdown zone. There is no way to escape. There are no ports and no hangar bay. The only way to get in or out is by using the teleportation port.
There is a central teleportation hub in high orbital range. That is where we go whenever there is an Ultralisk attack. If it is accommodation you seek, you have to build one yourself. You could also seek out existing settlements around the other 5 planets, and drive out the locals there to claim their homes as your own.
Jiang Fei nodded and sighed.
It really is a mad world.
All in all, it was clear that his division had been thrown out to the edge of the universe to fend for themselves. It wasn't just the threat of Ultralisks that they had to worry about, but also from members of their own kind.
Fei, what should we do?
Asked Sari-La. Jiang Fei declared.
We'll have to take a look around first before I can decide. If this planet suits us best, we shall build our new base here.
Though he had everything he needed right in the ring, there were still things that he dearly missed. Unfortunately, all Braveheart's factories and facilities had been left back on Earth. Even with a near-perpetual amount of energy in him, 0541 could not make anything without the proper tools. That being said, even deprived of technology, Jiang Fei had a mythical item in his inventory, the seed of Yonda's sprout. This little seed could grow into anything that you wanted it to be. Although its stock and integrity was not as reliable as good old steel, it was still better than having nothing to construct a base with. After packing up their belongings, Jiang Fei led the squad of over 1,000 soldiers out to the open world. The man that Jiang Fei had called out to remain where he was, staring at the large squad leaving. Although he was not wise nor strong, he was sure that their coming would rattle all of Talkies. Chapter 1368, Trouble Came Knocking. To be completely honest, Jiang Fei did not want to leave Dairas. Its gravity was only a tad stronger than Earth, and the flora and fauna there thrived naturally. Compared to the current state of Earth, Dairas' condition was that of the primordial state. The air they breathed and the land they walked on was far better than any planet Jiang Fei had been to. As for the other planets that were considered to be habitable, Jiang Fei would rather remain on this planet than stay on those sandy or rocky planets. He wondered why Dairas was not as populated. It had the perfect conditions for life, as it was orbiting the local star at the Goldilocks zone. But 0541 quickly explained the reason. The planet, or rather, the entire system, was constantly attacked by Ultralisks of both the galactic and nebulae kind. Instead of developing into a civilization, the most primitive life forms were gobbled up by the Ultralisks. Long before even dinosaurs roamed the planet, having barely started, life was reset back to its basic extremophiles. The current locals were not really locals, but surviving soldiers who had not yet perished. Jiang Fei and his entire squad roamed for a bit in search of a good location for a base. When they came to the mountainous regions and found a good source of water, Jiang Fei immediately chose to set up camp there. The place he chose was situated next to a waterfall. He threw the seed of Yonda's sprout to the ground. What kind of a house do I want?
Thought Jiang Fei to himself. With proper control, Jiang Fei could influence how the sprouts grow. He needed to think of a large enough structure to house nearly 2,000 soldiers. Unconsciously, an image of an ancient building flashed in his mind. It was a traditional, Oriental Chinese building, the kind he was familiar with from novels and Chinese wuxia TV shows. Although he did not learn architecture or have a knack for design, Jiang Fei did have a good enough memory to rely on. Even though the sprout could not materialize shingles or red pillars with dragon carvings on it, it did grow to be what Jiang Fei imagined. In about 30 minutes or so, a grand palace with several floors now stood on the once empty land of green. As per 0541's suggestion, Jiang Fei made sure to firmly attach the palace to the side of the mountain for support. Since there would be over 2,000 soldiers living there, Jiang Fei turned to his soldiers and announced,
"The house is done. There is enough room for all of us. Take your pick." "Thank you, sir." "How miraculous." To think we planned on digging a hole in the mountain or pillaging other settlements. Praise the leader. I knew that there's nothing Sir Jiangfei can't do.
Being able to kiss ass was a skill that's very much required for those without true potential. It was rampant not only on Earth, but also in interstellar space. Even soldiers would learn such a skill in order to be able to garner a good impression from their leaders. Jiang Fei had heard enough of it to be immune to its effects. In an orderly manner, everyone entered the Palace of Stalks and chose their own room. Even though they had never been inside a palace of oriental design, much less one made of tree stalks. They were smart enough to leave the largest room and the one attached to it alone. As a member of the infamous Valsaurian army, they were still subjected to their own rules and regulations, despite breaking the ones of the universe. They were all trained to obey both written and unwritten rules. Like, for example, never taking the most valuable room for themselves. Sarila came into the palace, and after circling the entire palace with Jiang Fei, she asked about her own accommodation, hoping that he would take the hint.
Fei, where should I stay?
Just then, someone else whispered loud enough whilst hiding his presence amongst the crowd.
Just stay with Sir Jiang Fei. We're all fine with it.
Everyone knew about Sarila's feelings for him. The man in question was the only one still oblivious.
That room over there,
said Jiang Fei bluntly. He knew what Sarila was thinking, as well as the meaning behind the soldier's whisper. He was thick-headed, but still sharp enough to read the atmosphere in certain situations. But taking into consideration all the girls back on Earth, he definitely had more than enough female companions, and didn't need to bring back one more.
So it seems,
answered Sarila dejectedly. Somehow, despite knowing what Jiang Fei was like, she still could not help feeling disappointed. Even though she knew what he was going to say, now that their accommodation was sorted, the next thing they had to worry about was provisions. Meals for 2,000 soldiers was no small amount. Even though the ship ferried more than enough provisions to last them a while, everything would eventually run out. All 2,000 of them could survive for a bit. But if Jiang Fei wanted to play the long game, he needed to start searching for a food source. Luckily, the planet was fertile enough to farm edible plants. That being said, more than half the soldiers there, Jiang Fei included, were omnivores. Sure, they could survive on plants for some time, but meat was essential for their strength. There were some that fed on non-biological materials like rock eaters, lava drinkers, and some others. Those kinds of food were rather easy to find. It was the carnivores that he had to worry about. According to the locals, the planet had just been attacked by a nebulae-type ultralisk. Larger animals and beasts were wiped out, while rats and smaller critters went into hiding. Only ants and teeny-tiny insects were still alive and thriving. Just when Jiang Fei was feeling frustrated about potentially having to feed on ants and insects, a loud commotion was heard coming from outside the Stalk Palace. It was so loud that Jiang Fei thought that a war had broken out. Before he could get up from his wooden seat to investigate, Sarila barged into his room.
What's going on outside?
Asked Jiang Fei.
There's. Arg. Come and see for yourself,
barked Sarila, dragging Jiang Fei out of the room.
Could you please explain the situation? Trouble.
When Jiang Fei and his soldiers arrived, the ship they were in also carried a large amount of provisions. That cargo was meant for all the occupants of the planet. But Jiang Fei had taken everything for himself. Naturally, this angered the rest of the population. By the time Jiang Fei came out of the palace and into the courtyard, there were more than tens of thousands of foreign visitors gathered about. His soldiers were out in the open and in defensive positions, ready to retaliate at the first sign of attack. Jiang Fei's side was greatly outnumbered and outgunned. To live in Tallgeese is to survive. The strong will prey on the weak. If not ultralisks, it would be fights that would weed out the weak. Only the strong would survive. Fearlessly, Jiang Fei strode past his soldiers.
Where are your manners? These are our esteemed guests,
he said tauntingly. He ordered the dispersal of his soldiers whilst examining the new arrivals.
You're the Greenhorn?
Said a Valsaurian, revealing himself to Jiang Fei. It took Jiang Fei by surprise, as he never expected to see a Valsaurian here. From what he remembered, Valsaurians are usually stronger than other races, and always held higher positions in the Valsaurian army. Everyone had some sort of connection to each other. And if not, they were strong enough to have a status of their own. This Valsaurian must have done something horrible to be said here. Jiang Fei smiled, answering to the nickname.
Greenhorn? That'll be me.
The Valsaurian had a combat level of over 3,900,000. He was strong enough to be a fleet commander or a vice commander.
MHM. Since you're new, I'll not judge you for what you have done. However, Do you have any particular reason to take all the provisions meant for the entire planet? He asked.
Jiang Fei was once again taken aback. Instead of immediately attacking, the man was reasoning with Jiang Fei, and even doing so politely. The rules of Talgis were plain and simple. The strong were in charge, and the weak obeyed. However, this man was not dumb enough to start a fight with Jiang Fei, having sent someone to investigate. He knew all about Jiang Fei's strength. Despite his own strength, he had no confidence to fight Jiang Fei. So, when fists couldn't settle the score, why not have a friendly discussion instead? Chapter 1369, Surprise Visit.
Oh, you want to talk about things? Do you? Sure. Let's discuss,
said Jiang Fei invitingly. He walked forward while activating Omni Surge, with it boosting his power. The first step Jiang Fei took released a huge crackle of energy. The next step was different. It was a kick off the ground. Jiang Fei had no intention of calmly discussing the matter at hand. He would play by the rules of Dairas instead.
Heh! As expected of a Valsaurian soldier,
said the Valsaurian as he held his ground. Jiang Fei's fist was high in the air, a predictable yet dangerous move. Even so, the Valsaurian was not going to back down. As mentioned, he wasn't confident that he could win. But if it was a fight Jiang Fei wanted, then a fight he would get. Dying was natural, an inevitable outcome that would come sooner or later. That was a thought that everyone in the Talgis advanced outpost shared. They did not want to die, but they would not reject a fight if it was offered. In such there was no difference between dying now and dying later. Wham! As their fists clashed, the winner was instantly decided. Jiang Fei remained unharmed and unmoved, while the Valsaurian was blasted away with blood spurting from his hand.
Kahak! Ugh! You win! My life is now forfeit. Kill me if you want, or let me die here,
said the Valsaurian, having absolutely no will to live. That punch was enough for him to know that Jiang Fei was the stronger one. If Jiang Fei wanted him dead, then so be it. If Jiang Fei wanted him to become one of his followers, he would do so as well. Arching an eyebrow, Jiang Fei said,
"What are you blabbering about? Take your men and leave me alone. I'm tired, and all I wish for is a peaceful night's sleep. Is that too much to ask?"
He was not going to kill the Valsaurian. Or rather, he could not kill him.
"Hey, are you letting me go?"
asked the Valsaurian as he struggled to get back onto his feet. In this world where everyone was constantly on edge due to the never-ending fatal threats, it was odd to hear something so nonchalant from someone powerful like Jiang Fei. Here, fighting and killing were the best ways to vent their stress. Throughout the long time he had been posted here at the Talgis Advanced Outpost, the Valsaurian had never seen anyone letting their opponent go after they had been defeated. And he for one had never done so either.
"No, I'm not letting you go. I'm chasing you away. Get off my lawn,"
yelled Jiang Fei, sounding like an old man. He headed back towards his palace, but turned back to shout again.
"Keep quiet or I'll be kicking your ass once more. Heh! You heard that? Get out of here. Yeah. Don't you dare come back. Shoo! Sir Jiang Fei demands quiet."
The commotion ended as quickly as it had started. Naturally, the soldiers under Jiang Fei's banner now took the chance to rub salt into the wounds of the defeated. They shouted insults at the gathered crowd before eventually piping down. Fights such as this happened everywhere on the planet. Similar incidents also took place in the Valsaurian army, albeit less frequently. Soldiers who were only at 700,000 combat level or weaker were not afraid to challenge other fighters, though they were clearly stronger. In extreme cases, some would even challenge others who had combat levels of 4 million.
"Let's leave,"
said the group of uninvited guests. They dragged the man that Jiang Fei had just defeated up to his feet and walked away, sulking and moaning in defeat.
"I can't believe that Kratos was defeated in just one hit. That new kid is strong. I can't help but wonder what's going on in the Valsaurian army. Why would they punish that boy? What did he do to deserve such a brutal punishment? He's still so young and has every potential to grow stronger. Give him a few hundred years, and I'm sure he can rule the entire system. That could be the reason. He might have been a pain in the ass. They must have sent him here to die before he could become strong enough to overthrow them. That must be it. Why are we still talking about them? They've clearly discarded us for no good reason. We should be worrying about what Wayne's going to do when he finds out about this." "Huh. I almost forgot about that. Kratos is Wayne's subordinate. I'm sure he won't take things lying down when he hears about how the kid defeated his men. Thank God I survived the last Ultralisk attack. This godforsaken planet is going to be riled up."
Back in his room, Jiang Fei lay down and tried to forget about his troubles. unaware that he had inadvertently wronged someone stronger. His display of combat prowess was only done in an attempt to adhere to the rules of Dairas. Here at the Talvis advanced outpost, the weak shall never be cared for, and only the strong shall be revered. If he had not put on that show of power, trouble would definitely come knocking again. 3 days after the first incident, Jiang Fei was still frowning in his room, unable to solve their food problem. Though their current provisions were enough to sustain his soldiers, the days of famine and starvation would come eventually. Jiang Fei let out a scream of frustration.
How am I going to hunt for meat when there's nothing here that could be called meat?
Hearing his screams from the next room, Sarila went to check on him.
Fei, there's no point in worrying about things you cannot solve. I'm sure the solution will present itself. Right now, we're still in the process of getting used to this new environment. How about we try talking to our soldiers and asking them what they usually eat?
Suggested Sarila.
Right. Let's find out what their eating habits are first. Then think of a solution from there,
said Jiang Fei. Just as he was about to leave the room, he felt a disturbance around him. With the blessing of the core of will, Jiang Fei possessed unparalleled psychic powers that perhaps only Theon could surpass. With such powerful psychic abilities, Jiang Fei also had an acute sense of presence. He could sense that someone had not only slipped into his palace, but was already inside this very room with him.
Ever heard of knocking? You should try it sometime,
said Jiang Fei, addressing the hidden intruder. After 2 seconds of silence passed, he decided to attack with psychic waves in order to unmask the intruder. The sounds of the intruder's grunts were heard from just outside the door.
Ugh! Oh my! Is she one of your people?
Asked Jiang Fei, surprised when the intruder was revealed to be another cat girl. The intruder's ears and furry tail were of a different color and style than Sarila's. She was also much taller than Sarila, and about 30 centimeters taller than Jiang Fei, while Sarila looked like an orange Maine Coon with her brown irises and slightly tanned skin and fur. This intruder's appearance was like a regal Burman. She had striking blue eyes and skin as fair as the pale night moon.
Identify yourself,
snarled Sarila as she drew her blades.
You must be a Cathian,
said the unknown cat girl, unfazed by the fact that she had been discovered.
I am, but I know that you're not,
replied Sarila. The Cathians were not a strong species. If there were any strong Cathians on planet Kate Sith, Sarila would not have needed to join the Valsaurian army to save her people.
Indeed, I am not. My name is Kalna, and I am from the planet Kuldarth,
said the girl, introducing herself. Jiang Fei snapped.
I don't care if you're from planet Cool Aid. Why are you here?
As he examined the girl, the scope displayed information about her origin. She was 8,600,000 combat level strong, much like a well-trained Valsaurian soldier.
I come in peace. I am here to see the man who defeated Wayne,
said Kalna, purposely giggling.
What is Wayne to you?
Asked Jiang Fei. He had never heard the name before, but judging by her manner and speech, she was probably talking about the Valsaurian that Jiang Fei had defeated. Or rather, chased away 3 days ago.
Wayne is nothing to me. We are not acquainted,
said Kalna, giggling again. Jiang Fei replied snarkily, saying,
Well then, you must be used to it by now. Begone!
Besides her regal aura and beauty, nothing about her left a good impression on Jiang Fei. Chapter 1370, Damned.
Come now, handsome one. There's no need to chase me away so soon. Do tell. What did you do? Who did you wrong?
Asked Kalna, smiling from ear to ear. Jiang Fei scoffed.
It's none of your business. Ever heard of the phrase curiosity killed the cat? I'm obviously one of those kinds of people who are always curious about the unknown,
said Kalna. She then noticed Sarila, who was slowly approaching her.
How about you, little kitty? Would you tell me?
In that instant, her eyes glowed with a faint blue hue, reflecting a bit of light from Sarila's own. Sarila answered obediently.
We were sent here by Lord Ano.
Kalna hissed through her tiny fangs.
That son of a B***TCH. Enough,
bellowed Jiang Fei. In a fit of rage, Jiang Fei lunged towards Kaina, unleashing a flurry of psychic attacks. When he attacked her earlier while she was hiding in the shadows, he had only used a weak attack. It could not kill, and would merely disorient its target. Consumed by his anger, Jiang Fei forgot to limit his powers this time. A vast amount of psychic energy materialized as a hammer and smashed into the cat girl. She was strong, but when it came to psychic abilities, Jiang Fei was the clear winner. Before his time with Theon, Jiang Fei's abundant psychic energy had been like a pool of water, without the proper training and refinement.
He may have been able to remain unaffected by psychic attacks from others, but he would never have been able to tap into his own powers and turn it into a weapon. Crack. PSSH. A gemstone that hung around Kalna's neck shattered. What a powerful psychic attack, she thought to herself. The stone in her necklace was not just for decoration. It resonated with her own psychic powers and served to help her defend against psychic attacks that she could not fend off on her own. It was not as strong as one that could trap an ethereal being, as it could only serve as a one-time defense. Once the gem was shattered, there would be no second chance. Wait! Wait! This is a misunderstanding! Cried Kalna as she took several steps back while conjuring a psi shield, hoping that it could at least soften the next blow to make it non-lethal. However, she was well aware that if the gem had been destroyed by Jiang Fei's attack, she had no hope of blocking it on her own. Realizing that he had overstepped his bounds, Jiang Fei quickly reined himself in. His attack was clearly too strong. It had consumed roughly 1/3 of the core of Will's energy capacity. He didn't care about how much energy he lost, but the fact that he had nearly impulsively killed a girl scared him. Master, why have you sentenced me to such cruelty? Thought Jiang Fei to himself, swearing to practice more reservation in his attacks. Out loud, he said, Get lost. Dear me, I think we started off on the wrong foot. Can we start over? Perhaps you could hear me out? Pleaded Kaina. If you don't leave, I'll make sure that you regret ever being born, said Jiang Fei in a voice so deep that it reverberated within her soul. As sorry for bothering you. I'll be leaving now. Apologizing profusely, Kaina promptly left the building. She of all people knew how hard life on Dairas was. The strong ruled over the weak with an iron fist. Since Jiang Fei was clearly the stronger of the two, she did not think twice about following his instructions. Disappointed at how she had presented herself, Kalna thought that it would probably be a while before she could show herself to Jiang Fei again. To be honest, there was nothing she wanted more than to join Jiang Fei, as she had also been sent here by Ano. Jiang Fei was a new member of the Valsarian army, while Sarila was too low-ranking to know about matters circulating around the higher-ups. Everyone else with enough clearance would know who Kaina is, and how she ended up at the Talgis advanced outpost. Jiang Fei had been briefly informed about the cause of the war between the Trade Federation and the Valsarian army. It all started because Ano's son had tried to get his hands on a beautiful girl. Whilst trying to show off his power and impress her, he ended up making several enemies and wronging the entire Trade Federation. In the end, had died while attempting to prove the might of his ill-gotten fleet. The girl that Ano's son had been trying to court was none other than Kaina herself. She had been damned the moment she rejected Ano's son's proposal, since she had indirectly caused the death of his beloved son. Ano had gone to H.L. and back just to punish her. Whether or not she was truly guilty of his son's death did not matter, only caring about his reputation. Ano had captured her anyways and abused his power to send her to the edge of the universe, to serve in the Talgis advanced outpost. To a certain extent, Kaina was innocent. If the lecherous boy had not been such a spoiled brat, he would not have tried to attack the Federation just to impress her. Alas, though she was not the direct cause of his son's death, Ano still punished her by damning her to this planet. As they had a common enemy, Kaina wanted to befriend Jiang Fei, not because he was strong, as she had not known how strong he was until he attacked her, but because of his army. And of course, she had heard that there was another female amongst the newcomers. Being a female in an army was already hard enough. Imagine how hard Kaina had it. She lived her life in an army outpost where all the males were so horny that they would immediately drop their pants at the mere sight of a female. If she had not been someone who was strong enough to face it all, she would have been broken a long time ago. Sadly, not only had she failed to befriend Jiang Fei, she ended up angering him. Jiang Fei already disliked the planet and the entire outpost. Adding on this incident with Kaina, he was now on the brink of hating the whole place. The next morning, Jiang Fei asked Sarila a question when she came to see him. Sarila, how do you suppose we continue to live here? Well, from what I see, we have two choices. The first is to try socializing. See if we can form an alliance with the other settlements. The second option is easier. Since rules and regulations mean nothing here, we could segregate ourselves from the community and live without ever communicating with anyone else. Those two suggestions are literally polar opposites, said Jiang Fei. Hear me out. The first suggestion has its merits. Forming an alliance means that we can exchange services with each other. We could ask for information in exchange for offering them protection. At the very least, we know how to survive an ultralisk attack. But, noticing how attentive Jiang Fei was being, Sarila could not help pausing. But? Prompted Jiang Fei. But we need to be on high alert when dealing with the other settlements. These locals are here for a reason, and I bet betrayal is only second nature to them. We need to watch out for any possible traps they may set for us, said Sarila, picking up where she left off. She kept using the words we and us, obviously trying to avoid addressing Jiang Fei as you. Jiang Fei smacked his lips as he considered both options. What about the second one? Even though he was older now than he was when he first stepped out of the solar system and the Milky Way galaxy, Jiang Fei was still lacking in terms of seeing far into the future. Chapter 1371, System-Wide Announcement. The second option would remove us from the community. As bad as it sounds, at least we won't be cheated or made use of. But the flip side is that it won't be easy for us to expand in the future, added Sarila. I understand, replied Jiang Fei. He knew that a self-imposed reclusion would only be harmful in the long run. What can I do now? He wondered, reading the atmosphere. Sarila left the room, giving Jiang Fei space to think about things on his own. Just when he was on the verge of falling into depression, another uproar was heard coming from outside the palace. Jiang Fei groaned. Again! Despite his reaction, he was actually slightly happy for the distraction that would get him out of the house for a bit. Not a minute later, a soldier was knocking frantically on his door. Sir! A large group of people have barged into the palace grounds. The third squad is currently fighting them. You'll be right out, replied Jiang Fei as he hurried out of the palace. Hold them off. Show them what we do to intruders. Hold your ground. Do not let them in. Third squad, retreat. Fourth squad, replace them. Rather than calling it a fight, it was more like a childish brawl between two groups at school. Many were participating and some were injured, but none were mortally wounded. What is going on? Bellowed Jiang Fei, trying to be heard above the sounds of the fighting. We do not know. Sir, we were all roaming about the courtyard when these guys suddenly came barging in. We tried to reason with them, but they wouldn't listen. A fight broke out immediately, but there have been no casualties, said the leader of the third squad. Thank you. Stand back for a bit, said Jiang Fei, walking slightly closer to the massive brawl. He yelled at the top of his lungs. 13th Division. Stand down. Everyone responded instantly. Sir! His voice might not have been able to reach very far, but it was still effective. All the soldiers of the 13th Division quickly removed themselves from the brawl and got back into formation behind Jiang Fei. Once everyone finally quieted down, Jiang Fei walked forward brazenly. Who is responsible for this mess? Despite speaking at a normal volume, his words carried a deep, reverberating tone that illustrated authority, not audacity. He exuded the kind of aura that only belonged to those who were truly strong. A Valsaurian revealed himself from the crowd of brutes. This mess started when you fought Kratos. Who the H.L. is Kratos? Asked Jiang Fei bluntly, having no idea who the Valsaurian was talking about. How conceited you are! No matter. If you are that arrogant, you must also have the capabilities that allow you to be as such. That Valsaurian was clearly angered by Jiang Fei's response. He assumed that Jiang Fei knew who Kratos was, and was only pretending to not know. Conceited or not, it's none of your business. As for whether I have the required capabilities. Jiang Fei paused and gestured provokingly at the Valsaurian. Why don't you try me and find out? If the Valsaurian had tried to reason with Jiang Fei, he would have gladly listened. But since he wanted to do things the hard way, Jiang Fei would not back down. Bah! Looks like the young ones are lacking in manners these days. Wayne, shall be kind enough to teach you how to behave. The Valsaurian roared and charged towards Jiang Fei. Instead of a cannonball, Wayne looked more like a train zooming across the track at breakneck speeds. Jiang Fei scoffed. Fight first. Talk later. I like that. Oddly, he liked how things were done on this planet. Instead of keeping up appearances, one could be true to themselves. No one had to hide their pin-up irritation, and could just beat the sh*t out of someone else. Activating Omni Surge caused crackles of energy to be seen and heard from around Jiang Fei. With over 5 million combat level, he didn't need to hold anything back. Thump! Before their fists could even touch each other. The sheer power of both Jiang Fei and Wayne repelled each other so strongly that it released surges of repulsive energy, creating shockwaves of unprecedented power. The spectators who surrounded this clash of two titans were literally blown off their feet. The stronger ones managed to withstand the intense force, while the weaker ones were blown away like paper in the wind. When the dust settled and the shockwaves were gone, the two titans' fists had finally touched each other. Both were unmoved. You're strong, Heh! You have my permission to talk to me, yelled Wayne, smiling in satisfaction. Jiang Fei threw an insult back. Yeah. Well, you're not even worthy of speaking in my presence. Although their physical prowess was equally matched, Jiang Fei still had his powerful psychic skills. With a concentrated amount of psychic energy poured into a manifested hammer, Jiang Fei attacked Wayne with a strong dose of psychic power. Unprepared, Wayne was gravely injured, and at the same time, a gemstone on the necklace he was wearing shattered. As it was not as high grade as Kalna's, it failed to absorb all the psychic energy. It shattered once it reached its limit, exposing Wayne to a non-lethal yet violent amount of psychic energy. After taking the attack head-on, Wayne's legs gave way as he tried to get back onto his feet. Having sustained a great amount of damage, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Who? You're strong. Looks like you're a clown that can take a hit, said Jiang Fei mockingly. According to the scope, Wayne had over 5,200,000 combat level. His physical strength was above average, but his psychic abilities were subpar. Heh! I give up! You've won! Bellowed a disgruntled Wayne before he turned away and left the palace. Except for the soldiers of the 13th Division, the rest of the crowd exchanged frantic looks. Wayne was known to be one of the strongest fighters on Dairas, as well as one of the top-ranked people in the entire Talgis advanced post. He might not be an undefeatable champion, but no one could take him down in just a single exchange of blows. This young Terran had only just come to the planet, and he had already defeated not one, but two strong fighters in the same week. Jiang Fei's impressive feat caused Wayne's followers to doubt their leader. Jiang Fei bellowed deafeningly. Do me a favor and listen closely. I, Jiang Fei, came here not as a conqueror, but as an ally. I welcome all those who wish to aid me or seek an alliance. But if you come to me bearing animosity and enmity, I will repay you with the same treatment you seek to bestow on me. Such a daring speech. Who is that kid? How is he able to defeat Wayne in just one attack? What kind of crime did he commit to be sent here? The less one knows, the better. I for one think that he might be the one to unite all of Dairas. Unite or dominate. Those aren't different words that carry the same meaning. Don't care. Don't want to know. For now, Wayne is still strong. So what if he was defeated? That kid looks like one of those pacifists who will easily perish. We've known Wayne long enough to know that he can still protect us all. There were more than enough people that had witnessed the event, and even more that spread Jiang Fei's declaration. His words, though abridged, soon spread throughout the planet, and in time, to the rest of the planetary system. In just a few days, all 6 planets heard about what Jiang Fei said and did. Fei, don't you think this is a bit too much? Asked Sarila right after his declaration. Too much? And here I was thinking that I've not done enough to make myself stand out. In such an unruly place. The stronger you are, the safer you'll be. Respect will only be given to those who dare to stand and resist. The more you try to give in, the worse it'll be, said Jiang Fei. Chapter 1372, King of Dairas. The days after Wayne's defeat were peaceful, albeit slightly stressful, since Jiang Fei had all the time in the world to think about how to solve their food problem. But those days were merely the calm before the storm, and trouble soon befell the entire planetary system. Though the occupants of the planet had heard about, and thus feared Jiang Fei's power, those from outside the planetary system had not. One day, the deafening sound of the alarm broke the silence of the peaceful afternoon. Even from inside the palace, faint roars could be heard and slight tremors could be felt. Be it rotten luck or just something that happened right on schedule, they were now faced with an ultralisk attack. Though relatively frequent, these attacks usually only happen once a month. But not 2 weeks after Jiang Fei's arrival, 3 ultralisks had been detected approaching the system. They were classified as nebulae types. Despite not being as strong as a galactic specter, they still had combat levels of over 8 million, making them powerful enough to kill any strong fighter. Mayhem ensued as all the soldiers quickly armed themselves for battle. The entire planet mobilized, with countless fighters racing towards the closest teleportation system. In the event of an attack, all fighters, whether friends or foes, were required to sortie into space and fight off the ultralisks before they could approach the system itself. If they failed and the ultralisks were to land on the planet's surface, many lifeforms would perish. Or worse, the entire planet would be rendered sterile. Ka Ina appeared in Jiang Fei's room and announced, Jiang Fei, I'm only here to convey a message. Even though you're new here, you must still adhere to the one absolute rule in all Talgis. No matter how you wish to carry out your time at this outpost, you are required to sortie with all the other soldiers here. Any deserters will be hunted down and killed once the battle is over.
Instead of being surprised and angry, Jiang Fei nodded in understanding. Besides the unspoken rule that Jiang Fei loved so much that the strong ruled over the weak, understood that the rules to sortie during an Ultralisk attack cannot be broken. Otherwise, there would not even be an outpost to begin with. Jiang Fei gathered everyone together and made an announcement.
Attention, fellow soldiers. I understand that we've been left to rot on a planet that doesn't even produce its own food. That said, there are monsters out there who will not let us rest in peace. What say you? How should we repay such treatment?
Jiang Fei was excited. As he had finally met an opponent, he could fight without having to hold anything back. He only had to limit his powers when facing another intelligent being. Since Ultralisks couldn't talk or communicate with reason, there was nothing holding him back from unleashing his fury upon them.
We fight. F***CK him inside out. Slice them up nicely. Make him cry.
All sorts of passionate responses were heard, and they only grew louder and more spirited when Jiang Fei raised his hands to signal everyone to quiet down. That is how his fellow soldiers saw him, as a symbol of strength and leadership, an icon to follow and learn from. With him at the helm, they would surely live until they one day died of old age.
Let's rock!
Shouted Jiang Fei enthusiastically. Invigorated, he led the soldiers to the closest teleportation facility on Dairas. Many had gathered by the facility when Jiang Fei and his men arrived. From the looks of it, the entire planet had indeed adhered to the rule. Everyone was joining the fight against the incoming Ultralisks. It took some time, but when it was Jiang Fei's turn to teleport, he turned to his soldiers and said,
"Be careful. Watch each other's backs. We are all coming back alive." Sir,
replied everyone, steeling their hearts and souls.
Good. First squad, with me.
Upon Jiang Fei's order, a small group of elite soldiers joined him at the teleportation bay. A flash of light later, everyone arrived on an asteroid. It was roughly 3 kilometers in length and size. Besides the teleportation pad that was built there, nothing else seemed to occupy this drifting rock in space. After about a minute or so, the rest of Jiang Fei's men arrived and everyone gathered together.
Is everyone ready?
Asked Jiang Fei, transmitting his thoughts telepathically since no one can hear sound in space. Nobody was properly equipped for space fights. But since everyone, they were stronger than even the strongest metahumans on Earth. They could survive in space for a certain amount of time without the proper equipment.
Everyone is accounted for,
replied Sarila.
Stay frosty,
said Jiang Fei, leaving the formation and hovering into the void of space to scout for the enemy. In no time at all, he was able to pick up a faint trace of all 3 Ultralisks via the scope. Creamer Drifter. Combat level, 8,500,000. Note, an offensive Ultralisk. Armed with sharp blades and fangs. A single cut or bite will poison any unfortunate life form. Creamer Slasher. Combat level, 9 million. Note, an offensive Ultralisk. Armed with sharp blade-like limbs capable of slashing and dicing. Creamer Shocker. Combat level, 9 million. Note, an offensive Ultralisk. Be careful of its gigantic eyes capable of unleashing a cloud of lethal electric shocks. The Drifter looked very much like a cuttlefish with long tentacles. The Slasher was almost similar to a praying mantis, except it had more than 10 pairs of limbs. The Shocker was the most alien-looking one, as 90% of its entire body was made up of a single eyeball. Vein-like external protrusions were wriggling about from behind the eyeball. Much like a jellyfish, they seemed to function as its limbs, facilitating the consumption of food and releasing electrically charged excretions during combat. The 3 Ultralisks might not share the same appearance, but they did have one thing in common, the urge to kill and feed. No one on Dairas was capable of facing even one of them alone, much less all 3 of them at the same time. There may have been some who were powerful enough to do so, but these people were definitely not on Dairas. Before Jiang Fei could return and relay the information about the Ultralisks to his soldiers, the other soldiers had already started to fight them. With the exception of Jiang Fei's squad, the soldiers of Talgis had surrounded all 3 Ultralisks and begun their assault. Their attacks lacked any coordination and were only done out of spite. Even if they had been coordinated, many of them only had combat levels of less than 300,000. Due to the severe difference in power, all 3 Ultralisks had not sustained any significant damage even after half an hour since the start of the assault. Instead of promptly jumping into the fray, Jiang Fei continued to spectate from afar. He noticed that a certain individual was continuously trying to fight the Ultralisk despite being heavily injured. Wayne, though he was still injured from his fight with Jiang Fei, he was giving this battle everything he had. Unfortunately, even with a proper coordination,
None of his subordinates were able to pierce through any of the Ultralisk's skin. Wayne himself could deal some damage. But since he was still recovering from his injuries, there was a limit to how well he could fight. Silently slipping out of the shadows, Kaina took the opportunity to speak to Jiang Fei. "What do you think of this battle?" she asked. "Should you perform well and emerge victorious, I will use whatever power and influence I have to declare you as the King of Dairas." During her first encounter with him, Kaina had wanted to join Jiang Fei's force, as she assumed that they were on equal grounds. However, since he had defeated Wayne so easily, her perception had shifted towards seeing Jiang Fei as far superior than herself. As a member of the Valsaurian army, Kaina also subscribed to the concept of siding with the powerful. She was now here, persuading Jiang Fei to show off his skills to the masses, but all for her own benefit. She hoped to clear any enmity between herself and Jiang Fei, so that she could be one of the people standing next to him when he rose to power in the future. Jiang Fei chuckled. The King of Dairas? The thought of becoming a sovereign ruler of the planet had never crossed his mind. However, the notion itself was tempting. Chapter 1373, 1 against 3 Ultralisks. It was physically impossible for Jiang Fei to fight against 3 planet-sized Ultralisks. However, Jiang Fei had no intention of fighting them physically. Instead, he would fight them in a battle of psychic power. They may be strong and scary on the outside, but on the inside, mentally speaking, they were as weak as a baby. That being said, their psychic energy was still lethal to those without the aptitude for psychic manipulation. But Jiang Fei was not like any other fighter. He was particularly skilled at controlling his psychic powers, which just so happened to be the greatest weak point of all 3 Ultralisks. The leader of the first squad quickly reported to Jiang Fei when he saw the drifter turning towards their general direction. "Sir, one of them is headed our way." As the Ultralisk set its monstrous eyes on Jiang Fei's puny little asteroid, it unleashed an uncountable amount of tentacles to attack all surrounding outpost soldiers. Those that even slightly touched the tentacles instantly turned black and died not of an injury, but of its potent poison. So far, none who touched the tentacles had ever survived the poison. The number of the drifter's many kills was on par with the other 2 Ultralisks. The slasher was enjoying its slashing spree, chopping and dicing up soldiers of the giant races, and feeding on them later. The shocker only needed to splurt out powerful electrical plasma onto its prey and gobble them whole while they were paralyzed. The first in the long line of kills were those of the giant race. At 10 times the size of a regular Valsaurian, they were huge. But even so, they weren't enough to satiate the Ultralisk's appetites. The naturally strong and brimming with energy giants were the first to be killed and eaten. The others continued to fight despite knowing full well that their stronger comrades were no match for the Ultralisks. Even so, they continued on, with no expression on their face. It was as if they had completely rid themselves of all emotions, until the moment of their deaths. "Confound it! How are we supposed to fight these monsters? Wait for your orders. The commander is still thinking of a plan. Shut the F***ck up. How could he fight such a beast?" Compared to the veteran outpost soldiers, Jiang Fei's soldiers panicked at the sight of the gruesome killing. As veterans in their own field, they'd had their fill of war and seen enough death to be numb to it all. However, they had never battled against an Ultralisk before, let alone face 3 of them at the same time. Throw them into the middle of the Federation War, and they wouldn't even complain about a lack of firearms. But a battle against 3 Ultralisks had them at their wits' end. The drifter extended its countless tentacles as it closed in, continuously killing and feeding on the outpost soldiers, all while drawing closer and closer to Jiang Fei's position. Crap! Out of the blue, one of the drifter's tentacles zoomed across space, targeting one of the soldiers near Jiang Fei. "In the NG!" yelled the soldier. He tried to move away, but was too slow to avoid the thick tentacles. Just as he was about to embrace death, Jiang Fei flashed across the asteroid and sliced the tentacle with a hot plasma blade. The hot plasma pouring out of Jiang Fei's gauntlet was a product of advanced weapon technology that Jiang Fei had stolen from Ano's treasure vault. The Psi blade was a powerful weapon to begin with, and when Jiang Fei infused Origin Force into it, its energy output had gotten so strong that cutting such a large tentacle was as easy as sliding a hot knife through butter. PSSH. The decapitated tentacle wriggled about on the ground, leaving the drifter with 1 less tentacle. In response, it was agitated. When it was surrounded by outpost soldiers, it had merely reacted instinctively. When Jiang Fei cut off one of its tentacles, it woke up and was not at all happy. A wave of killing instinct drowned the asteroid, one which Jiang Fei knew all too well. "Get back! Get away from me!" bellowed Jiang Fei as the drifter attacked him with several tentacles at the same time. With intricate footwork, Jiang Fei dashed about, slashing all the tentacles that were coming his way. "Come one! Come all!" he scoffed. "Ow!" growled the drifter. Even without intelligence, being heard would make any lifeform react with either fear or anger. In this case, the drifter was clearly agitated, instead of focusing solely on feeding. As per its original purpose for approaching the settlement, the drifter now ignored the rest of the soldiers and focused solely on killing Jiang Fei. "Try it! Ugly! It'll cook you up good!" roared Jiang Fei. The beast's killing intent kept pouring over him. "Ugh! Try this one!" he yelled. Having had enough of being overwhelmed by the killing intent, Jiang Fei concentrated his psychic powers and sent out a saturated psychic needle into the mind of the Ultralisk. "Ow!" A loud, deafening growl was unleashed across the cosmos, followed by an eerie silence. Reacting to its cry for help, the two other Ultralisks turned towards the helpless drifter. In no time, the Slasher and Shocker were ignoring their basic instincts too, wanting nothing more than to kill Jiang Fei. "I need to finish this quickly," thought Jiang Fei. Though he could do it, he did not want to fight all three Ultralisks at the same time, before the other two could arrive. Jiang Fei threw out more psychic needles and psychic hammers to completely destroy the mind of the drifter. Having mastered such techniques, Jiang Fei successfully fully discombobulated the drifter, rendering it unable to attack or react to any physical stimulus. After being bombarded by psychic attacks, the drifter was now at the brink of death. Despite not sustaining any physical injuries, it hovered about in space, unmoving except for sudden jerks and involuntary flinches. It was so defeated that it could not even escape from the battlefield. Turning a few toggles on the side blade, Jiang Fei maximized the power of the plasma. He then kicked off from the ground, sending himself far out in space and into the drifter's body. Due to the beast's sheer size and the fact that it was unable to move a muscle, it was easy for Jiang Fei to penetrate its outer skin, reaching all the way to its inner organs. As he carved his way deeper and deeper into the Ultralisk's body, he came across a glowing crystal that was emanating a concentrated amount of pure energy. The crystal was round in shape and surrounded by thick veins. Judging by its appearance and location, Jiang Fei could only deduce that it was the heart of the Ultralisk. The crystal was as large as a wrecking ball, with an incredibly potent concentration of energy inside it. If Jiang Fei could figure out a way to use it as a power source, he would literally be able to power a hypercruiser for 3 months or more. Jiang Fei cheered happily. "Heh! Loot!" Freeing the crystal from all the veins attached to it, he deposited it into the ring. Since there was no gravity in space, Jiang Fei had no idea which direction was out. It took him several turns and tries, but he managed to get out of the drifter's body by simply slashing in one direction. With that, Jiang Fei had killed the 8 million combat level Ultralisk. A few moments later, a pool of electrically charged plasma came hurtling through space towards the deceased drifter. Seeing one of its own kind killed, the Shocker unleashed a mass of electrically charged plasma goo to attack Jiang Fei. Unlike the other Ultralisk, the Shocker relied on its projectile plasma to attack. Since it was stronger than the drifter, Jiang Fei didn't dare to touch the plasma, fearing that he might be burnt and electrocuted at the same time. "1 down. 2 to go," said Jiang Fei to himself. He toggled the side blade to normal output and charged towards the floating eyeball. At the same time, he conjured a psychic hammer and smashed it into the eyeball. 1 inch out. When the attack landed, the eyeball was in the middle of excreting plasma goo, but failed to discharge it properly. As a result, the plasma scorched its rear tentacles and caused a significant amount of damage to itself. Chapter 1374, The Cherry on Top. After killing one, Jiang Fei had gained more confidence in dealing with the two other Ultralisks. As hard as it looked, Jiang Fei had gauged the strength of the beast and knew his way around them. The drifter was the weakest amongst the three, and while the Shocker and the Slasher were stronger, all three of them shared the same weakness. All of the lessons learned from Theon were recalled and used to fight the three Ultralisks. With a little effort, the Shocker had fallen unconscious to Jiang Fei's psychic hammer attack. Before it could recover, Jiang Fei hurtling through space, slashing his way with the side blade fused with the origin force. Metal power. Like a seamstress scissors through thin cloth, Jiang Fei's blade glided through the thick Ultralisk skin smoothly. A few slashes like that, and an opening was made. Albeit disgusting, Jiang Fei dove into the body of the eyeball and found a similar large crystal that was the heart of the Ultralisk. Compared to the poison aspect crystal found in the drifter, the Shocker's crystal was of electric aspect. Both were emanating excessive power. He craved the crystal out of the Ultralisk's core, and slashed his way out of the shocker to face the last Ultralisk. "You're next!" Jiang Fei taunted the beast as he burst out of the now-dead shocker's pupil. Oddly enough, the last Ultralisk, the slasher, roared with fear instead of wild rage. It quickly turned around, to flee instead of fighting. "It's too late for you, praying mantis!" Jiang Fei burst out a roar before turning into a bolt of lightning, figuratively, charging towards the last of the fleeting Ultralisk. "Is this real? Am I seeing things?" The folks at base must have been out of their mind to send such a powerful young Terran here. I concur. What has happened to the Valsaurian army? It is a grand wastage to send someone like him to rot in this place. I fear that the army will soon fall, perhaps even by the hands of that boy. Ho ho ho. It would be a sight to behold when he grows stronger and has his revenge on the person that had sent him here. Which do you think is more likely to happen? Would he die by the hands of a galactic type or him killing his way back to base? Even if he was stronger, he would die if he chose to remain here on Talgis. I have my money on him returning to base. Perhaps I would join him in that endeavor and return to the center of the cosmos. I was thinking the same idea. So, do we agree? Do we send out a request for an alliance? Alliance? You're too little on that. Haven't you heard? Kalna had already gone out of her way to befriend the boy. Befriend him? You say? What do you care about who befriends the boy? If it's just us, we might have a chance to get out of this confounded place. MHM, you said it. So shall be the fate of our future lives with the young boy. If he survives the nightmare and returns to seek vengeance, so shall we return to base. While Jiang Fei was fighting, telepathic exchanges were ping-pong between planets. The source of the telepathic signals were all coming from powerful individuals. They were certainly strong enough to communicate with each other from distant planets, but they weren't strong enough to fight even the weakest of Ultralisk then. Naturally, they had never witnessed a single fighter fend off, or rather, kill 3 Ultralisk by himself, no matter which branch, which department, fighter, or fugitive. Once a Valsaurian will always be a Valsaurian. With such display of power, even the mighty ones had to bow their heads in respect to Jiang Fei. Kalna was one of those that stood on top amongst the others. After the incident in Jiang Fei's room, Kalna believed that Jiang Fei could do further if he had shown his combat prowess in public. Concurrently, Kalna was traveling between planets to persuade the other settlement leader to pledge their fealty to Jiang Fei. Even though Jiang Fei had not answered the question Kalna asked, the question about him being king of Dairas, Jiang Fei, if not convinced, would still be influenced by the temptation of power. He would change his stance on whether he should be the figure of authority after he sees the rest of Talgis bowing their heads, figuratively, to him, seeing as how Jiang Fei had succeeded in defeating the Ultralisks. Kalna had high hopes that the other settlements would join Jiang Fei's view. Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief and content when he burst out of the defeated slasher with the 3rd crystal deposited in the ring. Well, that was expectedly tiring, said Jiang Fei to himself. Truth be told, he had not spent more than an hour in defeating all 3 Ultralisks. However, he did spend more energy than expected. The energy that was spent was not of physical strength, but of mental power. He was, oddly enough, burnt out. Now that they're not moving, I can see how big there are. Jiang Fei praised the size of all 3 Ultralisks as they drift in space. Even though they were not as gigantic as a galactic specter, the smallest one, the Drifter, was still several tens of kilometers in width. Jiang Fei hummed as he remembered saying something earlier. He had a good look at the Drifter's dead carcass and thought of a barbecued squid. 0541. Do me a favor and sample all 3 Ultralisks' meat. Check whether they are suitable for consumption. Jiang Fei ordered. Captain, they are all suitable for consumption, but in regulated amounts. Ultralisks are powerful life forms and their flesh, even on cellular level, contain so much power that overconsumption will result in layman's term, self-induced explosion. 0541 said. I do recommend that you keep the meat for yourself. Compared to others, your body has evolved to become a semi-ethereal form. You would not have to worry about overconsumption. 0541 quickly added. That's good? Jiang Fei exclaimed. If such meat were carefully portioned, they would benefit even the weaker fighter. To think that no one had ever thought of hunting them for their flesh. The truth was rather bland than known. It was not no one had that idea. But the notion of hunting Ultralisk was crazy as it sounds. There were too many Ultralisks roaming about in Talgis, and the reason no one hunts them was because no one could. That being said, on further distant galaxies, the nearest being the Trade Federation colonies, Mercenaries were hired in large numbers to hunt for Ultralisk's meat. At most, these mercenaries could only hunt for Nebulae-type Ultralisk, as Galactic-type were just too powerful for anyone to fight. By paying a ludicrous amount of money, one can purchase a small amount of Ultralisk's flesh.
Captain, please store them away carefully, as they are extremely valuable.
0541 advised. Heeding to 0541's advice, Jiang Fei put away all 3 Ultralisk into the ring. If the ring could fit Braveheart, a battlecruiser that was at least thousands of kilometers long, it could surely store a few Ultralisk at tens of kilometers in width. Now that he thought about it, the ring he was wearing on his finger was a masterpiece of the Namek civilization. Aside from not being able to store living life forms, it had the ability to bend space and time to the extent of creating a pocket dimension inside the ring. Given enough facility and energy, 0541 could operate a battlecruiser inside the ring from outside the ring. Chapter 1375, Fancy Meal. The battle was over and Jiang Fei had rest. A few moments later, all 3 dead Ultralisks were cleaned up. Nothing was left behind, lest the others would want to fight him for the meat. Although Jiang Fei had killed the Ultralisk fairly easy, it was a feat rarely accomplished by the Talgis advanced outpost, when there was an Ultralisk attack every month. Perhaps only 1 Ultralisk was killed each year. Most of the other time, they were either chased away after throwing so many lives in exchanges, or the complete annihilation of the outpost soldiers. Whenever an Ultralisk was killed, the plebeians would have to give way to the strong fighters and let them have the meat.
All wrapped up now. Let's go home.
Jiang Fei flashed to the asteroid to regroup with his soldiers. Sari-La went ahead to check Jiang Fei and retreated fairly quickly since he had sustained 0 damage.
What now?
Jiang Fei asked. He did not know the procedure in Talgis.
I think there's nothing else we're supposed to do. Everybody else had already teleported back,
said Sari-La. Even though they were able to survive in the vacuum of space, even the strongest soldiers, excluding those that were as strong as Jiang Fei, were unable to sustain themselves too long. Back in his palace of stocks, Jiang Fei sent everyone to do their own thing while he retreated to his room.
0541. How do I treat the meat? I intend to distribute them to my fellow soldiers, as the provision for the carnivorous are lacking,
Jiang Fei said. Truth be told, all 3 Ultralisks combined, there were more than kilometers worth of meat. Alone, it would take years or perhaps a human lifetime to finish eating them.
Allow me to process them first. I suggest that we use the creamer shocker's flesh to distribute to the soldiers. The shocker's meat contains electrical aspect energy that the soldiers could absorb upon consumption. After a certain period of adjustment, you would have an army of electric aspect soldiers.
Although emphasized on its power, 0541 had other reasons to suggest using the shocker's meat to be given out. Compared to the other Ultralisk, the shocker's power came mostly from its core crystal. There was only a trace amount of energy in the meat. In a way, 0541 wanted to dish out the lousy meat and keep the best for Jiang Fei, as Jiang Fei's support system. It was, at the very least, he could do to maximize Jiang Fei's own benefit.
What about the other 2?
Jiang Fei asked. He was not against 0541's idea, as he too was greedy in certain aspects. However, he had an army to feed and cultivate. Keeping the good stuff to himself wouldn't do him good.
The other 2 were brutes, and most of their energy came from their flesh. I could process them and make compressed jerky to maximize its content value and long-term storage.
0541 suggested.
Jerky? Go for it,
said Jiang Fei happily. It has been a while since he had jerky. All in all, after considering the number of soldiers he wanted to feed, there would still be more than enough food to last until the next Ultralisk attack. Nevertheless, it would be wise for Jiang Fei to stock up on energy-concentrated jerky, as he could feed them to his other army back on Earth, the army of female warriors, since by consuming the meat of the Ultralisk would bestow a certain amount of power increase in oneself. Jiang Fei would want to keep the best for his personal harem back on Earth whenever he returns. Upon satisfied with 0541's suggestion, Jiang Fei proceeded to let 0541 start cooking. On the break of daylight the next day, Jiang Fei gathered everyone in the courtyard.
I have an announcement to make, and it's a big one. From today onwards, the 13th Division will be feasting on meat.
Jiang Fei opened up boxes of jerky that were vacuum sealed and distributed them to all soldiers. Each jerky was flat and 6 inches long. Even though it was of small portions, it did not consist of 100% Ultralisk meat. The piece of jerky had only contained 30% Ultralisk flesh, and the rest were mixed with other edible materials. Although by doing so reflected how stringy Jiang Fei was, it was not by choice. All soldiers of the 13th Division were too weak to fully absorb the energy of the meat without dying violently. On average, the combat level of all soldiers was only 100,000. The shocker was of 8,500,000 combat level Ultralisk. Even if one were to have a small bite from its raw flesh, no soldiers would survive from digesting its raw power.
Sir, no offense, but some of us prefer to feed on anything but meat, said a stone giant.
These folks feed on rocks and sand from the ground. Having to eat meat would be out of their regular diet.
Sir, I would prefer to feed on vegetation. Save them for those who needed it,
said another soldier that was a herbivore. Many others decided to voice out their concern. While some expressed their dislike of meat, most of them were being kind and would want to let their fellow carnivorous soldiers to feed on meat while they, herbivores, could survive on vegetation.
Understand this. I'm not forcing you to eat meat, but just so you know, that piece of meat that I'm giving you lots is made from the flesh of the creamer shocker,
Jiang Fei declared, smiling smugly as he did.
Cree flesh from an Ultralisk. How could you waste them on us? The commander is distributing such precious food for us. How generous.
Everyone was riled up as soon as they knew about the source of the piece of jerky they were holding. Everyone saw how Jiang Fei defeated all 3 Ultralisk, but they had never expected Jiang Fei to distribute his own loot to his fellow soldiers. As a soldier of the Valsaurian army, these veterans had been transferred many a times enough to know that most of their leaders were greedy F***CKs. Although rare, some of them would share their achievements with their subordinates, like Jiang Fei did. Unlike Jiang Fei, greedy F***CKs would rather keep the good stuff, and even if the meat were to rot away, they would still keep it to themselves. Having to feed on the same food as their subordinates would signify a demotion of their status. It was a common trait that almost all high-ranking commanders in the Valsaurian army. Hence explained the reaction of the soldiers when Jiang Fei was kind enough to process the meat and distribute them to all the soldiers in the division.
Shush! I'm not done! I'm only giving out one for each of you,
said Jiang Fei before he shouted the next part.
Do not share the meat to someone else. Eat too much and you'll die with a spectacular explosion.
After everyone got themselves one pack of jerky, they quickly returned to their formation and saluted Jiang Fei simultaneously.
Thank you, sir. The 3rd squad wishes to express our sincerity to serve Commander Jiang Fei until our dying breath. The 1st squad will serve Commander Jiang Fei until the end of time.
Jiang Fei could not help but smile. After having gone through thick and thin, meeting people of various backgrounds and races, even planets, he had learned how to distinguish words of empty praise from those from the heart. There, as he stood, he was being showered genuine gratitude from his fellow soldiers. Jiang Fei knew that these soldiers would fight for him, since they needed him. A beacon of hope and strength to continue surviving on this planet, in this advanced outpost. That being said, he would not trust them to die for him. Nevertheless, he would continue his effort in buying the hearts of his fellow soldiers. He believed that one day, these men and women would someday pledge their undying fealty for him. Who else would treat them so well? After the gathering was dispersed, everyone returned to their quarters to start their cultivation. After consumption of the Ultralisk jerky, all soldiers needed to start cultivating in order to fully absorb the essence of the Ultralisk. While the others were concentrating on their cultivating, Jiang Fei was back in his room and was munching through packets of pure Ultralisk jerky as snacks. Compared to the others, Jiang Fei's body constituent was that of semi-ethereal. No matter how much he ate, he wouldn't die from too much energy. Chapter 1376, An Effortless Advancement. Even though there were so many mouths to feed, the amount of meat Jiang Fei had would last longer than Jiang Fei could even bother to count. At the very least, food was no longer a problem. With the fame he gained from killing 3 Ultralisk, none came to his palace to disrupt his peace. Since the urgent problem was solved, it was time to tackle the long-term problem. Talgis was, figuratively speaking, located at the far edge of the known universe. If someone had charted a map, Talgis would be at the far corner of the map, right next to the edge. It was extremely far from any known civilization, and without a warp-capable ship, one would not be seeing another civilization after tens of lifetime. That and the fact that Talgis was the forefront in facing Ultralisk's attacks. Be it as if may, Talgis is not a suitable place to call home. Alone, without external forces to help, Jiang Fei could remove himself from the situation easily. He had a personal shuttlecraft he could use to fly off. However, he would be deserting his fellow soldiers alone. After spending so much on his soldiers, he wouldn't want to discard his army. Not when they were clearly growing stronger. Not to mention the end goal of forming an army of his own. As such, to leave Talgis entirely with his soldiers had been pushed forward. to be Jiang Fei's current main quest to complete. Leaving Tallgeese is not as simple as getting a ship and warp speed away. Even if he could, he wouldn't want to leave so soon. He wanted to take this chance to test his soldiers' allegiance. It has only been less than a month, and if he were to provide a means to escape, mayhap his soldiers would leave or worse, betray Jiang Fei for an immediate benefit. 2 weeks after the defeat of the 3 Ultralisk, Jiang Fei was still drawing blank in his brain. While he was stressing about figuring out a means of escape, his soldiers were making great progress. In terms of strength, upon feeding on Ultralisk meat on a daily basis, all soldiers of the 13th Division had grown significantly stronger. Such an outcome was only natural when the diet they were going through could only be afforded by ridiculously rich F***CKs. The energy essence in the meat of the Ultralisk was preserved so well that none of it was wasted. By consuming it daily, the soldiers of the 13th Division had grown from an average combat level of 80,000 to 100,000. And that took only 2 weeks of doing absolutely nothing. No rich F***CKs. Even the richest of the rich would spend all their money to feed their soldiers with Ultralisk meat. Jiang Fei himself had also grown stronger. While the others had to feed on limited amount of Ultralisk meat per day, Jiang Fei could stuff his belly to the brim with pure Ultralisk meat. Not to mention, the meat he was eating was of higher quality, with such an enormous amount of energy being injected into his body. The black hole core and the core of will had automatically cleanse said energy and use the excess to strengthen Jiang Fei's basic strength. Excess of such energy was converted into storage. Even though it was considered a wasteful expenditure, Jiang Fei had more than enough Ultralisk meat to feed himself until he reached 200 years old, if he were able to live that long in the first place. Nevertheless, the result after 2 weeks was considered as beyond worth. Without Omnisearch activated, Jiang Fei's combat level had reached 1 million. A 800,000 boost from when he was only 200,000. With Omnisearch, Jiang Fei could reach at least 3 million. Paired with the power of the black hole core, Jiang Fei will be at minimum combat level of 6 million. Sorting of ranks in the Valsaurian army depends highly on one's combat level. Combat level of 10,000 could only be open to foot soldier, the lowest rank. Anyone with between 200,000 to 1 million combat level are eligible to apply for middle ranking officers. If one could exceed 1 million combat level, they could apply to be a commander of an army. Generally speaking, while a squad commander required to have at minimum 200,000 combat level, a fleet commander, like Alexis, would require a minimum combat level of 3 million. The next tier would require a minimum combat level of 4 million. Chief Fleet Commander generally possess a higher combat level than 4 million. Although rare, there are combatants that are at least 6 million combat level. It was a rare sight in the Valsaurian army ranks, as they mostly served as bodyguards or hired mercenaries. Ano was one of the higher ranking officers. Their combat level was so high that at minimum, it was already beyond tens of million. Alas, their numbers were so scarce that Jiang Fei could count all the higher ranking officers with only his fingers. Each and every one of them had the capability to become the emperor of the galaxy. Theon was an existence that could not be described. He could be an overlord or an unnamed warrior. Fighters such as he would generally remain hidden from the universe. Their existence was never recorded in any civilization, since even the strongest known warrior had never encountered them. Or rather, never survived the encounter. Jiang Fei was a lucky one, as Theon had grown to like him because of the fused piece of core of will in his mind. That was the ticket needed for Theon to accept Jiang Fei as his apprentice, opening a gateway to a plethora of stronger skills. That, and the fact that Jiang Fei could rely on him to survive waltzing around the universe without the need to fear for his life. One fine afternoon, when Jiang Fei was gnawing on a piece of jerky, he flinched when he sensed an unwanted presence in his room. He got up from his bed and turned to the corner of the room. Seriously? Could you please learn to knock? Do you really like to be mysterious all the time? What are you? A kid? Ha ha! Seems that I cannot escape from being detected, said Kalna as she revealed herself from the shadows. After that, before she could talk, she choked involuntarily before saying, "No woman would like to dwell in the shadow. I'd only remain hidden as it was the only way I could be safe." Jiang Fei scoffed. "I couldn't care less about your life. Just speak your mind and leave." Jiang Fei spat. Even though he was not outgoing, he did manage to get a hold of Kalna's origin and how she was to be in Tallgeese. "I must say, either you're insensitive to a woman's feelings, or you're one of those that pretended to be cold but knows not the ways to reciprocate one's feeling," Kalna said before she explained the reason she was in his room. Previously, after Kalna had offered Jiang Fei the throne, she went out of her way to persuade many of the settlement's leaders on Dairas to join Jiang Fei, albeit only on appearance,
that they would pledge their allegiance to Jiang Fei and crown him as the one king of Dairas.
I don't buy it. What is it for you? Why do you want to be my subordinate?
Jiang Fei snorted. After everything that he had been through, especially with Akatsuris, the unknowns, and the supreme androids, Jiang Fei knows that there will always be hidden agenda behind every sweet offering.
I, for one, genuinely wanted to serve under your banner. As for the rest, I can't say for sure, but as long as they obey your orders, what else would you have to worry about?
Kalna explained.
MHM, are you sure they are willing to take my words as orders?
Jiang Fei said.
My lord,
said Kalna, changing the way she addresses Jiang Fei.
There is a saying from where I'm from. Winds will blow the weakest of trees, and the mass would only dwell amongst the thickest of trunks. Considering the fact that we lived in a dangerous part of the universe and all of us, including me, would want to live under your blessing. You are strong. That we all cannot deny. And if one of us decided not to follow your orders, there's no need for you to soil your hands to punish the wrongdoers. Instead,
you could simply ignore protecting the ones that wronged you during an Ultralisk attack. With such a threat at large, do you think there would be defiers?
Kalna said. She had only managed to persuade the others to pledge their fealty to Jiang Fei because of Jiang Fei himself. He had shown everyone what he was capable of, killing 3 Ultralisks as if they were no more than a nuisance. To serve a being that could demonstrate such strength had never been but an honor to those in the Valsaurian army. Chapter 1377, The Weak Leading the Strong.
If that's really the case, just ask them to come over and meet me,
Jiang Fei said after some thought.
No problem. Sir, when do you think it is appropriate?
Kalna asked with a smile. It seemed like Jiang Fei was ready to accept them.
Now,
he smiled back. He was deliberately troubling Kalna and the leaders of Planet Dairas, wanting to see how they would react and treat him after this. Now, Kalna was surprised at first, but she immediately understood his intention and answered.
No problem. Sir, he'll do it right away.
Okay.
He'll wait here.
Jiang Fei nodded. When she left, Jiang Fei called for Sarila again.
Ah, Fei. What's up?
For the past few days, Sarila had been busy supervising the soldiers' training. After all, it would be too wasteful if they lazed around after eating precious Ultralisk meat.
Well, you know about Kalna's proposal,
right? Jiang Fei asked straightforwardly, as he was not planning on hiding these things from her.
What about it? Has she changed her mind?
Sarila wondered.
It's the other way around. She succeeded.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Are you planning to take them in?
Yes.
Taking them in is indeed a quick way to increase our strength. But you have to be careful of them. Remember, there's no such thing as credibility in talkies.
Sarila said.
Ha ha. Credibility? What about the Valsaurians? Is there anyone in the Valsaurian army who cares about credibility?
Jiang Fei laughed. The Valsaurian army was a thief organization where credibility was far less convincing than strength.
You're right. But the people here are more likely to betray you.
Sarila nodded. After being around Jiang Fei for so long, she almost forgot what the Valsaurians were like. As a Kai, Sarila was kind and orderly deep down in her heart. After she joined the Valsaurian army, she had no choice but to become cunning. Otherwise, she would not survive. However, after Jiang Fei appeared, she realized that she could go back to being the kind cat girl again. This was because he was strong enough to protect her.
I know. Don't worry. Come with me and meet them later.
Jiang Fei smiled at her. This was the real reason why he asked Sarila to see him. Sarila only had around 900,000 combat power. Although she was not that strong, Jiang Fei was more willing to trust her than anyone else because her values were similar to his. He did not really trust the other people around him, including the soldiers. There was another reason why he wanted to let Sarila be part of the management. As she was Alexis' adopted daughter, she had once managed soldiers back in Redstone. In Jiang Fei's opinion, her experience was extremely valuable. Jiang Fei also had another motive. He wanted to test and see how obedient the Planet Dairas leaders were by using Sarila. He wanted to let an underage cat girl who had less than 1 million combat power manage the Planet Dairas leaders, to see if they would obey his orders. If they could not, he naturally would not waste too much effort on them. Even if anyone among them claimed to be the king of Dairas, Jiang Fei would at most lead them nominally. He would not give them any benefits. He was not doing charity, so there was no way he would share benefits with the relevant people. About an hour later, Jiang Fei felt Kalna's presence outside the palace. He could also tell that a few others were with her.
Sir, some people are here to see you.
A soldier ran in to inform him. Okay, take them to the main hall.
Jiang Fei nodded, then started to head toward the main hall with Sarila. The so-called main hall was the same as the central pavilion of original imperial palaces. As the hall was huge, it was used as a place to welcome guests and handle important affairs. After Jiang Fei and Sarila arrived in the main hall, Jiang Fei naturally sat in the center of the hall. Sarila did not dare to sit on the same chair as Jiang Fei, so she just stood beside him.
Wow! How extravagant!
Very soon, Kalna entered the hall with a group of people. Seeing the huge palace, they could not help but whisper among themselves.
Yeah! He actually built such a luxurious place here. How confident!
There were far too many buildings larger than a palace. The only remarkable thing about Jiang Fei's palace was probably its modern design. But where was it located? Dairas? The Ossia System's planet Dairas. This planet was invaded by Ultralisks all year round. This was no surprise, as such a huge building would easily be spotted by them. It was not just planet Dairas. The Ultraliacs also invaded other planets in the Ossia System. Even though the leaders on those planets were powerful, they still had to live in caves and tiny huts so that the Ultralisks would not notice them. If this was before they found out how powerful Jiang Fei was, these planet Dairas leaders would definitely laugh at him and call him an idiot for building such a nice place just to be targeted by Ultralisks. However, after the last battle, his immense display of strength was deeply rooted in their hearts, where he had killed an Ultralisk as easily as pulling something out of his pocket. So, it was natural for someone as powerful as him to live in such a luxurious place.
Sir, we're here.
Kalna bowed to Jiang Fei respectfully.
Greetings, sir.
The other leaders also bowed to him. They truly respected someone powerful like him.
Have a seat.
He gestured to the guests, as he had dripped his blood on the Yonda sprout. It was connected to his mind and soul. The next moment, chairs made of vines appeared behind everyone, including Sarila.
Thank you, sir.
After thanking Jiang Fei, everyone took their seats. At this time, they noticed the difference in Sarila's status. Previously, as Sarila was standing next to Jiang Fei, these leaders naturally thought that the cat girl was Jiang Fei's servant or girl. After all, women were a rare resource in Talkies. The strong ones always liked to keep beautiful women by their side to show off. However, now that Sarila had also sat down, and she was sitting right next to Jiang Fei, this undoubtedly meant that her status was above them all. If Sarila was as powerful as Jiang Fei, these leaders would naturally accept this fact. However, it was much to the contrary. So this made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 1378, Carrot and Stick Approach. However, although the Daira's leaders were not very happy, none of them dared to show it. It was their first time meeting Jiang Fei, so they did not understand his temperament yet, and they were afraid that they would offend him. He was a powerful man who could easily kill an Ultralisk as if it were a little puppy. It would definitely not be easy dealing with him.
All right, since everyone is here, let's get down to business. Sarila, tell them about your plan.
Jiang Fei smiled at Sarila. He clearly knew how uncomfortable the leaders were feeling. But this only made him want to push Sarila up to an even higher spot.
Me?
Sarila froze. Jiang Fei had only asked her to come along and listen. He did not mention that she had to talk about any plans. So she was completely unprepared.
Yeah.
Jiang Fei nodded with a smile. His sudden attack was also to test Sarila's adaptability. He was not very good at managing people. He was used to being the one giving instructions. It would be hard if he had to do things himself, as he was not good at it, and was also too lazy to care.
Okay.
Sarila took a deep breath and stood up. Then, the cat girl spoke eloquently in front of the Daira's leaders, without a hint of nervousness or restraint. As Alexis' adopted daughter, Sarila used to be in charge of managing the 13th Division. Back then, the 13th Division generals were also way stronger than her. So she was used to leading strong men. The Daira's leaders here were way stronger. Even stronger than Alexis. However, they were all the same in her eyes. All of them could easily kill her in a blink of an eye. So the difference in their strength did not matter at all. To draw an analogy, it was like how small animals like cats or dogs looked like giants to ants. But huge animals like elephants did too. Would the ants be more afraid of elephants? Definitely not. Because both the small or huge animals could easily kill them. So, for ants, the difference between cats or dogs and elephants was completely insignificant and unworthy of attention.
In my opinion, if you want to join Jiang Fei's camp, you must first show your sincerity. As the first step, I think you should be willing to give up your own base and move here. He will arrange a place for you.
Sarilah's first sentence was enough to render these Daira's leaders speechless. Although Kalna had persuaded them to join Jiang Fei, they had not discussed the entire plan in detail. It was too early for them to leave their own base just to join Jiang Fei. At least, not yet.
Secondly, in order to prove your sincerity and to integrate the deployment as quickly as possible, I think we should scrap all your original military structures and create a unified one.
Her next sentence hit the Daira's leaders even harder. She was blatantly trying to remove the military power from their hands. Huff. Huff. Although none of the leaders present dared to speak up an object, a few of them started to huff in anger. To them, this was not a plan for them to join Jiang Fei at all. Instead, it was a plan to make them all fall under his commands.
Thirdly, in the future, everyone has to turn in all their loot from battles. All the supplies will be uniformly distributed.
Unexpectedly, Sarilah still had another demand.
What?
Someone finally could not take it anymore. No one had expected this little cat girl to be so cruel. She wanted to deprive them of both their military power and financial power. What was the point of them being leaders then? To be servants of the people?
That's all. Sir!
Sarilah bowed to Jiang Fei, then sat down. She made no eye contact with the leaders the entire time.
That's too much,
one of the leaders said angrily.
Calm down, everyone.
Kalna hurriedly tried to control the situation. Then, she said to Jiang Fei,
Sir, although Sarilah's ideas are good, I don't think we should implement them blindly. We should not act hastily. The leader soldiers have been with them for many years. I'm sure most of them are very loyal. They will probably have varying opinions if we deploy them rashly.
Kalna's words seemed to make sense. But it was actually all nonsense. This was a normal excuse that any leader would give if they did not want to give up their troops. While it was actually a legitimate excuse. Where were the soldiers? At the Valsarian army's Talvis advanced outpost. It was nonsense to talk about things like loyalty here. In the Valsarian army, soldiers were dependent on the strong. And this was even more so in the Talvis advanced outpost. As long as the Daira's leaders dared to bring their troops over, those soldiers would abandon them without hesitation and start following Jiang Fei instead. All he had to do was nod his head. This was because the soldiers would have a greater chance of survival if they followed him.
Ho ho! You're right. Kalna.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. This made her and the Daira's leaders think that he would relax the conditions for them to join him. However, in the next moment, Jiang Fei's face fell and he said,
But I absolutely agree with everything Sarilah said. So for those who are objecting,
feel free to leave now.
Jiang Fei's words made the Daira's leaders speechless.
What now?
The leaders looked at each other. Some of them were regretting even coming here. If they hadn't, they would not be at risk of offending Jiang Fei. Now, if they turned around and left, it was equivalent to rejecting the powerful Jiang Fei in person. To offend a super strong person in the Talvis advanced outpost often equated to dying a terrible death. However, none of them were exactly willing to give up everything and join him. After all, they had spent years building their military forces. Losing it so suddenly would definitely hurt a ton.
But, becoming my subordinate is not without its benefits.
Jiang Fei paused a little before he continued.
First of all, I can protect you from Ultralisks. Even though I can't take down something as strong as a galactic Ultralisk, I can handle ordinary nebulae Ultralisks.
A few small leaders were a little tempted upon hearing that. Their military forces were not that huge. Even if they handed their soldiers over, they would not lose much. Their lives were the most important thing. However, the threat that galactic Ultralisks posed was not that big as they rarely appeared. Maybe once every hundreds or even thousands of years. So this matter was negligible.
Also, I can give you some Ultralisk meat every once in a while,
Jiang Fei said slowly. He clearly knew how to use the carrot and stick approach as a negotiation tactic. Many people of high position or status use this exact approach.
Sir, will you really share Ultralisk meat with us?
The temptation grew. A few other leaders had been hooked too. Although they were unwilling to hand their troops over, their military forces were not as important as their own strength. If they themselves became more powerful, they would have higher chances of surviving in the osseous system. Who wouldn't want that? Chapter 1379, Military Expansion.
Of course. You know how big Ultralisks are, right? I won't be able to finish the meat on my own. So sharing is no big deal. It'll also allow you to keep a few of your most trusted subordinates by your side. You can share some of the meat allocated to you with them.
Jiang Fei's final promise crushed the line of defense in the leaders' hearts. There were only a few who were truly loyal to them. Most were just depending on them to survive. So there was no loyalty involved. As long as Jiang Fei opened recruitment, most of their troops would probably hop over. So, it did not really matter if they directly handed their troops over to him. The temptation of ultralisk meat was so big that most of the leaders were hooked. However, their pride and dignity restrained them from standing up and agreeing.
Sir, if you can really provide us with ultralisk meat on a regular basis, I, Kauna, am willing to be loyal to you.
At this time, Kauna naturally took the lead. She was the one who brought up the entire proposal anyway.
Me too. Sir, am willing to be loyal to you. Me too. And I.
After someone took the lead, the Daira's leaders started to respond one after another. Suddenly, more than 10 leaders had gotten down on one knee in front of Jiang Fei to express their willingness. However, there were still 2 leaders who did not budge. They were still sitting on their chairs, looking unhappy and clearly struggling internally. These 2 were the most powerful among the Daira's leaders. They were unwilling to let go of their military forces, as so much time and effort had been spent building them. However, they did not dare to get up and leave, as they were afraid that Jiang Fei would hate them for this.
What now?
The 2 leaders exchanged looks.
Okay. Get up. Everyone. Report to Sarila later. Then get ready to move over here with your troops.
Jiang Fei nodded, completely ignoring the 2 unwilling leaders. Of course, Jiang Fei welcomed the loyalty of these leaders, but he would not force anyone. After all,
if these leaders joined unwillingly, he would not be able to achieve the desired outcome. He planned to build up his army in Talgis. If he took in those who were not genuinely loyal to him, they would end up betraying him. Following that, Jiang Fei had a chat with the Daira's leaders who were willing to join him. He made it clear to them that Sarila was his representative. In the future, she would be the one managing all the military affairs. If they went against her orders, it would be equivalent to disobeying his orders. Although the leaders were very reluctant to accept this, Sarila still became Jiang Fei's second-in-command because she had his support. At the same time, Kauna had also risen in status, as she played a big part in making the whole thing happen. In actuality, Jiang Fei chose Sarila to manage the army not only because her values were similar to his, but also because his style then was based on how the ancient emperors used to rule. During China's imperial era, it was a common strategy for emperors to use lower-ranked officials to control other higher-ranked officials. If there was an agent sandwiched in between, the conflicts between the emperor and his ministers would be cushioned by the agent. Even if the ministers were dissatisfied, those feelings were directed toward the agent and not the emperor. If the agent was of a high position, he would probably overthrow the emperor. However, since the agent was only a low-ranking official, the ministers would not obey him at all. His status and position were derived from the emperor's trust toward him. If this trust no longer exists, he would then lose his power. Sarila was just like that. She had less than 1 million combat power. Those leaders would only obey her orders because she had Jiang Fei supporting her from behind. Without him, she would have absolutely no power. So, as long as Sarila was not dumb, she would not try to betray him. After all the willing leaders had reported to Sarila, the crowd dispersed. The 2 leaders who did not want to join Jiang Fei also left. However, after they left, they started to pack up and prepare to move to another planet with their men. After offending Jiang Fei, they could never live in peace on Dairas even if Jiang Fei did not plan on doing anything to them. In order to arrange accommodation for the leaders who were willing to join him, Jiang Fei planted a few more seeds of Yan to sprout. After the seeds were planted, large buildings emerged from the ground. This time, however, he did not care about the design of the buildings. All of them were standard dormitories with 2 floors. This was because there were too many new people joining him. He could not take care of them as attentively as how he took care of the 2,000 soldiers previously. But also, he wanted those first 2,000 soldiers to feel a sense of superiority. The leaders who decided to join Jiang Fei took action very quickly. In just 3 days, they already moved into their new base with their troops, in order to get things done earlier so that they could quickly get their hands on ultralisk meat. Those leaders worked very hard. All of them only kept a small number of soldiers by their side, then handed the remaining of their troops over to Sarila. Originally, Jiang Fei had only 2,000 soldiers. Now, he had more than 50,000 of them. His army was now stronger than Alexa's 13th Division when it was at its peak. Back then, Alexa's 13th Division was made up of ordinary soldiers with an average combat power of about 80,000. Even those that followed Jiang Fei and survived had less than 100,000. However, these newly joined soldiers who could survive in the Osvia system were obviously way stronger. They had an average of more than 200,000 combat power. If this army went outside the Osvia system, it would definitely be considered an elite army with terrifying combat power. After she gained military power, Sarila immediately reorganized the army drastically. They would be relocated from time to time. Although the Daira's leaders were supposedly generals in charge of their respective soldiers, everything was messed up after Sarila took charge. After the reorganization, the ultimate command of the joined army was now in Jiang Fei's hands. As for the Daira's leaders who just joined Jiang Fei, their benefits were naturally inferior to that of the 2,000 soldiers who first joined him. The leaders would get the same amount of ultralisk meat those soldiers were getting, which was a small piece of meat once every month. Even so, such a benefit was only available in the Talgis Advanced Outpost. Many Daira's leaders, who did not join Jiang Fei, began to regret their decision. Many of them tried to get close to Kalna, in hopes that Jiang Fei would accept them. However, for now, Jiang Fei had no plans to expand his army anymore. He knew that one should not be too greedy. If he could not make these newly joined leaders become fully and genuinely loyal to him, there was no point in recruiting more people. If he did that, all his efforts would eventually be in vain. Chapter 1380, Judgment Day Meeting. After Sarila reorganized the newly joined soldiers, Jiang Fei finally had a few days of peace. For 2 months, planet Dairas was calm and quiet. There were no more civil wars like before, and no Ultralisks invaded the planet. While he didn't know why the Ultralisks were not invading the planet, Jiang Fei was now the ruler of planet Dairas. Although there were still a few forces that did not join him, those forces were smart enough. Even if they had any ill feelings toward Jiang Fei, they did not dare to take the risk of angering him by rushing into war against him. Dairas was welcoming its most peaceful period ever in history. During this time, the soldiers under Jiang Fei were all hurrying to get stronger, especially those who first followed him. With the supply of ultralisk meat, their combat powers increased quickly. Some talented ones even increased their combat power by an entire level. As for Jiang Fei himself, although he ate more of the meat, his strength had hit a bottleneck. When his true strength reached about 1.5 million, it stopped increasing. What the hell is going on? Jiang Fei frowned as he had encountered an obstruction. At this time, no matter how much meat he ate or how much he trained, his combat power would not increase. Captain, I'm not too sure about your current situation, but I want to rule out the possibility of race limitations. 0541's words put Jiang Fei in a bad mood. Terrans were not an excellent combat race. Jiang Fei knew this. Compared to the top combat races like the Valsaurians, Terrans were too weak. Before this, he had once thought that he might encounter this exact problem. However, after half of his body was energized by the black hole core, he stopped worrying about it. Because I'm half Terran, there's a limit to how strong I can become. Are Terrans that weak? Jiang Fei felt dejected. Don't worry, Captain. I can't determine the cause at the moment. Race limitation is just one of the possible factors. 0541 tried to comfort him. Is it impossible to break through race limitations? Jiang Fei asked. Yes and no. 0541 gave an ambiguous answer. What do you mean? To overcome race limitations, you have to give up your Terran ancestry. You have to let the black hole core energize your entire body. If you want to retain your Terran ancestry, racial limitations will always exist. 0541 explained. My entire body? Jiang Fei froze. An image of an ethereal spirit instantly appeared in his mind, because only such an ethereal creature was pure living energy. No, I don't want that. Jiang Fei immediately shook his head. If he really became an ethereal spirit, it would be a huge loss. Those things could not eat or drink, and did not have a specified gender. If he became such a creature, there would be no joy in living anymore. Captain, don't worry too much about it. I will investigate and find out the problem. It might not even be due to race limitations. 0541's state was worse than that of an ethereal spirit. He did not know the joys of living as a normal creature. He did not even have a body. Hence, of course, he could understand why Jiang Fei was not willing to become purely made out of energy. In the next few weeks, his strength still showed no signs of improvement, and the root cause still could not be identified. However, his peaceful life was over. Sir, Planet Teardarth has sent an invitation letter asking us to attend the Judgment Day meeting. Kalna walked in with a delicate slate in her hands. Planet Teardarth? Judgment Day meeting? Jiang Fei was surprised. He had never heard of these terms. Yes,
Planet Tierdarth is the most powerful among the 6 occupied planets of the Osseous system. Everyone who lives there is strong like you. As for the meeting, its purpose is to discuss how to deal with Judgment Day.
Kalna proceeded to explain a whole lot about Judgment Day to Jiang Fei. All the troops of the Talgis advanced outpost would be wiped out once almost every 3 years. Jiang Fei had only arrived in Dairas for a bit more than 2 months. Although this place was chaotic and people died frequently, they were still very far away from reaching the 3-year mark. The Judgment Day was the reason behind the complete wipeout of the Talgis advanced outpost troops. The so-called Judgment Day was an Ultralisk uprising that occurred every 3 years. Although Ultralisks invaded planets all year round, they would only do so to certain planets in small groups. While it would cause the targeted planet some losses, there were generally not a lot of casualties. However, on Judgment Day, thousands of Ultralisks would collectively invade the Osseous system. To make it worse, the Ultralisks were particularly irritable at this time. They would hunt all edible living energy. Every Ultralisk uprising, the entire Osseous system would be devoured. Only a few lucky ones would be able to escape this disaster. This was why the Talgis advanced outpost had a 100% turnover rate every 3 years. Jiang Fei had only arrived in the Osseous system for 2 or 3 months. So he was pretty unfortunate. The next Ultralisk uprising was about to begin. And so the strong men in Talgis were holding a special meeting in response to this, in order to find ways to survive. This meeting was held almost every Judgment Day, but they had never been able to stop the Ultralisk uprising. In the end, only a few strong or lucky ones would succeed in escaping. Most of the others would be buried in the mouths of Ultralisks.
Okay, got it. When is the meeting?
Jiang Fei asked.
Tomorrow,
Kalna replied while she handed the slate over to him. This was the invitation letter.
Okay, inform Sarilaw later. Both of you will come with me tomorrow,
Jiang Fei said after a moment of contemplation. He wanted to bring Kalna along because she had lived in Talgis for a long time. She knew the people and the rules here better. If Sarilaw followed him there, she could help him with planning. A day passed by in the blink of an eye. Although Jiang Fei's strength was still being limited by an unknown cause, he no longer had the time to care about this. After all, the most important thing now was how to survive the deadly Ultralisk uprising. The next day, Jiang Fei teleported to planet Tierdarth with the 2 girls. This was the largest and strongest planet among the 6 occupied ones. The gravity was 3 times that of Redstone. It was a very suitable place for the strong to train.
What a pity! If such a good planet was not being threatened by Ultralisks, all the strong ones would probably fight to live here.
Jiang Fei sighed.
Sir, do you have an invitation?
Just as they stepped out of the teleportation point, a Ronadian bunny girl approached them. Chapter 1381, The Man Who Survived 3 Judgment Days.
Here.
Sarilaw immediately showed the slate without Jiang Fei having to say or do anything.
Oh, you're Jiang Fei from planet Dairas. This way. Please.
The bunny girl immediately confirmed his identity after seeing the slate. Although many Judgment Day meeting invitation letters were sent out, only 5 invitations were issued in the form of a slate. These 5 slates were sent to the 5 other occupied planets other than planet Tierdarth. Only the rulers of these planets could receive slate invitations. They were not only high in status, but they were also terrifyingly powerful. Would the bunny girl, who was in charge of welcoming guests, dare to mistreat such a strong person like Jiang Fei? Never in her life. The 3 of them followed the bunny girl, and soon arrived at the place where the meeting would be held. It was a majestic mountain, and its entire heart had been hollowed out. A magnificent palace stood within the mountain walls. It was not just on planet Tierdarth. Almost all of the strong people on other planets lived in caves. This way, they were hidden from the outside world. And the Ultralisks, who did not have much intelligence, would not easily find them. Jiang Fei was the only one in Talgis that dared to build such a huge palace in an open place. In the eyes of other powerful people, he was definitely the definition of a young and ignorant person. Although he had accomplished a considerable feat of killing 3 Ultralisks, those 3 were not the strongest type. Moreover, the other strong ones in Talgis had only heard of such a thing. They had not seen his performance with their own eyes. So, even though they acknowledged Jiang Fei's status as a powerful person, they did not believe that he was strong enough to ignore the invasion of Ultralisks.
Sir, please have a seat while you wait here. I'll inform you when the meeting begins. In the meantime, if you need anything, please tell me. I will try my best to serve you.
The bunny girl talked to Jiang Fei in a flirty manner after bringing the 3 of them to a room.
How shameless!
Sarilaw glared at the bunny girl. Although Jiang Fei had not accepted her, she assumed that she was his woman, now that another woman was seducing him in front of her.
It made her very unhappy. Okay. Thank you. Jiang Fei waved, gesturing to the bunny girl to leave. He sympathized with these women. In Talgis, powerful women like Kalna were a minority. Most women had to depend on the strong to survive. So, of course, these women would be greatly attracted to someone young yet powerful like Jiang Fei. Moreover, since Judgment Day was coming, it was understandable that this bunny girl wanted to stick to him to ensure her survival. Any thoughts about the meeting? Jiang Fei asked Kalna and Sarila after the bunny girl left. I don't know about the others, but you have to be careful of one old guy. His name is Barg. Kalna was indeed well informed. Barg? Jiang Fei raised a brow. Yes, he's the ruler of Teardarth. I don't know how strong he is specifically, but I'm certain that he's very strong. Very, very strong. Kalna paused for a moment, then said something that shocked Jiang Fei. He's the only one among the strong ones who has survived 3 Judgment Days. Who knows if it might actually be more than 3? What? Jiang Fei was really surprised. Other than this guy and his men, very few people can survive Judgment Day. So, I think he's playing dirty. Sir, you have to be more careful when dealing with him, Kalna warned. Playing dirty? Jiang Fei's brows furrowed. Well, I heard this from someone who survived the last Judgment Day. It seems like Barg has ways to conclude a deal with the Ultralisks. He would direct them to attack the others, and the Ultralisks would let him off the hook at this price, Kalna said. For real? Jiang Fei's eyes widened. As Ultralisks were creatures of low intelligence, it was difficult to communicate with them even through a language translating device. Ultralisks only knew how to kill. How could they possibly make a deal with other creatures? I'm not too sure. That guy didn't say much. And Barg killed him shortly after. Kalna shook her head. Okay. I'll pay more attention to him. Jiang Fei nodded. At the same time, he made a mental note to watch out for him. The 3 of them did not have to wait too long. Early the next morning, the bunny girl came to inform them that the meeting was about to begin. When she looked at Jiang Fei, there seemed to be some resentment in her eyes. It seemed like she was blaming him for not asking her to help him with anything the day before. All 3 followed her through the complicated underground passage. Soon, they arrived at a spacious underground hall, which was decorated magnificently. In the middle of the hall, there was a huge round table encircled by 24 chairs. Of the 24 chairs, 6 were red, located on 6 pointed tips of the hexagram on the table. There were 3 black chairs between every 2 pointed sides. Sir, please have a seat. The bunny girl brought Jiang Fei to a red chair. It was clear that the 6 red chairs belonged to the rulers of the 6 occupied planets. Jiang Fei nodded, then sat down. At this time, 3 red chairs were already occupied. Both of you should sit too, Jiang Fei said to Kaina and Sarila while he pointed to the chairs beside him. Sir, we came here with you without receiving an invitation letter, so there's no seat for us. Kalna shrugged. Had she not joined Jiang Fei, she would have been able to sit on one of the black chairs. Now, however, she was his subordinate, so she could only stand behind him. Okay. He realized he had been careless. They had obviously arranged the seats this way on purpose. The rulers of the 6 planets would be seated at the pointed tips of the hexagram, ranked in no particular order. This way, there would be no conflicts due to seating issues. Naturally, the smaller leaders would only be able to sit on the second-class black chairs. For those like Kaina who were subordinates, they had no right to sit even if they were sufficiently strong. The guests arrived one after another, and soon the chairs around the table were filled. Only one red chair was left empty. Jiang Fei guessed that it was Barg's seat. Looking around, among all the attendees present, Jiang Fei only knew one person, and that person was seated right next to him. It was Veen, the guy who he had beaten to a pulp just a few days ago. Of course, he was too embarrassed to join Jiang Fei, so he was naturally included in the list of invitees from Dairas. Veen was one of the stronger leaders in Dairas, so he was seated next to Jiang Fei, the king of Dairas. Jiang Fei was not particularly bothered by this, but it was really awkward for Veen as he was sitting right next to a guy who had just kicked his ass a few days ago. The worst thing was that he could not even say anything. Jiang Fei's strength had been deeply engraved in his heart, so he was extremely afraid that he would anger him somehow. If that happened, he might not even be able to live to see Judgment Day. Chapter 1382, Barg the Jolnian. Jiang Fei sat down with the rest of the committee, and only after 30 minutes of waiting did Barg arrive. What took Jiang Fei by surprise was the fact that Barg was not of Alsaurian, but a being that was very similar to humans. From afar,
One would identify him as a European man. He had a tall, rugged figure, a slightly larger nose with a tall bridge, blue eyes, and shiny blonde hair that extended down to his neck. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Fei noticed one feature that differentiated him from what Spasinids would call Terrans. It was a tiny, 3-centimeter long scar right in the middle of his forehead, above and between his eyes. Jalnian. Combat level, 11 million. Note, a powerful race native to the planet Jalner. Possesses 2 extreme polar consciousness. When their third eye is closed, a Jalnian is deemed as the most sincere and kind race that would not hesitate to assist others. When their third eye is open and active, their extremely vicious and violent nature is released. Shocked, Jiang Fei found it hard to believe that a man such as Barg could be vicious. He walked with a limp the entire way from the entrance to the frontmost seat. Plus, he looked sickly and pasty like a stage 4 cancer patient. How could such a man be violent? His 2 eyes reflected nothing more than the kind person that he was. If one were to exaggerate, he might even be the famous Mother Teresa. Just in an alien body.
I suppose he opens his third eye on Judgment Day,
said Jiang Fei to himself based on what Kalna had informed him earlier.
My apologies, fellow respected men and women.
Barg addressed the committee with the utmost respect before he took a seat.
Sir Barg, your excessive humility is too much for us to bear. We've only just arrived ourselves. Please, take no offense in tardiness,
said the other leaders from planet Tierdarth. It mattered not how Barg behaved. As long as Barg remained the strongest entity in all of Talgis, everyone would bow their heads to respect the man.
Thank you for such kind words. Ah, what a delight. There are so many new faces here. It is a blessing to have you attend this meeting, for your mere presence brings new hope to my gloomy world,
Barg said. The conversation shifted from greetings to mundane exchanges of status updates. And finally, Judgment Day.
Now, to the main issue at hand. Judgment Day is fast approaching, and everyone knows the importance of this day. I propose we assist each other in understanding everyone's strengths and weaknesses in hopes that we can all help each other survive the dreaded event,
said Barg, furrowing his eyebrows to show his seriousness.
Well said, Mr. Barg. We would all like to survive and die of old age. However, we do not know about Judgment Day and what will befall us. I've heard about the great Mr. Barg and how he was able to survive multiple accounts. What is your secret for survival?
One of the leaders asked.
There is no secret. I survive with strength and luck. The latter plays a bigger role than I'd like to admit. Nevertheless, I shall brief everyone on the upcoming day,
said Barg, lowering his head and playing down his status. He then proceeded to explain the nature of Judgment Day.
Judgment Day, or the Apocalypse, or the Culling, or whatever name it has, is the mass gathering of Ultralisks. Every 3 years, give or take a few months, Ultralisks perform their mating ritual to propagate their kind. As everyone knows, for any race to procreate and give birth to future generations, various resources pertaining to their own nature are required. Ultralisks need food, energy, to be blunt. Hence, a month before the mating ritual takes place, they will hunt en masse and feed as much as they can. Hence, we need to survive the hunting period. And after a certain period, they will leave us alone.
Everyone kept quiet, but some took down notes.
What should we be wary about?
Someone asked.
If you mean what we should fear the most, that would be the overwhelming number of Ultralisks participating in this bloodbath.
He paused a bit before he added,
My apologies. That's the least of our problems, as, in rare cases, a galactic-type Ultralisk will appear. I was lucky enough to never encounter such a beast, or else I wouldn't be sitting here talking with all of you,
Barg said.
Do you have any advice for us?
Someone else asked, since Barg was the only person, generally speaking without a valid consensus, who had survived 3 world-ending events. His past achievements lent credence to any advice he had on surviving Judgment Day.
I'd suggest sticking with guerrilla tactics and avoid fighting directly with one, due to the sheer number of Ultralisks. No matter how strong you are alone or in a group, it's impossible to fight against thousands of Ultralisks at the same time. That being said, one must have a certain level of strength to engage an Ultralisk. If you aren't confident in your own strength, it's best for you to just partner with another fighter.
While everyone was busy soaking in all the knowledge that Barg was giving away, Jiang Fei raised his hand to interrupt him.
What do you plan on doing during Judgment Day?
Jiang Fei asked.
Me?
Barg replied, turning to look at the source of the question before saying,
Honestly, I am one who will go with the flow. However, my priorities will always be tending to my children. They are still young and have much to learn.
Jiang Fei nodded, displaying a reaction that was not out of the ordinary. However, despite Barg's sincere explanation of his actions, Jiang Fei managed to find a flaw in his reasoning. Barg was explaining what he would do like everything was according to plan. It was as if Barg had zero doubts about surviving Judgment Day and was placing his effort in helping others. It would seem that Kalna's advice was not for naught after all. Unless one was as strong as Theon. How else could a single person hold so much confidence in facing thousands of Ultralisks? The rest of the meeting was simply a Q&A session with Barg. Jiang Fei was not interested in that, as he continuously poured his attention into observing Barg's every action. Due to that, Jiang Fei may have missed some details about the meeting. But he noticed one glaring feature about Barg. While the others were still conducting the Q&A session normally, Barg had been consciously asking about their defenses, masking it by providing suggestions to improve their formation and troops.
Brother Jiang Fei, what plans do you have to survive Judgment Day? Perhaps I could advise you on how to improve them?
Barg asked when he noticed that Jiang Fei had not spoken since his last question. Truth be told, Barg was intrigued by Jiang Fei's existence. He was too young in the cosmic scale, yet he managed to wrestle over the throne of Dyrez. That alone spoke volumes of his capabilities. Not to mention, he had been noticing a certain glare and found that Jiang Fei had been observing him since the start of the meeting. It was not the same kind of look that the others were giving him while they paid attention to his words and advice. Jiang Fei was different. The look in that young Terran's eyes was not the same as the others, and it was a cause to be wary.
Well, I don't have plans at the moment. At most, I'll simply run when I'm in danger.
Jiang Fei answered vaguely. He had his own personal shuttle. If Theon was not there to save him at the last minute, he could escape easily.
Run? Do you have the means to escape the Osvia system?
Someone noticed Jiang Fei's words and quickly focused on him. At that instant, Jiang Fei became the center of attention. If there was a way to leave the entire system, they would not have to worry about an Ultralisk uprising.
Crap!
Jiang Fei murmured to himself when he accidentally ignited the flame of curiosity in the others. They were clearly dying to know how Jiang Fei was going to run. Just as Jiang Fei racked his brain, thinking of a way to clear the misunderstanding, a bright light flashed in front of him, and a small, metallic box teleported in. The box whirled a bit and revealed a small orifice, which projected a hologram of a Valsaurian army official.
In accordance with the will of Lord Ano, Officer Jiang Fei and Officer Sarilaw are hereby summoned to return to the Karldish fort. Please be ready to be teleported,
said the Valsaurian officer. Chapter 1383, More Than Willing.
What did he say? Did he just reject a return order? That was an order to return to the Karldish fort. Right.
The entire room gasped in shock and had surprised outbursts.
Just who has his back? Who knows? Whoever has that kid's back must have been powerful enough to recall him. Hold that thought. No one's going to discuss the fact that he's been given a chance to leave this damn place. Ano must be at his limits.
Jiang Fei thought to himself. That outcome was only one of his guesses. Theon the Plunderer had, publicly, made himself known to Ano. And Jiang Fei was but a hitchhiker on that publicity. The truth was more embarrassing than Ano would like to admit. No matter how powerful and terrifying Jiang Fei's support was, Ano had to punish Jiang Fei for his crimes as a means to save face. Jiang Fei was akin to those sons of famous powerful politicians. He had been caught committing a crime, and to enforce justice, Jiang Fei needed to be punished. However, after a certain period of time, once the heat died down, the father or powerful individual of power would secretly remove the son from said punishment. As such, the public would not know what happened to Jiang Fei and thought that he was serving time for his crime. That way, the figure of power would be able to maintain the favor of the masses and avoid wronging the wrong person. In this case, Ano did not want to wrong Theon. Any civilization with an advanced enough social construct would tend to resort to such methods to handle wrongdoers. Jiang Fei just happened to be one enjoying the benefits. Sarilaw was able to ride the wave of excitement, probably because of Traka's plea.
0541. What do you think of this?
Jiang Fei asked.
The return order should be genuine since Ano would not want you to die in the middle of an Ultralisk uprising. He is desperate to do something for you lest his treasures get looted away by Theon.
0541 said.
I'm not hearing an answer,
Jiang Fei added. 0541S had reached a point where his behavioral pattern was completely human. He could even avoid revealing his answer and mask it over with wisecracks.
Alright. I do not think that you should leave so soon.
0541 finally caved in and answered.
Your reason being? To be fair, fighting against a wave of Ultralisks will prove to be challenging training for you. with Thea behind you at all times. What is there to worry about in terms of inserting yourself in dangerous situations? Should you remain, you could develop your own army and reap the benefits after a certain period of time. Should you fail and lethal threats are looming close, Thean would surely help you go through such a threat. From where I stand, I see no reason to leave.
0541 explained.
That was what I was thinking actually,
Jiang Fei said. However, instead of worrying about his own well-being, Jiang Fei was taking the remaining soldiers of the 13th Division into consideration. If he left, all of his soldiers, those who had claimed to pledge their fealty to him, would surely die during the Ultralisk Uprising. Thean did not care about the rest of the army besides Jiang Fei. As safe as he was right then, Jiang Fei wanted to leave a surviving route for his troops. Basically, Jiang Fei did not face any risk of dying. He could reap the benefits of the cloak of protection he had been wearing and do whatever he wanted.
There's one more thing,
0541 added.
What? Remember Meteor? The Federation hypercruiser that we took over during the war?
Jiang Fei asked.
Correct. That ship is currently approaching this system. It is being dispatched to pick you up. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I recall asking you to seize control of the ship.
Jiang Fei said.
Indeed I have.
0541 replied happily. The ship was originally too far for 0541 to even establish a stable connection. But now, as it approached the system, 0541 was not only able to secure a stable connection, he was in complete control of the ship.
Do you have control right now? Yes, I do. Good. Seize the ship at once and bring it into teleportation range. Should we ever fail to hold off the Ultralisk Uprising, use the ship and teleport us away,
Jiang Fei ordered. Meteor was a hypercruiser so powerful and large that instantly teleporting soldiers in the tens of thousands was only child's play.
Captain!
0541 acknowledged the order and instantly shut the ship down. All manner of communication that was not permitted by 0541 was turned off.
Sorry, La. What do you think about this? Do you want to leave this place?
Jiang Fei turned to Sarila and whispered.
It doesn't matter what I think,
Sarila answered simply.
Well, what if I told you that I wasn't leaving?
Jiang Fei declared. Even though his voice was very soft, everyone in the room heard him and reacted accordingly.
He's rejecting the return order? He must be crazy. Hey, if you don't want to leave, let me. Tell them to let me go. What a spoiled brat. Does he really think he can survive the Ultralisk Uprising?
Seeing how Jiang Fei had intentionally given up on a lifeline that had been so graciously offered to him, the leaders in the room could not help but feel contempt for Jiang Fei. Even Barg was inclined to think negatively of Jiang Fei.
Well, that makes things easier. I shall remain here as well,
Sarila declared quickly. She had already planted herself in the decision to remain by Jiang Fei's side. Even in the face of death, Ks were a species that picked their life partners carefully, and once they decided on one, they would not change their life partner for as long as they lived. Even though Jiang Fei had not verbally or non-verbally expressed his intention to take Sarila for himself, the cat girl had already decided on her own to be Jiang Fei's partner. Henceforth, if Jiang Fei decided to remain in Talgis to fight the lethal force of Ultralisks, she would remain by his side.
Arg. Two fools. Have they lost their minds? What good is Talgis when one can even enjoy being in prison somewhere else?
Some time later, the room fell into dead silence.
Why are you so willing to stay with me?
Jiang Fei asked, feeling a little touched.
You don't need to ask me again, for I am more than willing to stay by your side.
Sarila stuck her tongue out and made a funny face at Jiang Fei as she gave him a decisive answer. No matter how competent she was in dealing with matters about military affairs, she was still, by her age, an adolescent who was yet to be considered an adult of her species.
F***CK.
Jiang Fei hummed to himself. Judging from the nature of her responses, Jiang Fei immediately recognized that he had picked up another female to join his harem fleet. Instead of being happy about it, he had grown annoyed with the number of girls who had been falling for him. No matter how frustrated he felt about it, there was always another girl who was willing to put her life before his. As a man, he had to take responsibility to protect her.
All right, then. Tell Lord Ano that we reject the return order,
Jiang Fei declared to the hologram before he crushed the box with his bare hands. To be honest, the person in the hologram was but a mere electronic-generated image. There was no one operating it on the other side, because when 0541 took over the ship and all manner of communication ceased to function, a state of panic erupted on board and no one was free enough to talk to Jiang Fei.
With that, I shall leave with a parting wish. I hope that all of us will work together to face the upcoming Judgment Day.
After that, Jiang Fei excused himself, leaving the meeting room with Sarila and Kalna. Everyone, even the good-hearted bard, could not help but look at Jiang Fei as if they were looking at a psycho. Everything he did was out of nature and considered stupid as well as crazy. Chapter 1384, Breaking the Limiter. Back on Dairas, Jiang Fei produced too much ultralisk meat for Sarila to distribute to all of his soldiers. Judgment Day was quickly approaching, and it would be a waste if Jiang Fei kept the meat for himself and did not use it to strengthen his soldiers. Fervor rose once more when everyone received more ultralisk meat that they could ingest safely. To feed was to grow stronger, and logically speaking, they would have a higher chance of surviving the upcoming threat. News about ultralisk meat being vastly distributed amongst those under Jiang Fei's banner spread throughout the planet. And soon, even other planets got wind of it. In no time, leaders of different settlements extended their request through Kalna in hopes that they could be one of those valuable ultralisk meat recipients. If the rumors about their enhancing capability were true, it would only be natural for them to covet the meat of an ultralisk. Leaders of various settlements from other planets in the system had reached out via different methods in hopes of receiving some ultralisk meat. Although they provided a plethora of reasons, their ultimate goal was the same as the rest: to strengthen their fellow men in an attempt to survive Judgment Day.
Heh! I couldn't care less about them all. Let them rot for thinking I'm that gullible.
Jiang Fei bellowed after Kalna was done with her report. Those leaders would never bend the knee for him. Yet when death was looming over, every one of them came to him, basically begging him. Jiang Fei was always striving for efficiency. He believed in training one good man to be as strong as 10 rather than raising an army of 100 who were not as good as that one man. Why waste resources when he could simply pour them all into his own men? At the very least, they were trustworthy to a certain extent. Already against the leaders of his own planet, Jiang Fei was not any nicer to the leaders of the settlements on other planets. During the previous ultralisk attack, they had been anything but helpful. Jiang Fei alone killed the beasts. So why should he share the meat with those who would rather cross their arms in leisure? Jiang Fei had grown old enough to behave in a selfish and egocentric manner. He would no longer be giving out freebies to those with sob stories and crocodile tears.
I'd clean that up a bit before telling the others. That being said, I think what you're doing might be considered offensive. You could be making enemies before facing the ultralisk.
Kaina suggested worriedly.
I doubt they would dare to come and fight me before Judgment Day.
Jiang Fei scoffed, when their habitat itself was already against the living. Coming to incite war with another settlement would only lead to doom. Jiang Fei knew that no wise leader would want to challenge him. Not before Judgment Day arrived anyway.
It's hard to determine. Some may be desperate enough to do something rash,
Kalna insisted. If there were people desperate enough to fight to survive, they might resort to breaking the pot, bringing Jiang Fei down with them should they find it necessary.
It doesn't matter. Let them try. Let them know that I, Jiang Fei, do not stir trouble but welcome it,
said Jiang Fei with a certain aura. It was only natural that the stronger he grew, the more confident he was. After he discussed the matter with Kalna for a short while, Jiang Fei returned to his room while Kalna went out to do his bidding. Once there was no one around, Jiang Fei began to talk about the nature of his own limitation with 0541.
Have you figured out the problem? Captain, so far, I have not reached a conclusive answer yet.
0541 had been testing many factors that could limit Jiang Fei's growth. But so far, he had not found anything that was an obvious obstacle.
I hope it's not a human limitation,
Jiang Fei said worriedly. Even though he would never give up on being human, he would genuinely be disgruntled if the limit on his growth was indeed due to his genes.
We cannot eliminate that possibility just yet.
0541 tried to reason with him, but he was not doing so well. Truth be told, Jiang Fei's current condition closely matched the limitations of a race. However, there was still one more option left on the table.
Is there a way to completely ascertain that?
Jiang Fei asked.
I have already gone through all possible tests except one,
0541 said, hesitantly.
Which is the limit break. Sounds direct. It is. Every life form has a limiter embedded in their genes. And one way to break past that limit is to expose oneself to a life and death situation. However, if your strength remains stagnant after said event,
0541 ended his sentence there. Still, Jiang Fei knew what he was going to say. If he failed to grow stronger after a decisive battle, Jiang Fei would have hit the threshold of a human strength. Unless Jiang Fei gave up on being human entirely, Jiang Fei would remain as strong as he was. Forever.
A life and death battle. Huh? Jiang Fei hummed to himself. He shot to his feet when he suddenly concocted a brilliant plan. Finding a decisive battle any day now would be impossible, but what about the upcoming uprising of the Ultralisks? That would play right into Jiang Fei's goal of breaking past his limit. If fighting thousands of Ultralisks failed to help Jiang Fei break his limiter, nothing would. 0541. I've reached a decision, Jiang Fei said decisively. Which is? 0541 curiously asked. It had been a while since Jiang Fei displayed such tenacity and determination. If the outcome indicates that my limitation is truly due to me being human, I want you to remind me to return to Earth after surviving Judgment Day, Jiang Fei declared. If he did not succeed in breaking the limits of his strength, he would return to Earth and spend the rest of his human life with the girls he had longed for. But what if you succeed? You'll return to Earth, Jiang Fei said, smiling. But what? 0541 stammered. I'll go back to Earth to fetch the girls. They'll join me on my adventures in space, Jiang Fei said. He had never dared to bring the girls along with him in space because he possessed zero confidence in protecting himself, much less protecting others. If he could break his limits, even if he could not, within a certain duration time and reach Ano's combat level, he would still have the means as well as methods to protect his own family. Additionally, he had support from the Great Plunderer, Theon. Technically speaking, there was nothing for him to fear. Noted. I shall remind you the day after Judgment Day, 0541 said. With that, the coordinates of Earth were patched into Meteor system. As soon as Jiang Fei gave the green light, 0541 would teleport Jiang Fei back to the ship and return to Earth. The key that would determine the success or failure in breaking Jiang Fei's limiter was the future. If Jiang Fei failed, he would be spending the rest of his life on Earth as any other human would. However, if he succeeded in breaking the limiter, he would be fetching the girls to join him on his never-ending adventures in infinite space. Chapter 1385. A War Before Judgment Day. Knowing full well that Judgment Day was approaching but not when exactly, the tension in the entire Osvia system increased by the day. Peace was but the calm before the storm, and it lasted for almost a month. Jiang Fei and his men kept themselves in lockdown, training and cultivating their own strength. Alas, the more impatient men were not able to keep calm during such a tense period. As a result, when the tension broke, it erupted spectacularly in the form of brawls. It started with just a single man engaging another who had insisted on fighting. However, as the situation escalated and it did fairly quickly, the brawl grew larger and larger to the point that one could even call it a war. Even so, no lives were taken. Only bruises and cuts were dealt. Such wounds healed overnight, and the men had only done so to ease their stress. My lord, I bring a winds from the other planets. Kalna greeted Jiang Fei before she delivered the bad news. Jiang Fei sat up on his bed, and after he made sure that no one else was snooping around, he said, Do tell. I have reason to believe that an unknown number of settlement leaders on other planets are conspiring against you. I suspect they will launch an assault on this palace before the arrival of the Ultralisks. Do you have more insight on the matter? Jiang Fei asked further. I'm afraid I do not. However, I think it may have something to do with Bard. Kalna expressed her concern. Let's assume it has, Jiang Fei said. Kalna's whispers were almost accurate, and given that the Osvia system situation lent credence to the matter, Bard may have opened his third eye and unleashed the devil within. However he may have persuaded the other leaders to unite and attack Jiang Fei. It was a possibility that Jiang Fei could not afford to ignore. The question that remains is, what shall we do about it? Kaina asked. Jiang Fei remained quiet as he paced around his room. After he moved in circles a few times, Jiang Fei called out for Sarila. I have here the final batch of Ultralisk meat. Distribute them to our soldiers, and order them not to partake in any conflict on the outside. Have them focus purely on self-improvement. Jiang Fei whispered. Shouldn't we be forming alliances with the leaders of the other settlements on this planet? Kalna asked. Based on Jiang Fei's order for Sarila, Kalna had assumed that Jiang Fei was going to tackle the problem all by himself. Alliance? Do you really think there's such a thing in this wretched land? Jiang Fei scoffed. He would rather face all of his enemies alone than risk having a potential backstabber hiding within his ranks. So it shall be. Kalna nodded as she caved in. No matter what Jiang Fei wanted to do, Kalna had pledged her fealty to Jiang Fei's cause, and would not express any signs of disagreement on any matter. Now, please, leave me alone for a bit, Jiang Fei said, gesturing to both Sarila and Kalna to leave the room. As soon as the two left the room,
Jiang Fei asked 0541.
How's the ship? Have you made modifications to the teleportation system? Aye. Meteor is ready at your command. All crew members and combatants on board the ship are currently being imprisoned and disabled with nerve gas. The teleportation system has been enhanced to beam up a large number of soldiers at one time. Give me the word, and I will teleport everyone in a snap.
While Jiang Fei was unable to further strengthen himself, he did not lie in bed and do nothing. When the chance showed itself, Jiang Fei snuck onto Meteor, and with 0541's help, he moved all disabled combatants and crew members into the brig. Jiang Fei had now fully taken over the entire ship. According to his plan, if the Ultralisk uprising proved to be too much for him to bear, 0541 would instantly teleport him and all of his soldiers onto the ship, then leave the Auspia system entirely.
Keep the ship within range and hidden from everyone. Well, I don't mind other people discovering it, but it should never be an Ultralisk,
Jiang Fei ordered.
Relax. Hiding from others just so happens to be my specialty,
0541 boasted. Even if they would extinct for more than 10,000 years, Namekian technology in stealth and spatial manipulation would be at the forefront even now. Even though there were technologies that have been developed to detect such a system, the Namekian stealth system would still be effective against lower intelligence life forms like an Ultralisk. For example, now that the absolute means of escape had been secured, Jiang Fei was able to calm down even when the omen of an attack was as clear as the sun in the sky. If they left him alone, Jiang Fei would even not mind lending a hand as long as it did not affect the final outcome. However, if they insisted on pressuring Jiang Fei with enmity, Jiang Fei would not have to do anything but run and hide. The uprising alone would be sufficient to wipe the planet and the entire system clean. The peace before the storm lasted for another 2 days, and the tense atmosphere reached its peak. It was too quiet. Stressed men were no longer fighting each other, and there seemed to be peace in all 6 planets in the Auspia system.
They're coming! I can feel it!
Kalna came to Jiang Fei and reported her findings.
Come one! Come all! Better for them to regret now than later.
Jiang Fei scoffed. With the absolute condition of victory at hand, Jiang Fei welcomed any kind of conflict. The core of will was charged with energy to the brim, and Jiang Fei himself was well rested. Instead of fearing a war, he craved one. At the very least, if he could trigger the decisive battle before the dawn of Judgment Day, he would strike gold. One night passed, and the morning, Jiang Fei received a transmission. The transmission was a message written and signed by 4 leaders of the highest authority on their respected planets. The message was plain and simple. It asked Jiang Fei to share the Ultralisk meat he had with them so that everyone could fight on equal grounds.
Heh! So much for keeping myself hidden.
Jiang Fei snorted when he read the transmission. Of the signatures embedded in the transmission, Barg was not amongst them. Generally speaking, Barg was trying to show that he was not going to endure such an act of war. He was able to trick the others, but not Jiang Fei. Who else besides Barg had the power to persuade 4 rulers to unite against Jiang Fei?
Kalna, do you think that 3-eyed bastard will surface?
Jiang Fei asked.
Hard to say. Remember the man who survived the 3rd uprising, but was killed by Barg himself? I managed to get some information about Barg from him. Barg was cunning. If I were in his shoes, I would wait until the 4 leaders and you fight each other. Once you wear each other out, then I'd strike all of you at the same time,
Kalna explained.
You are assuming an outcome in which I lose the fight. How about the opposite?
Jiang Fei chuckled as he spoke.
Do we even have a chance? Why not? I don't see any way we could lose.
Jiang Fei replied confidently with a smug. The moment Jiang Fei smiled ever so confidently, Kalna's heart was moved. In human words, she was extremely infatuated. Jiang Fei was displaying all the traits that she would want in her lifelong partner. He was young, strong, mysterious, yet benign without ill intent. He was unlike the son of Ano, who was on the extreme end of the spectrum. The kind whom Kalna or perhaps all females of every species and race would reject.
I see another outcome. If both you and the 4 leaders end up equal in strength, Barg will remain passive and collect what's left of us. But, if we are stronger, he will wear the halo of justice and stop the fight,
Kalna added.
Smart. Now you're thinking in a cunning way,
Jiang Fei praised. Barg had set himself up in a good position, no matter which side he supported. In the end, he would come out of it with benefits.
Please, am not as cunning as him. How else would he survive 3 judgment days?
Kalna sighed.
That streak ends now. He will not survive the 4th.
Jiang Fei snapped.
How so? No matter how many plans he has. Do you really think he can fend off a galactic-type Ultralisk?
Jiang Fei snorted, smiling from ear to ear. Chapter 1386. A Test of Loyalty.
A galactic type?
Kalna spat, nearly soiling herself.
Calm down,
Jiang Fei quickly retorted.
But where? How do you know such a thing?
Kalna stuttered as she asked.
The less you know,
said Jiang Fei as he turned away.
But if there really is a galactic type coming, we will be swallowed in its wake.
Kalna pushed on.
Do you really think you'll let it kill everyone here? Well, my soldiers, you, and Sarila. The others are excluded. I have a plan. In the event that I fail to fight it, I will take everyone with me and leave the system,
said Jiang Fei, revealing his secret plan.
Leave? You can do that?
Kalna gasped.
Yes. I have a hypercruiser in close orbit within the Osphia system. I am in control of the ship and can teleport us all with a snap of a finger. However, I need you to remain quiet about this. I want to take this opportunity to conduct a test of loyalty on all my soldiers.
Jiang Fei paced closer toward Kalna and said,
I understand.
Kalna sighed in relief. At that point, the mystery shrouding Jiang Fei's entire character had grown thicker. How could a person being sentenced to remain at the Talgis Advanced Outpost own a hypercruiser, and even position it within the Osphia system? What kind of person was he? Who had his back? How did he manage to get himself a return order and reject it blatantly? As shrouded as Jiang Fei was in mysteries, Kalna remained confident in him. She was never more certain that Jiang Fei was the man she wanted to be with. The transmission that was sent to Jiang Fei had a deadline for his reply. Despite Jiang Fei's many preparations, it had already been 22 hours. And in 2 more hours, the deadline would be upon him.
Sarila, gather the troops,
said Jiang Fei during those last 2 hours.
Aye.
Sarila said before she left. 30 minutes later, all of Jiang Fei's soldiers gathered in the courtyard, with an unlimited supply of Ultralisk meat. Jiang Fei's original squad, the infantry units of the 13th Division, had grown so strong, even stronger than the other new soldiers. Concurrently, the 13th Division soldiers had reached an average combat level of 220,000, while the others were only at 200,000.
Gather round,
Jiang Fei said, announcing himself to the crowd. All the soldiers quickly got into a neat formation and saluted Jiang Fei.
We're ready for you, sir,
Sarila said, representing the entire 13th Division.
At ease, ladies and gentlemen,
Jiang Fei said, smiling contentedly.
So, does the taste of Ultralisk's meat fare well?
Jiang Fei teased.
All too well, sir. Brilliant. Superb. A miracle meat. My strength has almost doubled since I've eaten it. Me too.
Everyone poured their praises on the alien meat. And while some could not deny the horrid taste of such a meal, they would gladly feast on it as it granted them strength. While the 13th Division soldiers had an unlimited supply of meat to consume, the other soldiers had also managed to get a hold of some. Although they were not able to grow stronger at an accelerated rate, they were still able to improve, even if just by a fraction.
I'm glad everyone likes them. It just so happens that I have received a request. They want me to surrender our hard-earned loot to them. What should I do?
Jiang Fei asked.
*CK them. Tell them to saw it off. Kill them. I haven't had enough of it, and someone else wants all of the Ultralisk meat. I'll fight them for it.
The entire courtyard exploded with rage. They had been tasting the sweet nectar of power that was the Ultralisk meat, and someone else wanted to rob them of their blessing. It was only natural for them to throw a fit and fight.
I'm glad to hear that. It has been 22 hours since the last transmission, and in less than 2 hours, they will be coming for us.
Jiang Fei teased slowly.
To arms. Commander Jiang Fei. Give us the order to fight. We will crush them.
Jiang Fei had not mentioned the nature of their enemy. The soldiers just assumed that it was the leaders of other settlements on Dairas, and thought they held the absolute advantage.
I'm happy to see everyone so hyped about defending our loot. However, I must warn you that our opponents are the leaders of 4 planets in the Osphia system.
Jiang Fei revealed.
*T. F*CK. MHM. Ugh.
The fire that burnt so violently not 2 seconds ago died down instantly. After living in the outpost for some time, all of the soldiers had been briefed about the existence of other settlements on other planets. And of course, their leaders as well. Jiang Fei may have been strong, but the other leaders had credence to their names for being able to survive so long.
So what if they're from other planets? Commander Jiang Fei is the strongest one of all. Give us the order to attack. Sir, we will fight them all. That's right. To arms. To arms.
In comparison,
Many of the 13th Division soldiers were in support of Jiang Fei. One could even say that they were Jiang Fei's diehard fans. Their reasoning was simple and straightforward. No one besides Jiang Fei had treated them so well. Who in the entire known universe would provide unlimited supply of ultralisk meat to their soldiers? Furthermore, Judgment Day was getting closer. And if one could grow stronger, what was better than sticking with the leader who facilitated that wish? Jiang Fei himself had even displayed combat prowess that no other had shown before. More importantly, Jiang Fei was the benefactor and savior of all the 13th Division soldiers. A life debt was to be paid back in full. What better way than to repay that debt by showing their undying fealty to their savior? Give the order. Sir, no matter the decision, I will always remain loyal to you and only you. Kauna joined the fray and chanted her thoughts. She knew about Jiang Fei's secret plans. Since there was already a pathway to safety, there was no reason to doubt Jiang Fei anymore. We will too. Count us in. To die in battle is to die with honor. With Kauna pushing them further, the soldiers of the 13th Division, as well as the locals, pledged their fealty to Jiang Fei with fervor. However, there were a few men who separated themselves from the heated mass. Doubt filled their eyes, as they did not want to participate in such a suicide mission. I, Jiang Fei, am honored to have such loyal soldiers. Please, stand with me if you wish to fight with me. As for those who are not willing, I will not force you to do so. Your life is your own to control. And if you wish only to protect yourself, I shall respect that wish and set you free. Jiang Fei said. He was actually happy to see a group of soldiers unwilling to join the fight, because 50,000 soldiers were a bit too many for him to handle. The segregation continued, and those who were willing to fight with Jiang Fei gathered closer to the palace. The hesitant ones were shown the gate of the palace. Not even 10 minutes into their departure, a few who had regretted their decision tried to return. But the doors were closed for good. If they wanted to return, they would need to wait until after Judgment Day. Sorry, Law. Please do a head count. Jiang Fei ordered once those who refused to serve left the palace ground. Sorry, Law acknowledged. And after a few minutes, she returned with a report. More than half of the original soldiers had left. And now, there were only less than 30,000. Even though Jiang Fei had expected that outcome, he was mildly infuriated at the fact that over 200 soldiers of the 13th Division left. Of course, he was not going to show his frustration publicly. Sorry, Law, on the other hand, was screeching and howling like an angry cat. Chapter 1387, Ununited Front. What had been done could not be undone. The soldiers made a decision to leave the army, and Jiang Fei was not going to accept them any longer. What else could they do besides seek shelter elsewhere? As the last of the disowned soldiers left the compound, the time limit for Jiang Fei to reply to the 4 leaders' transmission expired. 24 hours had passed, and the 4 leaders of the 4 planets were agitated. Even if Jiang Fei chose to reject them, he could at least give them a worded reply. Jiang Fei was recognized as a strong individual, but in the face of 4 leaders from 4 planets, the Terran boy was still too conceited on his front. The absence of his reply, be it intended or unintended, was an act akin to a slap on the face. A few minutes after they confirmed the absence of his reply, the 4 leaders went to work immediately. Armies were mobilized, and the main teleportation hub on Dairas was turned on. It is up to us to teach that Jiang Fei a lesson he won't forget, said a Valsaurian with pulsating muscle veins visible all over his face. As one of the great planet leaders in the Ossia system, he had never suffered such humiliation. The anger he felt was more similar to the anger those in power felt when they were treated unfairly. It was unjustified and self-centered. I concur, said another leader, an Alderaanian, like the twins Jiang Fei met before. This leader had the same similar features except for the shivering cold aura around him. His white, pupil-less eyes only enhanced that feature of his. Gentlemen, should we discuss how we are going to divide the hall after Jiang Fei's defeat? Said the strongest of the 4 leaders, a Decronian who was larger than average. Equally, said the last of the 4 leaders, a Valsaurian who was not as menacing looking as the one before. Even so, there was a glint in his narrow eyes, the kind that schemers and swindlers generally had. State your reason? I have the largest and strongest army. I see no need for the lot of you to have an equal share. The Decronian snorted. Huffs of flame spew out of his nostrils as he breathed. Lord Bison, having the largest and strongest army doesn't lend credence to your claim to deny us an equal share. Although no one can deny the strength of your army, I don't see a way for you to crush that boy alone. If you can and you do, No one here will lay claim to the hall. You may have them all as long as you can defeat him alone. However, we have all agreed to participate in this endeavor, so the hall must be shared equally. The Alderaanian retorted. Abel, perhaps you wish to surrender to me now, or shall I destroy you and take your army for mine? Bison glared at the Alderaanian, standing his ground. Calm down, Lord Bison. Abel has only stated his opinion. A valid opinion, I might say. If you are truly as strong as you claim, perhaps you should fight Jiang Fei and claim his prize for yourself? Said the smaller, more timid Valsaurian. Sigh. I know what you are plotting. You want me to fight Jiang Fei alone. And when I am at my most vulnerable, you will strike me down and claim both of us. Bison snarled. Brood might be his ultimate language of war, but he was not without brains. Had he not been the leader of a planet in Osvia, he would have fallen into his cunning trap. Lord Bison, you are wise, but your intelligence is wasted on thinking that I have such a plot in play, Sai said, shrugging innocently, without a shred of shame even when his plot had been clearly exposed. Say something, would you, Rufus? Abel turned to the menacing-looking Valsaurian. The brutish Valsaurian kept his words to himself, crossing his arms as he stood there, stoic. It was not until Abel came over to nudge a response from him that he spoke. Lord Bison is stronger than all of us combined. He doesn't need our help to defeat Jiang Fei. Compared with us, he holds the authority to claim the entire hall to himself, Rufus declared with a straight face. Contrary to how he looked, the man excelled not with his brute strength, but with his sharp mind. His statement was clearly meant to fan the flames on Bison. Bison was not having it. Despite appearing together on Dairas with their armies to fight Jiang Fei together, the other three leaders were clearly plotting against one another. Even if he had not proposed the venture against Jiang Fei, the other three leaders would surely have their own plans to defeat him after he was done with Jiang Fei. That was how it was in the system known as Osvia, a habitable planetary system where trust was only as worth as the dirt on the ground. Bison had only managed to hold it together for so long because it had not been 3 years. The rest of the leaders were not as strong. They knew that. Hence all three of them secretly conspired together to F***CK Bison over. At that point, there was no turning back unless saving face meant nothing to Bison. The other three leaders could not have been more obvious in hiding their true motives. Even so, Bison was too prideful to back away. If he left now, he would forfeit from laying claim to the precious Ultralisk meat once Jiang Fei was defeated. However, if he did accept the challenge and fight Jiang Fei alone, he would have to fight the other three forces that would be waiting for him to be incapacitated. You think I am weaker than Jiang Fei? Bison caved. He believed in his strength and truly believed that Jiang Fei was no more than a conceited brat. On the other hand, he could not give up on the Ultralisk meat. The Ultralisk uprising was coming, and if he could feed himself with the meat of the Ultralisk, he could at least survive Judgment Day. Godspeed then, Abel said. I shall pray for your victory, Rufus hummed. I wish nothing but victory for the great Lord Bison, Sai praised. Do not think this is over. After I am done with that Terran boy, I will come for the rest of you, Bison snarled, huffing and puffing angrily. Bison left the rear camp and joined his army to make the first charge while the rest remained behind to spectate the clash of two titans. To be honest, they had their reasons to pressure Bison into fighting Jiang Fei alone. Bison was strong, stronger than all of their armies combined. If Bison's forces were not chaffed, assuming all four leaders worked together to defeat Jiang Fei, Bison might not surrender the hall and even attack the other three leaders out of spite. Secondly, it had to do with Jiang Fei himself. Jiang Fei had been shrouded in a thick cloud of mystery ever since he rose to fame. No one had solid intelligence on Jiang Fei other than circulating rumors. By the time Bison and his army were seen approaching the horizon, Jiang Fei as well as his men were already ready and waiting outside the walls of his palace. What's going on here? Do they actually have a plan? Or was that lonesome army forced to act on its own? Jiang Fei commented when he observed the battlefield status from a watchtower inside the palace. It was odd that there were still armies left behind to act as reserves while only one army, being led by a single leader, came charging toward him. There are so many! F***CK me. I don't want to die yet. Well boys, it has been an honor fighting alongside you. 1 against 4 armies. How is that fair? Looking at how many soldiers were charging with fervor toward them, they could not help but feel the pressure of war and succumb to fear despite their growth in strength. They had decided to fight with Jiang Fei earlier before, but being surrounded by 4 armies produced the kind of stress that would shake one's faith. Brother, we should just leave right away. There's no way we can survive fighting them. Get it together. Brother. No. I don't want to die so young. Shush. Leaving now is the same as betraying Sir Jiang Fei. But if we don't, we will still die.
Some of the soldiers with weak wills started to show signs of regret for pledging their fealty to Jiang Fei. Chapter 1388. Show me what you got. Things on the battlefield were, from the perspective of Jiang Fei's side, terribly bad. Even as Bison's force charged closer and closer, more soldiers continued to teleport in from the main teleportation hub. The number of enemy soldiers surrounding Jiang Fei's palace was beyond quantifiable. To put it in perspective, Jiang Fei's palace was like a small island in a sea of enemies. Their numbers were too many to even consider counting.
We surrender. We are being held captive by Jiang Fei. Please don't hurt us. Me too. We are all prisoners of Jiang Fei. Spare us.
A small group of soldiers from Jiang Fei's forces threw down their weapons and fled toward the incoming army. Even though they could not deny the fact that Jiang Fei had only been the best leader they had ever served, the pressure of facing an uncountable number of soldiers caused them to give everything up.
Useless bastards,
Countess snapped. She was the person who had taken them in and managed to get them to join Jiang Fei's banner. The look on her face when they gave up on fighting for Jiang Fei was unladylike.
Stop!
Jiang Fei barked when Kauna was about to leap down from the watchtower to execute the deserters.
Don't waste your time, and put yourself at risk to punish those who flee in the face of fear. I have no need for them in my army. You don't have to sully your hands either,
Jiang Fei explained calmly.
But, sir, the deserters must be executed for their crimes,
Kauna barked.
As I've told you, don't waste your time. If you must, do it later, after the war,
Jiang Fei said. He then turned to the front to face his soldiers.
Heed what I say. Unless you are my ally, I will never surrender the flesh of the Ultralisk. If you are true to your words, stand your ground as I promise nothing but victory. With that being said, if you do not believe in me, I will not force either one of you to stay. Leave now, and do not regret it,
exclaimed Jiang Fei. His words sent both waves of excitement and shock to all his soldiers. Any normal army would have gotten ready to fight. And if there were soldiers who wanted to leave the battlefield, they would be executed for treason. Jiang Fei's actions and words were contradictory to any contemporary warfare strategy.
Brother, this is our chance. Let us leave now. No. I have lived my entire life fleeing in the face of danger. Now that I've finally found myself a master who has been nothing but fair, I will fight for him until my very last breath. Stop being such a hot-headed brute. Fine. I'll leave on my own. No good lord is worth dying for. Go. It matters not to me. If the rumors about Judgment Day are true, you are not going to live either. I am willing to lay my life for Sir Jiang Fei's sake. At least, I get to die on my own terms.
As the chattering continued, a few men left the army, and there were now less than 100 of them.
Brother, why do you insist on dying for Jiang Fei? That's Sir Jiang Fei. Look at him. See how confident he is? Do you think a man could smile so confidently before danger if he had no plans for dealing with it? I trust Sir Jiang Fei with my life, and I believe he has a plan to fight them. So what if our enemies are the armies of 4 planets? They will be defeated nonetheless.
There were many keen-eyed soldiers amongst the masses, and they noticed the confidence Jiang Fei had been exuding since the start. It gave them a sense of security that was worth betting on, while only a few who truly believed in Jiang Fei remained. A larger portion of Jiang Fei's soldiers were merely riding the bandwagon. Since most remained, they stuck behind too. No matter the reason, only an insignificant number of soldiers had chosen to leave. It did not matter to Jiang Fei. But for those deserters, they came to regret their decision minutes after Jiang Fei made an announcement.
Good. I am proud of this army. You have shown integrity like no other. I will join the battle as well. I will prove my worth as your leader.
Jiang Fei bellowed happily. For once, Jiang Fei was truly proud because he never expected to see so many of his soldiers choose to stick by his side. At that moment, the bison's voice came howling from afar.
Jiang Fei, come down and let us talk it out.
Says the brute. Jiang Fei snorted. He turned to his soldiers again and said,
as payment for your loyalty, I want everyone to stay behind and only protect the palace. Do not charge forward. That is my battleground. I alone shall take on the army.
Jiang Fei then hopped down from the watchtower and marched forward, ahead of his soldiers.
What's going on? Did he say he was going to fight all by himself? That's more than, I think, 300,000 soldiers? No. Sir Jiang Fei, let us fight. What a benevolent leader. He would take on the fight himself and let us live to see the light of day.
However, only a handful of soldiers were touched by Jiang Fei's move. Almost everyone else thought Jiang Fei had lost his mind. Jiang Fei kicked his feet off the ground, moving faster than the speed of sound and arriving at Bison's position. No matter how much his soldiers doubted him, Jiang Fei was not going back. He was about to show them his strength.
I am Jiang Fei. Who am I speaking to?
Jiang Fei greeted. Back in the meeting room, Jiang Fei had seen every other leader in the Osvia system. He had just forgotten their names.
I am Bison. I'm going to be blunt. Jiang Fei, you are still a young boy and have much to live for. Surrender half of your Ultralisk meat supply and I will call off my soldiers,
Bison said. He was not dumb enough to charge straight into a fight. If there was a chance to call off the fight, he would do it in a heartbeat. Nevertheless, he would not leave empty-handed. If he could stop the fight and get away with half of Jiang Fei's supply, it would be a safer gamble than working with the other leaders and or fighting with Jiang Fei.
A negotiation. I appreciate your candor, but I'm afraid that I'm not going to agree to any negotiation. All the Ultralisk meat is with me. If you want it,
come and get it yourself,
Jiang Fei taunted. He had examined Bison's situation with the scope and gauged his combat level, which was over 9,500,000. He was strong. But to Jiang Fei, he was only a brute to be defeated. If he wanted to end the fight there and then, he could simply drag him into the 10th dimension and end his life in a snap. However, Jiang Fei was not going to resort to using that cheat code. As a matter of fact, Jiang Fei was not going to use any of the psychic manipulation skills he had learned from Theon. Today, he would only use his own skills to fight Bison fair and square. From a certain perspective, Bison had the advantage since he was clearly stronger. But Jiang Fei had Chinese martial arts prowess with him. Even when he faced a stronger opponent, he could still fight through at least a few rounds. That being said, logically speaking, Jiang Fei would have a hard time winning. But that was the battle he sought. Only by fighting a stronger opponent could he truly bring out his true potential. With the limiter in effect, Jiang Fei would have to face Bison with his own powers instead of relying on psychic manipulation and the ultimate 10th dimension. He needed to test himself, to know whether he was truly being held back by his own genes, to find out whether he should give up or continue his journey throughout the infinite cosmos.
Huh? Are you so deranged that you dare to joke in the face of death?
Bison snapped. Jiang Fei had done it. There was no way Bison was going to back off.
Are you daft?
Jiang Fei retorted before he had a good laugh.
This is not the first time I've faced death, and this will surely not be my last. If I had been so afraid of you, I would have accepted the return order and lived my life comfortably, while the lot of you continue to rot here.
Jiang Fei taunted. Bison could not respond. The boy was right. If he had feared death, he would have gone when the return order came for him.
Come, let us have our brawl. Show me what it takes to be one of the strong ones. Show me what you've got.
Jiang Fei roared, releasing Omni Surge to the maximum. Energy crackled around Jiang Fei as his combat level soared through the roof and reached a peak number of 7,500,000. His own original power was over 3 million, a strength that he had gained over the days he spent on Dairas. With support from his Omnisuge, his combat level rose to over 4,500,000, and coupled with the energy that poured in from the black hole core, Jiang Fei hovered steadily at 7,500,000. He was strong but clearly weaker than his opponent, Bison by 2 million levels. Chapter 1389, The Voice of Temptation.
So, you've faced death countless times. If you wish to ignore the stairway to heaven, I will grant you the highway to H.L.
Bison bellowed before he spewed a large ball of fire toward Jiang Fei.
Whoa!
Jiang Fei dodged the incoming incendiary gas. However, when he noticed that the flaming ball was headed toward his palace, which was made of flammable materials, he charged his hands with a surge of energy and sent it out to extinguish the ball of flame.
Your battle is with me. Come on. Don't go burning down a work of art.
Jiang Fei taunted, gesturing for Bison to come at him again.
Your clowning stops now.
Bison snarled and charged toward Jiang Fei. Soldiers from both Bison's side and Jiang Fei's side started to rally together. Not to fight, but to watch the furious battle of two titans. Some stronger ones, who had the ability of flight, flew into the sky to spectate the fight from a better view. With a wider area of battle, Jiang Fei activated the gauntlet on his hand and unleashed a hot plasma blade. A slash of the lightsaber would be lethal even if the person had a combat level of over 9,500,000. Bison let out a deafening roar, and with a sudden burst of red aura, He gained breakneck speeds, allowing him to instantly appear next to Jiang Fei. That was when Jiang Fei activated his weapon. During that process, any other professional fighter would have taken the opportunity to strike. However, keep in mind that Jiang Fei had the art of the sword, which was derived from many other Chinese sword styles. His fighting style would be far more refined than an alien's. Heh! He took the bait. Jiang Fei hummed. While he was still preparing the blade in his right hand, Jiang Fei clenched his left fist, ready to deliver a devastating punch to Bison. Wham! Wham! Ugh! Bison groaned as he took Jiang Fei's left punch to the face. However, he was fast and agile enough to land a clean hit on Jiang Fei's chest. Both Bison and Jiang Fei were blown away. Bison had benefited more from trading blows since Jiang Fei was in the midst of preparing a slash. Bison's punch on his chest had prevented him from executing his next move. That being said, both of them learned a lot from the encounter. Bison was shocked to learn that Jiang Fei was not as weak as he seemed. His skill in the fighting arts was good. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, acknowledged Bison's exploding strength. Trading blows was no longer an option. Bah! A 2 million gap in combat level really does make a difference. If not for the battlesuit, I would have broken a rib or two. Jiang Fei grunted. He took a deep breath and prepared his lightsaber for another round. Boy, I'm giving you one last chance to surrender half of what you got. I won't be holding back anymore. Bison snorted. Bison was sure that even though Jiang Fei was skilled in the fighting arts, he was still structurally weaker than him. As long as he could land a few punches, Jiang Fei would surely perish. Nevertheless, even with confidence to defeat Jiang Fei, Bison still did not want to prolong the battle. He knew very well that Jiang Fei would not go down without a fight. And if he took more damage than he could bear, the other three leaders would swoop in like vultures to nip on his carcass. The feeling's mutual. Come at me with everything you've got. Jiang Fei dismissed his offer with a condescending laugh. The stronger his opponent was, the happier Jiang Fei was. The closer he was at death's door, the higher the chances for him to break his limiter. Fool! Recognize when it is time to surrender, Bison barked. Alas, he would not give Jiang Fei a chance to live. Bison formulated a strategy against Jiang Fei on the fly. This time, he would use whatever skill he had, relying on his vast combat experience to force Jiang Fei to take hit after hit. Ha! Ha! The battle went on for only 3 rounds before Jiang Fei became the first to bleed. His battlesuit was solid, but Bison's attacks were stronger. He had merely traded less than 6 blows with Bison and had already sustained heavy damage to his body. Look at you! How weak you are! Being human only makes you weak. Being human will not allow you to become stronger. Accept the power. Become one with energy. Forgo your humanity and become a being of pure energy. Your arms are heavy now. And soon, your legs will give in. The muscles all over your body are screaming in pain. Give up. You will not become any stronger without first becoming a being of energy. Having a body of pure energy will render you insusceptible to damage. As long as your outer sh.l remains, you will live forever. While Jiang Fei was trying his best to keep his lungs from collapsing, a voice echoed in his mind, whispering words of temptation. The voice was persuading Jiang Fei to accept the black hole core so that it could fully convert Jiang Fei into a being of pure energy. What the F*** CK? 0541. Is that you? Jiang Fei shouted telepathically. Huh? I didn't say anything. 0541 replied. Bison noticed that split second when Jiang Fei was distracted, and he took advantage of it. Pay attention to me. Boy, you dare allow yourself to be distracted? Bison bellowed as he tackled Jiang Fei with a shoulder charge and landed a clean double fist punch to his chest. The blow was so powerful that Jiang Fei broke the sound barrier multiple times while he was blown away. He then crashed into the ground. And even though the battlesuit negated some damage, Jiang Fei still suffered from internal bleeding. Hack! Tui! Jiang Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. It was not the time to worry about anything else. He needed to pay attention since fighting Bison would require everything he had. That's it. Surrender all of your Ultralisk meat, and I will let you live, Bison demanded, increasing his demand for Ultralisk meat. You'll have to beat it out of me first. Jiang Fei scoffed. He dusted himself off and charged at Bison with his lightsaber, ready to cleave into him. You'll regret this, Bison hummed. He never thought that he could land such a clean hit on Jiang Fei. But then again, Jiang Fei being distracted mid-fight helped. The battle between two titans continued, and the apparent loser was only becoming easier to discern. Jiang Fei's movement had gotten increasingly draggy ever since he took a blow to his chest. Blood was coming out not just from his mouth, but also from his nose and ears. Oh no! Our leader is losing! What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Panic ensued as Jiang Fei was clearly losing. If he fell in battle, nothing good could happen to them. Fei, please, be alright. Sarila prayed hard while she witnessed the fight from the sky above. What is going on with Jiang Fei? He was genuinely confident before. But now he is taking a beating. Kalna commented. Kalna was convinced that Jiang Fei was truly a strong individual. She refused to believe that he would allow himself to take such a beating willingly. Huh? Huh? Ow, why? Jiang Fei groaned the moment he had some breathing room. The pain from sustaining so many blows was numbing his senses. All he could feel right then was his organs rupturing inside him. In a battle of energy-based assaults, Jiang Fei suffered greatly from using physical force instead. Damn it! I should have learned about my own weaknesses, Jiang Fei said to himself. Only then did he realize that martial arts did not allow him to fight all kinds of enemies out there. To be more accurate, martial arts only allowed him to fight enemies of the same combat level easier. Such weakness! Such fragility! So shall a human ever be? You of all humans have proved how weak a human is. You are the epitome of humanity's weakness. Surrender to the flow of power. Become one with energy. Only then will you become the strongest in the universe. Comment. The voice of temptation surged in his mind. It was clearer this time. F***CK off. Who the F***CK are you? Jiang Fei, who was furious beyond recognition, bellowed at the top of his collapsed lungs. What the? Did I knock your brains out? Bison said, thinking that Jiang Fei had taken too much damage, causing him to hallucinate an enemy that did not exist. Chapter 1390, Omnisurge. Surging. Get your head in the game. Boy. Bison growled before he landed a clean physical punch on Jiang Fei's face. To say that he was pulling his punches was fair since Bison had yet to infuse his explosive power behind his fist. Even so, Jiang Fei was clearly not ready for it. The punch, albeit not delivered at full power, sent him flying for a good distance before he hit the ground, skidding against the soft grass. When his vision returned, he began to see double. The dizziness of the highest magnitude put Jiang Fei on the verge of regurgitating all of his breakfasts from last week. Jiang Fei struggled, but after he spat out a mouthful of blood, he felt better and managed to set himself straight. Although the voice in his head had a sense of temptation, it was causing him to lose consciousness. It was similar to the feeling of inhaling a lungful of chloroform. He was unable to focus properly in the fight, much less try to get Omnisurge to deliver constant power to himself. It fluctuated up and down faster than the world's wildest roller coaster. Thankfully, after being punched in the face, the painful and powerful concussion to the head managed to pull Jiang Fei back to reality. Even though the current dizziness he felt dancing in his head was killing him, it was 100% caused by Bison's punch, not the irritating voice in his head. At least, for now, he could focus on the battle and get it over with. Despite temporarily solving his worst problem, Jiang Fei had to suffer through another. Physically, he was breaking all over like a rotten wooden hut after a hailstorm. Bison's surging power could be felt reverberating down to his rattling bones. Even so, Jiang Fei was not going to give up. Such a noun had been removed from his dictionary. The muscles all over his body were screaming, begging even, for Jiang Fei to stop. His bones, albeit still intact, were on the verge of shattering like pieces of glass. Nonetheless, he was going to fight. Acknowledging his will to fight, Omnisurge burst with power, granting Jiang Fei a surge of potent strength that increased his overall combat level. The energy that was already crackling around Jiang Fei buzzed about like an exposed Tesla coil at maximum output. His current combat level was now over 8 million. Fascinating, Bison hummed. Instead of feeling intimidated, Bison chuckled when he saw how Jiang Fei only grew stronger after he took damage. Bison was a veteran in Osvia, and he had survived more battles than he could even remember. As such, he had encountered other races that shared the same ability as Jiang Fei, the kind that could grow stronger and stronger in a fight. If one did not deliver a lethal blow, a blow that was meant to kill, the opponent would only continue to increase in strength as long as he or she was still breathing. That being said, Bison was still able to remain calm because Jiang Fei was still weaker than him even after his power boost. The gap of power was still significant enough to grant Bison a higher stance. Plus, since he knew about Jiang Fei's growth rate, he wanted to end the fight soon. The longer the fight was dragged out, the worse it would be for himself. I've had enough games. It is time for me to end you, Bison roared. He cast aside all thoughts of exchanging blows. The next hit he delivered would be the strongest one. Come at me! Jiang Fei shouted as he gave up his sword stances. He threw his gauntlet aside and charged toward Bison with a simple charging punch. With overwhelming power coursing through his veins, Jiang Fei had obtained power he never had. However, with power came ruthlessness. Jiang Fei's mind was drowning in the thought of killing, where logic was discarded. Blow after blow, punch after punch, Jiang Fei still refused to go down. The battle had gotten so intense that Jiang Fei kept on bleeding. At this point, Jiang Fei's combat level was reaching 8,500,000, and Bison was starting to worry. Even though he was able to land blow after blow and take none from Jiang Fei, Bison was still unable to truly defeat Jiang Fei. Sadly, if Jiang Fei was still in a clear state of mind to properly assess the battle properly, he would be able to defeat Bison with a few accurately executed refined martial skills. Alas, the mind could only contain so much consciousness before the intent to kill muffled logic. The stronger he was, or rather, the more power Omnisurge fed him, the more obsessed he became over killing Bison. Right then, he was still conscious to a certain extent. But once his consciousness became drunk in power, he could reach a level where he would be unable to distinguish allies from enemies. Have you had enough? Bison belted out in between breaths. He was getting tired. Even after landing one devastating blow after another and sending Jiang Fei flying back and forth, he was still standing. Blood was dripping down to Jiang Fei's feet, and some had even dyed his eyes red. The lightsaber in his hands had not been properly used as Jiang Fei merely swatted it about. Jiang Fei's combat level continued to be on the rise, and it was almost breaking past 9 million. However, Jiang Fei's current state was menacing. The crimson rage in his eyes, the dried-up blood that dyed his battered body, as well as the crackling and buzzing energy around him. Jiang Fei could now be described as the incarnation of the god of war. Confound it! Who is this brat? How is he so strong? Bison muttered worriedly. At the start of the fight, Bison had acknowledged the fact that Jiang Fei was nothing but an above-average fighter. But halfway through, Bison could not help but change his opinion. Bison felt the power that was growing in Jiang Fei and could not shake the solidifying notion of him losing. At that moment, in spite of losing his normal self, Jiang Fei was not becoming easier to fight. On the contrary, Jiang Fei had become so strong that he was already on par with Bison, combat level-wise. Killing Jiang Fei right then would be near impossible. And if the fight carried on, it would be out of the question for Bison to defeat him. In the worst-case scenario, Bison would be killed. Panicking, Bison could not help but think of an escape route. If he escaped, he would be throwing his honor and good name down the gutter. He would, with definite certainty, become a laughing stock in all of Talgeese. But if he chose to stand his ground, to fight Jiang Fei and bring the fight to its conclusion, he would have to use a certain trump card, which he was confident would kill Jiang Fei. He had to pay a certain price for it. Though, there was one problem. Should Bison be willing to pay the price and use said trump card at the critical moment, Bison would emerge victorious. However, the other three leaders may not congratulate him for it. Instead, Bison was pretty sure that they would march in and take both his and Jiang Fei's head. How did it turn out this way? Bison sighed, still conflicted about his decision. Everything was out of his control, and the only aspect he still had command over was the decision to use his secret weapon. Due to the uncertainty he was having, Bison's attacks gradually became weaker and reduced in frequency. Unbeknownst to both Bison and Jiang Fei, Bison had just stopped short of the critical breaking point in Jiang Fei's growth. Prior to Bison's retreat, Jiang Fei was sustaining a great deal of pressure and stress from him. His mind was in a mess, and he was only fighting based on instinct. All of his movesets were messy and out of order, unpredictable yet inefficient. Jiang Fei may have been wearing a luxurious battlesuit. It had sustained too much damage. It was at the point where its external cosmetic appeal had been chapped away. If Jiang Fei was his normal self, he would have recalled the days when he hung out with Han Tianyu. That rich F** curve would have discarded the battlesuit and replaced it with another even if it only sustained a single scratch. While Bison was still delivering lethal attacks on Jiang Fei, the limiter in his genes was gradually being moved. Even though Jiang Fei himself was not aware of it, his body was experiencing a shift in power state. But, just as it reached a breaking point, Bison was clouded with uncertainty and reduced his attack rate. That caused Jiang Fei to feel less pressured, which gradually made Jiang Fei's body give up on breaking its limit. However, while the limiter was closed. Omnisurge still worked perfectly. By the time Bison started to show signs of hesitation and pulled his punches, Jiang Fei's combat level had pretty much gone beyond 9 million. HNNGG. ARF. Two fists, packed with the explosive force of hydrogen bombs, collided with each other. Jiang Fei had been blown back every single time without fail. Yet, this time, Bison was blown off his feet despite weighing at least 4 times Jiang Fei's weight. Panic was clearly reflected in his narrow eyes. He was shaken to the core when it dawned on him that Jiang Fei was no longer on par with him. He was stronger. Damn it! Bison muttered as he slapped himself in the face. At that point, he realized he needed to focus. Chapter 1391, On the Brink of Desperation. What should I do? Do I run to survive, or do I fight the boy until one of us is dead? Bison asked the same question over and over again in his head. Despite being injured and pressured, Bison could not shake the thought out of his head. At that moment, when Jiang Fei tried to get up, he slipped and fell to the ground. His body was giving in, and that allowed Bison to finally decide on an answer. F***ck it. Judgment Day is coming, and the chances of survival are just as good as fighting Jiang Fei. Better to die with honor than to suffer a few days of humiliation. Any normal being would have noticed the sudden change in Bison's stature. If Jiang Fei was fully conscious at that time, he would have caught the abrupt burst of killing intent in Bison and promptly prepared himself for an incoming attack. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei was drowned in pure instinct and a flooding desire to fight for victory. This is the end, Bison snarled as he took out a bottle of viscous liquid. He broke the seal at the top and swallowed all of its content in one go. Bison was mad. Not at himself but at Jiang Fei. Well, all conscious beings possess emotions to a certain extent. While some would argue that all humans were born evil, others would say otherwise. In the vast universe of uncountable civilizations and races, egoism or a sense of geocentrism that everything revolved around an individual's own race or self existed even in the most advanced species. Bison was most certainly not the brightest or the most knowledgeable being in all of Talgeese. He still thought that he was the strongest. He bore too much hatred for Jiang Fei since he had forced him to resort to his trump card. If he had not been stupid enough to succumb to his greed to claim what was Jiang Fei's, he would not have been in that situation. From his vantage point, however, he was not at fault. He came to Jiang Fei and did not recognize that he was the one who brought the war to him, asking for a share of the ultralisk meat. It, by all means, belonged to Jiang Fei since he had single-handedly defeated all 3 of them. Since he had rejected the request, Bison thought he had every reason to put the blame on Jiang Fei. Off! Albeit still dazed, Jiang Fei twitched from the sensation of raw power that came from Bison. There was a deafening roar, and the next instant, he was in front of Jiang Fei, thrusting his fist at beyond supersonic speeds. His combat level was boosted up to over 10 million, granting him an enormous power surge, unlike anything he had ever felt. The fist delivered by Bison was so fast that even if Jiang Fei was conscious and sharp-minded, he would have still failed to react to it. That punch was strong. And finally, after being thrown off his feet like a ragdoll so many times, the battlesuit, which had been protecting him from countless hits, was completely destroyed. The suit was the only defense Jiang Fei possessed. And now he had lost it. Die! 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 Bison roared as he chased Jiang Fei. He charged a ball of energy so saturated that it glowed with intense brightness. Its brightness rivaled that of the orbiting star itself. Before Jiang Fei could even bounce off the ground once, Bison sped in front of Jiang Fei and made him eat the energy ball. Jiang Fei was on the verge of losing consciousness completely. The bioarmor he had on was completely useless as a protective suit as it literally vaporized the moment the energy ball made contact with it. Wham! Before Jiang Fei could fling himself away from the blast, Bison flashed toward himself again, delivering another devastating punch to his face. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Wham! Bam! Boom! Slam! Have you given up? You know you want to. There is no way you can make a comeback now that all of your insides are ruined. You're weak. You're fragile. You couldn't protect anyone, not even yourself. Take the power and turn yourself into a being of pure energy. Surrender to fate and defeat your enemies. Join me, and you will never suffer defeat. Forever. Just as Jiang Fei's mind was about to collapse, the voice with words of temptation returned to his sea of thoughts. The voice spoke in such an alluring tone that Jiang Fei could not help but believe in its words. Right before Bison delivered the final killing blow, Jiang Fei flung his eyes open and telepathically said, 0541. Prepare for a full energy conversion. Wake up! Huh? The heck is going on?
Jiang Fei was seconds from completing the order when his mind was dragged out from the darkest corner of his own sea of thoughts. It was like being poured with a pail of cold water. And Jiang Fei was now awake.
What's going on? Who is talking? Who saved me?
Jiang Fei asked himself before he could make sense of what was going on.
Dumb student. Wake up and focus solely on your opponent. I want help you again.
Theon's voice rang in his mind as clear as the bells of Big Ben. The great plunderer was true to his words, and had kept his promise to watch over Jiang Fei. He had always been watching him from the shadows, never revealing himself, and never intervening in any of his problems. However, as promised, he came to help at the last moment of desperation, to help Jiang Fei survive.
Thank you, my master,
Jiang Fei said. The red hue in Jiang Fei's eyes faded, and he was back in play. The devastating punch that approached him was avoided with a quick evasive maneuver. He got back to his feet a good distance away, and quickly channeled energy to fix his broken bones, as well as internal organs. Even though his face and chest were kept up beyond any recognition, Jiang Fei could recover to a certain extent as long as he was still filled with energy. Everything he did by paying a price. Jiang Fei was restored to a non-fatal state. And in doing so, he had used up so much power in him that it decreased his combat level. Firstly, since he was back and focused, the extra combat level granted by Omni Surge was removed. Secondly, the energy from his own body was reduced by a large notch. All in all, Jiang Fei's combat level dropped down to a staggering 6 million. Chapter 1392, Open Season.
Boy, you have forced me to resort to my strongest move. I, Bison, offer you my respect,
said Bison as he closed his fists together and bowed ever so slightly. The change in Bison's perspective was not odd, seeing as how he was a Decronian. They were a race that only respected the strong. Bison may have hated Jiang Fei to the core. But right then, knowing full well that Jiang Fei was just as strong, if not stronger than him, he developed a sort of friendly rivalry with Jiang Fei. It was the kind of respect only a professional would have for another, even when they were mortal enemies.
It's too soon to say. One may not deserve it,
Jiang Fei scoffed. He held his fist tight, and with a glint of silver light in his eyes, he vanished. Jiang Fei had sustained too much damage to his body, and he knew that there was no way he could survive if he received another explosive punch. Even though he knew Theon was there to save him at the last minute, he could not place his hope in others, knowing that the fight was his to begin with. In the end, Jiang Fei had to resort to using the power of the 10th dimension, not to fight, but to heal himself. In the midst of absolute nothingness, Jiang Fei drifted alone in the dark empty space of the 10th dimension. There, Jiang Fei could finally have a breather. In a space where even time ceased to move, Jiang Fei could begin mending his wounds, as his body had literally frozen in time.
What can I do?
Jiang Fei thought. While he was in the 10th dimension where it was safe and sound, he still had his soldiers to think about. If he did not return soon enough, they would not be able to fend off the other 4 leaders and their armies. Healing was one thing. Most people healed on their own with aid from supplements as well as medication. But since time and basically everything else did not flow in the 10th dimension, wounds did not deteriorate or heal. Medication did not work either.
Come on! Think!
The only aspect that worked in the 10th dimension was consciousness. One could do anything provided that one had a strong enough mental power. Henceforth, if Jiang Fei wanted to save himself, he needed to concentrate his thoughts on affecting the plank-length strings to affect his body's healing properties.
F***ck me. I should have mastered quantum physics. Like I even could.
Jiang Fei mumbled. He had only remembered some of the string's properties, and how different frequencies generated different particles. Most of the things he remembered were related to destroying stuff, not changing or fixing them.
Damn it. Looks like I have to learn on the fly. Trial and error.
While Jiang Fei was trying to learn how to heal himself in the 10th dimension, events were transpiring out in the world.
Where did he go?
Bison asked when he noticed that Jiang Fei had just vanished. The spatial dimension around the spot where Jiang Fei used to be was not affected in any way. At least not in the way a teleportation would affect it.
Sir Jiang Fei! He's gone! It's over! It's all over!
No one noticed Bison when they were all focused on Jiang Fei's sudden disappearance. Despite having no evidence of Jiang Fei's death, his sudden disappearance could only be treated as such.
Fei! No! This cannot be!
Sarila howled.
Compared with the sudden panic that befell Jiang Fei's soldier, Sarila had it worse. Jiang Fei was already seen as the chosen one, the only partner she would ever have, and his death meant the end of the world for her. It was the same for any other member of Kate Sith. The male partner was their everything. Although Jiang Fei may not have verbally, or even symbolically accepted Sarila as his partner, Sarila thought otherwise. Jiang Fei's death only made the world go dark. Nothing would ever save her from such abyssal despair. No! Fei! No! Sarila continued to wail. And when Kauna came to comfort her, she stood up. You'll have your head! Sarila howled with madness and charged toward the battlefield with daggers in her hands, ready to slice. Her spirit was admirable, but she was colossally weaker in terms of strength. Her speed was even far slower than the speed of sound. The way Boris saw it, she moved like a slug. She was so weak that she could not even match the surging field of energy that Bison was releasing involuntarily. The impact of her collision with the raging storm around Bison was severe. The muscles around both her arms were torn to shreds as she tried to slice her way closer to Bison. Even so, she got up to her feet and struggled to reach the one who killed her, Jiang Fei. Begone! Due to the respect I had for Jiang Fei, I shall let you live. Bison hummed coldly. He could not help but sympathize with Sarila because he had developed some form of relationship with Jiang Fei earlier. Are you all right? Come! Get up! Kauna said as she helped Sarila up. Fei! Sarila sobbed away, ignoring Kauna's efforts to console the despaired little kitten. It is done! Your master is gone! Surrender all of your ultralisk meat, and I promise not to attack you, Bison said, still maintaining a stoic demeanor. The effects of the potion he drank earlier were fading, and causing his combat level to drop to its original value. However, the aftermath of the potion was severe enough to make him suffer for a few days. Nevertheless, despite his feeble state, no one from Jiang Fei's side could even come close to him, let alone fight him. Congratulations! Such a spectacular fight from the great Lord Bison! Before the solemn atmosphere dispersed, the three leaders from the other planets approached Bison. As expected, the vultures are here to pick on me in my weakened state, Bison snorted. Now! Now! That's no way to speak. We are here only to propose a business transaction, Sai said, laughing like a hyena. We are selling you a means to live. Perhaps you would like to purchase it with whatever you have. Abel joined in, laughing as he proposed his sinister offer. Ignoring the catgirls behind him, Bison paced slowly toward the other three leaders, crossing his arms with such defiance that it exuded strength. What if I offer one your heads instead? Bison scoffed. While he fought with Jiang Fei, Bison had already thought about the betrayal of the other three scumbags. If they showed any signs of hostility, which they did, Bison would retort with a threat to fight until the end. He knew that they would not take the risk since Judgment Day was drawing close, and they could not afford to chance anything. As for himself, he had already chosen an honorable death when he drank the potion. He would not give up a fight, not when he had already paid the price. Dying in battle would always be better than dying by the hands of any creature. Sai flinched when Bison showed his defiance. It was obvious that Bison was not going to surrender without a fight. As smart as he was still trying to win over one of the three leaders to even the scales. He may have been in a weakened state, but Bison was still a member of the fearsome Decronian. The fear he inflicted on all three of them was genuine. And if they were not firmly united, they would never defeat him. Should we get a move on? Rufus asked. Screw it. If we don't defeat him now, none of us will be safe later on. Sai spat. That's true. Once he recovers, he will come for us all. The man never forgives and never forgets. That is certain. Abel chimed in. So be it. Lord Bison has stated his offer, and we shall take none of it, Rufus said in his deep husky voice before breaking into a menacing smile. Chapter 1393. One last time. So you wish to die? Come one. Come all. I will grant you your wishes. Bison scoffed, still crossing his arms. Go! Sai roared enthusiastically, yet he remained unmoved. Go! Rufus roared with might, yet he, too, remained stationary. Come now! Instead of becoming the circus itself, perhaps you two clowns could stop jesting around? Abel sneered when the two Valsaurian leaders remained rooted to the ground. That being said, Abel himself was also guilty of not attacking. However, he was wise enough not to do so. If he had pounced on Bison, he would have faced him alone and perished like common fodder. Sai clicked his tongue begrudgingly and exchanged looks with Rufus. No matter how cunning a schemer he was, He understood that without him actually fighting together with the other two, defeating Bison would be a pipe dream. No one wanted to be the first to fall, but if this went on, Bison would remain victorious. Rufus caught his look and nodded. When all three leaders finally agreed to attack together, they nodded at the same time and jumped on Bison.
I've had my laugh. And if it is my time to die, I will be more than happy to drag you with me.
Bison laughed and started to fight furiously. From the spectator's viewpoint, Bison only resorted to assault, not defense. All of his moves were meant to kill, as if he did not care to live after the fight. His objective was clear, to die fighting and drag along as many as he could. That was his current fighting style. And the other three leaders knew it. They could not be more careful. Whenever they tried to squeeze in an attack, they would always make sure that it was a safe maneuver to protect themselves from being caught in Bison's offense. As such, they had only attacked once for every 20 attacks from Bison. Logically speaking, the three leaders would possess the absolute advantage if they thought to work together. Unfortunately, due to their cowardly nature, they were pushed further and further back. Nonetheless, Bison's advantageous stance existed only because of his current state. Once he grew tired and ran out of energy, the others would not need to stick to defense. When that happened, it would only be a matter of time before Bison fell dead. He would not even have the strength to drag someone with him to the grave.
Fight. Fight with each other, and die for all I care.
Kalna bit down on her lips and snarled. Even though Kalna was infatuated with Jiang Fei's charm, she was not deeply attached to him as Sarila was. Kathians and Kulgarthans were different not just in terms of inert strength, but also in their mindset. Kathian females were reserved in nature and generally behaved like Chinese girls during their youth. Although Jiang Fei had seen the comings and goings of more sexually open girls at the tender age of 15, Kathian females, once betrothed, would never change their partner even after their demise. Kulgarthans were the polar opposite, where they tended to be more individualistic. They had high demands for their partner as well as themselves. Many Kulgarthan females gave birth to many offspring from multiple partners. It was common on Kulgar's streets. So, while Kalna was infatuated with Jiang Fei for a moment, given time, she could simply forget about him and move on with another man. Be that as it may, she had bonded with Jiang Fei for a bit. She felt a twitch of pain when Jiang Fei disappeared from the battlefield and was presumably killed. Since she had lost a powerful pillar of support, panic took over. When the four leaders got engaged in a civil war with each other, Kalna could not help but smile proudly. As the battle continued, the armies of the four great leaders started to display changes. The one with the greatest change of heart was Bison's army. Deserters and defectors began to grow rampant. Bison was not standing tall any longer. The light of halo above his head was metaphorically fading away. Realizing that, his soldiers were not about to stay in a collapsing brigade. If they chose not to defect now, they would be defeated once their leader fell. In comparison to the invaders, Jiang Fei's soldiers, the soldiers of the 13th Division, to be precise, remained loyal to their leader. Instead of worrying about themselves, they remained calm and fueled as they were sustained by the notion of revenge. The death of their leader had impacted them deeply. Those who remained had already mentally prepared themselves to die fighting their enemies. Therefore, with that notion in mind, the soldiers burned passionately with the fire of vengeance. The Valsaurian army was known for its heartless soldiers. But even so, they were still living beings, capable of experiencing emotions. No matter how cold they were, they could not forget how Jiang Fei, their leader, had treated them fairly. As the battle waged on between Bison and the three leaders, the contrast between the winner and loser could be seen. Bison had been fighting with everything he had, not holding anything back. Hence, he was practically running on fumes. 2 hours into fighting, Bison was panting for breath. The surging energy that swirled around him was no more.
Stop resisting. You are going to die. Might as well make it painless.
Rufus laughed as he spoke. Respect was no longer offered to his dying foe. And from where he stood, Bison was no longer a threat to him or anyone else.
Painless? Thank you for being so kind. Don't expect that sort of treatment from me,
Bison roared. At that moment, his fading energy made a comeback, returning to him with a huge surge. Bison's combat level rose through the roof, breaking past 10 million.
F***CK! How is he still standing?
Abel flinched and groaned. As an Alderaanian, mind-controlling weaker life forms was his bread and butter. Just when he thought he could finally slip into the mind of the battered Bison, he was surprised with a sudden flow of power.
Do not be fooled by his tricks. No matter how strong he is now, he will soon be powerless. Get together or we will die.
Rufus barked. The old veteran was a keen strategist, and he knew how to spot victory as well as defeat. At that point, the only way to get through the battle was to band together or give up entirely. Just as Rufus finished his sentence, Bison came up to him with an explosive supersonic punch, landing it on his face. Once the strongest of the three enemies was sent flying, Bison selected the weakest of them all, grabbing Abel's throat. The lucky one to die with me. Congratulations, Abel! Bison laughed menacingly as he declared. Being held by the throat and having his larynx squeezed, Abel could only focus solely on trying to breathe. Even with over 9 million combat level, Abel was unable to overpower Bison's brute strength. Physically, it was impossible because Abel was of regular human size, while Bison was at least twice that. Bison lifted Abel up with relative ease and held his neck with his right hand, wrapping both of Abel's legs easily with his left hand. As save in me! Abel squeezed his voice through his throat and pleaded for help as he gazed helplessly at his two comrades. Lo and behold, the phrase, "No honor amongst thieves," held strong. Both Rufus and Sai turned away from the helpless Abel. Bison was at his last breath right then, and even though he was exploding with strength, it was his last burst. Sai and Rufus had no need to push themselves to kill Bison, as it was only a matter of time before Bison himself would die. That being said, if they did, they could easily save Abel. Unfortunately, not a single leader viewed the other as a comrade, merely enemies during a parley. Moreover, if Bison killed Abel, Sai and Rufus would have one less person to share their loot. Both Sai and Rufus could split Bison's, Jiang Fei's, and additionally, Abel's fortune. How could they say no to an offer to have one less share? Forget it! You are all alike! Not a single one of you would shed blood for another. Fear not! Abel! You may be the first to die, but I shall join you shortly. Bison laughed. The grip of his hands grew stronger by the second, and the fear reflected in his hollowed eyes grew more intense. Heh! Bison smirked and exerted a little more force. Blood, like rain, sprayed out from Abel's severed body when Bison tore him slowly to inflict as much pain as possible. Beaky, beaky, beaky. Bones from his spine to his limbs broke apart. His muscles tore from their sockets and ligaments before completely snapping off, as his throat and larynx were completely held shut. Abel's screams, albeit muffled, could be heard even from a mile away. This is goodbye, traitor, Bison said as he exerted the final twist. Abel, the strongest fighter on his own respective planet, did not even manage to use his strongest ability. He was rendered useless from extreme laceration, blood loss, internal mutilation, and well, from being twisted apart like a common washcloth. He was still not dead. Not yet anyway. To finish him off completely, Bison spewed white-blue flames, the hottest he could spew, and burned Abel's remains. That way, Abel would die even if he sacrificed all of his power to regenerate. Once his death was confirmed, Bison let out a long sigh. At the same time, the surging power around him died down. This time, permanently. His combat level dropped to only 5 million. At his current state, Bison was only another common soldier. He could stand out amongst others, but never on the same level as the leaders of the settlements. His fate was then sealed. Chapter 1394. Killing him is not going to be that easy. Die! Bison! Rufus roared. The shock from seeing a living person being killed in such a horrendous manner was still fresh. Perhaps, the only way Rufus could forget about it was by killing Bison. It's not going to be that easy, Bison bellowed. He shot back to his feet. His stance was extremely overwhelming. He stood still, glaring at the incoming Rufus. Rufus was shaken to the core, and when he saw how confident as well as dignified Bison was, he froze. He failed to understand how he, a powerful leader with a combat level of over 9 million, was scared stiff by a severely weakened opponent who only measured a little over 4 million. Like a deer in headlights, Saya remained stationary, shivering because of fear, be it to Abel's gruesome death, or how Bison exuded formidability just by standing stoically, or even how Rufus was shaken to the core. Saya could not react. His mind was now flooded with only one emotion, fear. Bison stomped his way forward, and with a perfectly angled thrust, he tossed out a punch. Oh! Rufus gasped at the sight of Bison being knocked back by a simple, desperate attempt to block his punch. What the? Rufus could not understand what had just happened. Bison's punch was so weak that it failed to even penetrate a basic energy barrier. Bison had suffered from severe damage when he was blown away with a simple push. When Bison finally spat out a mouthful of blood, Rufus understood what had transpired.
He stopped shaking and started laughing.
I see now. Bison, you are on your deathbed now. Huh. To think that I fell into your trap. Such a trick. Bravo.
Rufus laughed as he said. Bison was truly drawing close to his last breath. Even though the punch was delivered from a perfect angle. It was just for show. If Bison were still strong as before, that punch would have been lethal. To think that Bison could still pull a trick like that even on his last breath. That made Rufus laugh at himself. Bison was, to put it simply, going to die. The damage he had sustained from the current and previous fight with Jiang Fei was too much for him. He was still able to live now. But without an armor like Jiang Fei's, a single punch, even an unpowered one, would end his life.
I'm going to kill you now. If you want to get up to more tricks and tomfoolery, you best present it now.
Rufus snorted as he cracked his knuckles, slowly walking closer to Bison. Bison was too weak to even lift his fingers right then. All he could do was look up at Rufus when Rufus finally stood right next to him, staring down.
Didn't you say something? Killing you wasn't going to be that easy? I'll show you how easy it can be.
Rufus snorted, lifting his leg up to show how he was going to stomp on Bison's face. To be fair, it was only an act. Rufus was embarrassed when he had been scared by a mere pose. And he was merely acting tough to reclaim his lost pride.
Heh!
Rufus scoffed before he cracked the most sinister smile. Instead of merely dropping his feet on Bison's head, he charged up his fist and held it high before dropping it down at supersonic speed. That was everything Rufus could do. He poured everything he had into the punch to deal the final killing blow. If it hit its target, Bison would die or sustain lethal damage, which he would die from later. Thump! When the metaphorical iron fist dropped from above, it stopped abruptly a few inches from Bison's forehead. Both Rufus and Bison were in a state of shock. The only difference was the cause. Rufus was in great pain while Bison was surprised. Not a second later, Rufus pulled away, groaning in great pain as blood was spilling from his fist. There was a flicker of light. And only then did Bison realize that a shield had been conjured around him. The shield was incredibly strong. So strong that even though Rufus landed a punch with everything behind it, it failed to make a dent on it.
You're right about one thing. Killing Bison isn't going to be easy.
A voice rang from behind, and it belonged to someone Bison was incredibly glad to hear from.
Am I hallucinating?
Bison asked himself when he got to his feet and saw the face of his previous opponent, smiling in a carefree manner while waltzing over to his side.
My lord! You're alive?
Kalna gasped, failing to hold back her voice.
Why did you save me?
Bison asked bluntly. He was unable to accept the outcome. Jiang Fei was alive, and he had saved him from certain death.
Who are you?
Rufus roared. Just then, he wanted to retreat to his army and seek help from his comrade. He had seen how Tsai was rendered motionless. His eyes could no longer focus. So clearly, something had been done to him.
Save you? Ah, right. 2 reasons actually,
said Jiang Fei, pausing for dramatic effect.
You've been a great help in stalling the fight. My soldiers were all unarmed because of you. Secondly,
Jiang Fei continued but paused again as he turned to look Bison directly, ignoring the still stunned Rufus behind them.
Want to join me?
Jiang Fei asked simply. Bison widened his gaze, but after only 1 second, Bison laughed loudly for a while.
You are an interesting one. That's the word on the street,
Jiang Fei said, smiling innocently.
Fine,
Bison bellowed.
I will join you. And if you help me kill both Tsai and Rufus, I will even bend the knee,
Bison said, smiling happily. As a Decronian, Bison would only show respect to those with power and strength. It was not strange for them to bow their heads to anyone stronger than them. In this case, Jiang Fei had yet to prove himself since technically, he had not defeated Bison in a fair match. That was why Bison had requested Jiang Fei to kill Tsai and Rufus. Even though it was a request for assistance, Bison treated it as a means for Jiang Fei to prove himself. No matter the method, as long as Jiang Fei achieved the desired outcome, Bison would gladly surrender.
I accept that deal,
Jiang Fei howled. Within a second, Jiang Fei flashed away from Bison and reappeared in front of the unmoving Tsai. He placed his hands on his forehead and injected molded energy into his body. When Tsai realized what Jiang Fei was about to do, he tried to block the mental energy that Jiang Fei surgically injected into his head but failed.
Don't fight it. I'll only make it worse,
Jiang Fei said as he brought himself closer to his face. Even so, Tsai struggled against it. While his body was not listening to his commands, he still tried to flush out the foreign energy that was invading his body. However,
As Jiang Fei warned, the energy within Sai's body wreaked havoc. In just a few seconds, Sai's internal organs were ruptured. Just as Sai was about to flush out Jiang Fei's energy, he sustained further damage on the inside, and collapsed both mentally as well as physically. When he was on his knees, Jiang Fei placed both his hands on his head and injected an amount of psychic energy so refined that Sai's mind was wiped clean before he even realized what it was going to do to him. It was a skill that Thean had taught Jiang Fei, the mind wipe. It was an incredibly powerful skill, which eliminated an opponent's consciousness, and it required specific conditions. Jiang Fei would need to be physically close to his opponent, in contact preferably, and inject a refined wave of psychic energy for 3 seconds at least, depending on the type of being. 3 seconds was for the general masses. More if the opponent was stronger. On a battlefield, realistically speaking, would an opponent allow you to inject energy into his or her body for 3 seconds? Jiang Fei had only gained the opportunity to use the skill because Sai himself was momentarily stunned for a brief second, granting Jiang Fei a wide enough opening to attack with a psychic assault. Once Jiang Fei had successfully paralyzed him, he was frozen again, which opened himself up to further attacks. Rufus, on the other hand, feared an opponent he could not understand, granting Jiang Fei even more breathing room to execute the skill properly. Although both Rufus and Sai were both Valsaurian, they had their own ideals and experiences. When Jiang Fei appeared out of the blue and stunned Sai in just 1 second, it made Rufus fear him. It was the fear of the unknown. The fear of what Jiang Fei would do to him next. He had heard the conversation between Jiang Fei and Bison. Jiang Fei had promised to help Bison kill both Sai and Rufus. Now that Sai was taken care of, it was his turn. "He's all yours!" Jiang Fei shouted as he tossed Sai, now a body voided of a mind. Jiang Fei had promised Bison that he would help him kill Rufus and Sai. But since he was bound to the absolute no-killing rule, Jiang Fei chose to use Mind Wipe instead. Technically speaking, Sai was still alive but living without a soul. Jiang Fei was playing with fire since wiping a person's mind was similar to killing a person. However, Thean's no-killing rule was only to prevent Jiang Fei from belittling other lifeforms and becoming a madman. That was Thean's absolute rule. It was to distance themselves from the ideal of the strong and differentiate themselves from the brute as well as the cruel. Killing was inevitable if Jiang Fei wanted to stand on the same level as Thean. But killing without purpose would always put him amongst the evil. "A man of your word. Thank you," Bison said. Even though Jiang Fei did not kill Sai, he had recognized Jiang Fei's strength and considered the condition met. He acknowledged that Jiang Fei's true power lay not in physical strength, but in his psychic power. If he had resorted to using it earlier during his fight with Bison, Jiang Fei would have defeated him easily without sustaining a single scratch. Chapter 1395, The Miracle. Jiang Fei could not care less about what Bison was going to do to Sai, be it kill or maim, as long as he completed his task. At that moment, his remaining target was Rufus. To be honest, he had his own motives. He wanted to set things straight and recruit Bison into his own banner. F***CK! Rufus gasped in horror. He felt a shiver run down his spine when he looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes. To Jiang Fei, Rufus was nothing but prey to be hunted down. The look of a hungry predator that was the look in Jiang Fei's eyes. It was scary enough that even Rufus dared not do anything to him. At that point, although it was too late, he regretted not saving Sai earlier. Right then, Rufus was sure about one thing. He needed to escape for his life. Instead of physically taking off, Rufus resorted to the most cowardly way of escaping. With a flash, Rufus teleported away. "Too late for that," Jiang Fei scoffed. With a psychic hammer ready, Jiang Fei leaped into hyperspace and slammed the hammer into Rufus' mind. Ugh! As though he was physically hammered with a mountain-sized boulder, Rufus was knocked back into reality. The sudden loss of focus caused a chain reaction, forcing Rufus out of hyperspace and inflicting minor physical injury. "Stay still, will you?" Jiang Fei howled like a hungry wolf before he shot a psychic needle into Rufus' mind. Instead of being momentarily dazed, the attack felt like a piercing hot needle had gone through his brain. It was incredibly painful for someone like him to endure, and it drove him to the point of despair. Now that Rufus was completely disarmed, Jiang Fei dropped Rufus to the ground and crushed all of the joints in his arms and legs. Not only did Rufus lose the will to fight, but he also lost the ability to move his arms and feet. On top of the pain in his head, he was losing it even more as the pain from his broken joints assaulted every fiber of his being. "It's goodbye now," Jiang Fei said as he commenced Mind Wipe. A powerful burst of psychic energy poured into Rufus' mind. and after 3 seconds, he stopped struggling. Hands up! Jiang Fei cried out as he tossed Rufus like a ragdoll to Bison. Concurrently, Bison was just cleaning himself up after tearing Sai in half. The same way he did with Abel. You have my thanks, Bison replied. Bison never felt so satisfied ending those 3 leaders. It was like nothing he had ever felt before. They had come to him, proposing to fight Jiang Fei together. And in the end, they turned against them when he succumbed to their trickery to fight Jiang Fei alone. They clearly showed who they really were when they wanted to kill him and claim the loot for themselves. He was done with Abel, and the satisfaction of killing him was, to be completely honest, more satisfying than killing Sai. Abel was conscious the entire time when Bison twisted him apart while Sai was like a mannequin. Pulling a mannequin limb from limb felt empty. That being said, the deed was done, and the last one remained in his hands, motionless and brain dead. Oh well, Jiang Fei sighed. Bison was indeed a brute. When he killed Sai, Jiang Fei was still able to steal a glance despite being busy. He witnessed how Bison literally tore Sai apart. The entire grassland around him was dyed a crimson red. Pieces of limbs and internal organs lay about. Thank you for helping me. From today onwards, and for all the days to come, Bison shall serve Sir Jiang Fei until my last breath. I hereby pledge my undying fealty to the great leader of Dairas, said Bison as he knelt for Jiang Fei. I've heard enough. Rise and stand proud, Jiang Fei said, helping the giant to his feet. Although he was cruel, Bison was a straightforward man. Even though Jiang Fei could not accept his cruel aspect, Jiang Fei could still use a man with a knack for ripping limbs. Furthermore, since Jiang Fei was bound to the no-killing rule, Bison could help him achieve his goals in case there were people who needed their limbs to be torn apart. In conclusion, Jiang Fei had defeated 2 leaders of Osvia and recruited Bison to be under his banner. There was a certain glint in his eyes as he smiled with satisfaction. And the remaining soldiers of Sai, Rufus, and Abel were frightened to the core. It could not be helped. They were called in to join their leaders to fight Jiang Fei. And now that their leaders had been killed, what could they expect next? We're doomed. I guess it's a good day to die. I've heard that Jiang Fei is a kind-hearted person. We may get lucky enough to be spared. If that rumor is true, I'll never set foot on Dairas for the rest of my life. They remained rooted for fear that Jiang Fei would deliver the hammer of the gods on them. Logically, every army, excluding Bison's, should have been scared. Bison's army had to be relieved since he survived and defeated the other 3 leaders. The truth was only as expected. When Bison was on the brink of death, too many of his soldiers had jumped ship. Of over 100,000 soldiers, only less than 2,000 remained loyal to Bison. The other 100,000 soldiers had clearly done something wrong. And since Bison survived, like the soldiers of the 3 leaders, they were scared stiff. Jiang Fei may be kind enough to spare them, but Bison was the polar opposite. The fact that he would tear his enemies apart for betraying him made them think about what he would do to his own men for doing the same. While most of them were scared to the point of soiling themselves, a small portion of soldiers were smacking themselves in the face. Those were the soldiers who had left Jiang Fei's banner willingly. Even though Jiang Fei had clearly stated that he would not seek retribution from them, they knew well enough that Jiang Fei would no longer accept them. Without protection from a higher power, they were as good as dead on Judgment Day. Fei! Is it really you? Are you real? Am I dreaming? Sarila howled as she rushed and hugged Jiang Fei tightly. The mental toll inflicted on her mind when Jiang Fei disappeared from the battlefield lasted for far too long. Even now, she had yet to fully recover. To be honest, she had fallen too deep into despair. The whole world became gray without a shed of light. The thought of ending her own life was just hanging there in her mind. Without Jiang Fei, without the chosen one to serve, there was literally no other purpose to live. Kauna, albeit affected by Jiang Fei's death, had been checking on Sarila to make sure that she would not do something as stupid as ending her own life for a man. Fortunately, after several hours, Jiang Fei returned to the land of the living. Not only did he appear unharmed, but Kauna could also sense a certain strength from him. While Kauna was relieved for Jiang Fei, Sarila could not help but feel over the moon as if she was the luckiest, happiest female in all of Kate Sith. Silly girl! I'm right here! Jiang Fei said as he gently caressed Sarila's head. Consoling the poor kitten, Jiang Fei subconsciously smiled. It was only a faint smile, yet it exuded the highest of confidence. My lord, did you achieve a new level of power? Kauna asked. She noticed the subtle changes in Jiang Fei's behavior and demeanor. Prior, Jiang Fei was shrouded in mystery. but one could still feel a certain level of power from within. That being said, the previous shroud of mystery had only caused Kalna to feel worried for Jiang Fei. The current Jiang Fei was about the same, still shrouded in mystery. However, to put it in words, she could not help but detect confidence. A strong sense of security from Jiang Fei.
Nothing like that. I did, however, discover and learn something new.
Jiang Fei answered vaguely yet concisely at the same time. He must have received a blessing. A miracle. No matter. The stronger he is, the better it is for me. Kalna thought to herself.
Sorry, La. If you're all better now, could you please do a head count for me? Do include the men from Bison's army. Only the loyal ones,
said Jiang Fei, as he lifted Sarila's chin up to look directly into her teary eyes. Sarila wiped away her tears and nodded. After some time, she returned with a report.
We have over 27,000 men. About 30,000 including Sir Bison's men. Oh, by the way, while I was doing the head count, some of our men who left before the war expressed their desire to return. Fei, do we take them back?
Sarila reported and added a question after.
No, since they chose to leave in times of hardship. They have no right to remain by my side to share my victory,
Jiang Fei declared. Although Jiang Fei had no intention of seeking retribution from those who chose to defect, he was strict enough to reject them when they chose to return. It may have been indirect, but Jiang Fei would be the cause of their deaths later when Judgment Day arrived. Chapter 1396. The Root Cause of Race Limitation.
Call our men to return, and ask the rest to get out of my sight,
Jiang Fei ordered Sarila. He was not planning on killing the soldiers under the three leaders. First of all, those soldiers were unorganized and posed no threat to him at all. Secondly, Theon's rule prevented him from doing so. If intelligent creatures numbering in the hundreds of thousands were slaughtered, Theon would probably punish him even if he was not the one who did the dirty work.
Okay.
Sarila immediately proceeded to execute his order. Soon, all of the soldiers under Jiang Fei returned to the palace, and the soldiers of the other leaders fled in utter disorder. The soldiers of the other leaders were extremely grateful that Jiang Fei was willing to let them go. No one dared to remain near his palace. They were not even brave enough to stay on planet Dairas any longer. All of them immediately escaped through the teleportation point. However, as Jiang Fei managed to clean up the mess so quickly, it angered someone. Barg, the ruler of planet Tierdarth, and the only one in the entire Osvia system who had survived 3 Ultralisk uprisings. In actuality, Barg was behind the war between the leaders of the 4 major planets and Jiang Fei. He brainwashed the 4 leaders and made them think that they were not strong enough to survive the Ultralisk uprising. Then, Barg further revealed that Jiang Fei had a lot of Ultralisk meat in his hands, and they could eat the meat to quickly increase their strength, which would then increase their chances of surviving Judgment Day. Bison and the other 3 leaders could not resist the temptation, so they jointly attacked Jiang Fei. However, there were some disagreements between the 4 of them, so Bison eventually turned to Jiang Fei, and the other 3 died tragically. Originally, according to Barg's plan, Jiang Fei and the leaders should have suffered huge losses in the battle. After that, he would just find a perfect opportunity to fish in troubled waters. In the beginning, things developed without a hitch. Jiang Fei was killed by Bison, and Bison, as well as the other 3 leaders, fought each other desperately to the brink of death. Later, however, Jiang Fei actually resurrected. Moreover, he was full of confidence when he appeared, as if he was ready to rule the world. Just a few minutes after Jiang Fei appeared, Barg watched Jiang Fei kill Sai instantly and capture Rufus easily, as if Rufus was a sick puppy. It shocked Barg and made him afraid to come out. Jiang Fei obtained victory way too quickly. Barg did not even have time to play the good guy by appearing and trying to mediate the dispute. After Jiang Fei dealt with the leaders, it became even harder for Barg to suddenly make an entrance. If Sai and the others were present, Barg would be the third party. He could appear as a mediator and benefit from both ends, since it was over for Sai and the others. However, Barg would have to fight Jiang Fei if he showed himself. Barg was not confident about winning against Jiang Fei, so all he could do was hide in the dark sadly.
I can't believe I didn't get anything out of this, and that F** King Kid got everything. Humph. This isn't over.
Barg cursed in his heart, then sneaked into the crowd and left Dairas unnoticed.
Aw, Fei. Thank God you're fine. I was worried to death.
Once Jiang Fei returned to the palace, Sarila quickly pulled him toward her. She checked his arms carefully to make sure that he had no hidden injuries.
Yeah. What happened just now? Sir?
Kalna asked curiously. Although Bison was not speaking, he was listening attentively. After all, he was new there. So even though he was curious, he could not speak his mind. Hee hee. Nothing much. I just wanted to improve my combat skills while I instigated their internal conflicts. Jiang Fei shrugged. His words were partially true. Of course, he was not going to mention what happened in the 10th dimension. You're amazing. Sir! Bison gave Jiang Fei a thumbs up. He believed what Jiang Fei said. In Bison's opinion, Jiang Fei's fight with him previously was a complete act. When Bison drank the potion, Jiang Fei pretended to die. In actuality, Jiang Fei went to hide on the sidelines. When they got rid of their common enemy, the conflict between the leaders of the 4 planets broke out. Only then did Jiang Fei come out of the dark to clean up the mess. In Bison's eyes, Jiang Fei was not only physically strong but also mentally strong. Jiang Fei probably had enough mental strength to kill him instantly. Moreover, he really admired Jiang Fei's considerable ingenuity. There was no way he could have come up with a plan like that. In actuality, Bison had misunderstood the whole situation. Jiang Fei was not pretending. He had to hide in the 10th dimension because he was heavily injured. The conflict among the 4 leaders after he ran away was a complete fluke. It was not part of Jiang Fei's calculations at all. However, Jiang Fei ended up benefiting a whole lot in the 10th dimension. His strength increased substantially. Previously, when Jiang Fei tried to heal up in the 10th dimension, time was still. So, he could only heal by pulling on energy strings through mental force. That would allow him to change the composition of basic particles. And Bison's energy, which had accumulated in his body, would then be transformed away, healing his injured parts. Everything sounded simple, but it was quite complicated to execute. First of all, Jiang Fei did not understand the relationship between the properties of particles and the vibration frequency of the energy strings. Without a formula to refer to, Jiang Fei had to explore everything by himself. While exploring, Jiang Fei still had to bear the risks. He could even collapse and turn into an artificial black hole like that Ultralisk previously. Fortunately, his luck was obviously not that bad. Although his experiments produced bad results, they were under control and did not bring him irreparable losses. During his continuous attempts, Jiang Fei discovered a special film in his body through microscopic vision. The film was also made out of energy strings. But unlike other films, this film was fixed to the energy circuit in Jiang Fei's body. What the hell is this thing? Although Jiang Fei did not know what that film was, he could clearly see that if his energy continued to increase, he would be limited by the film sooner or later. Is this what's causing my race limitation? A thought flashed through Jiang Fei's mind. It had long been confirmed that race limitation existed, but the cause of it was unknown. Someone once thought that race limitations were genetic. However, there was a problem with that school of thought. Elemental people also had race limitations. They were made out of elements, like stones or flames. So what genes did they even have? If they also had race limitations, that meant it had nothing to do with genes. Nevertheless, when Jiang Fei saw the thin film made out of energy strings, some speculation sparked in his mind. Chapter 1397, Boost in Confidence. If this is really the cause of race limitation. However, what's happening to me now? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Right then, his energy peak was still some distance away from the film. It was not obstructing or limiting his energy from increasing yet. Sigh. 0541 isn't here, so I don't have anyone to discuss this with. Jiang Fei grumbled. As time had stopped there, 0541 was also frozen. So, Jiang Fei had to decide things on his own. What should I do? Do I break this film? Jiang Fei was caught in a dilemma. Although he felt like the film was the so-called race limitation. What if he was wrong? Jiang Fei could easily break it with his mental strength. But he could not muster up the courage to do it. If this was the cause of his race limitation, Jiang Fei's future would be full of promise if he destroyed it. But what if it was something else? If it was something unimportant, it would not affect him that much if he broke it. But what if it was linked to his life? If he destroyed it, he might end up killing himself. Being able to change the essence of microscopic things seemed pretty unimaginable and invincible. This was a fundamental change. No matter how many injuries Jiang Fei had suffered on the outside, and no matter how strong his enemies were, the remnants of their energy in his body could be removed. However, while Jiang Fei was going through such changes, he was at risk. Nobody had done such a thing before. If he made a mistake, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, before making any decisions, Jiang Fei had to plan for the worst and come up with a complete emergency plan. Otherwise, If he made a mistake, he would probably fall into a state of utter danger. Forget it. I'm gonna leave it alone for now. Anyway, it's not limiting me yet. Jiang Fei decided not to disturb the film. His energy peak still had not touched the film, although he was unsure whether his bottleneck situation was due to race limitations. At least, he could confirm that it had nothing to do with this film. If this film was unrelated to the problem, there was no point in taking risks. His immediate priority was to lessen his injuries. Fortunately, even though his continuous attempts ended up in failure, he did not cause an uncontrollable chain reaction. After trying hundreds or thousands of times, Jiang Fei's efforts finally paid off. Ha! No amount of pain can stop me from trying. Jiang Fei was struggling with the energy strings. When he failed repeatedly, the pain from his collapsing body constantly irritated his nerves. In the beginning, the severe pain was like torture to him. However, after being tortured for a long time, he found some pleasure in the pain. As Jiang Fei continued to strum the energy strings, he began to wonder if he was masochistic. Pop! Jiang Fei plucked at an energy string once again. As the vibration frequency of the energy string changed, an energy particle originally belonging to Bison actually transformed origin force in his body. F***CK! Jiang Fei was also shocked by this amazing discovery. D***MN. What was that frequency again? However, as he got way too excited, he actually forgot the frequency of that energy string. Calm down! Calm down! Jiang Fei tried to control his emotions as much as he could, then tried his best to recall the frequency of the energy string before he tried again. Yes! That's it! After 3 consecutive attempts, Jiang Fei finally found the frequency again. Awesome! Obviously, Jiang Fei was overjoyed at this time. Since he had mastered the vibration frequency, it meant that he had acquired an extremely godly ability. Come on! What's mine is mine. What's yours is also mine. Jiang Fei laughed out loud. Then, he began to transform the energy strings that mass-produced Bison's energy particles. Boom! As Jiang Fei only needed the same frequency, he could change tens of billions of energy strings at the same time. In an instant, all of Bison's energy that had accumulated in Jiang Fei's body was transformed into Jiang Fei's origin force. Okay, let's get out of here! After clearing Bison's energy, Jiang Fei immediately left the 10th dimension. The remnants of foreign energy in his body had been removed. Considering his immense amount of strength, any physical injuries he had were absolutely insignificant. With just 2 potions, his wounds recovered instantly. When Jiang Fei returned to the outside world, Bison had killed Abel and was in a weak state. When Sai and Rufus were about to kill Bison, Jiang Fei suddenly thought that he should take Bison in as his subordinate. So, he attacked Sai mentally, and that was how Bison ended up joining him. Jiang Fei dared to take Bison in, and was not afraid that Bison would betray him in the future because his strength had substantially increased. The moment he emerged from the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei realized that the bottleneck troubling him for several days was gone. His true combat power had soared to 2 million. If Jiang Fei activated his domain, paired with the effects of the black hole core, his combat power could go up to about 8 million. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that he had mastered the vibration frequency of the energy strings, which was the root of his improvement in strength this time. After mastering this frequency, Jiang Fei could instantly transform any foreign energy in his body into his own origin force. This meant that, as long as his enemies could not kill him instantly, the more they attacked him, the stronger he would become. Ha ha ha! What a catch! Jiang Fei was ecstatic. This was the reason behind his boost in confidence after he reappeared. Now that he had such a godly ability, combined with his Omni Surge, Jiang Fei would definitely become stronger and stronger. This was as long as he did not encounter an enemy that could kill him in one shot. Any such battle would aid his growth. The more terrifying the enemy, the bigger the stepping stone. Kalna, please find out when the Ultralisk Uprising will take place. I want the specific time. Sorry, Law. Reorganize the soldiers. So many of them have left. So some teams are probably lacking a few troops. After returning to his room, Jiang Fei instructed the 2 women. Yes, sir. The 2 girls nodded. By the way, Bison, you should pick out a few of your men to be your bodyguards. The rest of your troops should be handed over to Sarila. Jiang Fei treated Bison equally. Although Bison was way stronger than Jiang Fei's other subordinates, Jiang Fei did not want to give anyone any special treatment. Yes, sir. Bison did not return home after he swore to be loyal to Jiang Fei. Although he was the ruler of a planet,
The Ultralisk Uprising was approaching. So, there was not much point in clinging to the memories he had of his life on that planet. Chapter 1398, Ultralisk Uprising. Incoming.
Sir, the exact time of the Ultralisk Uprising cannot be determined, but it should begin in a few days.
After 3 days of investigating, Kalna brought Jiang Fei some considerably vague news.
Be more specific,
Jiang Fei demanded.
As very few people can survive an Ultralisk Uprising, and most of those who survive have only experienced it once. They are not particularly clear about the specific time. They can only give an approximation.
Kalna paused slightly, then continued.
But judging from how Barg is acting, the Ultralisk Uprising should be imminent. Barg? What's up with him?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Barg has been gathering his forces recently. For this reason, he even gave up complete control over planet Tierdarth. After he got hold of his troops, he has been sending them out to inquire about the deployment of personnel on the other planets.
Kalna explained.
He's acting pretty weird. Continue to inquire about this and inform me if anything comes up.
Jiang Fei instructed.
Yes, sir.
Kalna immediately went to execute his order, leaving only Jiang Fei and Sarila in the room.
Sir, I've completed the reorganization of our armed forces. After this incident, although our numbers have decreased by almost half, our combat effectiveness has increased. There has been a significant increase in the strength of our troops, especially after we started the unlimited supply of Ultralisk meat.
Sarila reported.
Good. Continue to provide them with the meat and help them achieve their full potential. We'll be leaving in a few days, so I need a sufficiently powerful army.
Jiang Fei said.
We're leaving? Where to?
Sarira was surprised.
I'll tell you when the time comes.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly, warmth filling his eyes.
Ah, Fei.
Seeing the expression on his face, Sarila's heart shriveled. Although she had expressed her feelings to Jiang Fei was unwilling to accept it. When she linked this to his expression at this time, her heart felt somewhat empty.
Okay, carry on with your work. By the way, remember to pick out those who have potential. I'm going to try my best and train them.
Jiang Fei did not notice the change in Sarila's face and mood.
Sarila
nodded, then walked out of Jiang Fei's room unhappily.
0541. Any new findings recently?
When there were no outsiders in the room, Jiang Fei asked his assistant system.
Captain, everything seems to be normal for now.
0541 replied.
Okay. Closely monitor the activity at the peripheries. If something comes up, report it to me immediately.
Jiang Fei ordered.
Yes, Captain. I have released hundreds of unmanned reconnaissance ships. If there's any activity around the Osphia system, we'll definitely detect them in advance.
0541 said.
Good. By the way, about returning to Earth, how are the preparations coming along?
Jiang Fei asked.
Captain, I have calculated the path back to Earth. We can leave at any time.
0541 replied.
Okay. We'll return to Earth immediately after the Ultralisk Uprising ends.
Jiang Fei could not help but feel a little excited when he said this. After all, he had been away from his home and loved ones for so long. He especially missed his parents, who were living far away on Earth, and the girls, who used to worry so much about him.
Yes, Captain.
0541 nodded. 1 week passed. Currently, the situation on the planets in the Osphia system could be said to be at the two extremities. On one hand, Planet Dairas and Tierdarth were extremely calm and peaceful because Jiang Fei and Barg were there. They both seemed to be gathering strength, preparing to welcome the coming storm. On the other hand, the other 4 planets were in total chaos. 3 out of the 4 settlement leaders had died, and 1 decided to join Jiang Fei. So, the troops had lost their leaders, without a strong one to lead them when the Ultralisk Uprising was imminent. The minds of the Talgis advanced outpost soldiers were dominated by fear. They were nearing insanity. Riots broke out on the 4 planets almost every day. Since these soldiers were all on the brink of death, the evilest side of human nature was undoubtedly revealed. They had all lost their conscience. They fought with each other and killed each other. All the ways to vent their inner emotions of anger, anxiety, frustration were exerted to the extreme. The 4 planets suddenly became purgatory.
Captain! Something's wrong!
When Jiang Fei was busy practicing his mental attack skills, 0541's voice suddenly alarmed him.
What's up?
Jiang Fei's mind instantly tightened.
Half of the unmanned reconnaissance ships have been destroyed. This is the last message I received.
Then, a video was projected before Jiang Fei's eyes.
That's a lot of them.
Jiang Fei was deeply shocked by the horrible sight. Thousands of Ultralisks were moving through space in groups, and they were headed towards the Osseous system. Boom! Following the sound of an explosion, the screen in front of Jiang Fei crashed to pieces. Obviously, the reconnaissance ship had been destroyed.
This Ultralisk uprising is even more terrifying than I thought.
Jiang Fei could not help but gasp. There were way too many of them, and every one of them was horrifyingly bloodthirsty. In order to ensure continuity of their species, they had to hunt wildly in the Osseous system and turn all living energy into their food.
Captain, with our current strength, it's impossible to annihilate so many of them.
0541 advised.
I know. I'm not planning to be everyone's savior.
Jiang Fei nodded. He had gotten out of his bottleneck situation, so there was no need to participate in another deadly battle. Jiang Fei was just planning to kill a few Ultralisks during the early stage of the uprising. After all, although Ultralisks were scary, their meat was valuable. Jiang Fei could not only use them to improve the combat effectiveness of his men, but the girls back on Earth could also use the meat to gain sufficient power. This way, the girls would be able to survive in the cosmic environment full of strong people on their own, instead of relying on Jiang Fei to protect them.
Captain, what's the plan?
0541 asked.
Move the hypercruiser to the other end of the system. This treasure of ours cannot be discovered by the Ultralisks.
Jiang Fei instructed. If this battleship was destroyed, Jiang Fei could only flee on his own with his one-man show. Everyone else, including all his subordinates like Sarila and Kaina, would be left behind on this planet.
Yes, Captain!
0541 immediately began to execute Jiang Fei's order. The ship was moved to the other end of the Osseous system. 0541 placed a barrier over the ship so that those outside the barrier could not see it. Moreover, he hid the ship within the asteroid belt. With such a setup, it would be hard for even a specialized reconnaissance ship to discover the ship, let alone a group of Ultralisks with low intelligence. Chapter 1399, Preparing for Battle.
Sarila, call Kaina and Bison over,
Jiang Fei said, his voice loud enough to reach the other room. Sarila's room was right next to him, as it was easier for her to take care of him this way.
Okay,
Sarila responded, then went to the front hall to look for Kaina and Bison. Very soon, the three of them came to Jiang Fei's room.
Sir, were you looking for us?
Bison and Kaina said after they bowed to Jiang Fei.
Yeah, have a seat.
Jiang Fei waved, and the seat of Yonda Sprout immediately made a few chairs. After all three of them sat down, Jiang Fei said,
The Ultralisk uprising has begun, and it will arrive in the Osseous system approximately 40 hours later.
What? The news shocked all three of them.
Sir, is this information accurate?
Kaina asked immediately.
Yes,
Jiang Fei said with certainty.
Sigh. What's meant to come will eventually come. Please tell us what we should do now. Sir!
Bison was ready to act.
Relax. Bison.
Jiang Fei smiled.
Sorry. That was embarrassing.
When Bison noticed how calm Kaina and Sarila were, he could not help but blush.
Ho ho. I don't blame you. You're new here, so there are some things that you're not that familiar with.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Aw?
Bison was confused.
Listen, I have a hypercruiser in Ossia. If we can't stop the Ultralisk uprising,
we can get out of here at any time.
Jiang Fei did not hide it from them, as he was now way stronger than before. He had gained a lot of confidence. There was no need for him to be as careful as before.
What? You have a ship?
Bison's eyes widened. He could not believe such good news. If what Jiang Fei said was true, they were now pretty much invincible. Suddenly, Bison felt like his decision to join Jiang Fei was the best decision he had ever made. If they knew that Jiang Fei had a ship to leave Ossia, he and the other planet rulers would have never tried to fight Jiang Fei. Instead, they would have joined him directly. In the Tall Geese Advance Outpost, survival was the most important thing. Why did the rulers want to get their hands on the Ultralisk meat that Jiang Fei had? Obviously, it was because they wanted to enhance their strength and increase their chances of surviving the Ultralisk uprising.
Phew! This is definitely the best decision I've ever made.
Bison thought to himself. Little did he know, this decision would not only help him survive the Ultralisk uprising but also allow him to live a life more glorious than before.
Only the three of you know about this, so don't spread it out. I don't want to be everyone's savior. Those who abandoned me previously, I have no plans to take them with me.
Jiang Fei said with a serious expression.
Yes, sir. Well, be tight-lipped.
The three of them stood up and bowed to Jiang Fei at the same time.
Okay, let me talk about my plans now.
Jiang Fei waved, motioning the three of them to sit down. Then, he continued,
am planning to look for lone Ultralisks during the Ultralisk Uprising, so our men can fight them as part of their training. Also, I want to kill a few of them and replenish our supplies.
Dot. The three of them exchanged looks, not knowing what to say. Currently, everyone else was struggling for survival. Even so, they still might not survive the Ultralisk Uprising. But what about them? They were not worried at all. They were even planning to use the Ultralisks to train their troops, and to kill the Ultralisks for their meat.
Sigh. I feel so sad for Sai and the others.
Bison murmured. If it was known that Jiang Fei had a hypercruiser, everyone in the entire Osvia system would probably be willing to join him.
I said this a long time ago. But those who haven't the same cause will not serve one another. Those who leave me at my worst do not qualify to join me when I prosper. And those who conspire against me will eventually end up suffering bitterly.
Jiang Fei sneered after hearing Bison's words. Although he could take everyone away with him, he was not the head of a charitable organization. After so many ups and downs, he was no longer a naive schoolboy.
You're absolutely right, sir.
Jiang Fei's cold eyes scared Bison very much. Only now, he realized that he had underestimated Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei was only a teenager, his mind was not as simple as Bison had thought. Jiang Fei already had plans to screen his men long before he arrived at Tall Geese.
Thank God I made the right choice.
Bison secretly rejoiced.
All right. Now, let me tell the three of you what you have to do.
Jiang Fei was going to assign tasks to the three of them.
Please feel free to do so.
Sir. The three of them immediately stood up and said,
Sorry, Law. You're still in charge of the military logistics. Also, remember to pick out the soldiers with potential.
Jiang Fei told Sarila.
Yes, sir.
Sarila nodded.
Kalna, help me monitor Barg's every move. I'm pretty sure that the old guy is up to something. You must pay close attention to his movements. I don't want to end up falling for one of his tricks at a critical moment.
Jiang Fei ordered.
Yes, sir.
Kalna said firmly.
Bison.
Jiang Fei turned to look at the most powerful general under his command. At this time, as he had been nourished with Ultralisk meat, Bison had completely gotten rid of the side effects from the potion he drank previously. Yes, sir.
Bison saluted Jiang Fei. Now, he completely regarded himself as Jiang Fei's subordinate. After all, Jiang Fei was so powerful, courageous and wise. It was not disgraceful for a Decronian to submit to such a strong person.
From today onwards, you're in charge of commanding all of my troops. When the Ultralisks attack, I want you to lead the soldiers and fight at least 2 Ultralisks. Try your best to keep the soldiers alive.
Jiang Fei had pretty high hopes for Bison. In the face of those terrifying galactic Ultralisks, ordinary soldiers were simply cannon fodders. The Ultralisks could kill them way too easily. So it was not an easy task.
Yes, sir.
As he was Decronian, Bison never questioned his superiors. No matter how difficult the task, he would try his best to complete it.
Okay, that's all. Carry on.
Jiang Fei nodded then waved, indicating that the three of them could leave.
Yes, sir.
The three of them saluted Jiang Fei, then turned around and left.
0541. Where are the Ultralisks at now?
Jiang Fei asked 0541 after the three were gone.
They've reached the edge of the Osvia system. They will reach the outermost occupied planet in approximately 15 hours.
0541 shared the latest information with Jiang Fei. Chapter 1400 Barg. Approaching.
15 hours is enough.
Jiang Fei nodded, then began to prepare his mind for the incoming Ultralisk Uprising. Although this Ultralisk Uprising did not really threaten the lives of Jiang Fei and the others, Jiang Fei was still taking it pretty seriously. He wanted to kill as many Ultralisks as possible because it was very rare to be able to hunt them in such a large group. If they missed this one, another opportunity like this would probably never come by again. Time passed quickly, and soon, things became chaotic in the Osvia system. Although the people on the other planets did not have strong detection methods like Jiang Fei, it was clear that the Ultralisks had arrived at the outermost planet.
What now? What do we do? Should we escape to another planet? There's no point. We'll end up dying anyway. How about we try to hide? That's a pretty good idea. F***CK. Why are you guys even scared of those stupid beasts? I'm gonna fight them to death. That's suicide. You idiot. So what? Can you survive if you hide? Have you seen the people who have survived this? Are any of them weak? Who can possibly survive just by hiding? But we don't even have a leader now. How can we fight against those Ultralisks? I don't care. Just kill them! In the face of fear, the first instinct was to run away. Of course, when the fear becomes extreme, people would go crazy. Attacking or fighting because of fear was very normal. At this time, many soldiers were angry and ready to fight the Ultralisks to death. On the outermost planet of the Osseous system, chaos reigned. Some fled to other planets through the teleportation point, and some immediately began to fight the Ultralisks. Although everyone's reactions were different, one thing was certain: they would not be able to survive the disaster. And they knew it. Roar! A few hours later, following a roar, the first Ultralisk that was part of the Ultralisk uprising finally arrived in the Osseous system. Sir! Barg has sent us a message. He wants us to help him fight against the Ultralisks. Kalna came with information about Barg. Huh! I knew he would be like this. Jiang Fei smiled. Barg's planet Teardarth was further out than planet Dyrus, so they would definitely be attacked first. So, what do we do? Kalna asked. Just ignore him. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. First of all, he was not sure whether Barg had colluded with the Ultralisks. However, even if Barg did not do that, Jiang Fei would not help him, as he was the one who made the four rulers attack Jiang Fei. But, if we don't go, I'm afraid I'll bring his men to Dyrus and attack us. Kalna frowned. Whether Barg was trying to pull them down along with him, or whether he had colluded with the Ultralisks, there was no way he would let them off the hook. So, it was almost guaranteed that Barg would bring his men to Dyrus before the Ultralisk struck. This way, he could forcibly make Jiang Fei and Jiang Fei's men fight the Ultralisks together with him. And he could take the opportunity to secretly attack Jiang Fei. I don't really care if he comes. If he likes planet Dyrus that much, I'll give it to him. I'm not planning to remain here anyway. Jiang Fei smiled, then said to Sarila, Pack up. It's almost time to go. Okay. I've taken all the remaining Ultralisk meat. Currently, other than this palace, there's nothing else that's worth taking. Sarila was extremely efficient. Before Jiang Fei even ordered her to do so, she had already packed things up. Now, Jiang Fei's army could run away at any time. Bison, assemble the army and get ready for battle. We will never come back to this stupid planet. Jiang Fei nodded with satisfaction, then instructed Bison. Yes, sir. Bison saluted Jiang Fei, then immediately went to execute his order. Kalna, you should continue to pay attention to Barg and his movements. Sarila, you should return to the ship with the supplies, and help me interrogate the captives while you're there. Report back to me when I return. Although Jiang Fei had gotten hold of the hypercruiser for a while, he never had time to interrogate the crew and soldiers on the ship. They all used to work for Ano, so he should be able to get a lot of valuable information from them. Got it. Ah, Fei, please be careful. Sarila looked at Jiang Fei affectionately, then left. 0541 quickly teleported her back to the hypercruiser. Sir, how are you planning to deal with Barg? Kalna suddenly asked. Deal with him? What do you mean? He's not a captive. What rights do I have to deal with him? Jiang Fei asked, clearly amused. I think I'll eventually do something bad to us. And considering how strong you are, it should be easy for you to defeat him. So, I want to know how you're planning to deal with him. Kalna replied. Why do you care so much about him? Jiang Fei froze. Only at this moment, he realized that Kaina knew way too much about Barg. I'm not interested in him at all. But I do want something that he owns. After a little thought, Kalna finally chose to tell the truth. What is it? Jiang Fei asked. The backstab blade. It's a sacred item from the planet I came from. Kaldarth, Kalna replied. A weapon? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Yes, it's the weapon of our legendary assassin. Jules, the sword is extraordinarily meaningful to us Kulgarthans, Kalna said. Oh. Jiang Fei nodded indifferently. Although Kalna was currently one of his core subordinates, he would not blindly promise to help Kalna get the backstab blade back. Sir, I'm going to continue checking on Barg. Seeing that Jiang Fei did not immediately promise to help her, Kalna quickly changed the subject. Although she was somewhat disappointed, she did not dare to pressure Jiang Fei. Instead, she left to perform her tasks. Come on! Come on! The more people the merrier. It's best if this chaotic battle can further increase my strength. Jiang Fei smiled. He was very eager to fight now. Due to the existence of Omnisurge and the unique vibration frequency of the energy strings, Jiang Fei could increase his power without limit in battles. More than 10 hours passed by in a flash, when Bison finished assembling the army and they were preparing to take off.
The outermost planet had already been conquered by the Ultralisks. The soldiers there either managed to escape or were killed. At this time, other than a few soldiers who were hiding, everyone had been slaughtered. The planet had now become the Ultralisks' outpost.
Sir, Barg and his men have left planet Tier Darth. They're headed towards us.
Kalna came back with information about Barg. Sure enough, Barg could not sit still. He was taking the initiative to come to Jiang Fei. Chapter 1401. Fortune is never for one to flaunt.
The man is coming, and we mustn't let him wait,
Jiang Fei said. He turned to his fellow soldiers and bellowed with confidence and vigor.
To me, my men, to the skies. I.
Everyone roared, enthralled by Jiang Fei's confidence. Most of them were on the same page as him, but since he was keeping the secret of the hypercruiser to himself and only a handful of trusted few, the other foot soldiers, the lower-ranking men, were harboring the notion that they would never come out of this war alive. Unbothered by the others, Jiang Fei took the lead and left the mountain, his palace, and utilizing a teleportation hub, his army arrived at one of the empty space platforms.
Bison, later, you will take command of the army and attack the Ultralisks,
Jiang Fei ordered.
Aye, Commander,
Bison responded respectfully. He was not hiding his emotions then. His split-second reaction, as well as the trembling of his hands, clearly showed his excitement. From his perspective, the Ultralisk uprising was considered to be a calamity that would be the end of all worlds. Jiang Fei's arrival, or rather, his sudden revelation of a hypercruiser, was a means of escaping. In turn, this cataclysmic event became a hunting sport, albeit a deathly one. Nevertheless, as long as one took safety precautions, they could fight, hunt, and collect precious Ultralisk meat and still survive.
I have high expectations for you. Do your best.
Jiang Fei smiled earnestly. There were times when a leader employing positive reinforcements would garner higher morale boost instead of deploying punishment.
My lord, Barg and his men are here,
Kalna reported.
Thank you,
Jiang Fei said. Before he left, he turned to Bison again.
I want you to act based on circumstance. Do not engage groups of Ultralisks lest you be outnumbered and overpowered. Prioritize on single targets only. I will now leave to deal with that Barg guy.
The command to his army was handed over to Bison, allowing him to order his soldiers while he left to deal with a dangerous Barg. As strong as they were, Ultralisks could only be as intelligent as the dumbest man alive. They would not pose a threat in terms of scheming and plots. Unlike Barg, who was powerful and cunning alike, a possible threat that Jiang Fei needed to deal with.
Commander.
It was considered to be the highest honor for one to accept the commander post from Jiang Fei himself. He knew not to screw things up, as Jiang Fei had shown his sincerity and trust toward him. He would do as he was told and strove to return with as many soldiers as he could. As Bison got to work, Jiang Fei and Kalna headed to the skies toward the planet Tier Darth. Soon, Jiang Fei was greeted by a sea of soldiers, soaring through space and toward him.
Now that's a threat.
Jiang Fei sighed nervously. The time he spent on Talgi's outpost was rather short when compared to the other leaders. Nevertheless, he was still strong and capable enough to procure himself a planet and own an army of 500,000 soldiers. After a certain event, he was left with 200,000 soldiers. He could easily increase his soldier count, as there were many who left earlier wishing to rejoin his banner, despite how profusely they pleaded. Their cries and requests were outright rejected. The other prominent leaders in the outpost had at least 100,000 soldiers in their own army. While not as impressive as Jiang Fei, it was still impressive nonetheless. But Barg was able to cough out over 300,000 soldiers. The man had an army that was strong and powerful enough to make himself king of the entire planetary system if he wanted to.
He's hiding more than I had ever anticipated,
Kalna exclaimed.
No need to think too much about it. Soldiers to him are just bridges he uses to cross hard terrains,
Jiang Fei retorted. From the looks of the situation, Jiang Fei knew that Barg was not coming to make a bargain. The jig was up, and he needed to prepare himself for a fight.
Hello, brother Jiang Fei. Where are your men?
Barg's voice echoed inside his mind. The man was communicating via telepathy.
At base. Chilling,
Jiang Fei responded, purposely adding in a tone of confidence.
Come now. The uprising is before us, and you don't think we should fight as equals?
Barg stated, insinuating that the man was going to bail from fighting the war with everything he had. Technically speaking, it was against the rules. The one that clearly stated that all capable men and women must participate in the fight with the Ultralisk.
Lord Barg, with all due respect, it would not matter how big or small one's army is when it comes to dealing with an Ultralisk uprising.
Jiang Fei replied, scoffing coldly.
Oh my! Where is that animosity coming from? Brother Jiang Fei, an army of men and a squad makes a whole world of difference. Even if you have one soldier more, the chances of us surviving the battle increases.
Barg laughed as he replied,
Both of us know that they will die. No matter if they come in 1 billion or 1 million. Granting them false hope would be as cruel as granting them a swift death. That chance of surviving doesn't apply to them now. Does it?
Jiang Fei arched an eyebrow.
What are you implying now? Brother Jiang Fei, hope is for anyone to hold dear. No matter who it is. That is all there is.
Barg appeared next to Jiang Fei as he spoke.
I'm not implying. I'm merely suggesting that the chance of surviving had never once included the soldiers. It is just you. You alone.
Barg stopped smiling then. He knew, judging from the tone of which Jiang Fei spoke, that Jiang Fei had had a peek behind the curtains.
You're right. I want to live. Everyone here is thinking the same thing. Do you not want to live? What kind of question is that? No one in their right mind wants to die. I for one never had that thought. I fight my way to continue surviving. Besides, if I want to leave now, no one can stop me.
Jiang Fei waved his hands. A holographic image of the personal one-man shuttlecraft was shown for a brief moment before it vanished.
I see. No wonder you would reject a return order. You already own a ship of your own.
Barg had never expected Jiang Fei to have such a precious tool with him. Even if Barg had a plan to survive the uprising, he could never truly craft a plan to escape the entire outpost. Without a ship, no one could traverse planets or systems. The only force that was around the entire quadrant of this galaxy was the Valsaurian army. No other forces could come close, since the Valsaurian army had been using this outpost as a prison, an execution base for wrongdoers to die. Transport ships only came harboring more wrongdoers and supplies. Escaping was impossible. That piece of tech Jiang Fei had briefly flaunted granted hope for Barg. That vessel would enable him to leave this wretched place.
See what I mean by leaving anytime I want?
Jiang Fei taunted. He saw the sudden change in his facial tics, the look in his eyes that glinted with hope. It was one he had expected. However, this was but the first step. Jiang Fei had shown the shuttlecraft to Barg in order to entice him to make the first move. He knew that Barg had hostile plans against him, but not the details of his plan. That was why he had always been careful in not getting involved in the battle with the Ultralisks. At least, not for now. Jiang Fei's plan was to deal with Barg first, and only then would he fight the Ultralisks. Once they were close enough to Dyrus or the other planets, he would then execute the exodus.
Brother Jiang Fei, have you heard of a saying my people have?
Barg hovered closer to Jiang Fei.
What is it?
Jiang Fei responded, charging and channeling energy all over his body to prepare.
Fortune is never for one to flaunt.
A bright white light flashed from his eyes that momentarily blinded Jiang Fei. That was a common psychic attack used by Abjonian. It was meant to help Barg take control of Jiang Fei's mind while he distracted Jiang Fei by initiating a meaningless conversation about a saying. Jiang Fei could feel the penetrative psychic force in his head, trying to burrow deeper. However, 1 second after it entered his mind, the foreign psychic force was quickly absorbed by the core of will. If anyone wanted to assault Jiang Fei with psychic force, they would first have to deal with the godly core of will. Besides Thean, it was unlikely that a second person would be able to penetrate Jiang Fei's mental barrier. Sure, there might be others, as space was infinite, and so was possibility. But for the time being, Barg was no way close to being someone that could harm Jiang Fei via psychic attacks. Chapter 1402, Undefeatable Enemy.
What AC asterisk and T? You finally made your move.
Jiang Fei roared mentally when Barg's sudden attack was nullified.
Oh no!
Barg was shocked. He had genuinely thought that Jiang Fei was the kind that never learned his place. That was a good enough encouragement for him to make his move against Jiang Fei when he showed off his prized possession. The mental attack was supposed to be followed by a series of physical attacks. But seeing as the original attack was completely useless, Barg had to change his move set. Barg was a being from the planet Jalner. Psychic attacks were the bread and butter for every Jonian. That attack was supposed to be his forte. Many had perished from that single-mind attack without knowing what happened. Perhaps it was because of the fact that he was older, weaker, that caused his killing technique to fail. His greatest attack was only akin to a stone thrown into the violent sea. A tame ripple without much effect on the boy.
Is he strong because of certain tools? Or is he hiding his strength?
Barg thought to himself, starting to calculate his next move. If Jiang Fei had been able to block that psychic attack because of an external assistance, Barg would have a better chance at defeating him. The man had over 10 million combat level.
Even without using his psychic attacks, he could still defeat Jiang Fei via traditional means of attack. On the off chance that Jiang Fei was indeed strong and able to survive the psychic attack with his own ability, the entire battle was already over. A young boy such as he must have been so strong that he had to hide his true potential, or he would only be inviting trouble. Lord Bard, you have done wrong by attacking me without first stating your reason. If you want to fight, Jiang Fei, will welcome you. After the taunt, Jiang Fei unleashed his self-imposed limiter. Energy crackled around him, while the black hole core and the Omni Surge fed him power. His combat level increased from over 2 million to over 8 million. Her. I was only testing you. A mere test. Bard tried laughing it off, albeit awkwardly. His mind, however, was panicking. The man had clearly wronged the boy, and even though the two hadn't engaged in battle, both recognized the intentions harbored by the other. When Jiang Fei's combat level finally stabilized at 8 million, Bard calmed down immediately. He might have had suddenly gained an exploding amount of power, but he was still hovering at the region where he did not pose a threat to Bard. Combat level, after exceeding 10 million, delivered attack potency so strong that even a 9,999,999 combat level fighter could not handle. Jiang Fei was only a young boy of 8 million combat level. An impressive feat nonetheless, but an insufficient one. Bard was now calm and composed. His killing intent only grew stronger. He saw Jiang Fei not as a fighter, but only a mobile, hardened safe box that he only needed to break open to obtain the treasure inside. A test? Perhaps I should do the same. Jiang Fei hummed and hurled his fist out. A hot plasma blade ignited as the fist zoomed through the air, surging with the force of metal granted by origin force, heading toward Bard's forehead. Be careful with that. You don't want to swing it that hard lest you hurt yourself. The tiny scar in the middle of his forehead opened slightly. It happened in an instant. An event so fast that Jiang Fei could not have anticipated it. His skin, starting from the area around the scar, turned as black as graphite. The blade that was aimed at his forehead was immediately blocked by his hand that swooped in at a speed at least 10 times that of Jiang Fei's. Hot plasma discharge could be seen splitting away around his palm. What the? Jiang Fei was stunned. That was the last thing he would have imagined Bard would do. How the blade of plasma was deflected like water put him on a whole other level of disbelief. You're still young and have much to learn, Bard said with a smile. The third eye slowly opened wider, and a black light flashed. What followed next? Or rather, what came engulfing Jiang Fei entirely was an aura saturated with killing intent. Umbral Jalnian. Combat level, 11 million. Suggestion, escape promptly. The reading on his scope changed, and it alerted Jiang Fei of the new information. If that was not enough to scare Jiang Fei, the presence and suffocating aura of the menacing man was a dead giveaway. You carry a valuable possession with you. Remember, do not flaunt your fortune to others. That is, if you get to live another life, said Bard as he laughed condescendingly. A fist came next. F***ck me. What can I do now? Jiang Fei thought. Alarmed. After intense thinking, he realized that he had two options. The first was to escape into the 10th dimension, and the second was to wait for Theon to interrupt. Those were the only options if he wanted to survive. Taking that hit, or any other, on his own would suggest a confirmed fatality. Omnisurge, or his newly found special skill to convert foreign energy into his own would do him no good. Bard was so strong that a single hit, be it even a graze, would be enough to instantly kill him. He would not have the time to delay the fight for him to further increase his will to live and fight. I can't risk this. Jiang Fei made a decision. He could not wait for Theon to jump in. If he was a microsecond too late, he would surely bite the dust. The fist came close, perhaps a hair's width away from his face when Jiang Fei vanished, successfully escaping into the 10th dimension. Where is he? Bard roared. He wanted to trace the distortion in space-time, but the method of teleportation Jiang Fei used was different. Instead of a distortion that would lead to another point in space-time, it just led to the same place, where he vanished. You can run, but you can't hide forever. I will kill all your men and feed them to the beast. Bard roared. Not 2 seconds later, his eyes set on the scared Kalna. No, Kalna thought before she sprinted faster than she had ever ran. Her heart sank, and she wanted to escape. However, she knew better. No matter what she did, there was no running away from the black version of Bard. Die, he uttered. There was no emotion in it. No killing intent. Nothing that was purposely displayed. He merely stood there, shooting out a black ray from his palm. Even though there was nothing to be felt, Kalna was shaken to the core. The black ray was coming for her, and that would no doubt kill her. There was no hope she could cling to. No person she could turn to. The man, the enemy, was a being too powerful to comprehend. The only thing she could do was to get on her knees and wait for death to welcome her. Out of the blue, a silver light flashed and Jiang Fei jumped into the ray's trajectory, taking the hit for Kalna. Gah! The blast of black ray was at least as wide and tall as an 18-wheeler. And when Jiang Fei took the blast in her stead, he felt as if his entire being was shattered into pieces despite that being merely an attack with no actual force behind it. Additionally, the black ray had traveled a far enough distance for it to dissipate. And yet, even after having its potency shed more than half, Jiang Fei was still hurt. But thankfully, not killed. My lord! Kalna shrieked. She was hoping that her master would have escaped, never expecting him to appear in the middle of an attack, much less to help her take the hit. However, the worst was not over. Jiang Fei appearing in the middle of the black ray did nothing to slow it down. Like a pebble being washed along the shore, he was thrown off his feet and was blasted by the ray. Not 1/10 of a second later, the black ray, along with Jiang Fei, blasted Kalna. She wanted to catch him, to shield him from the attack, but alas, she could not change what reality. Even when the black ray was already weakened by so many levels, she was still far from being able to defend against it. She took the hit hard, but at the second she was thrown off her feet, she managed to catch Jiang Fei. In that instant, she summoned every bit of her strength and tossed him out of the ray, with her strength being spent all on helping Jiang Fei. She suffered greatly and spat out more blood than necessary. I see. Your feelings toward your men had summoned you to me. Bard laughed. With speed faster than lightning, he flashed across the vast distance, appearing in front of Jiang Fei. 1 second later, Jiang Fei was held by his neck. Chapter 1403, The Battle in the 10th Dimension. Damn it! Jiang Fei was injured, but his mind was still clear. He knew that he cannot let Bard get to him, or the outcome would be worse than devastating. He clenched his jaw shut and activated the power of the core of will. His entire being started to energize, and with Kalna still in his embrace, she too was dragged into the 10th dimension. You can't slip away this time! Bard roared. In the instant Jiang Fei was about to vanish, he zoomed in and held his wrist tightly. Whoosh! Along with Bard and Kalna, all three of them were dragged into the 10th dimension. Right in the next moment, after the vanishing flash of light dissipated, another flash of light burst out. Theon was too late. Confound it! Theon gritted his teeth. He tried his best, expanding his consciousness to his surroundings to trace Jiang Fei's whereabouts. Unfortunately, the 10th dimension was too mysterious a place that not even Theon could track him there. Jiang Fei must stay alive, or I shall have you suffer for eternity. Begging for me to kill you! Bard grunted and vanished without a trace. Gah! Hack! As soon as Jiang Fei appeared in the 10th dimension, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire being, albeit ethereal, was cracking like a broken piece of glass. Damn it! My body is too weak. He was gravely injured now, but his mind was still sharp. He knew what he was becoming. Jiang Fei may have converted half of his body into ethereal form, but he still had a limit to how much energy he could sustain. Dragging a combatant of over 10 million combat level was clearly beyond his maximum limit. His current status was incredibly fragile. To be honest, he was on the verge of disintegration that if a baby touched him with his pinky, Jiang Fei would be shattered into pieces. Where am I? I can't move. I can't move in my body. Kalna's thoughts were filled with fear. She, like Jiang Fei, had sustained fatal wounds, but since time ceased to work in the 10th dimension, her wounds froze as well as her entire being. All except her thoughts. What is this place? Boy, what have you done to me? Bard's thoughts echoed through the dark void. No matter how powerful one was, the fear of the unknown would always find its way to anyone. Bound in a dark void and unable to move a single muscle, both Bard and Kalna were now experiencing a new, different kind of fear. All intelligent species across all known universes may have different kinds of language, custom, and basic life form structure. But they have one thing in common: mathematics and physics. It was undeniably true that mathematics and physics were the same no matter where one stood, be it on the edge of the cosmos, or on the surface of a star. Thus, all intelligent life forms had one common result regarding time. Time can be, under certain conditions, accelerated or decelerated, but never stopped or reversed. The law of existence states that time must not stop flowing. That was if one never visited the 10th dimension where time played no role.
That was why. Even though Barg was strong, he could not move his body. Not even if he had the power of 1,000,000 suns at his disposal. Jiang Fei was fortunate enough to understand the metaphysical laws in the 10th dimension. Technically speaking, they still had control of their bodies, but without the flow of time. No three-dimensional being would be able to move. Time froze all matter but not thoughts. That was why there were some gifted individuals with the gift to foresee the future or have a glimpse of the past. But never could they physically affect events of the past. Their bodies can never be reversed via time.
Damn it! Why is Barg here?
Jiang Fei panicked. Every second Barg spent in the 10th dimension caused a ripple effect to Jiang Fei's own well-being.
I need to get him out. Fast!
Jiang Fei prepared to send off a powerful psychic energy conjured from the core of will, trying to forcefully chase Barg out of the 10th dimension. Unfortunately, Barg's energy level was too high. Nothing that Jiang Fei did could even affect his frozen body.
*T. No matter. If I can't get you out, I'll kill you here.
Jiang Fei thought.
My lord. Is that you? Where are we? What is going on?
Kalna asked. She was still panicking but calmed down a little when she saw how comfortable he was behaving in this unknown void.
The less you know the better. Don't create any trouble for me. When you're out, you best forget everything that happened here.
Jiang Fei replied with a psychic wave.
I will. I will forget it all.
Kalna understood the message clearly. Jiang Fei was not stating anything, but she knew she had only two options. She could either bind herself eternally in Jiang Fei's servitude, or be killed by him.
Jiang Fei? What are you playing at?
Barg blasted out his psychic wave and detected Jiang Fei's presence. His third eye was fully open now, and black energy was pouring out from it. His entire being was enveloped by it, and was spilling all about the dark void. It went without saying that the black energy was a pure malice that could even taint the sanctity of the 10th dimension.
I need to kill him now,
Jiang Fei thought. He had not expected Barg to be so powerful that he could even affect the 10th dimension. If something were to happen to it, he would have lost the greatest trump card he will ever obtain. Jiang Fei concentrated with every ounce of thinking power he had and blasted a psychic energy meant to end Barg's life. That was his one and only way to fight, as nothing else would be a tangible force in the 10th dimension.
Come, boy. I shall see what you can do to me,
Barg roared. Even though he could not move, psychic manipulation was of Jiangyan's forte. And since his third eye was opened, Barg was now at his strongest form. As soon as Jiang Fei's white psychic wave made contact with Barg's black one, not only did it fail to affect him, his own psychic force got corrupted. Jiang Fei could not understand what was happening. All he could do was stop the attack, or Barg's black malice would find its way into Jiang Fei himself.
What the F***ck is that?
There was no means of investigation. Time ceased to flow in the 10th dimension, and Jiang Fei could not rely on 0541 or the scope on his ears. He had no clue as to how he could fight Barg.
My turn!
The cloud of black energy extended like a living tentacle before it zoomed across the void and toward Jiang Fei. To defend against it, Jiang Fei deployed a wall of psychic energy. Oddly enough, even though Barg's psychic manipulation was not as strong nor was he as skilled as Jiang Fei, the black malice was so powerful that it had a corruption-like ability. The wall of psychic energy was immediately corrupted and Jiang Fei had to disengage to prevent himself from being affected.
Huh! You're 1,000 years too early to defeat me. I am stronger. I am better. And I will kill you.
Barg's laughter echoed in the void. Jiang Fei could not do anything when Barg took his corrupted psychic energy for himself.
This is bad.
Even though Jiang Fei had a similar ability, converting foreign energy into his own, he could never truly make contact with Barg's black malice. Fearing that his own mind would be affected, he had no way of fighting back. If this went on, even if Jiang Fei had the power of the core of will in his mind, he would indefinitely be overpowered by Barg. After several more attacks, Barg was clearly growing stronger after absorbing a vast amount of Jiang Fei's psychic powers.
Damn it. That's all there is to it then. I have no choice. Try or die trying.
Jiang Fei, being cornered, reached a decision. Chapter 1404, A Mess.
This is the ultimate gamble.
Jiang Fei concentrated hard and sent out a weak amount of psychic energy to remain engaged with Barg. The bulk of weak psychic energy was just a mere distraction. The real play lied in the powerful psychic power, with surgical-like precision headed toward Barg's physical body. He was attempting to disrupt the Planck string frequency that made up Barg's physical body. Even though he had yet to fully master the concept of Planck strings, all he wanted to do was destroy his body, not reconstruct it or change its properties. Technically speaking,
Jiang Fei was not destroying him. He was simply changing the plank string frequency at a random rate, having no need to care for what the outcome was, as long as it was not organized. The result would be cataclysmic. A single attempt was made and visible changes immediately took place. What is this? Barg thought. He was in a mysterious void of space, and the only means of offense was psychic manipulation. How had his body received physical damage? The area of effect was only the edge of his fingers, but that was enough to alert Barg. He then realized the true disadvantage of this unknown void. Jiang Fei clearly had the superior authority in this void, and he must have some form of advantage that Barg could never understand. He must have used that advantage and caused actual, tangible damage to his real body. Panic ensued. No matter what he tried, he couldn't stop whatever Jiang Fei was doing to him. The body and the mind were not of one. He could attack via psychic energy, but not stop Jiang Fei from attacking his body. Confound it! What have you done? Barg roared, his tone suggesting clear desperation. What I did matters not to you. What matters is the fact that you are going to die, Jiang Fei replied, condescendingly. He had neither the time nor the attention to waste on Barg. He needed to concentrate further to cause more damage to his body. A human body has an infinitesimal amount of plank strings. Jiang Fei was not reconstructing him to his liking, nor was he treating the man. The ultimate goal was to destroy him. So long as he continued altering the frequency of Barg's plank strings, whatever frequency it changed to mattered not. He could turn into a gold ingot, a pile of cow dung, a massive biological blob, the Empire State Building, or just a cloud of methane gas. Whatever he ended up becoming, the result would still be the same. The complete annihilation of the Jiangnian known as Barg. This isn't over yet, Barg roared, seeing as how he could not stop his body from disintegrating. He was desperate. Jiang Fei heard his bark but paid it no heed. If I'm going down, I'll drag you down with me. Desperate, Barg decided to forego any means to protect himself. Instead, he was choosing to go all out into attacking Jiang Fei, pouring literally everything he had into an all-out attack. A miasma-like wave, saturated with malice, of psychic attack came gushing toward Jiang Fei like a tsunami. No matter how much he tried to defend, no matter how much psychic energy he tried to cough out, there was no defending against the corrupt psychic energy that came from Barg. All that was poured out turned into the same color and nature of that of Barg's. Every method was tried, but every possible way to penetrate his cloud of psychic energy was useless. In the end, everything was converted, or rather, corrupted by his psychic energy. My lord! His eye! Destroy his third eye! Just as Jiang Fei was forced to retreat, he heard countless cries from the corner of his mind. That's it! Her voice was heard, and with a sudden sense of clarity, Jiang Fei understood what he had to do now. Barg's energy was of utmost malice, but the source of his energy came from the third eye. If Jiang Fei physically destroyed that eye, Barg would lose the corruptibility of his psychic energy. Without him constantly corrupting his own psychic force, Jiang Fei would finally be able to apply his usual techniques to defeat and overpower Barg's psychic powers. I'll kill you first! Barg roared. He heard the cries, and knew Jiang Fei would now aim for his weak point. Angered, he now changed his target of destruction to Kalna. You will not kill anyone! Jiang Fei roared, his voice shaking a little. Jiang Fei poured more and more of his concentration into destroying that third eye. Before, he had only applied random frequency into Barg's plank strings. But evidently the efficiency of his destruction was not as high. Knowing that, Jiang Fei needed to focus more. He needed to make sure that every plank string was plucked with a different frequency. Only then would the destruction rate increase to the highest. The malice energy was coming. It clumped together, forming an arrow-like shape. However, just as Barg was seen grinning sinisterly, his grin vanished and a frown took its place. His third eye physically crumbled, falling like jigsaw puzzles. Grah! A deafening roar filled the entire void. His third eye broke entirely, and the void in his eye socket burst with a powerful surge of black energy. What in the world? Jiang Fei was sincerely hoping for everything to cease, but alas, things didn't go his way. The explosion of black energy was clearly unexpected. From the looks of it, the third eye functioned somewhat like a limiter. With the limiter gone, the reservoir poured out every drop of black energy like a broken dam. The black energy was pouring out everywhere, and since there was no tangible surface, the black energy appeared to be sprayed in all directions. What the F***ck is this? How malicious could one's energy be? Jiang Fei tried his best to contain the damage by changing the properties of the black energy. However, it proved to be an extremely demanding task. Impossible even.
The black energy's plank string frequency was locked. No matter how Jiang Fei tried to change it, it remained unaffected.
It'll kill you.
Barg was slowly running amok. His psychic energy was completely corrupted by the black energy. The more psychic energy was corrupted, the wider and further the dark energy spread. Worst of all, the plank strings within the vicinity changed, in one form or another, when they came in contact with the black energy.
F***ck this piece of sh**t. Is he going to destroy this place?
Jiang Fei thought. He could not allow his precious 10th dimension to be corrupted. Not after he had literally bled blood, sweat, and tears to obtain it.
Kill! Kill! Kill!
Barg's mind was nowhere and everywhere. No matter where Jiang Fei turned, he could feel the intense killing intent. His mind was going, and all that remained in that little consciousness he had was his will to kill Jiang Fei. And since he had no idea where Jiang Fei was, his attack became random. The source of the black energy was still Barg's body, and from the looks of it, it was about to be emptied out. All of a sudden, when the last bit of black energy came out of Barg's empty third eye socket, his body twisted and turned in an eerie way. It started converging toward the empty third eye socket, as if it was being sucked into it. Not long after, his body was completely eaten by the third eye socket, leaving what was a massive glob of black matter. It took some observation skill, but even in the 10th dimension where every matter was frozen in time, the massive glob of black matter managed to slowly crawl across the void.
Just what the hell are the Jonians? How are they like that? What kind of evil do they harbor?
Jiang Fei could not stop thinking about it. He had no idea what that black glob of slime was, and had no means to analyze it. So he could not come up with a means to destroy it.
Kill! Kill! Key.ll.
Slowly yet surely, Barg's own consciousness died out. And not long after, like a candle in the wind, his existence was snuffed out. What's left of his psychic energy was corrupted by the black energy.
Finally,
Barg was dead. That should be the happy ending, but seeing as how his 10th dimension was left in a mess, Jiang Fei felt mildly disgruntled.
What the?
Jiang Fei had not realized it before, but he did now. The black glob of matter was crawling toward his own body. Even though it was extremely slow, it would soon make its way if he did not do anything.
What do I do?
Jiang Fei was panicking. If all was well, he could simply alter the surrounding plank strings and create a mild push to change his physical bodhi's position. However, he was completely exhausted. His body was crumbling like ancient ruins. A single light touch, from a feather for example, would surely cause his entire body to disintegrate. Chapter 1405. Remember me?
I need to fix my body first.
The decision was made hastily, as his consciousness was out of his body then. He started weaving in psychic energy to fix his bodhi's plank strings. From the start, Kalna had been scared. Even after Barg was somehow unconfirmed, annihilated, she could not shake the fear in her heart. Not as long as she was still drifting in this unknown void. While Jiang Fei was spending all his concentration on fixing his body, Kalna stood there, mesmerized by literally everything. It was safe to say that as a fighter at over 8,600,000 combat level, she had been to places and seen things. However, as experienced as she was, she had never seen such a place where a person's mind and body could be separated. The next thing she knew, her master and the enemy fought each other with an unorthodox method. One side used dark energy that had corrupting properties, while the other had the ability to change the molecular structure of others.
Come on! Faster!
Jiang Fei scolded himself. He was incredibly nervous. He had no idea what the black goo was, but he did not want to wait and find out when it touched his physical body.
My lord! The thing! It's coming!
Kalna got more afraid as she saw her master panicking.
F***ck it! I can only do this much. Gotta move! Now!
His body was not entirely mended, but he had little to no time left. The black goo was just a stone's throw away. It was a critical moment in time and Jiang Fei was forced to move his body away. The web-like cracks across his body were no longer visible, and his body was whole, in a way. What mattered now was getting his body away from that thing, and he could worry about the after effects later. As Jiang Fei was controlling the surrounding to create a moving current in an attempt to move his body away from the black goo, Kalna's voice rang in his mind.
Watch out! Behind you!
Of all the clumps of corrupted psychic energy, the one of which hadn't been corrupted, one that was still 100% Barg's own psychic energy, started to jitter and move. It took shape of a humanoid form, and it came zooming at Jiang Fei's ethereal form. Although he did not have hairs in his ethereal form, his entire being had goosebumps when an eerie, higher register, seductive voice was heard.
A voice he hadn't heard in a long while, but would never forget. My sweet loving master. It has been too long. Do you still remember me? Akatsiri. Her voice, like a recurring nightmare, rang in his mind and wouldn't let go. Meeting Akatsiri again was the last thing he had expected to do. I made a promise. If you want love me forever, I shall have you hate me instead. I am a woman of my word. What Jiang Fei did not know was after the destruction of Akatsiri's supreme android body, her mind, her consciousness remained, drifting in the void of the 10th dimension. So mysterious was the 10th dimension. It was a place that one's conscience could be separated from one's body. Hence, even though Akatsiri no longer had a physical body to return to, Jiang Fei's mastery and understanding of the 10th dimension only provided Akatsiri a perfect chance to hide. During her hiding period, Jiang Fei had returned and left the 10th dimension many times. To hide herself well, Akatsiri would always suppress her own presence. She knew about Jiang Fei's core of will, and how it had fused with another, granting him unparalleled psychic power. Akatsiri, in her current form, could not grow stronger. She would be destroyed if Jiang Fei were to find out about her. She had been waiting for so long, waiting so patiently for the day she could get her revenge. At long last came the day when Jiang Fei was incredibly weakened when he came into the 10th dimension with another being that was superior to him. He was weakened from the start, and was further enfeebled after the defeat of the unknown being. His attention was later divided again when he needed to save his physical body from the unknown black goo. This was her golden chance. Barg's physical body was completely corrupted by the unknown black energy, and Jiang Fei was completely preoccupied. She could not take her chance with the black energy as Jiang Fei had his eyes on them. The only way for her to strike was to find herself more psychic energy. As luck was on her side, a portion of Barg's psychic energy was left available to take since Barg was no longer alive. Kalna could have noticed Akatsiri since her powers, psychic energy included, was stronger than hers. Perhaps she noticed, but since she was in the realm of the unknown, the presence she sensed was quickly ignored. It was also because she too was too focused on Jiang Fei. The dominoes were set in place, and Akatsiri's 1 in a billion chance to return was granted. Damn it! Jiang Fei groaned. He was busy controlling his body, and had neither the time nor the attention to spare. The psychic energy that Akatsiri was using reeked of malice. If she came for him, and she will, Jiang Fei would be in for a treat. He would not be able to ignore her even if he really needed to pay attention to his own body. My lord! Allow me! Kala barked as she manifested herself to defend the incoming attack. Kalna was conflicted. If anything happened to Jiang Fei, there would be no one around to deal with the unknown enemy. It was certain that the unknown enemy would not be letting her go. However, if Jiang Fei survived, she would still face the threat of being silenced. That being said, if she could protect Jiang Fei, she would only be building a foundation of trust that she hoped would be sufficient in getting Jiang Fei to spare her life in exchange for her cooperation in keeping his secret. She knew Jiang Fei well enough to know that if she risked her life to protect him, he would grow soft on her. Although she had no confidence in dealing with the unknown enemy, she had to try it. Bolts of psychic energy were thrown out, and only after 3 strikes. Kalna was showing signs of fatigue. Akatsiri was not a master in psychic energy, but she had the bulk that once belonged to Bard to spare. Not to mention, she had the power of malice she was borrowing. Kalna was not handling the threat well. My lord! If you would please help! I can't hold it. Hold on! Hold on just a little longer. Jiang Fei was frantic. He was doing his very best to get his body as far away from the goo. As long as he had enough distance, he could then deal with Akatsiri. Oh my sweet master! You have not changed! No matter where you go, females of all species will still flock to your side. Pity! My little sister is still on Earth, waiting for your return. What would she think if you were to return with another harem? Akatsiri taunted Jiang Fei as she continued to attack Kalna. To be honest, Jiang Fei was completely inattentive to what Akatsiri was saying. Gya! Kalna shrieked as a part of her psychic extension was suddenly corrupted by the power of malice. It spread fast, and even though she managed to cut off the extension, she was gravely injured. Chapter 1406, A Means to Be Together. Come at me! Be *tch! Jiang Fei was done with moving his body far away from the black goo. However, no matter how far he pushed his body away, it was only a matter of time before the thing got closer again. It was behaving like a sentient being, moving ever so slowly, getting closer to his body, as if it was drawn to it. A blast of psychic energy was released. It zoomed across the void to protect Kalna. You're done. Get away. I'll take it from here, Jiang Fei said. Be careful. My lord. Kalna gave her word of caution before vanishing from sight. She had sustained too much damage from Akatsiri's, and could no longer join the fight. Oh my darling. My ever-so-loving master. Have you finally the time to talk to me? Akatsiri's ethereal body took the same form and attire from when she was in the game. Persistent little minx. Jiang Fei muttered under his breath. Jiang Fei was never going to forgive that woman. Seeing her gave him the creeps, just like how someone with trypophobia feels seeing a cluster of holes. Only with the urge to separate her head from her torso. The woman was responsible for the many deaths of his biohuman army. Jiang Fei had completely forgotten about her existence after the incident, which granted him the power of the 10th dimension. He hadn't expected to see her face ever again. I've said it before, and I will say it again. I will always find a way to make you hate me. Forever. Akatsiri's voice was deafening. This ends now. It will be seconds before I destroy you completely. Jiang Fei roared. The memories of how Akatsiri's killed the girls under his wing sent a burning stimulus that ignited his blood on the fire for revenge. My master, I will not die. No. I will continue to live. So long as you shall live. We will be together. Forever and ever. Akatsiri shouted once more before her ethereal form zoomed across the void toward Jiang Fei. She was not throwing out attacks. Piss off. Jiang Fei retaliated. He gathered what was left of his psychic energy and formed a blade, piercing the incoming Akatsiri's. Ugh! She took the stab directly, yet she was not stopping. Her ethereal form was clearly damaged, but she gathered her psychic energy together and expanded it to fully envelop both Jiang Fei and his blade. What are you up to now? Jiang Fei was stunned. What Akatsiri's was doing was akin to suicide. Even though she had all of Barg's psychic energy, it was only a part of his true power of malice. There were still traces of it, but not as strong as before when Barg was attacking. Such a level of malice was strong against Kalna, but not enough to affect Jiang Fei. I am going to fuse with you. My master? Oh, my master? We will be together. Akatsiri's moaned. Not 1 second later. Her entire being, her ethereal body, and what's left of her own psychic energy, ignited in flames. Literally. Panicked, Jiang Fei tried to remove himself by swinging the ethereal blade about. However, no matter how much he cut, no matter how painful Akatsiri's felt, she was not letting him go. My master, know that everything that I have done was only for trying to find a way for me to be with you. For us to be together. Now! My wish is about to come true. Akatsiri's burning psychic energy was only growing stronger, wilder by the second. At the same time, it swirled about, mixing together with Jiang Fei's. He tried to release contact, but Akatsiri's persistence was relentless. The malice that was imbued with Barg's psychic energy, the one Akatsiri's had taken for herself, was burning away into nothingness. Jiang Fei could not understand what was happening. Nothing at all. Akatsiri's was burning, yet she was fusing with him. She was never a powerful fighter to begin with. Then again, Jiang Fei had never researched and understood how Namekians use their psychic energy, and especially not how they would be able to fuse their mind with someone else's. What Jiang Fei did not know was the fact that Akatsiri's was not using any kind of psychic manipulation technique. She was merely using her own racial skill. Namekians had no gender. They reproduced by asexual means. Once they reached adulthood and found the need or want to have a child, they would extract a portion of their own psychic energy and incubate an egg from it. The extracted psychic energy contained limited memory of the parent, thus granting accelerated growth and knowledge. What Akatsiri's was doing then was simply a reverse of their reproduction process. Instead of splitting her mind, she was going to fuse with Jiang Fei's mind to form a single being. Jiang Fei had learned a plethora of psychic manipulation skills from Theon, but not a single one of them could affect nor stop Akatsiri's from doing her thing. He struggled. He wrestled. But nothing was stopping her from the fusion process. To make things worse, Jiang Fei was scared of the outcome. The flames continued to burn, and whatever malice contained within Akatsiri's psychic energy was scorched. With refined guidance by Akatsiri's unrelenting will, both their psychic energies continued to fuse. Concurrently, Jiang Fei's core will flashed continuously, absorbing the newly merged psychic energy into its own. Instead of helping Jiang Fei to repel the foreign entity, it was absorbing it profusely. Not long after, while Jiang Fei was still swinging the ethereal sword, the last of the flame died out. Akatsiri's, Barg, her psychic energy, his malice psychic energy, were gone. What was left in the unending void was Jiang Fei, alone. What the? Is it done? What the hell happened? When all was calm, Jiang Fei immediately went over his own mind to check for visible changes. However, as thorough as he was, he could not find any difference. He was the same, be it power, psychic strength, or power level. What did she do to me? Did she just burn herself? Jiang Fei asked himself over and over. My lord! Your body! You have to save your body! Kalna shouted. Shoot! Jiang Fei's psychic energy, or his consciousness, zoomed toward his body. When he was still engulfed in flames with Akatsuris, he had not been able to move. The entire process had taken quite some time, and the black goo had already made considerable progress toward his physical body. When he was back to his body, Jiang Fei immediately created a current and moved it away. I can't continue moving about. I need to leave this place. Jiang Fei had no idea how he was going to deal with this concentrated mass of malice. For now, he was going to drag Kalna and leave the 10th dimension. He was planning on asking Theon about the black goo, and when he could finally understand what it was he would return to the 10th dimension to sort things out. Come! We are leaving! Jiang Fei ordered. He activated the power of the core of will and vanished from the 10th dimension with Kalna. A split second before Jiang Fei vanished from the 10th dimension, the massive black goo spat out a tiny part of itself, about the size of a pea, and stuck itself to the back of Jiang Fei's hand. As it touched his hand, it vanished, leaving no trace of itself. Neither Jiang Fei or Kalna sensed it. Chapter 1407, The Massacre. Both Jiang Fei and Kalna were out of the 10th dimension. Before that, he had already fixed his body to a certain extent. Additionally, he had taken in Barg's energy and converted them into his own, thus facilitating his overall healing. Kalna was not as lucky. She was already incredibly injured before she was pulled into the 10th dimension. Now that she was out of the 10th dimension, her injuries resumed its deterioration. Gah! As soon as her body returned to the 3-dimensional realm, 2 mouthfuls of blood were coughed out. Relax. Jiang Fei set her down to the ground and had her lay still. His hands reached for her spine. With extreme precision, Jiang Fei sent out waves of psychic energy into her body to extract whatever energy of Barg's that remained in her body. He was hesitant then to convert Barg's energy into his own, because he knew her body could not sustain itself having his energy in it. She might be worse off after conversion. The best method to save her now was to remove all foreign energy from inside her body to allow her own energy to fix itself. After what seemed to be an eternity, after plucking out Barg's energy like picking individual rice from a rice pot the size of a house, Kalna was slowly showing signs of healing. There was nothing to disturb him or her then. Hence the entire process went smoothly. How do you feel? Jiang Fei asked worriedly. Those injuries, both internal and external, were caused by Barg, only because she had jumped in to protect him. I'm fine. I think, she replied. At that moment, there was no fatal wound nor was there the immediate need for treatment. She was not completely fine, but she was far from death's door. Her mind was affected as she did extend her psychic energy to fend off Akatsuris in the 10th dimension. As such, she needed rest to recover from her physical and mental ailments. Good. Good. Everything's fine now. You rest now. You've been a good girl. I will. Kalna hummed. She nodded weakly and laid her head down. When Jiang Fei removed his hands from behind her soft back, she reached out and held his. It was hard to explain, but Jiang Fei curing her by removing Barg's residual energy from inside her, saving her from certain death, had opened up a different perspective about Jiang Fei. The glint in the aquamarine eyes of hers hinted infatuation. Jiang Fei did not notice the look in her eyes, especially after she had closed them gently to rest. His attention was placed on the surroundings. To be more specific, he was noticing the surrounding army. There were about 1,000,000 pairs of eyes looking at them. Not glaring, mere looking, as if they had just witnessed the descent of a god. Where's Lord Barg? The same question was repeated by the armies of the opposition. Gone, Jiang Fei muttered. Gone? Impossible. The soldiers retreated, but not for their lives. Is it true? Is Lord Barg truly dead? He must be. They were all gone and only those 2 returned. Lord Barg must have been killed. What can we do now? What else? The kid might be strong, but after killing Lord Barg, I'm sure he had already exhausted his powers. He's now a sitting duck. I say we kill him. We kill him and take the shuttle for ourselves. Someone mentioned the word shuttle, and all eyes lit up with greed and desperation. The apocalypse was coming. It was literally at their doorstep now. Jiang Fei had just killed their best and strongest fighter, and there was no hope left for them to survive the uprising. with death knocking on their door. The only glimpse of light everyone saw then was the shuttle that Jiang Fei had. The fear in their eyes was quickly replaced with desperation and greed. They wanted to survive, and the only way to do that was to have Jiang Fei's personal shuttle. You can die fighting the Ultralisk later. So, why do you want to die now? Jiang Fei said coldly. Even though there were more than 100,000 enemies then, they were all only 100,000 to 200,000 combat level of strength. Jiang Fei would be fine even if he were to take a full-powered punch to the face by any of them. That was not to say he wanted to receive a punch to the face. Not by a mob of 100,000 fighters. He needed to fight back, or he would be overwhelmed like an elephant by a billion ants. There was a complication. However, no matter how he tried, the weakest of his retaliation might actually kill them. And if he did, he would be going against the one rule that Theon had set for him. Conflicted, Jiang Fei did not want to run away from a bunch of weaklings, but he cannot fight them as well. Alas. I think he could kill us easily. He's obviously lying. Look. He's even turning his eyes away. He's bluffing. That's right. He's looking for an escape path. Kill the bastard. He must have a ton of treasure on him. We might even find other kinds of travel means. A person's voice could drown out, but the voice of 1,000 could not. The idea had been sown. But no one was taking any action. No one dared to make the first move against the person who had just killed Lord Barg. At least in the first minute. Out of the blue, an energy bolt was fired from the mass. No one knew who shot it. Jiang Fei did not even need to budge as the bolt was too weak. It could not even travel more than 100 meters before it dissipated into nothing. It did not matter. That first attack was but the weak spark. The spark that lit the fire that was trying to burn him down. Someone had done it, and now everyone joined in. A massive charge ensued with everyone shouting their war cries. Kill the Terran and take his ship! Kill the Terran! All of the soldiers under Lord Barg's banner were now coming to attack Jiang Fei. Leadership was lost, and the only thing that mattered to them was their own survival. What can we do? My lord, Kalna asked. Obviously, she could not rest when there were close to 100,000 soldiers charging toward them. After being treated by Jiang Fei, Kalna saw him in a different light. She herself could not explain it. But as long as she saw him, heard him speak, it felt like everything would be alright. Even when she saw the incoming 100,000 soldiers with eyes that lusted for his death and possession of the shuttle, she remained calm and only held him closer and tighter. She felt a strong sense of security with him, feeling that as long as she was with him, she would never be hurt. Not even if there were 1,000,000 soldiers then. Drat! Jiang Fei was not willing to break his master's one rule. Dejected and disgruntled, he picked Kalna up and began to run. As soon as the thought of running and the image of the place he was going to came to his mind, the black goo manifested from the back of his hands and quickly spread throughout his entire body. His eyes started glowing with a black hue. He turned to Kalna and smiled lustfully. He extended his finger to her lower chin and said, Don't be afraid, my little Kalna. Wait here. It'll come back as soon as I've swatted all these flies that are annoying us. His right finger moved away and slowly slid her eyelids close. In the next instant, his right hand swung forcefully. What Kalna saw next was a scene she could not understand. Or possibly, ever forget. The ever-so-quiet space suddenly echoed with a powerful force of fear. Everywhere, with Jiang Fei and Kalna as the center of it all, were severed limbs, broken body parts, blood of different colors, and ruptured innards, bodies, or rather, the remains of all the soldiers that were going to attack Jiang Fei, were scattered everywhere. It was as if the god of death was there, and he was pissed. Chapter 1408, Abnormalities. What the HL? Jiang Fei could not tell whether he was dreaming or he was awake. Everything felt hazy for a second, and he blacked out. What he remembered was carrying Kalna and wanting to run, but in the next instant, as if he had lost a portion of his memory, a scene of I was laid in front of him. Didn't you do this? Kalna asked. Reserved. She was mildly spellbound by the seductive smile from before. For a second there, she was definitely infatuated with him, but the current Jiang Fei, the frightened Jiang Fei, was unattractive. Huh? What? Are you saying I did this? Jiang Fei barked. He turned to 0541 immediately. What happened? I can't explain. I think it's best for you to see it yourself. 0541 might have evolved to a certain extent, but even he, with his superior quantum computing technology, was unable to process and understand what had taken place. He retrieved the last footage and replayed it in Jiang Fei's mind. It happened in less than a second.
An umbral version of Jiang Fei was powered with so much destructive force that with only a single wave of his hands, a powerful ripple of death energy was shot out. Anything that was in contact with the death energy, be it 200,000 combat level fodders, or 300,000 combat level team captains, were terminated with extreme prejudice, spontaneous explosion. Those that were already running away, enemies of Jiang Fei then, were also killed. The death energy spread out fast, almost or even equal to the speed of light. Those that were already far away were hit by the wave almost in the same instant as the ones closest to Jiang Fei. They saw what the wave did to their allies, and when the wave was coming for them, but they were not even fast enough to open their mouths to scream. The only thing Jiang Fei could see from the footage that 0541 showed him was intense fear reflected in the soldier's eyes. It was quiet now except for the eerie, morbid sound of dead bodies, blood, and ruptured innards splashing onto each other as they fell. 0541 was recording sound as well as video footage. But since the blast of death happened in literally an instant, no one could shriek or shout before death claimed their lives. Even Kalna, who was conscious the entire time, did not hear a single scream.
I did this,
Jiang Fei muttered.
I'm afraid so. Captain, wait. Hold it. 0541. Show me the footage again. Give me manual control of the viewing angle.
Jiang Fei had a thought, and he needed to ascertain something.
Captain.
The footage was set up, and with manual control of the viewing angle, he zoomed in back to the center of it all to where he was. As he turned the viewing angle to face himself, he gasped in horror. He was completely dyed in black, and he was smiling, as if he was incredibly lustful for the death of others. Jiang Fei zoomed in closer, and had another shock. There was a third eye on his forehead.
What the hell is this?
Jiang Fei could not believe what he saw. He was familiar with the footage, as he fought Barg in his umbral form. How was it possible for him to have the same characteristic as Abjolian?
Captain, I am curious as well. I would suggest an emergency full physical scan to determine the cause.
0541 said. He knew that the situation was dire. Not because Jiang Fei had just acquired an unexplainable power, but because Barg might have applied some odd method to amalgamate himself into Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei might be fine now, but it might just be a ticking time bomb.
Do it!
With Jiang Fei granting permission, 0541 began a comprehensive check on Jiang Fei's entire physique.
My lord, what is going on?
Kalna asked. She could feel the presence of another, and the communication between Jiang Fei and him. However, she did not probe into their conversation. Firstly, she was Jiang Fei's underling and naturally, probing into another person's conversation, especially her own boss, was rude. Secondly, of reasons she could not explain, she was deeply infatuated with Jiang Fei. She had no powers to dive into his mind to eavesdrop, and even if she had, she wouldn't.
Don't mind me. Concentrate on healing yourself first.
Jiang Fei brushed it off. He was desperate to know what had happened to him, and at the same time, too lazy to explain what was happening to Kalna.
Captain, I have finished with the scans. Processing the results.
0541 was so efficient that it took him merely minutes. Unlike what doctors on Earth took to fully analyze a human's body.
What's wrong with me?
Jiang Fei asked.
I'm sorry, Captain. According to my scans, your body is functioning normally. There aren't any signs of foreign presence, particles, or anything abnormal.
0541 was intrigued. Something was clearly different about Jiang Fei, but he could not pinpoint anything wrong with him. Jiang Fei's body readings were completely normal.
Impossible.
Jiang Fei hummed. He replayed the same footage again and confirmed that he had entered a phase similar to Barg. His entire body reeked of malice and power.
Captain, might I suggest paying a visit to Master Theon? Perhaps he has seen this phenomenon before and has a way to treat it.
0541 might have evolved, but he was not all-knowing. Nevertheless, his suggestion postulated that Theon might know a thing or two about the entire known universe. Theon was, after all, a superbeing that had transcended to a level that 0541 once thought was impossible.
True.
Jiang Fei nodded. He had no other options left. If 0541 could not identify the problem, only Theon could then.
Kalna, come! It is time for us to return,
Jiang Fei said dejectedly. Kalna hummed. She could not keep her eyes off Jiang Fei. She was behaving similarly to the girls he once knew back on Earth, especially those who witnessed him having a sudden breakthrough, be it pills or stages of his metahuman level strength. She was behaving as if she was infatuated with him. Such a gentle, mildly abashed behavior was normal if it was Sarila. But on Kalna, a woman that was tall and mature looking, she felt like a fish out of water, unnatural.
Are you alright?
Jiang Fei had to ask.
I'm fine. Thank you for asking.
Kalna answered and quickly averted her gaze. He could have sworn he saw a blush of pink hue on her fair white cheek.
What the F***ck is that? 0541. Is something wrong with her?
Jiang Fei had checked himself but not Kalna. She had, after all, taken a hit more deadly and fatal than he did.
I checked Kalna as well and found no abnormalities in her body. So what the H.L. is happening?
Jiang Fei frowned. A lot of things had never been understood, and more was piling up before he knew it. He was, in short, frustrated.
F***ck this. Let's return to Bison and the others. We still need to fight Ultralisks and Scram.
He had a million questions in his head, and the only person who, he hoped, could provide an answer was Theon. Though desperate, there was still a plan he needed to follow, to kill Ultralisks, get their flesh, and leave this godforsaken outpost. Jiang Fei hastily returned to the main group with Kalna sticking close to him, like an overly attached girlfriend.
Good to see you well. Sir,
Bison greeted.
All is well. For now. What do you have for me?
Jiang Fei asked. Chapter 1409, Visible Changes.
Sir, we have just killed one Ultralisk,
Bison reported. A smile etched on his face. Although that was not his first time killing such a beast. He had never once thought he would actually be killing them on a hunt. In the middle of an Ultralisk uprising, no less. Instead of fighting for their lives, soldiers were gathered to participate in an all-out hunt. It was open season for Ultralisks.
Good.
Jiang Fei reached out and accepted a small metal box with grid-like markings on its surface. The corpse of the Ultralisk was stored in that box. In such advanced times, not including Earth, highly advanced space races had already developed storage units, like these that were capable of storing exceedingly large items. It was as common as leather wallets for humans on Earth. Jiang Fei was not at all surprised to see Bison owning such a device, although the one he owned was capable of storing objects larger than normal.
Not bad.
Jiang Fei hummed. He transferred the remains of the defeated Ultralisk into his own ring soon after, and returned the emptied box to Bison. The defeated beast was an adolescent Void Manta. A beast of 7 million combat level, which was defeated by Bison alone. It was already an easy enough job, and with the support from his fellow soldiers, the subjugation went smoothly.
Sir, I'm worried of unwanted casualties if we go in a large formation. Hence, I have personally instructed the soldiers to only target weaker and out-of-group Ultralisks,
Bison reported. He was afraid that the beast he killed was too weak and small, thinking that Jiang Fei might not be satisfied with his work.
No, this is good work. Your task is to train the soldiers. You've made the right judgment,
Jiang Fei praised. He had no reason to push himself further and hunt for a bigger prey, as that job was reserved for Jiang Fei.
Sir, what should we do next?
Bison asked. He noticed the visible changes with Kalna behavior, but was not bothered to ask about it. He had been in the upper social circle once, and knew how females reacted to the presence of a stronger male. Right now, she was so close to him, but could not, and would not affect him in any way.
Continue the hunt. Do your part and I'll do mine. We still need to hunt for a few stronger ones.
Jiang Fei was not fully recovered from the battle with Barg. And since he did not want to remain any longer on the godforsaken outpost, he decided to just hunt for a few stronger Ultralisk and call it a day.
Yes, sir. Here are reports of sightings from a scout mission.
Bison handed over a device that projected information about sightings of strong Ultralisks, which they avoided.
Good. I'll get right on it,
Jiang Fei declared. He had 0541 to record the positions and ordered him to guide Jiang Fei toward them. The first target was a Zola Pincher, a type of larger planetary Ultralisk that looked a lot like an earthly Portuguese man-of-war. It had too many tentacles that Jiang Fei did not bother to count, and each of those tentacles were laced with poison. Being inflicted by the poison would cause pain and paralysis. Jiang Fei approached the Zola Pincher and examined its properties via the scope. Zola Pincher. Combat level, 9,500,000. Note, an energy-based being that absorbed life force and psychic power from other beings.
Oof.
Jiang Fei huffed. The beast's fighting method was to absorb other beings' psychic energy aside from their life. One could quickly conclude that the being itself must have a powerful psychic force. That aspect alone was not good news for Jiang Fei. He had the confidence to fight even larger Ultralisks, because he had the upper hand when it came to psychic power. Without that one aspect, he would not be on par with any of the Ultralisks.
Should we dispatch a team for you? Sir?
Bison asked. He noticed the subtle ticks Jiang Fei made.
No need.
Jiang Fei replied immediately. His eyes were cold, and the slit in his forehead was opening slowly. Black malice leaked out from it like blood before it enveloped his entire being. Bison was taken aback with that sudden change and retreated quietly. Thump. Even in outer space where air was extremely scarce, and there were hardly any particles around to transmit sound, Jiang Fei was still able to create a loud booming thump when he burst out like a cannon toward the nearby Zola pincher. The pincher noticed Jiang Fei's incoming presence and shrieked as it extended all its tentacles in his direction.
Die!
Jiang Fei muttered coldly. A black cloud emerged from his entire being and streaked toward the attacking tentacles. It was instant. The tentacles that were touched by the cloud were instantly disintegrated. The pincher felt the pain and Jiang Fei's overwhelming killing instinct. It shrieked again, this time with the intention to run away.
Die!
The umbral Jiang Fei flew across space and punched the immensely large pincher's main body. Wham! The Ultralisk was at least half the size of an entire planet, and Jiang Fei's punch pierced through the entire Ultralisk's body, creating a large see-through hole that was at least several kilometers in diameter. That was not the end of it. At the edge of the hole, black mist could be seen latching itself onto it, eating away the beast from the inside. Ear-piercing shrieks were let out when the beast was completely incapacitated. There was no way it could fight back.
You and your kind will try to eat me, but none of you will get away alive.
Jiang Fei scoffed. The black mist constricted every part of the Ultralisk as it corroded and corrupted its body. It took some time, but eventually, the life and energy essence of the beast were consumed by the black mist. The entire half-a-planet-sized Ultralisk was now a small black-colored matter the size of a basketball, radiating with saturated malice. Jiang Fei held his palm outward, and the ball of black malice zoomed toward him. When the black ball rested on his palm, Jiang Fei closed his hand, absorbing the entire ball into his body.
Gah! This feels GOD!
Jiang Fei blared and smiled. Satisfied? 2 seconds later, the eerie, sinister smile was quickly replaced with a stunned expression.
What the F***CK just happened? 0541. What did I just do?
Jiang Fei asked. He remembered being amongst his soldiers, standing next to Bison, and when he came to, he was already far out in space.
Captain, I strongly suggest that you seek out Master Thean now and consult him about your condition.
0541 suggested, as it replayed what happened earlier in Jiang Fei's mind.
How could this happen?
Jiang Fei gasped. All he remembered was having a little enmity toward a target, and the next thing he knew, the target was eliminated, and a portion of his memory was gone. He thought about it a while, and realized that the same thing happened during the massacre. The moment he had a thought to fight, no matter how small or menial it was, the black matter would immediately come out from the slit on his forehead, enveloping him entirely. The umbral transformation then granted him an enormous boost of power in exchange for losing his consciousness, turning him into an instrument of death itself. Until the target died, he would never return back to normal.
You're right. This is dangerous. Cancel the ship's route to Earth immediately. I need to have myself checked before I do anything devastating.
He was afraid. Returning to Earth was not an option now. There were people he loved and cared for, even though there weren't any more threats to him besides the Ultralisks. Who could promise that there wasn't something headed his way? If he lost control, and he was on Earth, the umbral version of him might actually go on a killing spree until a scene of I was created before him. He would not want to wake up someday to see that.
Captain!
0541 obeyed the order and quickly changed the ship's course. Chapter 1410, Nothing Before. An annoyance now.
Change of plans. Retreat! Retreat! We are leaving!
Jiang Fei declared. He was unable to fully be in control of his body, and if there was any sudden spike in fighting intent, he would morph into the umbral form and eat his enemies alive. There was no use in hunting anymore if he could not even collect the corpse of the Ultralisk.
Retreat? Sir? Where can we retreat to? There's nowhere to run. Sir! We ought to stay here and fight for our lives. Retreating now or later would only spell the same outcome.
Besides those that were extremely close to Jiang Fei, no one else knew about the hypercruiser he had in close orbit. They had no idea that they could retreat at his beck and call. That explained the look of confusion when Jiang Fei had ordered a retreat.
I have a cruiser within the Osvia system. I'm going to activate the teleportation system now. Do not move!
Jiang Fei ordered. All expressions of disbelief and confusion were now replaced with pure bliss and euphoria. Not a minute earlier, they were all subjected to an all-out battle with the Ultralisks. Even though their leader,
Bison, was more than happy to kill the incoming beast. The soldiers were not very keen on participating in such a battle that could kill them, no matter how strong Jiang Fei was. They found it hard to believe that he alone could fend off the entire uprising. But Jiang Fei came through with his words. The call to salvation was rung and a certain hope descended from the heavens. An interstellar cruiser was the answer to their prayers. To leave the wretched place in an exodus led by Jiang Fei. 0541. Start the teleportation sequence, Jiang Fei ordered. Captain. Bright particles started to swirl around each and every soldier then. It was slower than normal since there were too many that were teleported at the same time. This is it. Oh my god. It's real. We are being teleported away. Goodbye forever Talgi's outpost. All hail the almighty Jiang Fei. Screams of joy and showers of praises started. To be honest, almost half of the soldiers then did not believe Jiang Fei's statement when he said he owns a cruiser. Even though they were excited, they thought Jiang Fei was only feeding them false hope. It was only fair since not a single soul had ever left the outpost. The Valsaurian army had absolute authority over the entire planetary system of Osvia and the Talgis outpost. Ships only did one-way travels to the system for prisoner and supply deliveries. Ships that landed there were immediately rendered useless. It started off with self-destruction, but it was far simpler to simply load the ship with limited fuel capacity. Any ship that entered the system would require authorization from higher officers in the Valsaurian army. The high-energy particles that were swirling around the soldiers was the ultimate proof of Jiang Fei's claim. The Miracle Lord did own a ship, and was teleporting them away to safety. Usual teleportation would take less than 3 seconds, but since the ship was teleporting close to 30,000 soldiers at a time, it took almost 12 seconds. It's our time, Jiang Fei said, signaling both Kalna and Bison to stand still and not interrupt the teleportation sequence. Yes, sir. As you wish, my master. Who would say no to an invitation to salvation? The flash of light beamed, and the three arrived in the teleportation pad safely. Sarila was waiting for them. For Jiang Fei specifically. She was eagerly waiting. Her emotions bottled up for the one man that had truly proven to be her mate for life. But when Jiang Fei, Kalna, and Bison materialized, Sarila's eyes became teary immediately. Fei! You? The two of you! She choked on her words. Ever since the day Alexis had given her to Jiang Fei, the man had never once shown his affection toward her. Sarila, on the other hand, had already accepted him as a man. The underaged kitten always believed that if she did a good job, Jiang Fei would eventually offer his heart to her. Alas, that was but a dream. And reality was always crueler. Sarila? This is... Jiang Fei saw the pain in Sarila's eyes, and responded quickly by removing his arms from around Kalna. Even though he was not in that sort of relationship with Sarila, he would not want her to misunderstand the situation, especially since he was far from having a relationship with Kalna. Master! Seeing that, Sarila's eyes locked onto Jiang Fei's, spelling nothing but infatuation and longing. That being said, she did not try to have him close. She just stood there, clinging to herself. Nothing that she was doing reflected the mature woman that she was before. Fei, what does she have that I don't? Sarila muttered sadly. Both of them were as cute as cuddly cats with slender bodies and attractive faces. That being said, there were still differences. While Sarila had a cute, domesticated look of a house cat, Kalna was that of a wild one. Another glaring aspect was the fact that Sarila was still an underage Kai. She was beautiful but not well endowed. Not as curvy as Kalna. Everything about that other woman reflected seduction. Enough of this. I do not have the time to entertain this. Jiang Fei barked. His blood boiled with annoyance, and he paced hastily toward the bridge. Fei! Sarila felt abandoned. She came on board the meteor earlier to collect information and have everything compiled and organized. The only thing left for her to do was to wait for Jiang Fei's arrival. What she had expected was completely different from what she had experienced. What is going on with me? Jiang Fei stopped halfway through the corridor. Something was odd. The last time he talked to a girl was unlike what had happened back there. He usually talked normally to them, and even felt awkward when they were flirty, and felt conflicted when they were sad. Today, back in the teleportation pad, when he saw the tears rolling down Sarila's cheek, he felt a sudden burst of annoyance. Anger even. 0541. Start the warp core. Take us away from this system right now, Jiang Fei ordered. He had no idea where he should go, but he didn't want to stay put for even a second longer. The ship was far but still within the vicinity of Dairas. If the Ultralisk sensed them and started to attack, they would be in trouble. Captain! 0541 obeyed the command. Sarila had already made preparations beforehand. The ship's entire system was in optimal condition, and the warp core could be activated at an instant. All that was needed now was for a course to be input into the navigational system, and a quick power charge to start traveling at FTL speeds. Thump. The ship made the jump into hyperspace smoothly, leaving the Osvia system and Talgi's outpost. Possibly forever. Captain, we are en route to the Laka system. We should be arriving in less than 15 minutes. The Laka system was only a few hundred light years away. Even so, that distance was good enough to be absolutely safe from the Ultralisk uprising. Good. Jiang Fei sat on the captain's chair, as he let out a deep sigh. Bison, Kauna, and Sarila entered the bridge. When Kauna saw how relaxed Jiang Fei was, she shot to his side and tried her best to stay as close to him as possible. If she could, she would have squeezed herself on the seat to sit beside him. That was only if that would not anger him or disrespect him as the leader. Jiang Fei was annoyed. He had no idea what kind of spell the girl was on. Sarila was standing in place, looking a little jittery, as a result from her forcing herself to stop sobbing. Of all the people in the room, Bison was feeling the worst. He was incredibly awkward, as he could not bring himself to intervene in his leader's relationship with his women. Standing there, awaiting orders, was almost suffering for him. Sarila, report what you have gathered. After that, you are dismissed. Seeing as how Sarila was unable to stop sobbing pitifully, Jiang Fei felt the same boiling rage in his blood. Chapter 1411, Depressed Ano. Okay. Although Sarila felt unhappy, she did not complain. She instantly began to share the information she had obtained with Jiang Fei. After Sarila interrogated the hypercruiser crew members, she found out that they came from Ano's 4th hybrid fleet. After Trakas seized the ship, he had handed it over to Ano, as the Grey Bear-type hypercruiser was very different from other Valsaurian battleships, and its facilities were incomplete. It could not be incorporated into Ano's main force. So, it was transferred to a miscellaneous army. The hypercruiser arrived in the Osvia system at the right time. Coincidentally, war had broken out between Ano and the Trade Federation. All of Ano's units were fighting on the front line, and they could not be freed at all. Only the hypercruiser that had just been seized was sitting idly by the Karldish fort. At the same time, Jiang Fei's location was getting invaded by the Ultralisks. Ano did not want Jiang Fei to die in the Osvia system, so he had to send the hypercruiser over to help. However, he had no idea that the hypercruiser central control system had long been destroyed by 0541. When the ship got too far away, 0541 lost connection. However, that problem was now solved. In order for the ship to transmit Jiang Fei, it had to be close to him to establish a communication. Hence, this meant that Ano had unknowingly given the ship to Jiang Fei. I hope the war continues. The worse it gets, the better. Jiang Fei snorted coldly. He really disliked Ano. By the way, make a copy of the space map. 0541. Jiang Fei suddenly thought of something. Captain, I copied all the data right after I obtained control over the ship. 0541 was always very reliable. That's good. Jiang Fei nodded, and then asked about some other things. Sarila did not really obtain much valuable information from her interrogations. This was not her fault. It was because the crew members did not know anything. They were not frontliners, so they did not have access to a lot of higher-level information. Moreover, they had left Karldish Fort pretty long ago, so the information they provided were already somewhat outdated. Alright, you should go and get some rest. Jiang Fei waved Sarila away. Although he did not get much information, he pretty much knew what was going on. At least, Ano was now in a difficult situation, and no longer had time to care about him. Okay. Sarila pursed her lips, then turned away and left the bridge. Kauna, Bison, arrange accommodation for the soldiers. We'll discuss everything else tomorrow. Jiang Fei waved again, and sent the other two away. Captain, where shall we go next? 0541 asked after they were alone. I don't know. Jiang Fei shook his head vigorously. Originally, he had wanted to return to Earth, but there had been some changes with his body. This made him very uneasy. He was afraid that he would lose control and end up hurting his home and his loved ones. I don't even know where Theon is. Jiang Fei frowned. Although Theon was somewhere near, watching him, he did not show up. So, Jiang Fei could not ask him anything to erase any existing doubts. In actuality, Theon had been gone for a long time, and Jiang Fei had no idea. Previously, When he entered the 10th dimension with Bark, Theon thought that he had been killed. So, enraged, Theon started planning his revenge. Ano, on the other hand, was having a really tough time. Things were already pretty chaotic on the front line. To make things worse, he was losing a lot of things recently. If he lost normal treasures, it would not affect him that much. Unfortunately, he lost 2 fleets. However, as Theon did not like to kill, the crew members of the 2 fleets were still alive. Theon knocked them out and left them at the Carldish fort. As for the warships, they were sold to the Trade Federation at a low price. This way, Ano lost 2 fleets, but the Trade Federation gained 2 warships. Moreover, tens of millions of his men were idling at the Carldish fort. These crew members were not soldiers. They were completely useless without their battleships. Since so many of his men were now idling at the Carldish fort, Ano was under huge logistical pressure. The recent situation was already driving him crazy. While he had to urge his miscellaneous army to deliver supplies, he had to deal with the Trade Federation's counterattack also. The war situation was rapidly deteriorating. Not in his favor. Damn! The second fleet is about to go down? Ano received more bad news. Clearly, misfortunes came in threes. Sir, the Trade Federation had somehow obtained a large number of our battleships, including our strongest model. So, they have fully grasped our weaknesses, making the battle even more difficult for us, said the lieutenant with a sad face. Previously, when they seized the hypercruiser, Ano was happy for a few days. If they mastered the core data of the Grey Bear type hypercruiser, it would be easier for them to deal with this kind of battleship. However, just a few days later, their luck had turned. Luck really comes and goes just so quickly. Ano sighed. He knew that he could not blame his soldiers for this. Call Barbaro. I need his fleet as reinforcement. Since his opponent had grasped his warship's weaknesses, he could only ask a close friend, who was also a high-ranked officer in the Valsaurian army, for help. Although the Valsaurian army's battleships were built using the same technology, the performance of different high-level warships was different. So, since Ano's warship was now rendered useless, he had to ask for help. Yes, sir! The lieutenant was about to contact Barbaro, but was stopped by Ano. Wait! Find a way to get in touch with Theon, and tell him that I just want to talk. Although Ano sounded arrogant, he was planning to beg Theon for mercy. In the past, Ano thought that he would just lose a few treasures if he offended Theon. He had not expected Theon to be so cruel. Theon had actually stolen 2 of his fleets, and sold them to his opponent. Now, if Ano did not make a deal with Theon, Barbaro would never help him. If Theon stole Barbaro's fleet and sold it, how would Ano pay Barbaro for his losses? The battleship's price or value was not the point. It did not really matter. If the ship was destroyed, both Ano and Barbaro could accept it. However, if it were sold to others in perfect condition, this was equivalent to publicizing your weaknesses to your opponents. That was a deadly blow. If that was the case, none of them would be able to fight their opponents until they develop a whole new battleship. Yes, sir, but it might be pretty hard to find Theon, the lieutenant squeaked, clearly afraid of what Ano would say. You must find him no matter what, Ano roared. He was way too frustrated recently. He could only direct the anger in his heart toward his lieutenant. Chapter 14:12. What's that? While Ano was in dire straits, Jiang Fei was also feeling helpless. Captain, where shall we go next? Asked 0541. I'm not sure. I have 2 ideas now. One is to return to Theon's system to look for him. The other is to head to Ano's. Currently, I'm like a time bomb that might explode at any moment. If I go to Ano's place, I won't feel bad if he ends up suffering losses from the damage I cause. Moreover, if I really cause any damage, I have to clean up after me. Jiang Fei shared his thoughts. He wanted to hear 0541's opinion. Captain, I think it's better if you go to Ano. The system that Theon lives in is too dangerous. Previously, a galactic specter brought you there, so you did not encounter any obstacles. If we try to get there with our tiny ship, ITLL probably be destroyed halfway. 0541 analyzed. You're right. Jiang Fei nodded in agreement. Although Theon's system was not as chaotic as Osvianel, it was also rampant with ultralisks. Occasionally, galactic specters would appear there. So, trying to get there with a small spaceship was equivalent to suicide. Moreover, Theon doesn't stay put at one place. He might not even be on that unknown planet right now. If you head to the Carldish fort, I think Ano might have a way to contact Theon. 0541 continued. Okay, let's go! Jiang Fei agreed. He decided to follow 0541's advice and head to the Domini system where Ano was. Sir, where are we going? 2 days later, Bison and Kaina came to Jiang Fei. Domini system. Cairdish Fort. Jiang Fei replied. What? Bison and Kaina gasped in shock. After all, that was Ano's base. And Ano was the one who sent them to the Taldi's advanced outpost some time ago. Bison, Kaina, and the other soldiers had escaped Taldi's without authorization. In the Valsarian army. That amounted to desertion, and they would definitely be punished. Desertion, whether in the Valsarian army or anywhere else, was extremely disgraceful, and was a serious crime. This was so even if you escaped from a squad where your death was certain. Calm down. You don't have to worry about the fact that you left without permission. I'll solve it for you. Jiang Fei would bear the responsibility of their acts of desertion. He knew that if this matter was not resolved, Bison and Kaina would never be at ease. Previously, Jiang Fei dared to bring these soldiers away with him because he had realized something. Even though he had Theon as support, he still had to build his own force. If he always depended on Theon, he could only be passive. Before this, although Alexis treated him well, Alexis was not strong enough. The 13th Division was destroyed overnight, and even Jiang Fei was assigned to the Osvia system. Although Jiang Fei did not suffer during his time in Osvia, and instead gained a lot of benefits, who could guarantee that he would always have good luck? Therefore, he decided that it was better if he relied on himself. He had to build up a strong force to increase his power. Moreover, he still had his family and many girls waiting for him on Earth. If he did not become powerful, how was he going to bring them along with him? Really? Both Bison and Kaina were overjoyed. Although they were very happy when they followed Jiang Fei out of Osvia, they soon started to worry again. When they escaped Osvia, it was equivalent to escaping a mortal situation. So, be it Bison, Kaina, or the soldiers, everyone was ecstatic to just be alive and well. After the ecstasy died down, these people began to realize their identity as deserters. In the Valsarian army, desertion meant death. So, right after they escaped from the bloody mouths of the Ultralisks, they had to face the pursuit of the Valsarian law enforcement team. Now that Jiang Fei said that they could get rid of their deserter status, everyone including Bison and Kaina were overjoyed. Only if that really happened would they truly be free. Are you stupid? If so many of us head to the Domini system, will Ano dare to not give all of you pardon? If he dares to even glare at me, he'll bring all of you straight to the Trade Federation. At that time, his opponent will instantly gain a powerful armed force out of nowhere. So, if he refuses, he's just looking for more trouble. Jiang Fei smiled. Although Jiang Fei only had one battleship, this ship was filled with fighters. He had more than 30,000 soldiers with combat power of up to 200,000. His army was as strong as the special force of a powerful man like Ano. Normally, Ano would capture all of these people in order to protect his reputation. Now, however, the Trade Federation was already suppressing him. If the Trade Federation acquired such a strong new force, it would really be over for him. Desertion? Bison was dumbstruck for a moment. He always thought that Jiang Fei had a good relationship with Ano. Otherwise, Ano would not have tried to bring Jiang Fei away before the Ultralisk uprising started. Now, however, as Jiang Fei mentioned desertion, Bison was a little perplexed. On the other hand, Kaina's eyes flashed with admiration as she looked at Jiang Fei. Although Kaina now had an inexplicable attachment toward Jiang Fei, she did not lose her memory. Her hatred for Ano and his son was still fresh. If it were not for them, she would not have fallen into such a position today. However, although she was deeply attached to Jiang Fei, Kaina did not want her hatred for Ano and his son to influence Jiang Fei's judgment. So, she did not directly voice out her thoughts. Even if Jiang Fei really brought them to Ano, she would not leave. Time passed quickly. Half a month later, the hypercruiser was about to enter the Domini system. During this time, Kaina always stuck to Jiang Fei like glue. She had completely lost her former composure. Now, she was no longer the mature, rational woman she once was. Instead, she was like a little girl who was crazy in love. After having so much time to cool down, Sarila had also returned to Jiang Fei's side. She was after all currently Jiang Fei's most trusted person, so she still maintained her position as his second in command. Ah, Fei, we're running out of fuel. We need to refuel immediately after arriving at Cairdish. Sarila routinely reported to Jiang Fei about the condition of the spacecraft. Okay, got it. Jiang Fei nodded. Eh? Aw, Fei. There's something behind your ear.
Suddenly, Sarilon noticed a little black thing creeping behind his ear. What? Jiang Fei did not notice it at all. For someone as powerful as him, it was almost impossible for him not to feel something creeping on his body. Chapter 14:13. Catch them.
Where is it?
Jiang Fei reached behind his ear, but he could not touch the little black spot. Whenever his fingers got close to it, the little black spot would quickly move away.
Let me help you.
Sarila tiptoed, then reached out to help remove the black spot.
Eh.
The moment Sarila touched the little black spot, it seeped into Jiang Fei's body. At the same time, it emitted a black light and stabbed at Sarila's fingertip.
Ouch!
Sarila screamed in pain. It stung her fingertip.
What happened?
Jiang Fei asked, confused.
Aw, Fei. I.
Sarila was about to explain what had just happened, but her face suddenly changed. The next second, Sarila flushed.
Aw, Fei. Can you hug me?
Sarila looked at Jiang Fei flirtatiously. While she spoke, she started to lean her petite body against his shoulder.
Sarila. What's wrong with you?
Jiang Fei frowned. Although he knew that she had always been interested in him, she had never been so bold.
Aw, Fei. I want you.
Sarila murmured, then bit her lip and looked at Jiang Fei with teary eyes.
What the F***ck is going on?
Jiang Fei's brows furrowed. He instantly thought of Kaina. Before this, the matured woman Kaina was never interested in him. Now, however, she had started to stick to him. Although Sarila already had feelings for him from the very start, she had always controlled herself somehow. And now, she suddenly could not wait to dedicate herself to him.
0541. What happened?
Jiang Fei asked in his heart.
Sorry, Captain. I don't know what happened too. But hey Race, what happened just now?
0541 showed Jiang Fei everything that just happened through a projection.
What's that black thing? And what's with Sarila?
Jiang Fei asked.
Sorry, Captain. I don't know what that is. And I can't seem to find it after it disappeared. You don't have this strange substance in your body.
0541 was also extremely confused. Both Jiang Fei and Sarila's physical data were normal. It did not seem like anything had affected them at all.
How annoying!
Jiang Fei sighed, feeling frustrated as he looked at Sarila, who was blushing and staring at him sweetly.
A minute. What the H.L. is wrong with me?
Jiang Fei felt like his brain was about to explode. Too many messy thoughts lingered in his mind, and none of them could be clarified.
Aw, Fei. Aw, Fei. Aw, Fei.
Sarila twisted back and forth in Jiang Fei's arms. Soon, he started to blush. Although he had great control, he was still a young and growing man. Sarila's actions were no longer a test to him, but torment.
Kaina, bring Sarila away. I have something to deal with.
Jiang Fei knew that if he continued to allow Sarila to behave like this, things would go wrong. Considering the feelings of Bella and the other girls back at home, he really did not want to attract any more girls. He already had so many around him that it was more than he could handle. If he attracted even more, he would probably lose his mind.
Yes, sir.
Kaina, who was waiting outside, had wanted to enter the room long ago, but she was afraid to do so because she had not been called by Jiang Fei. Upon entering the room, Kaina threw Jiang Fei a seductive look, then half pulled and half carried Sarila out of there. Before Kaina left the room reluctantly, she did not forget to tell Jiang Fei.
Sir, I'll come back as soon as I'm done. No, just take care of her. You don't have to come back.
Jiang Fei quickly waved. He had finally managed to get rid of Sarila, who was acting weird, so he did not want Kaina to disturb him too.
Aw, Fei, don't leave me. I don't want to go.
Although Sarila was throwing a tantrum, Kaina was way stronger than her. Sarila could not fight back at all, so Kaina forcefully dragged Sarila back to her room.
What the H.L. is that black thing?
When it was finally peaceful and quiet, Jiang Fei became even more worried. He had no idea what that black matter was. Apparently, it could cause trouble when it appeared, and it could no longer be found after it hid.
Sir, we're about to arrive in the Domini system. Would you like to establish communication with the Carldish fort?
Bison came in at this time. In actuality, he had been outside for a while, but a lot of things were going on in Jiang Fei's room. As a subordinate, he was in no position to come in and interrupt.
I'll go to the bridge right now.
Jiang Fei replied. They were about to enter the Domini system, so he had to inform Ano. Otherwise, They would probably be killed before they even got close to the Cavendish fort.
Captain, communication has been established.
Soon after Jiang Fei arrived at the bridge, 0541 established a connection with the Cavendish fort.
This is the Cavendish fort's police squad. You have deviated from your supposed route. Please return to your route immediately.
The voice of the dispatcher came through. As the hypercruiser was originally used to pick Jiang Fei up, there was a scheduled returning route. However, as Jiang Fei wanted to stop by the Cavendish fort, he definitely could not follow the scheduled route.
This is Jiang Fei. I want to see Ano,
Jiang Fei said.
Jiang Fei?
The dispatcher froze. He obviously had no idea who Jiang Fei was. However, he clearly knew that no ordinary person would dare to demand to meet Ano so boldly. So, he did not dare to delay and immediately notified his boss.
Sir, please wait. Our captain wants to talk to you,
the dispatcher told Jiang Fei.
Sure.
He knew that a mere dispatcher would never have the right to contact Ano.
Jiang Fei? What are you trying to do? You hijacked the hypercruiser, didn't you?
Trocus' image appeared on the communication screen. He was the captain of the police squad and also Ano's grandson. So, he naturally acted all high and mighty.
Humph. Hijack? This ship was mine to begin with,
Jiang Fei snorted. After he got infected with the black malice, he lost his temper easily. He also disliked Trocus, so he did not restrain himself from making crude remarks.
What are you trying to do? Rebel?
Considering his status, Trocus naturally had a bad temper too. When Jiang Fei replied to him in such a manner, he immediately thought that they were rebelling.
It's none of your business. Call Ano. I want to talk to him.
Jiang Fei glared at Trocus. Fortunately, it was long-distance communication. If it were face-to-face, Jiang Fei would have already attacked Trocus. He could no longer suppress the anger that built up in his heart.
What? How dare you talk to me like that? Encircle the hypercruiser and catch everyone on the ship. If they dare to fight back, destroy it completely.
Trocus suddenly became furious. Chapter 1414, Resolute.
Warning! Warning!
Beep 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 beep. All of a sudden, the hypercruiser's warning system went off. More than a dozen battleships swarmed out of the Cavendish fort and began to surround Jiang Fei's ship. Trocus was serious this time.
Captain, the enemy's fire control radar has been turned on, and it will lock onto us in about 30 seconds.
0541 warned.
Okay. You'll regret this. Kid!
Jiang Fei snorted, then immediately gave an order.
Start the warp core engine and change the route. Well, go to the Trade Federation.
As they were outnumbered, it was impossible for Jiang Fei's hypercruiser to beat a dozen battleships. Although he had many soldiers with him, he would suffer huge losses if he tried to fight Trocus. And the risk was too high. Jiang Fei did not want to take any chances, so he made such an order.
Yes, Captain!
0541 immediately began to execute Jiang Fei's order.
Sir, are we really going to desert?
Bison asked, clearly shocked. Jiang Fei made up his mind so quickly, and he was very firm about his decision. So Bison mistakenly thought that he had planned to join the Trade Federation long ago.
Humph. Ano, you'll pay for your grandson's recklessness.
Jiang Fei was furious. He was planning to use the Trade Federation's power to make Ano suffer huge losses. Bison sighed. Although he was also a member of the Valsaurian army, his loyalty had vanished ever since he was sent to the Talgis advanced outpost. Moreover, Bison was not Valsaurian, but Decronian, so he did not really feel guilty about betraying the Valsaurian army. Decronians were widely distributed all over the universe. They were very powerful and bloodthirsty, which explained why almost all the armed forces across the universe had Decronians in them. Clearly, they were a famous source of soldiers.
Sir, the hypercruiser is starting its warp core engine.
At the same time, Trocus also received information from his men.
Stop them! I can't just let him take Sarilaw away like that!
Trocus roared.
Sir, should we attack them?
The lieutenant asked. Their fire control radar had locked onto the hypercruiser. Their enemies would almost have no chance of escaping if all their 13 battleships fired with their main cannons.
Nonsense! If we destroy the hypercruiser, what will happen to my Sarilaw?
Trocus yelled. He was indeed very affectionate, just like Ano and the rest of his family members. Previously, Ano's son gave up his life for Kaina. Now, Trocus had to give up on the hypercruiser for Sarilaw.
Crew members, we are about to warp. Please sit down immediately and hold on to fixed objects around you to ensure your safety.
At this time, the hypercruiser made an announcement. Boom!
The warp core engine blasted at the space in front, and the hypercruiser entered hyperspace. Sir, they're gone! The lieutenant reported to Trachis. Determine their coordinates and chase them immediately. Although Trachis did not dare to destroy the hypercruiser because he was afraid he would hurt Sarilaw, he could not let them leave just like that. Yes, sir! The lieutenant immediately asked the navigator to calculate the hypercruiser's coordinates. At this time, Jiang Fei and the others had already rushed out of hyperspace, as the Trade Federation's outpost was within the Domini system. Jiang Fei and the others did not have to warp too far. Sir, we've determined their coordinates, the navigator reported loudly. Where are they? Trachis immediately asked. Still in Domini. Great. Chase them, Trachis ordered. Sir, I don't recommend doing this because they've entered the Trade Federation's territory. If we rush over there, we will probably be attacked by the Trade Federation, said the navigator. What? The Trade Federation? Why did that Asterisk Star bring Sarilaw there? If the hypercruiser gets attacked, wouldn't Sarilaw be in danger? Even at this point in time, Trachis still prioritized Sarilaw's safety. Sir, they're probably deserting, the lieutenant commented. Deserting? Trachis was in shock. At the same time, he started to break out in cold sweat. If Jiang Fei was really deserting them, he was undoubtedly the one that pushed him to do it. Although he did not care about Jiang Fei's life. If that was really the case, he would probably never be able to see Sarilaw ever again. Sir, I just received a public broadcast from the hypercruiser, the communications officer shouted all of a sudden. What is it? Trachis asked, not really paying full attention. Swoosh. A projection was released. Ano, I brought an elite army from Tully's over here to reinforce you. But your grandson was being an idiot. So, I'm not gonna help you anymore. The next time we meet, I'll be on a battlefield. My soldiers, and I will definitely make you remember the mistakes you made on this very day. Jiang Fei spoke loudly and firmly, with his elite army of 30,000 soldiers standing behind him. SH*T. SH*T. I'm in trouble. Trachis began to panic. He thought that he was only chasing away Jiang Fei and Sarilaw. If that was the case, his only loss would be that he would never be able to see Sarilaw anymore. Now, however, he had chased away an entire powerful army, and at such a difficult time when Ano most needed reinforcements. If they just ran away, it would not matter that much. The problem was that the reinforcement army had run to join the enemy. Now the enemy was going to become even stronger. So Ano's life would definitely become way more difficult. Get rid of the broadcast right now, Trachis immediately ordered. If Ano saw that projection, he would never live to see another day. Sir, it was a public broadcast, so the entire system has received it. We can't remove it anymore. The communications officer gave Trachis the worst news ever. I'm dead. Trachis felt like fainting. He could already imagine how angry Ano would be. 0541. Send a message to the Trade Federation and ask them if they'll accept my army. If they don't want to, it'll just become a space pirate. After being infected with the black malice, Jiang Fei's temperament changed greatly. He was no longer the worrisome, indecisive teenager he once was. Yes, Captain! 0541 immediately replied, although Jiang Fei was not really in his normal state. 0541 was starting to like the new him. Currently, Jiang Fei was more like a leader. He was more decisive and resolute than before. No longer was he overthinking things. He was also more aggressive. Only such a leader could lead his men to victory and success. In contrast, the old Jiang Fei had always been passive and nothing more. Chapter 1415, Hello. Trade Federation. As soon as Jiang Fei's message was sent out, the Trade Federation's high-ranked officials took it into deep consideration. Currently, the war between the Trade Federation and the Valsaurian army was in full swing. Although Theon had helped the Trade Federation obtain some battleships for them to carry out research on, things were still pretty tight for them, and the Valsaurian army was still way too strong. It would not be easy for the Trade Federation to win this war. What did businessmen value the most? Money. And what had to be used to finance wars? Money. At first, the Trade Federation had been willing to pay protection fees to the Valsaurian army because they wanted to save more money. A small amount of protection fee was insignificant to them. If they had to go for war, weapons alone would cost a ton of money. Fighting with others was the most expensive transaction. However, even though the Trade Federation did not want to fight, Ano would never agree. Even if the war was not going in Ano's favor, he had made it clear that he would fight the Trade Federation to the death. Therefore, Although the Trade Federation was doing better in the war, the big businessmen were suffering like Ano. If they used these military expenses to do business, they would have already made huge profits. Now, however, a lot of money was being wasted on the war. The big businessmen were not the only ones who were unhappy. The soldiers involved in the war were exhausted too. Although they were gradually gaining the upper hand. Were they supposed to mess with the Valsaurian army? Even if they ended up winning the war, there was a price to pay. There was no guarantee that the Valsaurian army would not come back for their lives in the future. Hence, the Trade Federation also needed some good news to boost their morale now. They needed a fresh, brave force to join them in the battle. And Jiang Fei's appearance had given them a good opportunity. One of the enemy's armed forces had changed sides. This was undoubtedly the best news for the soldiers on the battlefield. It could definitely boost their morale. Moreover, the 30,000 soldiers under Jiang Fei were not just ordinary soldiers. They were all elite marines with more than 200,000 combat power. With these new soldiers, the Trade Federation would also be able to save a lot of costs in the future when they attack the fort or the planet. However, there was one thing bothering the Trade Federation's high-ranked officials, making them very hesitant. How could they make sure that Jiang Fei was sincere? If this was a trap set up by the Valsaurian army, the consequences would be unthinkable if they fell for it. In the end, after various discussions, the high-ranked officials of the Trade Federation decided to retain Jiang Fei and the others. However, they would not be included in the combat force. The reason behind this was very simple. The presence of Jiang Fei's force would boost the morale of their existing soldiers. But they did not dare to fully trust Jiang Fei yet. They've agreed to accept us? Great! Jiang Fei nodded immediately after he heard the Trade Federation's decision. He urgently needed a place to stay. Sarila had previously reported to him that the hypercruiser was running out of fuel, and that they had to stop for supplies. Soon, the hypercruiser arrived at a large fortress terminal under the guidance of the Trade Federation. However, all the dispatchers at the terminal looked at Jiang Fei strangely, because this hypercruiser was originally one of the Trade Federation's ships. It was just that Jiang Fei had stolen it previously. Sir, please come with me. General Lockseed has been waiting for you for a long time. The Trade Federation treated Jiang Fei with a lot of respect. After all, he did bring tens of thousands of elite fighters over to help them fight the Valsaurian army. Alright. Bison and Ka-Ina tagged along, while Sarila was left to manage the other matters on the hypercruiser. This way. Please! A mid-level officer led them through the fortress. At a glance, Jiang Fei could already tell that the architectural styles of the Trade Federation and the Valsaurian army were completely different. The Valsaurian army used biotechnology. Even the metals used were biometals with regeneration properties. In contrast, the Trade Federation prioritized quantity and low cost. Therefore, both the fortress and their battleships were made out of ordinary metals. As a result, their fleet acquisition costs have been greatly reduced. For the same medium-sized fleet, the Valsaurian army might only have dozens of hypercruisers and a bunch of small ships. But the Trade Federation had more than 100 hypercruisers. Due to the difference in quality, the Valsaurian army's hypercruisers could easily destroy the Trade Federation's hypercruisers. However, the Trade Federation had the advantage in numbers. The absolute advantage of quantity was enough to even out this technological gap. Moreover, there was another reason why the Trade Federation prioritized having more battleships. It was because they had too few strong men. They only had a few marines. So, the ones that Jiang Fei previously encountered and fought were mostly just mechanical soldiers with lightsabers. Only a few of them were real, powerful men. Precisely because they lacked strong men, the Trade Federation attached great importance to Jiang Fei's arrival. Even though they did not trust Jiang Fei enough to let him and his soldiers onto the battlefield, they could definitely make a lot of money if they formed a bodyguard company using this group of people. The high-ranked officials of the Trade Federation believed that there were no soldiers who could not be defeated by money, even if Jiang Fei was sent here to trap them. The officials were confident that they could corrupt him with money in just a short time. Then, they would never return to the Valsaurian army. Very quickly, the three arrived at a meeting room. As soon as they entered the door, someone with huge eyes greeted them. Ha ha ha! You must be Mr. Jiang Fei! Big Eyes laughed out loud. Through his goggles, Jiang Fei found out that this guy only had about 2 million combat power. Although he could be regarded as strong, if he were part of the Valsaurian army, he would at best be a small officer. This was the difference between the Trade Federation and the Valsaurian army. In the Valsaurian army, the weak were not qualified to manage the strong. Even if the weak one was assigned to a higher position by a high-ranked person, the ones being managed by him would still be unhappy and unable to accept him. This was why Trachis was only the captain of the police squad, even though he had such a powerful family background. The captain position did sound pretty nice. But in actuality, he was just a security guard outside the Karldish fort. However, the Trade Federation was different. People talked about capital here, not personal strength. In the minds of businessmen, money came first. With money, they could easily build a fleet and hire the strong to escort them. So, the general of the Trade Federation might not be amazingly strong, but he or his family was definitely extremely rich. Yes, Lo, General Lockseed. Although Jiang Fei's temper had changed due to the black malice, he did not lose his temper at those who were nice to him. Ha ha, Mr. Jiang Fei, you're indeed very young yet promising. At such a young age, you not only possess power that many others dream of, but also such a powerful army. Lockseed complimented him. I just got kinda lucky. Jiang Fei smiled and waved humbly. Come. Have a seat and we'll talk. After a brief exchange of greetings, Lockseed directed Jiang Fei back to the topic. General Lockseed, I was just wondering what plans the Trade Federation has for us. If you cannot bring yourselves to trust us, please just provide us with some supplies and we'll leave immediately. Jiang Fei said straightforwardly. Chapter 14:16, All Expenses Paid. With all due respect, Mr. Jiang Fei, you are an unwelcome presence here. However, it would be rude for us to so quickly dismiss a guest who has only just arrived, said Lockseed. General Lockseed, if you don't mind me asking, which department will you have us assigned to? Asked Jiang Fei. To be completely honest, Jiang Fei wanted nothing more than to start a war with Ano. He did not know it yet, but this decision was one made on the fly, brought about by the effects of the black malice. At ease. You have only just arrived. How could I immediately assign you to a department? If word got out, others will think badly of the Trade Federation. They would think that we send new recruits to be fodder, explained Lockseed, laughing. Despite sounding like he was being considerate and actually thinking about the well-being of Jiang Fei and his soldiers, the truth behind General Lockseed's words was not so pure and kind. Jiang Fei had only just arrived after defecting to the Trade Federation. General Lockseed had every reason not to trust them. All of this could be a trap to win the war. If he assigned them to the front lines, they might actually assist the Valsaurian army by attacking the Trade Federation's fleet. Very well. I hear and obey. However, I request that you assign us to fight as soon as possible. I want Ano dead. I want him to regret crossing me, said Jiang Fei. His mind may be affected by the black malice, but he was not stupid enough to jump the gun and force Lockseed to assign him to the front lines. More importantly, he knew that his soldiers were exhausted. First, they were involved in the battle with the 4 leaders of Osvia. And after the entire ordeal with Bard was over, they had to fight the Ultralisk. After that, they escaped in Meteor only to be branded as defectors by the Valsaurian army. The mental shock and physical exhaustion had drained them of all fighting capability. In short, they needed to recuperate right now. In the end, Jiang Fei nodded in agreement. He returned the ship, Meteor, to the custody of the Trade Federation Space Force. This is where they did things right. Unlike Ano, when Jiang Fei returned to report with a ship belonging to the Trade Federation, Ano had confiscated the ship for himself, expunged Jiang Fei of all credit, and sent him off to the godforsaken outpost. But the Trade Federation welcomed Jiang Fei instead. Instead of asking him to return the ship, they decided to let Jiang Fei continue to own Meteor. Not only did they keep the ship nice and tidy, they even performed maintenance on it. A ship that was once theirs and had been stolen by their enemies was never asked to be returned. That was how fair the Trade Federation was. But at the same time, they were also cunning, always showing kindness while expecting something in return. After the ship handover, Jiang Fei and his soldiers were asked to board a transport shuttle. They were transported to a planet not too far from the front lines. The planet was basically an infirmary, a place to seek solace from the long battles in space. Anyone from the Space Force and ship crew, to the infantry and captains, and even fleet commanders would come here to rest and relax. It was an ingenious way to prevent overwork and stress-related deaths. When Jiang Fei arrived at the ship port, he was greeted by a service crew member who said, "My good sir, all expenses on hire have been covered by General Lockseed. Please rest, relax, and enjoy everything that hire has to offer." Jiang Fei snorted happily. Good man. Jiang Fei was not alone. He had at least 30,000 subordinates with him. It must have cost a fortune to cover all their expenses. If Lockseed had intentionally done so, he must be trying to plant the seed of trust in them. Sir, do you wish for an escort? We can provide helpful personnel to guide you around. Of course, we have no qualms if you wish to travel by yourself, said the service crew member. Lockseed feared that Jiang Fei might think that he was being observed. Hence, he insisted that the service crew on hire were not to force an escort on Jiang Fei and his men. They were there to rest, relax, and hopefully lower their guard. Thanks, but no escort is necessary. Please contact us once General Lockseed has assigned my soldiers to a post. As you wish, said the service crew member, turning away. Just as he was about to walk away, he abruptly turned back, saying, Sir Jiang Fei, I have to point out that we, the Trade Federation, do things differently from the Malsaurians. Please inform your fellow men that any quarrels need not be solved by violence. Anything can be solved with money. Bye. He cleared his throat and gave Jiang Fei a pointed look. By General Lockseed's coffers. Of course. Good to know, replied Jiang Fei. He understood the meaning behind that look. General Lockseed feared that Jiang Fei's men might create conflicts on the Trade Federation grounds. Not all the men under the Trade Federation were as strong as those from the Valsaurian army. On average, Jiang Fei's men were at 200,000 combat level or higher. If they wanted, they could wreck the whole planet, and no one would be able to stop them. That is why Lockseed had ordered the serviceman to convey his message. He needed Jiang Fei and his men to know that nothing can't be solved with money. And since he was covering their expenses, he wanted them to just be themselves in order to rest and relax. As long as their idea of relaxing didn't involve destroying anything important, that is. Bison, inform everyone that we are here to rest. Do not incite conflict. If there are accidents, there is someone here to help us cover the collateral fees. If money won't do, come to me. Do not let anyone make their own decision, especially if it involves blood. Lockseed was kind enough to take care of their expenses, and Jiang Fei would do what he can to not incur unnecessary trouble for him. To be honest, Jiang Fei was keen on owing Lockseed a favor. Well then, all things are taken care of. You may now leave the lobby and enjoy hire. You are allowed to go anywhere you want. There are many things here that will keep you entertained, said the service crew member as he bid them farewell. Thank you, said Jiang Fei with a smile. He then dismissed everyone and let them wander about the planet. As soon as the important matters were over, both Kalna and Sarila rushed to his side. He was not looking for them, but since they were somehow clearly affected by the Black Malice, he needed to be by their side, as there was not yet any method to cure them of their ailments. Jiang Fei took a series of sophisticated traveling belts to travel across the wide and winding spaceport, and he was greeted with a rainbow of lights. He gasped in awe. This is nice! Towers upon towers of high-rise buildings were erected in an orderly fashion. Streets, transport, and even buildings were built like that of a metropolis back on Earth. Except that everything there was of advanced technology. When compared to Redstone, the difference was like heaven and earth. As the service crew member vaguely described earlier, there were all kinds of entertainment establishments on hire. Of the three major sectors, the first that came to Jiang Fei's mind was food. There was all kinds of food available across the entire planet, originating from various galaxies and systems. No matter what race you are, they had it all. To suit your every taste, the administration of the Trade Federation had done what they could to ensure a continuous supply of food. As such, as long as the Trade Federation stands, there will always be food for all. Oddly enough, the second major sector was gambling. Likewise, there were many gambling dens all over the planet. The Trade Federation mostly employs mercenaries to do their fighting, and with a large enough reward after a battle, mercenaries will come to this planet and spend their coins on gambling. It was normal as mercenaries lived the kind of life where tomorrow might never come. As such, whenever they are out of combat, they will try their best to come to hire and enjoy whatever time they have, spending whatever money they own. Chapter 14:17 Prodigals. Prodigals everywhere. The last major sector of entertainment is adult pleasure. After a war, combatants will want to feast, rest, and also release their pent-up sexual needs. Besides gambling, the other way to truly relax was with women. There were women of all shapes and sizes on the corner of every street, below every building, eatery, and gambling den. Naturally, there were also open establishments. That is, in earthly terms, brothels. Some women were truly attractive, while others were incredibly horrendous to look at. But just like everyone enjoyed different kinds of food,
Taste in women varies from individual to individual as well.
Boss, we're leaving now. Sir, if you don't mind, the boys and I will be leaving now. We're going to. See you in a bit. Yeah.
In no less than 5 minutes, all of Jiang Fei's men spread out and vanished from sight. Jiang Fei did not need to guess. He knew where they were headed to first. With the lack of female fighters at the Talgis advanced outpost, his men clearly had no chance to touch a woman. Some had never even seen a female other than Sarila and Kaina, and they were exceptions since no one could lay a finger on them without dying. So, after eyeing women they liked, these men were more than eager to find one that suited their taste and satiate their carnal desires. Jiang Fei shouted after his disappearing men.
Don't cause trouble. You hear?
Truly, he could not have cared for them any more than he already did. Then again, he need not worry, since the good General Lockseed was there to cover any cost. Bison was the last to leave, and he headed for a gaming center. Jiang Fei was then left alone with Kaina and Sarila.
Fei, where should we go now?
Asked Kaina, her voice bordering on a moan. Sarila was quiet. She had only cared to be by Jiang Fei's side. And figuratively speaking, that's exactly what she was right now. After being affected by the black malice, she had taken the phrase by his side a little too literally.
Let's head into the street first. Then we'll decide.
Jiang Fei had no objective in mind. He was not craving for a game or for a woman. Even though he was told that there were cuisines imported from all corners of the world, he doubted that there was a restaurant that served kung pao chicken or sweet and sour pork. Earth was just too far away from the closest civilization. It was so far away, and too obsolete in terms of technology, that it was cast out from being in the same social connection as other civilizations. It would be a miracle if Jiang Fei were to spot an earthly cuisine. It doesn't even need to be Chinese. As Jiang Fei walked down a busy street, a voice rang out.
Young man, you have some fine girls with you. Mind if I buy them from you?
The voice was sharp, of a high register. Jiang Fei did not notice the call since there were just too many people walking on the same street. But in the next second, the owner of the voice came forward and stood before him.
What do you say? Young man? Name your price,
said a humanoid alien with the head of a fish.
Huh? Are you talking to me?
Asked Jiang Fei.
Of course. 2 million etherites for the 2 ladies. What do you say?
Said the fish person, offering a large sum of the universal currency to purchase both Kaina and Sarila. So, this was the conduct on hire that was described by the service crew back at the spaceport. Even when one was famous and powerful, they would want to conduct business, be it illegal or legit, with money and not by shooting their blasters first. Before Jiang Fei could even open his mouth, Kala spat in rage.
Do you have a death wish?
Even though she was a mature woman and was now clinging to Jiang Fei like a newborn kitten, she was still a powerful fighter with 8,600,000 combat level. She was so strong that not even General Lockseed could stop her from breaking his finger if she wanted to. In that instant, as soon as the words left her lips, a glint of light reflecting off her dagger blinded the fish person. Another dagger was then pressed onto his gills. The fish person got excited and jacked up his price.
Ho ho! Interesting. I'll offer 5 million.
Something told Jiang Fei that this alien might be the type that enjoys dominating feral women.
So you wish to die?
Snarled Kaina. There was nothing but pure murderous intent in her eyes. Even though she was nothing but a purring kitten when it comes to Jiang Fei, others would not receive the same treatment. The black malice had somehow affected her mind, causing her to be infatuated with Jiang Fei alone. It had not changed her usual behavior, as seen by how she reacted so violently to someone offering money to own her.
Hold on. What are you doing? This is against the law,
cried the fish person as he felt the tip of the silver blade slowly entering the flaps of his gills. An encounter such as this was incredibly rare in any of the dominions of the Trade Federation. He had sincerely thought that Kaina was merely presenting herself as fierce to ask for a higher price. He definitely didn't expect her to actually threaten him. Kaina scoffed as she reluctantly removed the blades from the man's neck and sheathed them behind her waist.
If I see you again, it will be more than your gills that I sever from your head. Ugh! What is wrong with her? Woe is me for meeting that kind of barbaric species. How uncivilized,
mumbled the fish person as he hurriedly retreated. Hire was a planet for relaxation and enjoyment, aptly suited for soldiers to relieve themselves. How is it possible for a person to be dignified? Everyone knows what Hire was. And with that thought in mind, the fish person had concluded that the 2 females accompanying the Terran were simply prostitutes. As Jiang Fei and the 2 women left, the fish person stopped running away and turned to call a group of his underlings.
Boss, what can we do for you?
Asked one of the subordinates.
Find Lucius,
said the fish person.
Yes, sir. We're on it.
The fish person snickered.
Hey, you won 30 million etherites from me, and this is going to be payback.
He was not intending to go against Jiang Fei openly. He merely wanted to drag his friend along, and have that woman give him a scare too. He wanted to prank his friend a present to excite a friendship that had been going on for more than tens of years. The truth was rather innocent, compared to what it seemed to be. The fish person was not evil. He may be a prodigal, often spending money on unessentials. But he had neither forced anyone to do his bidding, nor indulged in illegal activities. Even after being threatened by a random woman on the street, he knew that it was his fault, and did not crave for revenge. Sometime later, his subordinate located his friend Lysius in one of the larger gambling dens.
Yo, Lucius, I found 2 ladies. They're absolute bombs, LS. I tell you, you can't find anyone like them on hire,
said the fish person, patting someone who looked human. The only difference was the pupil-less eyes. This man's eyes were all white, marking him as an Alderanian. Lucius scoffed condescendingly and rolled his eyes.
Huh? If they were really so good, why would you come to me? I know you better than that. Rise. You would have already owned them if they were really worth it.
He then turned back to the table and bet everything he had on the current game.
It's true, but I must say, they are a little too feisty for me. I can't even negotiate a price,
said Rice, the fish person. Outwardly, he sounded absolutely dejected, but he was laughing hysterically in his mind. He was just trying to bait his friend.
All in. Give me the magic number. Come on. Come on. Baby,
cried Lucius as he initiated the roll. Alas, he rolled a different number and lost all of his credits.
Drat. I lost it all. Again. This isn't my lucky day. Bah. Let's go. If the girls are not as you claim they are. Oh, I'm so going to get you,
said Lucius, leaving the table disgruntled. He was intrigued by the way Rice talked about the girls, and wanted to see them. Chapter 14:18, Pranking a Friend. Besides the soldiers under his command, Jiang Fei knew no one else on hire. Plus, he was just a new arrival to the plant. Searching for someone would be an impossible task for him. But on the other hand, he could be easily found. Not long after Lucius and Rice left the gambling den, their subordinates had already found Jiang Fei and reported his location to their employers. Lucius muttered as he walked.
You're not clouding me, are you, Rice? How could I not know such quality babes? They ought to be newcomers, I suppose,
Rice replied simply. It did not matter who they were. Lucius had already taken the bait. All that's left was to wait for his show. The two turned a few corners, and found Jiang Fei with Kauna and Sarila clinging to him like koala bears.
See them? That young Terran? The 2 girls with him are the ones I mentioned,
whispered Rice.
They're all right. If I'm not mistaken, those girls have already been bought,
said Lucius. Rice huffed before smiling suggestively.
That's right. I was ravaged before I could even negotiate a deal with that Terran. TCH, where's your money?
Asked Lucius, rolling his eyes as he demanded for some cash, knowing that his close friend would not be walking the streets of Hire without some etherites on him.
I don't have enough. I just lost more than half while gambling not too long ago. Right now, I have too little to even count,
said Rice, making up excuses to coax the Alderanian to go all out to get the girls. Lucius laughed as he teased.
Sigh, do you know what Rabar and the others call you? A broken coffer.
Rice has always been a poor gambler. Although he always plays small bets, he would keep on playing thinking that he could at least walk away with less deficit. Rabar and the others were gamblers who loved to play with Rice, as they would surely be walking out of the gambling center with a win. Rice huffed angrily.
Sheesh. Why are you blabbering about that now? If you have the time to lecture me, then go and get the girls for us. Fine. Fine. Wait here. I'll get them, and we'll have a good time later,
said Lucius nonchalantly. Like Rice, he too brought a large enough amount to gamble. Even though he lost some back there, he still had more than enough to go for a few more rounds before he exhausted today's funds.
Good luck,
replied Rice, snickering at how serious his friend was starting to be.
Rice better be right about those girls,
said Lucius to himself before approaching Jiang Fei and casually tapping him on the shoulder.
Hey there. Let's talk business.
Since there were just too many people walking on the streets, Jiang Fei hadn't bothered to pay attention to every single face he saw. That being said, He had not lowered his guard either. Just as Lucius' hands were about to touch his shoulders, Jiang Fei turned around and grabbed him by the neck. Lucius groaned.
Ugh! Wait! Wait! What are you doing?
The Terran's grip on his neck was so powerful that Lucius felt like it was about to snap in two. Even though Jiang Fei was not in his fighting stance, on surge was inactive, and so was the black hole core. His own combat level was more than 2,500,000. He might have even gotten a little stronger after having the black matter inside him. On the other hand, Lucius may be a member of the famous Alderaanians, but he was not as strong as the others. He had never trained for combat, and instead was mostly pampered since he was a child. His own combat level was not more than 1,000,000, and that power came from his genes, not his own strength. A man of his age should be in his prime, but alas, the only thing he was good at was spending money like there was no tomorrow. That is why a simple neck hold was more than enough to incapacitate him.
Identify yourself,
said Jiang Fei. He could count the number of people he knew in the universe on his fingers, and there were even fewer of them here on higher. A stranger who suddenly groped his shoulder deserved to be treated harshly. Lucius was choking as he spoke.
I give up! I give up! Please let me go!
He had no idea how to retaliate, as he had never once been treated like this. Releasing his grip, Jiang Fei hummed coldly.
Speak!
The man was extremely weak. So weak that all Jiang Fei had to do, if he wanted to kill him, was bat an eye and send a killing psychic needle into his mind. Lucius got to his feet and introduced himself.
I am Lucius from Liston Tradings. I come in peace and only want to strike a deal with you.
He was feeling slightly awkward since the Terran seemed so much younger than him. Birds of a feather flock together. Those who want to have fun would always gather at higher. If Jiang Fei was there, he must have some intention of playing around too. Lucius was the same, with the only difference being that he had a tendency to gamble more than he liked to admit. Like Rice, he was hoping to solve matters with money. He would not force anyone to do his bidding, and if someone were to reject his offer, he would not bear any ill will towards said person.
A deal?
Asked Jiang Fei, arching an eyebrow. He did not know the man. What could he want with him?
That's right. The girls. They're beautiful. Perhaps I could offer a price to purchase their services. Besides,
I'm sure. Before he could finish his sentence, Kalna flashed away from Jiang Fei and reappeared behind Lucius. Lucius had wanted to offer Jiang Fei a job as his handyman, but before he could even voice it out, Kalna flew into a rage. She flashed behind him and picked him up with a mere 2 fingers. Kalna knew that Jiang Fei would not want trouble while they were on higher, or else she would have already decapitated him. Wham! Lucius was slammed to the ground hard.
This is getting out of hand.
Kalna was absurdly strong, although the throw was nothing more than a flick of her wrist. The girl's combat level had proved to be too strong for someone like Lucius. A simple throw to the ground was enough to render him immobile for some time. Running out of his hiding spot, Rice shouted,
Wait! Wait! This is a bad prank. A bad prank.
He just wanted to prank Lucius, thinking that the girl would only do the same thing she did to him. He never expected for his friend to be assaulted that badly. If she had gone a little further, Lucius might have died.
You again?
Snarled Kalna, growing angrier the second she saw his slimy face.
Miss, please wait. This is nothing but a bad prank. I swear. We mean you no harm.
Rice apologized profusely with a humble smile on his face. At that moment, he truly feared for Lucius' life. He was Rice's good friend, and of course, he would not want him to die because of his prank.
Enough. I don't care. Take him and leave. Have General Lockseed bear any costs for his treatment,
said Jiang Fei before leaving hastily. He had no intention of wasting his time with these 2 clowns. As he was done talking, he gestured for Kalna to return to his side and left. Rice shouted as he waved goodbye to Jiang Fei.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be sure to treat you to something in the future as an apology. Who are they? Why are they so violent? I don't remember ever seeing such a strong young fighter in the Federation,
said Lucius as Rice held him up, supporting him over his shoulder. Until now, even after being thrown to the ground like a ragdoll, he still did not suspect that the entire incident was directly caused by Rice. Chapter 1419, Befriend.
Don't know. They are new after all,
Rice confessed.
Tell me the truth. You knew him all along. You knew that he was barbaric,
snarled Lucius, having had enough of the prank.
Calm down. Yes, I knew him, but only as much as you. I got a knife pressed into my gills by that woman earlier. I thought you would laugh at me once you knew, so I wanted you to experience the same thing,
said Rice,
not the slightest bit apologetic. Screw you. You almost got me killed, barked Lucius. Just because Rice did not want to be laughed at. He had him almost killed by a newcomer. Rice laughed. I was wrong. I was wrong. I admit it. Okay. But in the end, everything turned out alright. Alright, your smelly gills. I was slammed to the ground, snarled Lucius again. He was not done venting his anger. You're right about one thing though. They are barbaric, but we cannot deny that they are strong. If they hadn't stopped, I don't think we would have been able to save your arse. Even if all of the bodyguards we hired attacked at the same time, said Rice. He explained how he managed to examine Kalna's combat level earlier. The reading he got nearly made him soil his pants. Lucius started monologuing in response. I don't get it. Who are they? Why are they so strong? What are they doing here? Most importantly, I've never heard of anyone in the Trade Federation being so young and strong. Fifth bro, go ahead and do some research about those three, ordered Rice. Will do, said the lackey in question. He acknowledged the order and quickly left to start his investigation. What are you going to do by investigating them? Take revenge? Are you seriously not thinking about the consequences? Why are you being so petty over such a small matter? Spat Lucius. He seemed to forget that he was almost killed by the pretty cat lady not 5 minutes ago. Nevertheless, he was safe and alive. Being vengeful over such a squabble would do him no good. If anything, he would end up looking like a petty man who was jealous of Jiang Fei for having a pair of beautiful girls. Additionally, crossing powerful fighters just for the sake of getting back at him wouldn't be the wisest of moves. Nothing of that sort, said Rice. I think he is a man we can reason with. If we're lucky, we might even befriend him. I'd rather be friends with a straightforward, barbaric Terran than those sneaky, cunning friends who would trick you into gambling with them just so they can win all your money, he added. Rice might be delinquent-like, but he was not stupid. Money plays a bigger role in the Trade Federation than actual individual strength. Once dead, one's strength cannot be passed down to another. But money can be. As such, money was usually the most common source of conflict. Families fighting over inheritance. Companies fight over product control. National wars over a source of income. And many more. Large-scale wars, such as the ongoing one with the Valsarian army, were not like since the entire Federation was burning through more money than they could earn. Rice and Lucius were the prodigals of society. They wasted their living days indulging in their posh lifestyles, which mainly involved women and gambling. Even so, they had sharp minds and pairs of eyes that were keen on seizing every opportunity. In this case, Rice had thought of something interesting. Who wouldn't want to secure a stronger friend to protect oneself? Who wouldn't want a better chance of securing one's own wealth? Befriending Jiang Fei would be the stepping stone to something even greater. In this case, a way for them to secure their family's inheritance. It is common sense to think that every head of a family would not want their family name to be tarnished. As such, the logical way to ensure that would be by selecting the best in their family to inherit all of their fortune. But how does one determine who is the best? In the Valsarian army, the best means the strongest. Literally. In the Trade Federation, the best is whoever has the most power, possessing the larger and wider social connection. Rice had an epiphany when he saw Jiang Fei leaving. He had a firm grasp of all the youths in the Trade Federation and no one, not a single one of them, could be as physically strong as Jiang Fei. That is why he concluded that Jiang Fei must be someone not of the Trade Federation. If his speculation was right, Rice and Lysias would be the pioneers in Jiang Fei's adventure. If Rice had a chance to befriend Jiang Fei, he would have a helping hand in his next step to seize his family inheritance. Interesting idea, Lucius concurred. The reason Lucius had even befriended Rice in the first place was because he hoped that Rice had connections that Lucius could take advantage of. And now, there was another who could join that wide web of connections. The lackey that left earlier returned in no time and reported good news. He had taken only less than 30 minutes. Master, I have news. Do tell. Those three are ex-soldiers from the Valsarian army. Due to certain misunderstandings with Ano, they have chosen to defect to the Trade Federation. Right now, they are all under General Lockseed's protection. That man is called Jiang Fei, and he is their leader. The two girls are his personal women. Their leader? Lucius muttered the two words slowly. Yes. Jiang Fei is currently the highest in command of a small army of around 30,000 soldiers. The weakest among them is at least 200,000 combat level. One of his underlings is called Bison, and his combat level measures at over 9,500,000. Rice gasped. In 9 million? That's... He could be a ruler of a galaxy. Lucius probed further. I don't understand. How could someone so strong become the subordinate of a young Terran? What is the strength of that leader? Jiang Fei? He knew that the Valsaurian army determines a leader by their raw power. It is rare, or rather, close to impossible, for someone weak to rule over the strong. Something about this entire thing, Jiang Fei, to be precise, further intrigued Lucius. According to what I investigated, Jiang Fei's combat level is only at around 2 million. But I think that's tainted data. I'm 100% sure Jiang Fei is much stronger. I think he could even have a higher combat level. Perhaps as high as 8 million. Unlikely. It is impossible for someone so young to have a combat level of 8 million. Are you joking? Asked Rice. Not impossible, but improbable. I think he might be even stronger than that, said Fifth Brother, arching an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Asked Lucius. I received this news not too long ago. Apparently, someone leaked reports about Ano apologizing to Jiang Fei and wanting him to come back to the Valsaurian army. That piece of information was like a nuclear missile devastating. As a matter of fact, Jiang Fei was still oblivious to it. Lucius muttered to himself. Is this true? Ano is an important officer in the Valsaurian ranks. His strength supersedes even that bison guy. Why would he bow his head to someone like Jiang Fei? Things had just gotten more interesting. I cannot tell whether the news is genuine or fictitious. Rumors would not spread without a cause. Nevertheless, I still think that Jiang Fei is someone that we ought to be careful of, said Rice. What do you plan to do? I don't know yet. First things first. We should find the Jiang Fei and try our best to befriend him. Whether he remains in the Federation or defects back to the Valsaurians. Having him as a friend would do us no harm, said Rice, his face turning rigid. Great minds think alike, replied Lucius. Go! We cannot miss this opportunity. We must find him now, roared Rice as he jumped to his feet and started to run. Wait! I'm coming too! The two had several of their lackeys follow them, and in no time, they managed to find Jiang Fei and the two girls, not far from where they first encountered them. Do you really want to die that much? Do you really think I want to kill you right now? Spat Kalna when the two confronted Jiang Fei. No. No. Wait. We are here to offer our sincere apologies. If you may, allow us to do something as a means of seeking forgiveness, said Lucius as both him and Rice bowed their heads. Chapter 1420. Decline entrance. Caught off guard, Jiang Fei asked. Come again? Being the stronger person, there was no reason for him to chase after the two locals and have them punished for what they did. But he had never expected them to be so apologetic. Please accept our apology. To redeem ourselves from our previous heinous behavior, do allow us to pay for all your expenses over the next 2 days you spend on hire. Of course, the ladies as well, Rice pleaded. Kalna laughed. Huh. So there are really rich folks walking about in the domains of the Trade Federation. To think that someone wants to foot our bills. Miss, I do hope you would forgive the both of us for our mistreatment of you earlier. We did not know that you're not from around here. We actually thought... Well, said Lucius, awkwardly refusing to finish the sentence. It's water under the bridge. I do not need your money. I already have someone else for that, said Jiang Fei, brushing off their offer. Truly, he did not harbor any ill feelings towards the two aliens in front of him. Nor did he particularly like them either, realizing that Jiang Fei was about to turn his back on them and leave. Rice yelped. Please wait! He came here to befriend Jiang Fei, and did not want this conversation to end without him offering something to facilitate their friendship. What's wrong? You are new here. Yes? I've just realized that you have been roaming about for half a day and have not spent any time in a single establishment. Perhaps, if you would allow us, let us be your guides. It's the least we can do as an apology, said Rice, with a smile that was both humble and suggestive at the same time. Jiang Fei thought about his offer carefully. He did not want to agree, but there was some truth to Rice's words. Jiang Fei had indeed spent half a day walking around, and had yet to spot anything that piqued his interest. These two were obviously familiar with the planet. Perhaps they could take him on a fun tour. Jiang Fei smiled as he said, I accept that offer. Looks like you've got something to do for us now. Only after Jiang Fei accepted his spur-of-the-moment idea did Rice ask. Great. How may we address you? Sir? Of course. Rice already knew Jiang Fei's name. But he also knew that he would be throwing himself under the bus if he didn't ask for it. Though they were prodigals,
Rice and Lucius were both smart enough not to trip themselves up when it came to seizing a golden opportunity.
My name is Jiang Fei. These two are Kalna and Sarila. An honor. Mr. Jiang Fei. My name is Rice. And this is my friend, Lucius. Good to know. I assume you two are familiar with this planet. If you know anywhere that is generally fun to be at, you can tell me now. A fun place.
Rice gave it some thought. Hire was famous for being an R&R spot for weary warriors. With its women and entertainment, what place was better than Hire to relieve one's lethargy? However, Jiang Fei had two otherworldly girls with him. So naturally, he had no need to visit any of the famous brothels there. For Rice's own sake, he would not even mention it, whether or not Jiang Fei might actually like the idea of going to a brothel. The two girls with him surely would not approve. A sudden change in the situation would surely spell doom for Rice and his budding friendship with Jiang Fei. Lucius chimed in.
Might I suggest we grab a bite first? I'm not hungry. How about the two of you?
Asked Jiang Fei, turning to Kalna and Sarila. Kalna shook her head while Sarila started to purr like a kitten.
I'm not hungry for food, as long as I am with you. The only thing I hunger for is for your loving embrace,
moaned Sarila. The girl was obviously madly drunk in love. It seemed to Jiang Fei that if she continued to behave like that, then even the air around a refuse center could smell like a field of daffodils to her. Lucius offered an alternative idea.
All right, if you are not craving any food, we should go to the City of the Mass. There's a major card game going on today.
Besides always looking for ways to satisfy his insatiable lust, Lucius was a gambler at heart. Knowing about gambling events was just one of his many fortes. Jiang Fei repeated the name.
City of the Mass? That's a great idea. We should go there. The game is a big one. Many people will be attending,
said Rice. If Lucius had not mentioned the event, even Rice would have forgotten about it. The card game they were talking about was a prestigious event hosted for the top players on the planet. Such an event was so exclusive that only the top-ranking members of the Trade Federation could participate. People like Rice and Lucius would be considered lucky to even be amongst the spectators.
Sounds good. Let's go!
Jiang Fei had no interest in a card game, but since there was going to be top brass playing, he decided to go with the flow. He had just defected into the Trade Federation, and it was only right for him to know who he would be reporting to. Someday, he would join the army. He might as well recognize important individuals.
If you would please follow me. The City of the Mass is not in this area. We need to use the teleportation hub at the east of this city,
Rice explained.
Where, in general, is the City of the Mass?
Asked Jiang Fei.
In general? Well, the City of the Mass is in the main capital of Higher Prist, the City of Desire.
The party then reached the hub and teleported to Prist in a flash of light.
Not even the fastest public transportation is quicker than instant teleportation. If only these were available on Earth, everything would be so much simpler.
Jiang Fei huffed. It was nothing but wishful thinking since he knew how the teleportation system works. In order to be used by the public, teleportation consumes a large amount of power, even amongst advanced civilizations. It was most commonly used by the military or by the richest of the rich. Nevertheless, it would seem that the Trade Federation were ruled by the richest, and they could afford to install teleportation hubs here, there, and everywhere. Rice gestured as he invited Jiang Fei to continue out of the hub and into the street.
Mr. Jiang Fei, if you would.
As he stepped out, Jiang Fei was met with an immensely large, golden structure that pierced through the clouds. The building was called the City of the Mass, a landmark of Prist, the City of Desire. For some, it was a heavenly place to be. For others, the complete opposite. Here, you could do whatever you want, as long as you have pockets deep enough to afford it. As long as you could fork out the money. One could even evade the law. A large doorman stopped the party from proceeding.
Excuse me. What do you want?
Barked Rice.
Invitation.
Rice glared at the doorman.
Invitation? Do you not know who I am? Do I look like someone that needs to be invited? My apologies, Master Rice. Tonight's event is for VIPs only. Without an invitation, none can enter the building.
Obviously, the doorman knew Rice all too well. However, to uphold security at an event hosted for VIPs, no one was allowed to enter without an invitation.
Are you not going to let me in?
Snarled Rice. He brought Jiang Fei there to witness a large card game event. It was more than shameful for him to be stopped from even getting past the front door. Lucius stepped in and said,
Come now. Do we really need invitations? Master Lucius, I'm afraid you do. Today's event is too grand. Like I said, no one is allowed in without an invitation, said the doorman, turning around and closing the door. Lucius howled angrily. Damn it! How could you not give me face with this? Call your manager. I will have a word with him. Chapter 1421, One Level to Another. Master Lucius, I will have our manager answer your question. However, I'm afraid the outcome will still be the same, said the doorman. Stop talking. Go and get your manager, barked Lucius. The way the doorman talked was not at all rude. But from Lucius and Rice's perspective, he was being incredibly rude by not allowing them into the building. After he found another to take his place, the doorman excused himself. He'll be right back. When the manager arrived, he explained the situation. No matter how courteous he was, he still would not let them in. I'm sorry, Masters Rice and Lucius. I'm afraid I cannot allow anyone in without a proper invitation. Today's event is very important and prestigious. Perhaps I could offer some form of compensation? Everything you do tomorrow will be all taken care of. Lucius groaned. You gaw! Judging from the manager's honey-sweet tone, he was not going to allow them in no matter what. Neither money nor their identities were important here. There was no face-saving way that would allow them to enter the building. Interesting, Jiang Fei hummed. He was not interested in the game, but in the entire scenario itself. He had only wanted to attend since there was going to be important personnel participating. That being said, there was no need for him to go out of his way to enter the building. Mr. Jiang Fei? Just then, while Lucius and Rice were still bickering with the building manager, another group of men came out of the teleportation hub and headed towards the building. The man at the front of the group stood out so much. He was like a beacon in the night. Well, if it isn't General Lockseed, I am here with some friends. It's a pity that we cannot enter this place. I've heard that there's something big going on in there, confessed Jiang Fei. I was looking for you actually. I even dispatched a search team to find you. No matter. Since you are here, shall we proceed inside? Said General Lockseed as he openly gestured to the building. With pleasure, replied Jiang Fei, following after Lockseed. He was mildly curious about the game, as it was so prestigious that even Rice and Lucius were denied entry. Greetings, General Lockseed. This way, please. After examining his invitation, the doorman opened the door for General Lockseed. As Jiang Fei and his two female companions were with him, the doorman proceeded to allow them to enter as well. Lucius whimpered as he tried to follow Jiang Fei. Sir! Please wait! Hold your step, declared the doorman as he blocked their way. Wait! We're with Sir Jiang Fei, whined Rice. The doorman went silent. This was a difficult situation, as Jiang Fei's name had only just been marked as a powerful one. He helplessly turned to the general. He had not stopped Jiang Fei from entering the building since Lockseed was a man of power, and he had invited Jiang Fei to join him. As for Rice and Lucius, they were literally nobodies, nothing but frequent patrons of this establishment. Nevertheless, the doorman was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Mr. Jiang Fei, who are those two? Asked Lockseed. Rice and Lucius' families were famous, but nowhere near the same level as the power held by General Lockseed. Perhaps he may have encountered the heads of their families before, but never had he met the other family members. Jiang Fei stuttered. Well, they are with me. Sort of. Seeing as how they had helped him earlier, it would not be right to just ditch them at the doorstep. Very well, replied Lockseed. He nodded at the doorman. Since they were Jiang Fei's relations, bringing in two nobodies wouldn't be too harmful. Thank you, General Lockseed. Thank you, Sir Jiang Fei. Thank you, General Lockseed. Thank you, Sir Jiang Fei. The two alternated between thanking General Lockseed and Jiang Fei. After that, all humility was gone as they gave the doorman the stink eye for not letting them in earlier. Once he was inside the building, Jiang Fei had his eyes opened. Figuratively speaking, the interior of the building was incredibly posh, like nothing he had ever seen before. He gawked at the opulent surroundings. One can never be too surprised nowadays. Today, this. What will I see tomorrow? Jiang Fei thought that he had already seen everything there was to be seen. But clearly, he had only peeked at the universe through a keyhole. Be it the advanced society of the Namekians or the fighters of the Valsaurian army, each society had an aspect that defined their core beliefs. Namekians pursued technology, while the Valsaurians pursued power. In the case of the Trade Federation, their way of life clearly reflected the importance they placed on physical, materialistic fortune. For traders in the Trade Federation, one could never have enough money. Ambitions are endless, and since time was limited, They would spend what they could to enjoy whatever time they had in extreme luxury. As such, those who had the means to do so would go all out. It was common to see rich traders going about their lives, enjoying spending their money on everything they could. Lockseed smiled and started to talk to Jiang Fei. Come, Mr. Jiang Fei. There is a card game going on, and I'd like to introduce you around. It would be my pleasure, said Jiang Fei. He then followed General Lockseed closely, while Kauna and Sarila followed from a distance. Pissed, who do you think Jiang Fei really is? Why would a general be so courteous to him? Rice whispered softly to Lucius. The two were more familiar with the interior of the City of the Mass than their own homes. But not once did they walk faster than Lockseed. They did not even dare to make a squeak. No idea. Whoever he is, I'm sure he's bigger than a general, replied Lucius. If Jiang Fei was a normal person like Rice and Lucius, Lockseed would never be so courteous. Perhaps Jiang Fei was a not-so-famous dominator of a galaxy. The truth was not far from that. Lockseed did not view Jiang Fei as someone that important. Even though he did bring a small army of powerful soldiers with him. The might of the Trade Federation Space Force lies with the number of cruisers they have in command. The value of Jiang Fei to the Trade Federation was as a mere asset to the military. Nothing more. However, everything changed when a rumor was heard from the Valsaurian army. Apparently, Ano had issued an apology to Jiang Fei to beg for his return. This was huge enough news to rattle the entire Trade Federation military force. As such, the true nature of Jiang Fei's identity was discovered was Theon's disciple. A while back, the name Theon meant nothing. But then, he had done something so outrageous that his very name now terrified those who heard it. He had stolen 2 of Ano's personal vessels and sold them to the Trade Federations for a ridiculously cheap price. To accomplish such a feat, Theon had to be someone of indomitable power. He was revered, as he had single-handedly helped the Trade Federation turn the tide of the ongoing war. As such, a consensus was reached. Jiang Fei is to be taken care of. Even if the day comes when Jiang Fei chooses to return to the Valsaurian army, they would still give him the best possible treatment, so as to not anger the great Theon. If he did the same to the Trade Federation, instead steal Trade Federation's core vessels, and hand it over to the Valsaurian army, it would literally turn the tide of the war again. And perhaps, permanently. As one of the 4 great fleet commanders, Lockseed would do his best to keep Jiang Fei happy and content with the Trade Federation. He would even go so far as treating Jiang Fei as the same rank as himself, instead of a rank lower. Chapter 1422, A Word of Posting. Lockseed invited Jiang Fei forward to greet the rest of his so-called friends. Come! Don't be so reserved. We're all friends here. Rice, I think we may have struck it at the right mind. We don't need to do anything else. Just showing our faces amongst this crowd is enough, huffed Lucius excitedly. They had only just walked further into the building, and had already greeted many people. Even though Lockseed and Jiang Fei were the only ones shaking hands and greeting others, both Rice and Lucius were spellbound. Only people who came from real power and authority were worthy of showing up at this game session. Though there was no way they were as prestigious as Lockseed himself, they were still a substantial status. Compared to them, Rice and Lucius were mere plebeians. Be that as it may, they were seniors and uncles by a distant relation. Showing up here with Lockseed and Jiang Fei was seen as an accomplishment better than any fat check. Lucius and Rice were being extremely careful with their demeanor. Every once in a while, they would offer a handshake to those who had shaken Jiang Fei's hand. After that, they would simply dismiss themselves, pretending to be busy with something else. Others could only gawk in awe. From their perspective, Lucius and Rice had truly struck gold. No one expected plebeians like them to actually know Lockseed. This caused reputable traders to change how they saw the two. Some now elevated them to a higher position, while others even considered nominating them as the inheritor of their family's fortune. Elite traders knew that inheritors didn't have to be skilled or powerful. One could always hire others to run their businesses, or find someone to teach them. Being the best trader in the Trade Federation was all about how wide of a social circle one had. The traders saw that one aspect as the key to keep their businesses from collapsing. Rice and Lucius were well aware of that, which is why they had wanted to be Jiang Fei's companions. Right now, their job was done. All they had to do now was wait for these famous traders to spread the word about their appearance with Lockseed. The dice has been cast, and it would not be long until their names were pushed to the top as consideration for inheritors of family fortunes. Lockseed was famous because he was one of the most important people in the Trade Federation. Anyone that was close enough to him would surely be able to protect their businesses for at least several millennia. As long as their family doesn't do anything stupid, they would last for generations. Jiang Fei noticed the sneaky movements of the two, but he couldn't care less about them. To be completely honest, they were nobodies. Lockseed would not even deign to talk to them. As long as they weren't stirring up trouble, Lockseed would let them do whatever they wanted. "Ah, Fei! Follow me! My friends are sitting over there," said Lockseed invitingly. His tone and the words he chose grew more and more intimate. "Ho ho! General Lockseed, what is this game about? Who is present here?" asked Jiang Fei. Lockseed explained. "MHM. This game is nothing more than a get-together session hosted by the military guys. I see it as just another social gathering, a means to relax oneself after being in the battle for too long. My second-in-command told me this. Since I am in higher, I might as well get together with the other commanders and relax for a change. And since you are going to work with them, I thought it would be appropriate for you to get to know them as well." "Oh, am I being assigned to a fleet?" asked Jiang Fei anxiously. He thought it would take the Federation a few more days to find out more and make their decision. It seemed that they were more efficient than he had anticipated. What Jiang Fei did not know about was the initial decision to put him aside, away from the front lines. However, upon discovering his identity as Theon's disciple, the Federation thought that it would be safe to instate him as one of them. As a disciple of Theon the Plunderer, Jiang Fei could not have been a spy sent by the Valsaurian army. The great plunderer had stolen from the Valsaurian army, and if that was a ruse, the Valsaurian army must have done so knowing they were taking a great risk. Plus, in terms of cost, Ano literally had forked out the most. Once they confirmed that Jiang Fei was not a spy, the Trade Federation now wanted to deploy him as soon as possible. Despite having very few men, Jiang Fei's personal army was strong. The combat level of the weakest among them was already over 200,000. The next step was to have Jiang Fei fight the Valsaurian army. Once he had killed one of them, he would never be able to return to the Valsaurian army. Then, the Federation would obtain an important asset, and perhaps even Theon himself would side with him. Theon the Plunderer, that was a name that had never once intrigued anyone in the Federation. But everyone now knew that he had been able to steal two of Ano's strongest ships without having to fear any kind of retaliation. Such an impressive person would be a priceless addition to the Federation's pool of talents. "Correct. I would like you and your fellow men to rest and recuperate on hire for a few days first. Next week, I will assign you to my own 5th Hybrid Fleet. In time, I plan to have you be the commander of the 5th Hybrid Fleet," explained Lockseed, attempting to lure Jiang Fei to stay with the Federation. "Thank you. I will do my best. I hope I can be at the front lines as soon as possible," said Jiang Fei happily. He was excited by the prospect of finally going to war against Ano. To school him on the consequences of crossing him, a hybrid fleet was not a personalized fleet, as evidenced by the name. However, Jiang Fei was wholeheartedly content with that, as his army was more of an infantry unit. Their true prowess lies in physical combat, not space wars. As part of a hybrid fleet, they would be called in if there was a need to deploy on enemy land. Instead of calling it a hybrid fleet, the 5th Hybrid Fleet was technically an infantry transport unit. Once the chitter-chatter was over, Lockseed led Jiang Fei and the others into a large, grand hall. "Oh, if it isn't the general! You're finally here!" A large fleet of military officers stood from their seats and rushed over to Lockseed's side to greet him. Taking a step back from the welcoming party, Lockseed introduced Jiang Fei to them. "Sorry for being late. It is gratifying to see all of you well. By the way, I want all of you to meet a new friend. This is Jiang Fei, and he will be your colleague as the commander of the 5th Hybrid Fleet. I hope that all of you will cooperate with each other well. Oh my! You must be talented to be able to command a fleet at such a tender age." "That's true. When I was his age, I was still crawling on the ground, digging into God knows where. How nice it is to still have youth." Once Lockseed took a step back from the limelight, Jiang Fei was immediately showered with praises. Some were genuine, while others were simply thinly veiled contempt. They were not as happy as they sounded to know that someone as young as Jiang Fei could be a fleet commander. Either he was truly talented or he must have pulled some strings to get his position. Chapter 1423. To war as soon as possible. After a series of meaningless greetings, the game of cards began. Jiang Fei had never dabbled in the art of gambling, much less in any kind of alien board games. That is why he had not participated in the game even though the others were more than willing to teach him. Alas, he eventually gave in and decided to give it a shot, just for the sake of joining the fray. For several reasons, winning or losing mattered not to him. First, he had no need for money. Second,
The game itself was not as exciting as he thought it would be. He was more of an action-type arcade gamer. And finally, he did not mind losing since his every expense was borne by General Lockseed. The game, in the end, was just a gathering for him to meet and recognize the other important players in the military playground. General Lockseed only played 2 rounds before excusing himself.
Allow me to do everyone here a favor by leaving the table. I'm sure no one here is comfortable playing with a superior.
Indeed, as he said, none of the officers were behaving openly while their superior was playing with them.
It is an honor to play with you, sir,
said the officers as they stood up to bid farewell to their superior, Jiang Fei included.
Ah, how could I forget about this important matter? Ah, Fei, if you would please follow me,
said Lockseed, returning to the table 2 seconds after he left. Jiang Fei agreed immediately.
Sure.
To be honest, he was not needed there. And if Lockseed needed him, Jiang Fei was more than happy to oblige. Kalna and Sarila followed as well. But as for Lucius and Rice, they were conflicted on whether to stay at the table with a group of important military officers or to follow Jiang Fei and Lockseed. Technically speaking, they should be following Jiang Fei wherever he goes. However, Jiang Fei had literally zero connection to them. It was purely by chance that they had walked into this building together. Just like bumping into each other on the streets of Hire. The two wanted to befriend Jiang Fei. But seeing how the situation was unfolding, they were starting to feel unsure of themselves. With Jiang Fei and General Lockseed talking as equals, their mental image of Jiang Fei as just a powerful young Terran morphed into something bigger. As a matter of fact, he was now so big that the pair was thinking twice about whether they could even stay by his side.
Stay and play, if you want,
suggested Jiang Fei. He couldn't care less about the fantastic duo. However, it was best if they were to remain out of sight, away from General Lockseed, lest they stir up any trouble. Lockseed led Jiang Fei and the 2 girls into a private room.
Come, let us sit here.
When everyone was seated comfortably, General Lockseed cut to the chase.
Fei, no one else is around. You can speak your mind. What do you plan to do now? Plan to do? Nothing of importance. Ano has wronged me, and I want to return the favor. Revenge, I presume? Correct.
Lockseed probed further.
In that case, might I ask about the degree of punishment you wish to bestow on him? And perhaps you can also tell me, what will you do after that? I have nothing in mind for now. After I'm done with Ano, I think I will pay a visit to my master,
said Jiang Fei after giving it some thought. His body had not been thoroughly checked. Who knew what condition it was in? After dealing with Ano, Jiang Fei would need to ask Thean about the black matter in order to properly understand it.
Very well. I'm telling you now that you are going to the Alpha Sector. There are 2 fleets that belong to Ano there. One of them is his personal fleet, the 2nd fleet of the Valsaurian army.
The other fleet is the 9th Hybrid Fleet, a fleet of random soldiers grouped together. They have average combat strength, but still pack a punch. Which would you choose to target? I shall send a squad to support you either way,
said Lockseed. He wanted to see how Jiang Fei would react,
to know whether his resolve to leave the Valsaurian army was true. Jiang Fei scoffed.
Choose? I'll wreck them both.
Ever since he was infected by the Black Malice, Jiang Fei became incredibly decisive when it came to killing. This was a complete change from before, when he would have second thoughts about going to war with someone.
Good,
said Lockseed, smiling with a certain glint in his eyes. He had expected something like a protest. But instead, he was met with a decisive call to action to take on all the Valsaurian army forces in the Alpha Sector. It was obvious then that Jiang Fei had no regrets splitting away from the Valsaurian army.
General Lockseed, with your permission, I would like my soldiers to rest for another 3 days. During this time, I wish for some maintenance work to be done on my ship. In 3 days' time, I shall take my soldiers to the Alpha Sector,
said Jiang Fei.
It will be done. I shall dispatch 4 squads and an elite fleet to assist you. Godspeed to you. Ah, Fei,
exclaimed Lockseed happily. Of all the things he thought Jiang Fei would request, he had never expected for him to request for his ship to be fixed as soon as possible.
You have nothing to worry about. I will make sure that Ano doesn't get away.
Jiang Fei's eyes glinted with a faint blackened hue. At the same time, the scratch mark in between his eyebrows darkened. That was where the mark of the tribe had first appeared. It started off red, and had now tuned into a grayish color. Faint, as per usual. The one thing that changed was the mark no longer had any connection to the devils of the lake. To be honest, Jiang Fei had completely forgotten about the mark and the cannibalistic aquatic life forms. Then again,
They were only dangerous in water, and were as harmless as the grass on the ground once they left the lake. And anyway, they were just too weak. Even after obtaining status as their tribe leader, they were of no benefit to Jiang Fei. They lingered for a bit, and once night came, each of them went their separate ways. Jiang Fei and the girls immediately returned to ship. He would rather waste his time on the bridge than in a fancy room filled with boring military officers. Once he was on the ship, Jiang Fei had Bison give the order for the soldiers to return in 3 days. After 3 days of playing, resting, rampant fornication, and relaxation, the soldiers returned looking fresh. Naturally, their morale was boosted. They had been nothing but stray dogs before, simply living by the day, awaiting their deaths. Now, once they had proper treatment, their whole perspective of life changed. It would seem that the Trade Federation treated its soldiers with the utmost care. In terms of both mental and physical health, they paid their soldiers well, and even sent them off for vacation during the non-essential period. In this, they were better than any Valsaurian army fleet. Now, the soldiers loved the Trade Federation more than anything. They would rather die than defect back to the Valsaurian army. That was exactly why the Trade Federation sent those who had surrendered to them to hire. Once they enjoyed what the Trade Federation had to offer, no one would want to return to their daily life of torture. Who would want to be trained at a training ground where the lesson itself could kill you? Who would want to leave once they had a taste of heaven? Listen close. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going back to war now. I'm sure not all of you bear hatred towards Ano, but I am also sure that he wrongly sent more than half of you to the Talvis outpost. Today is your lucky day, as we are going to war with that ugly bastard, declared Jiang Fei. He knew there were soldiers in his army who hated that man. It goes without saying that they would be more than willing to join his venture to shred Ano into pieces. Chapter 1424, Away Team. Good answer, barked Jiang Fei. It felt good seeing how his soldiers were completely on board with his plan to fight Ano. Preparations were quickly completed and Meteor was now soaring through the atmosphere and into space. Their target location was the Alpha Sector, another planetary region within the Domini system. That was where the ongoing battle between the Trade Federation and the Valsaurian army had been taking place all these years. Since Hire was technically at the front lines, traveling to the Alpha Sector would not take long. By matching the frequency of the spatial interference created by the Trade Federation to block all unauthorized vessels from entering Hire, 0541 warped Meteor away from Hire, they soon arrived directly in the heart of the Alpha Sector. Captain, we have arrived at Kirk Outpost. It seems that our arrival has not yet caught the attention of our enemies, reported 0541. Good, said Jiang Fei. He turned to Sarilai and ordered, contact the outpost and report my arrival. Yes, sir. Sarilai obeyed and began hailing the people in the outpost. Jiang Fei issued further orders. Bison, tell all our men to be ready. As soon as Lockseed's fleet arrives, we will join the war. Yes, sir. Acknowledging the order, Bison headed out from the bridge to the main hull where all the soldiers were gathered. Meteor had undergone major reconstruction. All weaponry systems, energy cannons, missile systems, even the main hyper-mega particle beam cannons had been detached from the ship. Once a hypercruiser, it had transformed into an infantry carrier cruiser. In place of cannons, the ship was now equipped with more energy stabilizers and a larger teleportation pad. These modifications were made with Jiang Fei's approval. To suit his new battle style, Jiang Fei's entire army was made up of infantry units. In the case of a space fight, his ship would not be of much use. Or rather, his talent would not come into play. His true prowess, and that of his soldiers as well, could only be seen when they engaged in physical fights. Jiang Fei had no need for his army to participate in space fights. In fact, he had no reason to participate in any space fights at all. This time, Lockseed's forces would come in and take on the 2 fleets that were orbiting the Alpha Sector. Jiang Fei's role was to land on the planet and destroy 2 fortresses and 3 planets. In this advanced space age, the winner of a battle was decided via space fights. With ships in space, winning a war, on the other hand, required a more surgical method. Winning a space fight was merely the first step. Once there were no ships that could stop them, soldiers would be deployed to a space fortress or planet. They would have to plunder every available resource, basically whatever that was important to the enemy, and reap the final reward. Ships alone could not do much to a planet, unless destroying the entire planet was their goal in the first place. To truly conquer an enemy planet, a landing party was required. This was where infantry soldiers shone, and where Jiang Fei could truly perform. Herein lies another kind of battle, in which those who had invested in ground units would emerge victorious. Technology-based defenses wouldn't hold up against the brute strength of a well-trained, experienced ground unit. Sari-La returned and reported,
Faye, we are being hailed by the outpost. Put it up on the screen.
Sari-La headed to the nearest console and started to patch the transmission through to the main screen in the bridge. The face of a young man dressed in a military outfit appeared. He had a slightly deformed humanoid face, as if someone had squeezed his face sideways too hard, elongating it. That being said, it looked deformed to Jiang Fei, but in the eyes of any other race, his face was completely normal. By now, perhaps even Jiang Fei had become accustomed to seeing the faces of beings from different planets.
Sir Jiang Fei, I am Lieutenant Klug, the Kirk Outpost Communication Officer. We have received your authorization code and acknowledge the arrival of Meteor and its assault team led by you. We will now guide you to your designated attack region,
said the young officer. Acknowledged,
replied Jiang Fei. He appeared to be stoic, but his heart was thumping with excitement. He was one step away from enacting his revenge on Ano. The outpost sent over coordinates and a star map, as well as the designated area at which Jiang Fei was needed. Once the battle started, Jiang Fei would then initiate the landing sequence and attack Dirk Sloan Fortress.
0541. Input the coordinates and start moving,
ordered Jiang Fei, since Meteor's original ship crew had been literally expunged. 0541 now handled all ship operations, including navigation and helm control. In just a few minutes, 0541 had located their designated position on the map and immediately initiated a warp jump. The ship made the jump and came out of hyperspace a few seconds later, arriving at their designated location.
0541. Initiate stealth mode. Disengage all power supply. Sustain only life support systems and teleportation pad units,
said Jiang Fei. Lockseed had indeed dispatched a fleet to assist Jiang Fei, but they were too slow to follow. Jiang Fei was the only one currently present behind enemy lines. Right now, Meteor was nothing but a troop carrier. He had 0541 turn off any machinery that could be detected by the enemy's sensors. Their single, unarmed troop carrier would instantly become space debris if they drew too much attention to themselves. The only thing Jiang Fei could do now was wait,
compensating for gravity fluctuations and the ship's position relativity. Captain, we are ready to teleport,
said 0541.
Hold that order first, but make sure we are all ready to go on my command.
They were now just waiting for Lockseed's reinforcement fleet to arrive. As soon as they reported in, Jiang Fei and his soldiers would immediately descend into Dirk Sloan Fortress and begin their ground attack. The wait began. Each second felt like a day for the soldiers, who were eager to jump into battle. After waiting for God knows how long, Sari-La, the person who was in charge of communications, blared,
Fei, we are being hailed. Patch it through. Sir Jiang Fei, we are the Violet Fleet commanded by General Lockseed. We have just sunk an enemy fleet orbiting close to the center star. You are now clear to proceed with the ground attack. We will be providing aerial support during your attack. Rest assured that your ship will be well taken care of,
said a young officer. Jiang Fei acknowledged the message.
Thank you. We will now initiate troop deployment.
Turning to Kaina, he ordered,
Tell Bison to prepare for battle. 0541. Cue the teleportation sequence,
he added.
Captain. Teleportation sequence commencing in 3 seconds,
replied 0541. Jiang Fei turned on the ship-wide broadcast and spoke into the microphone.
Gentlemen, we are going down now.
All the soldiers were ready and waiting in the extra-large teleportation pods. 3 seconds later, 0541 engaged the teleportation device and sent everyone, including Jiang Fei, to the fortress hangar bay. As soon as everyone safely teleported in, Jiang Fei laid down the first order.
Quickly get into formation.
He also muttered to himself.
Not bad. The Federation did their homework.
Such an infiltration method was risky in its own way. Without information and proper coordination, the entire troop might have been separated, or worse, teleported straight into the enemy's formation. Being able to hand over important intelligence proved that the Federation had done everything they could to gather information. As such, they determined that Jiang Fei should teleport into the hangar bay, as it was huge enough to fit more than thrice the number of his soldiers.
Bison, take the lead. I'll handle the rear. Move out. Yes, sir,
replied Bison, as he proceeded to coordinate the entire army. As long as they were under Jiang Fei's banner, every soldier would receive ultralist meat to consume. Their powers were constantly growing, Bison included. Like any other powerful fighter, Bison now craved a decent battle. He wanted to test his limits and break through new heights. To achieve his goal of obtaining a combat level of more than 10 million. Chapter 1425, A Poisonous Ishtarian. Not long after Jiang Fei's army landed, red lights lit up, and the sound of an alarm blared throughout the hangar bay. Everyone in the hangar bay was alerted of their presence. And perhaps the entire fortress now knew their position. Flashing to Jiang Fei's side, Kaina reported, "Sir, we have mechanical soldiers incoming. They are not too strong and Bison is facing them now. We should clear the first obstacle quickly." Jiang Fei nodded. He had confidence in Bison's strength. He was a Decronian and AF** King strong one at that. Besides Jiang Fei himself, perhaps no one in his army could stop him. With Bison's leading, they fought their way out of the hangar bay without much trouble. A soldier reported, "Sir, we have detected incoming enemy aerial forces. They will soon enter firing range. Ignore them. Continue the advancement." The Violet Fleet sent by General Lockseed was in charge of providing aerial support. They would be handling the enemy birds in the air. Just as Jiang Fei's keen ears picked up the sounds of ship engines roaring through the sky and cannons charging up to shoot. A powerful beam tore through their propellers and destroyed several enemy ships that were about to fire upon Jiang Fei's soldiers. The Violet Fleet had been keeping two eyes trained on Jiang Fei's movements. Anything that was coming to attack them would be destroyed first. "Sir, Bison sends us a message. They have found an enemy barrack and are facing powerful resistance there. The advancement will not proceed until the resistance is taken out," said a soldier. "Kalna, go to Bison and help him out," ordered Jiang Fei. "With pleasure," replied Kalna as she flashed away. With two powerful fighters to take the lead, the enemy resistance force was quickly wiped out. It took several minutes, but they managed to push through the barracks. Just when they thought the worst was over, things had only just dialed up to a 10. Jiang Fei's army started having to deal with heavy casualties, and even the deaths of their own. Even though the numbers were currently less than 10, Jiang Fei expected it to only grow higher. The further Jiang Fei's army advanced into the fortress, the more resistance they were met with, and the harder it was to fight through said resistance. There were more than the expected number of mechanical fighters in the fortress. So many, that killing them made literally no difference in their overall number. "It's about time now. The real enemy is going to show up," said Jiang Fei. After being in the rear for so long, Jiang Fei still remained passive, letting his soldiers deal with the initial threats. He had been in the Valsaurian army long enough to know how well they fought. It goes without saying that the Valsaurian army had a higher number of powerful fighters than the Trade Federation. Even so, fighters would not appear in battle as they would first deploy mechanical troops to wear down the enemy. When the weaklings were dealt with, and only the strong remained, that is when actual Valsaurian fighters appeared to reap the last remaining few. As the battle continued, Jiang Fei's forces divided into several groups to cover other parts of the fortress. They had destroyed too many mechanical soldiers to count and captured many officers, but had not encountered a single combatant. It was as if the entire fortress was void of them. "Sir, something is not right. We have scoured the entire fortress for 2 days and have not found a single combatant. Could this be a trap?" asked Bison. "You might be right. Tell everyone to be on high alert," ordered Jiang Fei. This battle has been too easy. Even though Jiang Fei's army did lose a few soldiers, and some were gravely injured, they had still managed to destroy all the mechanical soldiers. Just as Jiang Fei was beginning to suspect foul play, a deafening explosion was heard, reverberating throughout the fortress. "What is that? Is that us?" asked Jiang Fei. "We don't know. The explosion came from outside the fortress. If I'm not mistaken, that is where Kalna took charge." Jiang Fei ordered Bison to follow him. "No time to lose. Come with me." The closer he got to the source, the louder the sound. Something was making that noise. Jiang Fei recognized it as the kind of explosion that could only be generated from a barrage of energy collisions. "It's Kalna. She is currently engaged with an enemy," said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei narrowed his eyes. He could sense her energy signature well, but the opponent was unknown. A few seconds later, Jiang Fei and Bison emerged to the outside of the fortress. The ground was barren, and there were several barrack-like buildings in place. Nevertheless, the entire place was huge enough for the two to fight violently without affecting any of the surrounding buildings. "Do you know who that is?" asked Jiang Fei, turning to Bison. He was part of the Valsaurian army, just as anyone else in his army. "I don't know, sir. All I know is that Ishtarians are strong," said Bison. Jiang Fei groaned. "Tisk, why is it always poison users?"
The Ishtarians were famed fighters. Using poison was their bread and butter. Some powerful Ishtarians had even cultivated themselves by consuming poison to turn themselves poisonous. Anyone who knew of their existence would not want to engage with them. Ishtarian. Combat level, 8 million. Note, powerful fighter. Every inch of its body is fully poisonous. Jiang Fei groaned even louder after he had examined the opponent through the scope. The man Kalna was fighting was not just a powerful fighter, but an insanely strong one. He must have gone through extensive cultivation to fully convert his body into poison. That is probably why Kalna was slightly weaker than him. The reason why she was unable to defeat him. Bison pleaded. Sir, please allow me to assist her. Hold your ground, barked Jiang Fei. He wanted Kalna to fend for herself for a while, as he continued to observe how Ishtarians fight. He saw this as a vital countermeasure that would come in handy if he ever engaged with a being that uses poison in the future. There was a cloud of green mist being emitted by the Ishtarian himself. He could even discharge a large quantity of poisonous goo with just a swing of his arm. It looked disgusting. As it should be. Since his pores were excreting sweat, that was the source of the mist and goo. His fighting stance, skills, maneuvers, and prowess were only average. His energy level was even lower than Kalna's. The only reason she was unable to defeat him was due to the poison itself. Once affected, Kalna's movements became slower. The longer she dwelled within the poisonous mist, the slower her movements would be. Right now, her movements were still on par with the Ishtarians, but she would eventually lose the fight. Those poison users must be sadistic bastards. I've had enough of this. Bison, go and help her, ordered Jiang Fei. He was done analyzing the Ishtarian battle style and judged that it was time for him to die. Thank you, sir. Joining the fight, Bison pushed Kaina away from the poison mist and threw out 3 punches in rapid succession. The first punch completely blew away all the poisonous mist from around his enemy. The second punch created a powerful gust of wind, causing the goo he discharged to be blown back to his own body. The last punch was a fully powered one. Bison intended to retaliate for Kalna's sake as well as show Jiang Fei how strong he had become. Despite being slowed down by his own poison, the Ishtarian managed to get into a defensive stance. Even so, he was unable to completely defend himself against Bison's fully powered punch. After consuming copious amounts of the ultralisk meat provided by Jiang Fei, Bison's combat level was only a hair's length away from 10 million. An Ishtarian with a combat level of 8 million would not be able to stop Bison's punch. The Ishtarian was blown off his feet and crashed somewhere further away. He spat out a mouthful of greenish blood before he could stand straight. These kinds of poison users had a similar trait as Jiang Fei's own combat style. The longer the battle dragged on, the better it was for them. Their poison would not strengthen them, but instead weaken their enemies to the point where they would not be able to even lift a finger. But their one true enemy was someone too strong for them to handle, such as Jiang Fei. A single punch from someone like him, even a blocked one, would be enough to break them.